The hell? Fu Xiang poked her chest and with a pop it went right through. He was a little disappointed. Shouldn't you go to Tianjian and ask Song Qing for your body back? Su glanced down at her chest, glared at him, and huffed, "Puffed, you pervert! I'm not getting my body back yet. My master said if I do, you'll drag me into the bedroom. I think she's got a point, so I'll wait until you solve my dad's case." Your master is straight up slandering me. Really? Su looked at him suspiciously. For real, I can smash you right here too. Who said I need a bedroom? Su blew him a kiss. Fu Qian jumped off the roof, went into the kitchen, and saw Ling Yin staring longingly at the steaming hot buns, and shouted, "Ling Yin, big bro's back!" Little Bean Sprout didn't give a damn, focused entirely on the tray of buns. Is she imagining where to start eating? This stupid kid only thinks about food, Fu Qian muttered to himself as he turned to look for Shen. Seeing him come back alone, Shen asked, "Where's Erlang? He's off today. You two went out together. Why isn't he back yet?" Fu Qian sat down at the table and said with a smile, "Lord Wang is hosting a banquet for him. He ain't coming back today." Shen was shocked and exclaimed, "The Lord is hosting a banquet for him? We're not in the same social circles." Seriously? Shen was a little annoyed, a little helpless. Marrying a daughter from the Lord's family, isn't that like marrying a bodhisattva? Fu Qian added fuel to the fire. Shen, you are the lady of the house. This daughter-in-law will have to rely on you to teach her. With Wang Simu's temper and tricks, she'll be bullying you to tears every day. That's gonna be fun. Fu Qian was looking forward to the future. Shen puffed out her chest and said with a smirk, "Of course, even if she's the Lord's daughter, she'll have to listen to me obediently when she enters the Xu family." Li Miaozhen glanced at her but said nothing. Dusk at the Jiaofang division, a fit of violent coughing came from the main bedroom of Yingmei Xiaoge. A maid sat under the eaves, tending a small stove, listening to the lady's coughing inside. Fu Xiang has been sick for a while now. More than half a month ago, Yingmei Xiaoge stopped receiving guests. Since then, the lady has been ill in bed, slowly withering away. Mama invited many famous doctors to see Fu Xiang, but none of them helped. Gradually, Mama stopped inviting doctors. From calling her daughter this, daughter that at first, to indifference later, she eventually stopped visiting altogether. She even transferred away the pretty maids and guards. They don't need them to watch a sick ghost with one foot in the grave. Right? How glorious was the lady before. The top girl in the Jiaofang division, the #1 beauty, the intimate of Shu Yinluo. Now she's fallen from grace and no one comes to visit her. Shu Yinluo is gone too, hasn't been to the Jiaofang division for a long time. Speaking of which, she couldn't help clenching her fists and sneering. It must be that paper doll bitch who badmouthed our lady. Because Li Miaozhen and Li Na came back, Shen told the kitchen to kill a goose and make a feast. Little Bean Sprout was also slurping a bowl. Since following Li Na to practice the body tempering technique of the Ligu tribe, this kid's appetite has increased, and her stomach's digestive power is terrifying. The meal inevitably led to a discussion about Jianzhou. Shu used his knowledge and rich experience to tell the younger generation about Jianzhou's historical background. Don't think Jianzhou is the most stable. In fact, the court's control over Jianzhou is pitifully weak. It's a gathering place for Zhenghu warriors. The current leader of the league, Cao Qingyang, is someone you kids can't deal with. Shen listened for a while, found an opportunity to interject and said, "Sir, Ningyan's saber is a peerless divine weapon. I heard Erlang say it's priceless." Shu nodded while drinking sweet wine. A peerless divine weapon is naturally priceless. Tui! He spat a mouthful of sweet wine on Little Bean Sprout's face, glared and said, "What do you know about peerless divine weapons, you woman? Ningyan's saber is incomparably sharp, but it's not a peerless divine weapon. Don't just use a term you heard without knowing what it means." Little Bean Sprout stretched out her chubby little hand, wiped the sweet wine off her face, and couldn't help licking her palm, then licked it again. Sitting next to her, started licking silently. Fu Qian couldn't help but facepalm. Shen was not convinced. Her beautiful eyes widened and she said angrily, "Erlang said so. It can even fly, don't believe me? Ask Big Bro." Fu Qian snapped his fingers and summoned, "Taiping." Taiping Dao immediately flew into the hall, circling above everyone's heads. Shu looked up, staring at Taiping Dao like a stone statue. After a long while, Shu murmured as if sighing, Truly a peerless divine weapon." Shen said happily, "I told you it's priceless. It'll be an heirloom of our Zhu family from now on." Shu was so excited that he almost dropped his bowl. Right, an heirloom. This is an heirloom." Miaozhen lowered her head and ate small bites, listening to the family's endless chatter. She envied Fu Qian a little. Although this guy lost his parents at a young age, and always whines about being a freeloader, and Shen isn't nice to him, But Li Miaozhen has seen it clearly after being in the Shu mansion for so long. This lady of the house is just too childish, so she lacks the qualities of a kind mother. But she is actually good to Shu Ningyan. She's just a bit stubborn. Shu Ningyan doesn't respect her, so she gets angry. She always calls him that unlucky brat, or that damn kid. But in reality, she remembers everything about his clothes, food, and shelter. Shu Ershu has a casual personality and gets a headache whenever he hears his wife and grandson arguing, so he likes to play dumb. But Li Miaozhen can see that he is actually the best to Shu Ningyan in the family. Shu Erlang's personality is not much different from his mother's. They are both one way on the outside and another way on the inside. They hate that Big Bro and Father are crude martial artists, but they also have deep feelings for them. Shu Lingyue? Li Miaozhen feels that she admires Shu Ningyan too much. She'll probably be much better after getting married, and will focus on her husband. As for Shu Lingyin, she is also very dependent on Shu Qi'an. The afternoon snack, after licking it sadly once, she finally gritted her teeth and decided to leave it for Big Bro to eat. I can't tell Shu Ningyan about this. Li Miaozhen, oh Li Miaozhen, these are all karmic debts. If you want to live as long as the heavens and be eternally prosperous, you must get rid of love, hate, and affection in life, and learn to be cold. Deep love is short-lived, she silently told herself in her heart. A few seconds later she thought, that bastard Shu Ningyan still hasn't shared the treasure he robbed from the Cao Guogong's private vault with me. I need to set up a tent and cook porridge to help the poor people. Shen Shen drank half a bowl of sweet wine, felt a little greasy, and didn't want to drink anymore, so she said, Sir, drink it for me, don't waste it. Shu Ershu was intently studying Taiping Dao, and without thinking, pushed Shen Shen's half bowl of sweet wine to Shu Lingyin. Shu Lingyue wiped her lips and looked expectantly at Shu Qi'an. Big Bro, I can't drink anymore either. Big Bro, help me. Shu Qi'an took the bowl and placed it in front of Little Bean Sprout. Help Ling Yin with it. Little Bean Sprout was overjoyed. Denial looked at her disciple and showed an envious expression. Early in the morning, the sun had not yet risen, but the sky was already bright. In the Jiaofeng division, the maid Xiao Mei was once again awakened by Fu Xiang's coughing. She rubbed her eyes, got up, went to the side of the table to pour a cup of water, and tiptoed to the bedside, saying in a low voice, Lady, have a sip of water. Fu Xiang's face was as pale as paper. Xiao Mei helped her sit up, and she took a sip of water, her voice weak. Xiao Mei, I'm a little hungry. Lady, rest first. I'll go to the kitchen and fetch a bowl of porridge. Xiao Mei put on a coat and left the main bedroom. She looked through the kitchen and found the pot empty, and no one was cooking breakfast. Yingmei Xiaoge had 6 singing girls, 8 wine-serving maids, 7 errand maids, 4 guards, and a gatekeeper. Fu Xiang, the top courtesan, had been sick for a long time and was not recovering, so the guards, singing girls, and wine-serving maids had been sent to other courtyards. Only 1 errand maid was left. The errand maid had been lazy recently, complaining everywhere about her situation. Going to other courtyards, the errand maids could often get some tips. Staying in Yingmei Xiaoge to take care of a sick ghost didn't earn any benefits. Xiao Mei angrily barged into the errand maid's room. She was lying on the bed, sleeping comfortably. Get up for me! Xiao Mei coldly dragged her off the bed and loudly questioned. When the lady was glorious, she treated you all well, and every reward was more than other places. Now, she's sick and can't even get a bowl of hot porridge. Have you fed your conscience to the dogs? The errand maid put her hands on her hips and argued with her. That was before. When the lady was glorious, I was willing to serve her like a cow or a horse. But now she's dying. Why should I still serve her? Xiao Mei was furious. The lady is just sick. She'll get better. When she recovers, see how she deals with you. The errand maid replied sarcastically. Come on. Everyone in the Jiaofeng division knows she's dying. If there was any chance, Mama wouldn't have taken everyone away. Speaking of which, she sneered. Xiao Mei, you're working so hard day and night to serve the lady. Probably for the lady's savings, right? Don't get too angry. What kind of affection is there to talk about in the Jiaofeng division? Aren't the sisters just enjoying themselves when they can? Because everyone knows that men only want our bodies. If you really think there's true love with those patrons, you're an idiot. Fu Xiang is such an idiot. Shu Yin Luo used to spend every night in her pavilion. Without spending a single coin, the lady wouldn't even receive other guests for him, and even paid money to the Jiaofeng division herself. After others praised her a few times, she actually thought she and Shu Yin Luo had true love. Isn't that funny? Now that she's sick and dying, has that person ever come to visit her? These words hit Xiao Mei's sore spot, and she gnashed her teeth and said, You bitch, I'm gonna tear your mouth apart. The 2 women wrestled and fought. Stop! Outside the door, Fu Xiang wore a white, unlined garment, looking weak and unsteady. leaning against the door, her face pale. The wrestling and fighting stopped. The errand maid lowered her head, without saying a word. Although this woman was frail, and seemed like she would fall over in a gust of wind, she used to be so glorious, leaving a deep and indelible impression. Go back. As soon as she said these two words, Fu Xiang's body swayed, and she fainted and fell to the ground. Sandalwood smoke swirled in the main bedroom. Fu Xiang gradually woke up and saw an old doctor sitting by the bed, as if he had just finished taking her pulse. He said to Xiao Mei, "Her Qi'an blood are weak, her 5 internal organs are failing, medicine is useless, prepare for the funeral." Xiao Mei lowered her head, sobbing softly. The news that Fu Xiang, the #1 courtesan in the capital, was running out of time instantly spread throughout the Jiaofang division. Some were secretly happy, and some sighed with emotion. After lunch at Qingqi Pavilion, fine rugs were laid in the reception room, and the courtesans wore rainbow-colored dresses, sitting at the table drinking afternoon tea. Fruits and melons, chilled plum wine, and various snacks were laid out on the table. The exquisitely dressed Mingyan glanced at the sisters here, including her. A total of 9 courtesans had all been to bed with Xu Yinluo. Remember how glorious she was before? A poem about plums by Xu Yinluo made her the #1 courtesan in the capital. The lords outside threw thousands of gold coins to meet her once. Talented and romantic people from other places traveled thousands of miles to the capital for half a year, but unexpectedly, only a breath remained. Xiaoya, wearing a teal silk dress and jade hairpin, with an elegant temperament, sighed. A beauty with a tragic fate. That's Fu Xiang. It really makes people sigh. The speaker was a oval-faced beauty wearing a yellow dress, flower named Dongshu. Her voice was as pleasant as a warbler, and her singing was a masterpiece of the Jiaofang division. I used to be jealous that she was exclusively favored by Xu Yinluo, but now I see her situation, and I feel uncomfortable. Another beauty sighed. Speaking of which, Xu Yinluo hasn't looked for her for a long time, right? I remember that Xu Yinluo hasn't been to the Jiaofang division or Yingmei Xiaoge since he went to Chuzhou in March. Carefully calculated. After Li Yongxiao came back to the capital from Chu Prefecture, it was right when Fu Xiang fell ill. The courtesans all sighed. Fu Xiang had been sick in bed for a long time, so of course Li Yongxiao wouldn't visit. Men come to them for fun, not to take care of them in their sickbeds, right? Li Yongxiao is just a normal dude. Courtesan Ming Yan sighed softly. Sister Fu Xiang has always been so in love with Li Yongxiao. She turned to look at the maid beside her and instructed, "Send someone to Liang's mansion to let them know." Liang's mansion isn't far from Jiaofang division, so the maid quickly turned and ran towards Liang's mansion. Ming Yan glanced at the courtesans, and said in a low voice, "Let's go visit Sister Fu Xiang. Over there, at Yingmei Xiaoge." Fu Xiang lay in bed, holding Mani's hand and giving her last words. "We've been mistress and servant for a while. After I'm gone, take the silver notes in the cabinet to redeem yourself, and then find a good family to marry into. Kid. Jiaofang division is no place for a girl. Remember to give what I left behind to Li Yongxiao, don't forget." Mani sat beside the bed, sobbing and nodding. At this moment, Ming Yan, Xiaoya, and the group of courtesans slowly entered the room and said with a smile, "Sister Fu Xiang, the sisters have come to visit you." A smile was squeezed out on Fu Xiang's pale face. She sat up and said in a hoarse voice, "Please, come in and sit." The courtesans came in and sat down, chatting casually. Ming Yan said with tears in her eyes, "We know about your condition, sister." Fu Xiang smiled casually. "For me, it's just the end of a journey in life. I feel like I left this place a long time ago." The courtesans were moved by her words, and the room was filled with a sad atmosphere. Ming Yan said gently, "Don't blame me, sister. I took the liberty of sending someone to inform Li Yongxiao." Fu Xiang frowned, her tone a little flustered. "Why did you call him here?" I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him at this time." Ma Kenny stood by the bed and cried, "He's a heartless man. He hasn't come once since he went to Chu Prefecture. He must have heard that you were seriously ill and got disgusted. When he was still Yinluo, he often brought his colleagues to Jiaofang division for drinks, and you always served him so attentively." Woo-woo. The courtesans looked at each other and sighed softly. Ming Yan asked gently, "Sister, is there anything you haven't finished?" Fu Xiang didn't speak but looked out the window. The world is so big. The greatest wish of a Jiaofang division girl is simply to be able to escape from this lowly status and leave this place of pleasure. To be able to hold their heads up high. The courtesans understood her meaning, but could only sigh. Fu Xiang's redemption fee is as high as 8,000 taels. Yingmei Xiaoge probably hasn't been so lively in a long time. Fu Xiang talked with great interest, but as time went on, she gradually became uneasy, constantly looking out the door, as if waiting for something. The courtesans all knew who she was waiting for. She misses him every day she doesn't see him. Courtesan Ming Yan glanced at the water clock in the room. A trace of sadness flashed in her bright eyes. "That man will not come after all. It's getting late. Little sisters, let's go first. Tears almost welled up in her eyes. "Take care, Sister Fu Xiang." Through her blurry tears, Mingyan noticed that Fu Xiang's eyes were staring blankly out the door, and a flush of intoxicating redness suddenly appeared on her pale face. Mingyan suddenly stiffened. Her body softened. Courtesan Xiaoya pursed her lips, and the other courtesans also noticed Fu Xiang's abnormality. They unconsciously stopped breathing, slowly turned around, and saw a young man standing at the door, wearing a moon-white Confucian robe, with a piece of emerald jade hanging from his waist, neither good nor bad in quality, and an ill-fitting cloak. "I asked the maids in the mansion to alter it." His voice was gentle, and tears welled up in Fu Xiang's eyes. This outfit was from when they first met. In October of the previous year, a young man wearing a white Confucian robe came to Yingmei Zhaoge, infiltrating her life. If only life could be like the first time they met. Qi'an walked over and sat down beside her, taking out a letter from his sleeve and placing it on her thigh, and said gently, "I went to Jiaofang Division to take care of something." Taking the letter, and seeing that it was a contract of sale, Fu Xiang couldn't help but be stunned. A contract of sale worth 8,000 taels. Courtesan Mingyan's eyes froze, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of joy, happiness, envy, and various emotions. The other courtesans felt similarly complex. 8,000 taels is enough to buy a luxurious mansion in the inner city's posh district. Jiaofang Division is known as a money pit, but it's extremely rare for someone to spend 8,000 taels to redeem a famous courtesan. The officials don't dare, and the wealthy merchants are reluctant. But Li Yinluo did it. He casually put down a whopping 8,000 taels of silver, which moved the other courtesans deeply, because courtesan Fu Xiang was critically ill and didn't have much time left, so this 8,000 taels of silver was only buying a dying woman's wish. What man in the world would do this for women like them? Li Yongxiao is different from other men. The hearts of the courtesans were about to melt. Fu Xiang stared blankly at the young man in the Confucian robe, hugging the contract of sale. Fu Xiang smiled, so much that her face was covered in tears, and called out twice, "Zhu Lang!" Fu Xiang reached out and wiped the tears from her face and sighed. "I owe you this to begin with." Fu Xiang looked at him gently, her beautiful face flushed and sobbed. "You didn't need to come. I look ugly now." Fu Xiang shook his head when he heard this. Fu Xiang suddenly turned her head to look at the courtesans and said, "I still have a wish. I want to perform one last dance for Zhu Lang's. I beg my sisters to play the instruments with me." The courtesans nodded. Fu Xiang smiled, and then looked at Fu Qian. "Zhu Lang, please wait in the outer hall for a while." A moment later, Fu Xiang slowly walked out of the main bedroom into the outer hall in a gorgeous, multi-layered red dress. 6 years ago, a stunningly beautiful girl came to Jiaofang Division as the daughter of a disgraced official. She was exiled to this place of pleasure, but she had a special purpose. She painstakingly practiced playing the zither, studied poetry and literature, and became the famous courtesan of Jiaofang Division. 6 years passed in a flash, and she should have ended this chapter of her life. But a young man had invaded her world, like a ray of light splitting through the dark sky. At the end of this journey, that young man was present, drawing a perfect circle for her. In the main hall, the flute played a melodious tune. The red dress danced alone, turning like a rainbow, graceful like a swimming dragon. In the final part, she fell into Fu Qian's arms. The beauty in his arms looked up, her face already full of tears, heartbroken. "Zhu Lang, I'm leaving. All I hope for in the future is to leave a mark in your heart. What I fear is that I'm insignificant and will be forgotten in an instant." Fu Qian held her in his arms with one hand and gently placed the other on her face and said, "I won't come to Jiaofang Division anymore after this." Fu Xiang smiled when she heard this, with a radiance and charm never seen before, graceful and reserved, like plum blossoms. "Born because of you, and dying because of you." For Fu Qian, this was also the end of a certain road in his life. A wisp of soul flew away, lingering into the distance. In the room, Mingyan, Xiaoya, and the group of courtesans wept softly. Modni covered her mouth with tears streaming down her face and called out, "Mistress! Courtesan Fu Xiang has left this world. This famous courtesan who once shook the capital has completely washed away her worldly ties, bidding farewell to her life in Jiaofang Division. But her end cannot be predicted." Fu Qian appeared in Jiaofang Division today, and spent 8,000 taels of silver to redeem her, helping her escape her lowly status. The news instantly spread throughout Jiaofang Division. Spending 8,000 taels to redeem a critically ill courtesan, even novels couldn't write such a dramatic plot. Compared to Fu Qian throwing money around like dirt just to fulfill a beauty's wish, those talented scholars who are described as digging out their hearts to express their love seem pale and weak. For a time, the women of Jiaofang Division were all discussing Fu Qian, discussing this old Yinluo Damfeng, Yinluo full of legendary colors. Jiaofang Division has always been a transit station for rumors to spread, And in just 2 days, almost all the customers who were qualified to spend money in Jiaofang Division knew about this. In this era, the love story of a poor and destitute scholar and a wealthy lady, and the love story of a talented scholar and a famous courtesan, can be said to be 2 major topics that have endured. Everyone who heard about this couldn't help but praise Fu Xiang for being affectionate and righteous, and because of this, the story was spread with relish. One person tells 10, 10 tell 100. The streets and alleys, the merchant class, and the officialdom all regarded this as a topic for after-dinner conversation. Wang Shifu was having breakfast this morning when he heard his second son babbling about the rumors on the street. 8,000 taels of silver. If I were to manage it, I could double it in less than a year. Big brother, do you think this Fu Xiang is stupid? It would be one thing if it were to take a beauty home, but she's critically ill. This 8,000 taels is just going down the drain. Upon discovering his father's entrance, Wang's second son immediately interrupted the topic and bowed his head to drink his porridge. The Wang family has strict rules, advocating no talking while eating and no talking while sleeping. Wang Shifu sat down at the table, took a sip of porridge, looked at his second son and asked, "What were you just saying?" Wang's second son scratched his head and stammered, "No, nothing." Wang Shifu waved his hand. "Just say it." It's related to Fu Xiang." Seeing that his father didn't seem unhappy, Wang's second son said, "Jiaofang Division's courtesan Fu Xiang is critically ill, and no medicine can save her. That Fu Xiang spent 8,000 taels to redeem her, just to fulfill the beauty's wish. It's really laughable." After finishing his comment, he carefully asked, "Father, what do you think?" Wang Shifu didn't care, and silently finished his porridge. Wang's second son was a little disappointed that he hadn't received his father's affirmation. His father never criticized people behind their backs, but he must be thinking the same as him in his heart. After finishing his porridge, Wang Shifu accepted the towel handed over by the maid to wipe his mouth, then wiped his hands, and said calmly, "If you can spend 8,000 taels to redeem a dying woman, I'll respect you as a hero." Wang's second son was stunned, dumbfounded. Over at Haoran Tower, Nangong Qianrao held a teacup and said with a smile, "I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person." Wei Yuan stood on the observation deck and replied in an evaluating tone, "Sentimental? Maybe not, but definitely horny." A few seconds later, he suddenly turned around and walked back to the table, asking with a somewhat annoyed tone, "I deducted 3 months' salary from him before. Where did he get so much money?" Nangong Qianru's mouth twitched, and she wondered to herself, "Why did you deduct his salary for no reason?" Wei Yuan sighed. "People live in this world just to have peace of mind." Meanwhile, at the Hanlin Academy, a bunch of scholars were chilling in the classroom. The grand scholar hadn't arrived yet, so they started gossiping. "Xu Yinluo is such a stand-up guy, spending 8,000 taels to redeem Fu Xiang." Fu Xiang was already on her deathbed, beyond saving, but Xu Yinluo still shelled out the cash so she could leave that lowly register before she kicked the bucket. Xu Qi'an might be dead, but people still called him Xu Yinluo. Xu Siju overheard the whispers and thought, "What earth-shattering thing did my bro do this time? Why am I, the younger brother, always the last to know?" Shu Erlang was too busy romancing Wang Simu to hit up the brothel, so he was OOTL about the 8,000 tael redemption, but I heard people are laughing at him. Who spends 8,000 taels on a dying girl? Xu Yinluo probably regrets it. I even heard Xu Yinluo is just trying to boost his representative. Good thing Shu Erlang was spacing out. Otherwise, those scholars would have caught a serious tongue-lashing. Just then, a cough echoed from the doorway. The old-school, serious grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy walked in with a book. The scholars immediately shut their traps. This grand scholar, Ma Xuan, was known for being strict and incorruptible. Want to talk about political savvy? He'd held his own in the court's intense factional struggles. But he'd also been stuck as a grand scholar for decades. The officials and scholars knew him best for his Awe bin tint, enduring hardship with equanimity, just like the plaque in his hall, just seeking peace of mind. Class ended, and Grand Scholar Ma Xuan looked around with a rare, gentle smile. Scholars don't just read books, they read the principles in books. But principles aren't only in books. They're outside too. I heard you discussing Xu Yinluo spending 8,000 taels to redeem a courtesan. What did you figure out? The scholars immediately started speculating. What's there to figure out? He's loyal and values relationships, treating money like dirt. Grand Scholar Ma Xuan shook his head and looked at Xu Xinian. Siju, what do you think? Xu Xinian frowned, inexplicably remembering when his bro chopped up his superior and he visited him in jail. My bro once said, I'm not acting on impulse, I'm just seeking peace of mind. He realized that everything his bro did was just to find peace. Xu Xinian said solemnly, just seeking peace of mind. Grand Scholar Ma Xuan gazed at everyone. Remember these words. No matter how high you climb, I hope you remember. Just seek peace of mind. After class, Fu Xiang went home, thinking about what he'd heard that day. He went into the inner hall and found his mom blankly sitting at the table. "Mom, where's my bro?" Shen wasn't in the mood. "I'm over here," Fu Xiang called out. "Don't bring up Fu Xiang at home." Fu Xiang followed his bro into the yard. "What's wrong with mentioning Fu Xiang?" Qi'an rubbed his temples, a little headachy. "It's not Fu Xiang. It's the 8,000 tales. Mom's like a broken record today. 8,000 tales, all day long." "Who's Tuang Lin Tao?" Fu Xiang thought. Then he casually said, "Gotta tell bro where she's buried." Fu Qian was surprised. "What?" Shu Erlang chimed in. "Life and death are destined. Don't be too sad. If you can't comfort people, don't bother." Fu Qian nodded, like he was being sarcastic. Yeah, whatever. He'd buried the deceased Fu Xiang, intentionally brought Zhang Li back with him, then took Chu Kaiwei outside the capital to find a decent cemetery. He happened to hear Chu Kaiwei mention something. Ever since returning from Jianzhou, Yang Tianquan loved telling stories, yapping to anyone who'd listen about his exploits. The Tianjian disciples would loudly shower him with praise. But once the story of Shu Qian redeeming the courtesan for 8,000 tales spread, Yang Tianquan stopped telling stories. These past few days, a white shadow has been haunting the brothels. After dinner, Fu Qian knocked on his little bro's door. "Gimme the daily life records of the late emperor. Write down what you remember from the past few days." Fu Xiang, already relaxed from his calming tea, tried to stall. "Let me remember some more first." Fu Qian barged in, annoyed. "No way. If you remember too much, you'll filter out details you think are unimportant. I noticed that when I read Yuan Jing's daily life records." "What's wrong with that?" Zhu Erlang didn't think there was anything wrong. "I decide what's important." "Oh, you don't say?" Fu Qian went to the table, grabbed paper and ink, and urged, "Hurry up, I'll grind the ink for you." Fu Xiang reluctantly went to the desk, sat down, and picked up his brush. He'd read a lot of the late emperor's daily life records recently, memorizing them. If he waited a few more days, he really would cut out some of the dialogue he thought was meaningless. Otherwise, the workload would be huge. But if he wrote now, he could repeat everything he remembered from start to finish. Half an hour later, Shu Erlang put down his brush and gently shook his hand, handing over a dozen sheets of Xuan paper. "Done." Fu Qian pushed the paper back. "Read it to me." "I can't understand your chicken scratch." Fu Xiang's face froze, stunned. "If that's the case, why did you make me write it?" "Because I'm in a bad mood today," Fu Qian urged. "Stop yapping. Just read. Your older brother is like your father. You listen to me." Fu Xiang muttered a few curses under his breath, then picked up the Xuan paper and started reading. "Wait!" When he got to a certain passage, Fu Qian suddenly yelled. He snatched the Xuan paper, squinting as he read carefully, asking, "What's up with this dialogue? Where's the rest?" "There isn't any more." Zhu Erlang nodded. "There's nothing after that in the daily life records. It must have been altered." "Yeah, what's wrong with this dialogue?" He couldn't suppress his curiosity. In Zhu Erlang's eyes, the passage was normal. Just a chat between the late emperor and a previous generation daoist leader about daoist cultivation and immortality, like a great Confucian scholar chatting about the classics. Fu Qian didn't answer, lost in thought. From this passage he expanded his thinking, starting from those who receive destiny from heaven cannot last forever. Can the Taoists' immortality techniques solve this calamity? From this sentence, we can see that the late emperor knew that those with destiny couldn't achieve immortality. They could live long, but they couldn't last. The previous Taoist leaders' immortality probably meant extending lifespan. Zheng Zun's half-sentence later is, "The Yuanjing emperor is forever seeking one qi, transforming into three purity." Is it three individuals in one person, or three individuals as three people? What does this sentence mean? Was the late emperor just asking casually, or was there a deeper meaning? Filled with suspicion, Fu Qian told his little bro to continue reading, but there were no other suspicious clues. "Erlang, you need to speed up the pace. In 3 days, memorize the entire contents of the late emperor's daily life records for me. You have to be discreet. Don't let anyone at the Hanlin Academy find out what you're doing. We're investigating secretly. We can't reveal anything, or we'll be in deep trouble." Based on his intuition as a criminal investigator, Fu Qian thought Yuan Jing's obsession with Taoist cultivation might be related to the late emperor. Actually, the central suspicious point of this case was simple. Emperors couldn't achieve immortality, so why was Yuan Jing pursuing Taoist cultivation? Solve this mystery, and all the truth will be revealed. Yuan Jing wasn't stupid. Even super-grade saints, first-grade martial artists like the Gaozu, and martial sect leaders couldn't achieve immortality. Unless he had some certainty, or had seen some hope, Yuan Jing wouldn't be obsessed with Taoist cultivation. Zhu Erlang nodded and turned to say, "I heard about something at court recently. The North is at war. Do you know about it?" Fu Qian was shocked. The north is at war? After tearing up the Zhenbei king, taking advantage of Geli Jihe's severely injured state, and seizing the opportunity when the divine monk opened unparalleled, he intentionally chased after that third-grade barbarian outside Chuzhou, chopping him down by the roadside. The goal was to deal a heavy blow to the northern barbarians and leave them headless. That way, the barbarian tribes would be fighting each other for leadership for a while, with no ability to harass the northern borders. And the northern barbarians and demon clans were like trees, sharing the same roots. The northern demon clans couldn't take the opportunity to nibble away at the barbarians. That would only increase internal consumption. Zhu Qian blurted out, "The Witch God Sect?" Zhu Erlang said, "The Witch God Sect is taking the opportunity to attack the northern demon barbarian territories, wanting to seize their land." "This is bad news for Da Feng," Zhu Qian asked. "What's the battle situation?" Zhu Erlang shook his head. "I don't know the specifics, but I heard the demon barbarians are in constant retreat." He suddenly turned serious and added, "I heard the general leading the Witch God Sect's troops is Jingguo King Xiahou Yushu." "Who's that?" Zhu Qian paused for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered the Shanhaiguan campaign records. Xiahou Yushu, the king of Jingguo. In the Shanhaiguan campaign 20 years ago, he commanded the Jingguo army, maneuvering and attacking for 3 days and nights. On the eve of the decisive battle, he cut off Dao Feng's grain supply line. Wei Yuan was caught off guard. That was also the closest the Allied forces came to victory. They were just a little short of rewriting history. Da Feng held this Jingguo king in high regard, considering him a military talent second only to Wei Yuan, especially in strategic thinking and overall vision. Just in terms of military leadership, Xiahou Yushu was stronger than the Zhenbei king. The northeast has a vast and desolate area. The 3 major countries are Jingguo, Kangguo, and Yan country. All 3 countries believe in the Witch God. The Witch God Sect is the state religion of the 3 northeast countries. There, divine authority is supreme, with royal power coming second, no different from the social structure of the western regions. The 3 northeast countries only cultivate 2 systems, the witch system and the martial arts system. Zhu Qian frowned. "Oh? Wei Gong once said he'd attack the Witch God Sect after the autumn harvest, but now the Witch God Sect is invading the northern demon barbarian territories. Da Feng might very well send troops. This is too convenient, isn't it? I don't believe Wei Gong could have foreseen this. He wants to attack the Witch God Sect. There must be another purpose. For some reason, I have a sense of calm before the storm." Late at night, the full moon hung high, its cold light shining on the lush green mountains and forests. Nightbirds flapped their wings in the dense foliage, making mournful cries. A wisp of light smoke lingered under the moonlight, passing through the forests, over the mountains, across the lakes and rivers, finally entering a mountain cave, arriving before a high platform where a white-skirted woman was lazily sitting with her legs crossed, one hand propping up her head, smiling as she watched the smoke traverse the thousands of mountains and rivers. The smoke transformed into an ethereal woman, graceful and charming, but with a blurry face. The woman then elegantly bowed. "Master, I have returned." The beauty on the stone chair had a soft and sweet voice, smiling. 6 years have passed, in the blink of an eye. You've done well. I originally sent you to the capital because of the seal under the mulberry tree. I read your letter saying you'd fallen in love with a man, so I didn't urge you to return, allowing you another half a year to resolve your worldly ties. But do you still have attachments in the capital? The woman lowered her head, not answering. The woman on the stone chair had a pair of mesmerizing eyes, slightly narrowing as she smiled. "Chisk, chisk, chisk, Fu Xiang, the most famous courtesan in the world, truly glorious. Have you forgotten your name?" "Yeji. Yeji dares not." Fu Xiang was the daughter of a disgraced official, died of illness 6 years ago. Yeji is just a cuckoo in the nest, using her body to do things. Yeji is forever loyal to her master. The girl on the stone chair with a playful face, coldly asked, "If one day, I ask you to kill Zhu Qian, what would you do?" The girl trembled, then gracefully knelt down and said sadly, "Then forgive Yeji for not being able to help her master anymore. Please, grant me death." The girl on the stone chair sat up straight, giggling. "Just kidding, you know I can't kill you. Don't you always want to know how I will deal with Zhu Qian? That day, I scattered your 9 sisters all over the 9 provinces. I once said, if you can love the same man, he will be my future fiancé, the king of 10,000 demons' kingdom. Besides you, there is another girl who loves him." Yeji suddenly raised her head, a little surprised, but also a little jealous. "Is it?" The princess of the 10,000 demons' kingdom smiled beautifully and charmingly. Before answering Yeji, she turned to say, "You stay here for a while to recuperate. I will recast your body for you. Next, I have a new mission for you to do. Early in the morning, Tianji and Tianshu led their subordinate secret agents, riding horses to the western outskirts of Baifeng Mountain. A huge archway with the three characters Qinglong Temple written on it. Winding stone steps stretched deep into the forest, leading to the majestic temple on the top of the mountain, leaving a few people and the horses. Tianji and Tianshu went up the steps, entering the main temple. After being informed by a disciple, the two secret agents met the abbot of Qinglong Temple, Pan Shu, an old monk with a white beard reaching his chest, a kind face, sitting cross-legged in the meditation room, with a gentle expression saying, "What brings you two here?" Tianji took out a folded painting from his chest and opened it, asking, "Does Abbot Pan Shu recognize this person?" The monk in the painting has a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes. Rough features. "This is Monk Heng Yuan." Pan Shu put his hands together and said, "Amitabha. He is Heng Yuan, my disciple." Tianji and Tianshu exchanged glances, a flash of light in their eyes. Tianji leaned forward slightly, staring at Pan Shu, and asked, "Is this person in the temple?" Pan Shu shook his head. "This person left the temple more than 2 years ago. That year, another of my disciples, Heng Hui, disappeared. His whereabouts unknown. Heng Yuan has been down the mountain searching since then, and has not returned to the temple. Any disciple in the temple can testify to this. If you don't believe it, you can ask." Tianji nodded. "Please summon the disciples." After questioning the disciples in the temple, and receiving a consistent answer, Tianji and Tianshu left the temple, walking side by side on the stone steps down the mountain. Tianji slowly said, "More than 2 years ago, Heng Hui of Qinglong Temple eloped with Princess Pingyang and was murdered by the Liang faction. Later, Fu Qi'an investigated the silver case, tracing back to this." Tianshu hummed. "The monks in the temple said that Heng Yuan had very poor relationships in the temple. After going down the mountain, he never returned. He is very likely to have left the capital." Tianji pondered for a moment and said, "The monks in the temple said that this person likes to meddle in other people's business, so he must have left traces in the capital during those 2 years. You know him quite well. Send people to the outskirts to inquire. Remember not to make a fuss." In Shu Mansion at breakfast time, Lina slurped her porridge, the little bean slurped her porridge, and the others slowly slurped their porridge. Shu Ershu stroked the Taiping saber and grinned. Shen angrily said, "All you do all day is touch the saber, why don't you sleep with it?" "Okay." Shu Ershu finished speaking, and looked at his nephew. "Okay." Shu Qi'an nodded. "Taiping, you keep Ershu company more." Shen angrily cried out, "Neither of the uncle and nephew is any good." She turned to look at her son and asked, "Erlang, how is it going with the king's daughter?" Zhu Erlang frowned slightly. "Why are you talking about this? Didn't you go to the king's mansion before? Then should we invite the girl to sit in our house? Although our Xu family is not a scholarly family, we know etiquette. Go invite her to the mansion as a guest." Shen was full of the demeanor of the mistress of the house. Fu Qian's spirits perked up. Shen, if that's the case, then I have to buy melon seeds and watch the show. This is not in line with etiquette. You invite her to the mansion, but the name is not right, and the words are not proper. Zhu Erlang exposed his mother's ignorance. Zhu Lingyu said softly, "In my name, invite the king's daughter to sit in the mansion, and it will be in line with etiquette." Zhu Erlang thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Fu Qian squeezed his fist excitedly and said, "Then, set a time. Don't drag it out for too long." In the next few days, Shen couldn't help but look at her nephew. "Why are you so enthusiastic, Tilang?" Fu Qian muttered evilly. "I'm not enthusiastic. I'm just impatient to see Shen being beaten up by her future daughter-in-law. I feel that the life of investigating cases is boring and meaningless, so there is finally some fun." Then he looked at Xu Lingyue, whether it will be Wang Simu who beats up her future mother-in-law, or the younger brother who rides out to kill his sister-in-law and save his mother in distress. This is much more interesting than the Lanji melody. Fu Qian then patted his chest and said, "As the eldest brother, I naturally need to care about Erlang's marriage. Once Erlang's marriage is settled, it will be easier to schedule Lingyu's marriage." Shen clapped her hands in agreement. Yes, only Lingyu's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Ending breakfast, Fu Qian returned to his room, looking at Zhongli sitting next to the table eating steamed buns. Her messy black hair slightly parted, revealing a small cherry mouth like a rabbit gnawing on a carrot, twitching slightly. Although he had never seen Zhongli's face, he could tell from the occasional glimpse of her eyes or lips that she was a beauty, with very delicate features. Go, I need to write a memo." Fu Qian chased her away from the desk. Zhongli hugged the bowl, squatted by the bed, and continued to eat. Fu Qian then sat down at the desk and wrote a series of plans. "This morning, I will cultivate my intent, quickly mixing various supreme techniques into one saber. Heaven and earth, one saber strike, heart sword, lion's roar, Taiping saber. I have a hunch that when I cultivate my intent, I will be invincible, in the 4th rank realm. In the afternoon I will go on a date with Linan. The day before yesterday I accidentally touched Linan's small waist, it was so soft. Tomorrow, I can't stay at home, I need to go to the widow's place to sleep, and I will definitely need to take her out for a stroll, go out to play. The morning after tomorrow, I will go to Huaiqing Prefecture to meet my aloof and cold goddesses once. It's not good to be separated from her for too long. It's been a long time since I chatted with her. Chatting with a knowledgeable beauty is something that people look forward to. In the afternoon, I promised Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao to go to the pleasure quarter to listen to music. Who doesn't go to the education department anymore? The day after tomorrow, I promised Li Miaozhen to buy food and distribute porridge. This stupid female knight, I told her, it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. But the stupid female knight said, what can you teach people to fish? I had no words to retort. In the afternoon, I will take Li Na, Tai Wei, and Little Bean to the restaurant to eat, and then I have to go to the widow's place to sleep. Writing to this point, Shu Qi'an felt that something was wrong. Oh, where is my official business? Where is the case I want to investigate? He wrote at the end of the memo. Shu Qi'an. Oh, Shu Qi'an, you can't always be lingering with women, neglecting official business. A few seconds later, he crossed out this sentence and changed it to, I need a copy of Luo Daishi's time management. After finishing the memo with great annoyance, looking at Zhongli finishing her breakfast, sitting cross-legged on the bed to cultivate, he muttered, 5th senior sister is still good, staying silently in the fish pond, neither demanding nor delaying you from doing official business. At this time old Zhang, the gatekeeper, ran to the door and said, Dalang, someone is looking for you. Shu Qi'an opened the door and asked, who is it? Old Zhang replied, it's a girl who calls herself Meyer. Meyer? Fu Xiang's personal maid? Shu Qi'an was silent for a moment and said, lead her to the outer hall. I will go there immediately. He then clipped the memo in a book and instructed Zhongli, don't read it secretly. Zhongli obediently nodded. A moment later, Shu Qi'an entered the hall and softly asked, Meyer, are you in trouble? Meyer saw him come and quickly stood up, bowing in salute. Shu Qi'an stared at her and secretly assessed her. Unlike before, Meyer was dressed very plainly, with a bare face, far from her beautiful appearance in the Yingmei pavilion. I guess Meisher might be being bullied in the education department. Meyer shook her head and said, I am no longer in the education department. Before she left, Mistress Fu Xiang left me some savings, so that I could redeem myself. I plan to go home to serve my parents, and then find an honest person to marry. Shu Qi'an said nonsense in his heart. What the hell? What sin did honest people commit? Why does even another world have to treat them like this? He smiled gently and asked, so you came to say goodbye to me, and also thought that it would be very good to reform yourself. Fu Xiang has a good heart. I hope she is well now. Meyer shook her head again. Before she left, Mistress Fu Xiang asked me to hand over a few items to you. Shu Qi'an's pupils slightly contracted. Meyer presented a small cloth bag with both hands, gently saying, young Master Shu, then this servant will take her leave first. Shu Qi'an accepted the cloth bag. Without opening it, he looked at the pretty little maid and asked, wait a moment, where is your home? My home is in Jiaoxi County. Jiaoxi County is located in the capital, northeast. Starting from the north, you can reach it in 2 days by hiring a carriage. Meiser is not the descendant of an official who committed a crime. She was sold into the education department by her family. Maids like her who are sold into the education department of the capital are usually from poor families, in or around the capital. It is impossible for someone to run thousands of miles to the capital to sell their daughter. They wouldn't need to sell their daughter if they had enough money for travel expenses. As for her parents, they sold her into the education department that year entirely out of desperation. That year there was a great famine, and the whole family was about to run out of porridge. Selling her was at least a way to survive. Even if Fu Xiang left her some money, the education department, a place where people are eaten alive, would definitely take the opportunity to exploit her during her redemption. She is a weak woman, and if she brings back too little money, her family will probably not treat her well. Seeing her plain clothes, Shu Qi'an pondered for a moment, put his hand into his chest, slightly covered his face with the mirror, took out a silver bill worth 50 taels, and handed it over. Seeing this, Meyer repeatedly waved her hand. Young Master Shu, I can't take it. Shu Qi'an put the silver bill in her hand and smiled. You and Fu Xiang were mistress and servant. It is only right for me to put in some effort. Meyer's eyes were full of tears, and she sobbed. When Mistress Fu Xiang was seriously ill, I used to hate you in my heart, hating you for being ungrateful. I was wrong. You are a truly sentimental man. Mistress Fu Xiang was ill-fated. She had no luck. Shu Qi'an was a little embarrassed. He had known for a long time that Fu Xiang was seriously ill. but he just hadn't figured out how to face her. As for her identity, since Zhongli exposed that her soul was incomplete, as a veteran criminal police officer, he'd connected many of his previous doubts. For example, why would the demon clan know that he had luck around him? For example, why would the demon clan secretly hide the severed hand of the divine beast in his house? Normally speaking, a person with an incomplete soul cannot be stable, or is an idiot, or a vegetable. After seeing Meiger off, Fu Xiang returned to the outer hall and opened the package. Inside were 2 letters, a book, and a Jade Emperor bracelet. One letter was written when he went to Yunzhou, passing through Qingzhou, and the other was written when he went to Chuzhou to investigate the case, passing through Huangyu County in Jianzhou. Fu Xiang was about to pick up the bracelet and the 2 letters, when he suddenly felt that the touch was wrong. He opened the Qingzhou letter and poured out a withered and shriveled lotus petal. Originally, he only felt a little grief at Fu Xiang's death, but Fu Qian suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. So from beginning to end, all I gave you were these things. He then opened the letter and silently read it. The bitterness in his heart lingered for a long time. Recalling the past with that courtesan, he had once heard people say on the forum that true intimacy and sadness is not an explosive cry, but half a carton of milk when opening the refrigerator. The evergreen on the windowsill swayed gently in the wind, the down quilt was folded on the bed, and the quiet afternoon washing machine transmitted bursts of rustling sounds. Taking a deep breath, he carefully put away the letter and the bracelet, shifting his attention to the blue cover of the book with no title. After opening it, he discovered that it was some casual notes written by Fu Xiang, with beautiful handwriting, recording some old and strange stories. The book said, "There is a towering cliff in the clouds, and there is an old eagle. The eagle has 6 children. One day, the eagle's children were bullied, and returned to find the eagle crying. The eagle ignored them, but silently stood on the cliff, staring at the ground. So the eagle's kid dipped, never to return. Down below the cliff was a shady-ass forest. In that forest was a tiger who was sick AF, couldn't hunt no more. So it sent its fox lackeys to lure small animals into its lair to satisfy its hunger. The fox thought it was indispensable to the tiger, so it started to get cocky, teamed up with a pack of wolves, and straight up ate a small white rabbit. A VIP no less. The tiger knew, but chose to look the other way, covering for the fox. The Monkey King, full of wisdom in the jungle, sensed something sus, and sent his monkey goons to investigate the fox. The tiger, trying to keep the fox's scheme of luring small animals under wraps, told the snake, "Go find the black bear, tell him the fox ate his cub." The black bear, after hearing this, went full rage mode, stormed the fox's crib, and offed the fox. What's the hidden meaning? Fu Qian frowned, pondered for a long time, couldn't figure out what this ancient story was trying to reveal. After lunch, Fu Qian hopped on his tiny nag and clop-clopped to Gulan, where he did a quick disguise, left on foot, then went to a pre-arranged private house. He got into Lin Khan's carriage, then switched to the royal princess's carriage, and the wheels rolled into the imperial city. As they approached the area where the imperial relatives congregated, a luxurious Zitan wood carriage pulled up opposite them and stopped. A messenger jumped out and delivered Huai Qing's icy voice. The 2 carriages halted. Huai Qing opened the carriage door, sat by the window, revealing half of her stunningly beautiful face, and said, "Lin Yan, didn't you say you were feeling unwell these past few days? Where are you off to?" Fu Qian sat in the carriage, face stiff, cursing internally. What the hell? Sneaking out for a date with the little sister, and the big sister catches us red-handed? Huai Qing furrowed her brows and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? I want a Luodashi time management master, not a Luodashi who crashes and burns." Fu Qian's brain was just filled with nonsense. He cleared his throat forcefully, then, without answering Huai Qing, casually instructed the coachman to continue. After 5th rank, Fu Qian could perfectly control his body, including his vocal cords. Temporarily producing a shrill female voice wasn't difficult. As for whether it sounded convincing, with the preemptive throat clearing, Linen's unwell condition meant a slight change in her voice was understandable. Hopefully, Huai Qing didn't catch on. The whole afternoon was spent chilling with Linan, chatting, playing chess, drinking tea, and the occasional casual physical contact, becoming more harmonious and natural. At Shen hour, he left Liningen's residence, got in the carriage, and bounced out the imperial city. Just as he left the city gates, Fu Qian heard a familiar, cold voice. "Halt the carriage, you son of a—" Fu Qian nearly lost control of his facial expression. Before Huai Qing could speak, he cleared his throat forcefully, then brought Huai Qing into the carriage. Seeing Huai Qing sit down, he forced a smile, and respectfully said, Huai Qing princess." Huai Qing's beautiful face was as cold as ice, her voice chilling. "Shu Gongzi, you're quite the baller, sneaking into the imperial city to date a princess. Does my royal father not have enough flaws to chop off your dog head?" "I'm always cautious." He pointed to his face. It was Zhu Erlang's, his younger brothers. He'd already told Lin that if anything went wrong, they could blame it on her seeking a scholar to explain the classics. That she was just studying. As for whether there were any secret lessons in the process, well, they'd dismissed the maids anyway, so no one would know. King scoffed. When you meet with Lin Yan, do you dismiss the maids and guards? Of course, every time is the same, right? King's bright autumn water eyes looked at him calmly and said, Lin Yan can't compare to this princess. Among the guards and maids in her residence, who belongs to Consort Chen, she may not know. It's not inappropriate for a member of the royal family to seek a scholar to explain the classics. But repeatedly dismissing her subordinates, I can guarantee that Consort Chen already knows. She's just observing. In the concubine's case, you completely offended Consort Chen, letting her seize your weakness to report to my father. Either you want to die, or you're pushing Shu Siju to take the blame. That's why I just said you need to reduce the frequency of your dates. Shu Shihan nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. Qing nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you're not allowed to meet Lin Han again. Shu Qian was shocked and looked at her. King explained seriously. As I said, she can't compare to this princess. She doesn't know how many sleeper agents are around her. You and her secretly meeting is too risky. In the future, if there's anything, this princess can relay it. If you absolutely need to meet, come to Huiqing residence. I'll help you get Lin Yan to come out. Shu Qihan thought to himself. Saying it like that, everything will be under your nose. How am I supposed to hold hands or anything? He asked aloud. Doesn't your highness's residence have sleeper agents from outsiders? King glanced at him and sneered. Shu Qian immediately cupped his hands in flattery. Your highness is indeed more intelligent than anyone. Your methods are masterful, 100,000 times better than Princess Lin Yan. Qing ignored his flattery and continued. 3 days later, the Imperial College will hold a literary gathering at the imperial city's Lu Lake, related to the war with the North and the historical grievances between Da Feng and the Witch God sect. You will accompany me. Using the identity of Zhu Siju. Shu Qihan could only nod. King nodded in satisfaction, and said with a slight smile. In another 20 days, summer will be over, and the court might want to fight a war. Every time there's a war, it's customary for local magnates and rural landowners to contribute silver and grain. Does Shu Gongzi have any opinions? Shu Qihan gave an ah, and thought. What opinions could I have? I'm not a local magnate, or a rural landowner. Suddenly, he heard Qing say coldly, Shu Gongzi has millions in assets. How about donating some? Shu Qihan's face froze as he asked, Donate. Donate how much? King smiled meaningfully. How about 8,000 taels? At night in the Shu residence, Shu Qian lay in bed, thinking to himself, donating money is impossible in this lifetime. Hearing Zhongli's footsteps, he asked caringly, How was this afternoon? Were you hurt? Zhongli said softly, No, I wasn't hurt. I almost died. Shu Qian immediately sat up and asked, What happened? Zhongli immediately felt wronged and aggrieved, and said with sniffles, I was cultivating peacefully in the room, and your broken blade suddenly went crazy, stabbing at me. Just 1 centimeter away, my head would have been in another dimension. Shu Qian comforted. Lucky you're still alive. Your broken blade chased me forever. If Li Daozhang hadn't come to save me, I would have died. Shu Qian continued to comfort. Lucky you're still alive. In the process of Li Daozhang subduing it, he accidentally used the wrong spell, scattering my soul. She spent an afternoon summoning me back. Shu Qihan still comforted. Lucky you're still alive. After my soul was summoned back, I discovered that your brat stuffed a mochi into me. I almost suffocated to death. Zhu Qian, covered in cold sweat, asked, Is that all? Zhongli whispered. That's all. Shu Qian thought sadly, What should I do to save you, my 5th senior sister? He waved his hand to call the Taiping blade and reprimanded, Why did you bully her? The Taiping blade vibrated, buzzing. I don't know why. I suddenly disliked her. That thought transmitted to Shu Qian. I immediately don't know whether to blame Taiping or to blame you. Shu Qian grieved again and said softly, Zhang senior sister, my bed is yours. I'll sleep on the folding bed today. Zhongli shook her head repeatedly, curled up on her small bed, feeling very safe. At this moment, the familiar heart-palpitating feeling came. Shu Qian subconsciously took out the Earth Book fragment from under his pillow, lit the candle, and examined the Earth Book's message. The nursing home is being monitored. Someone wants to deal with this monk. Shu Qihan was stunned for a few seconds and pondered. Someone wants to deal with Heng Yuan Dashi. Does he not know who he offended? Suddenly he reacted. The person Heng Yuan offended. Wasn't it Emperor Yuanjing? Whether it was stopping the Forbidden Army when killing the 2 dukes, or guarding the Lotus seeds in Jianzhou, he was opposing Emperor Yuanjing. Li Miaozhen asked anxiously, Are you in danger at the nursing home? I'll come immediately. Heng Yuan transmitted a message saying, This monk is not at the nursing home. Today someone in the South City was inquiring about my information. The people I had secretly helped before tipped me off, so I left the nursing home and hid in a nearby villager's house. After dusk, someone was lying in ambush near the nursing home. Chu Yuanzhen suggested not to care about them and change hiding places. Heng Yuan worriedly transmitted a message. This monk is worried they will harm the children and elderly of the nursing home. Chu Yuanzhen transmitted a message asking, "Do you know who they are?" Heng Yuan shook his head. "I don't know." Chu Qi'an took his hand as a pen and transmitted a message saying, "This isn't hard to guess, it's that majesty of ours." Seeing number 3's message, everyone fell silent for a while. It wasn't hard to understand number 3's words. Compared to Renzong's nominal disciple Chu Yuanzhen, the Tianzong saintess Li Miaozhen, and Shu Qihan, on the surface a loyal dog of Wei Yuan but actually his son, and on the surface a crude warrior but actually a closed-door disciple of Din Zhao Shao, Lu Hao's Heng Yuan was obviously a grasshopper that could be pinched to death at will. It wasn't surprising that Emperor Yuanjing sent someone to deal with him. Heng Yuan nodded. Number 3 is right. This monk also thinks so. This monk helps everyone do good deeds, and has never offended anyone except the emperor. Chu Yuanzhen suggested. Heng Yuan Dashi, after dawn, you can leave the capital. I will watch over the nursing home for you. Their target is you. If you are not at the nursing home, the children and the elderly will be fine. Number 1, who had been AFK from the Earth Book Chat forum for a long time, suddenly transmitted a message saying, "His Majesty wants to deal with you, he just needs a reason. He's probably not actively making things difficult for you, because of Luo Yuhang. If you are safe and conventional, he will turn a blind eye. If you interfere in this matter, it's likely to provoke his revenge. The Tianzong Saintess is the same. I don't recommend you step forward." Li Miaozhen slammed the table in anger after reading it and transmitted a message. "Damn Yuanjing Emperor. Wait until this old lady reaches first rank and stabs him to death after entering the capital." Shu Qihan thought to himself, "Miaozhen, your words are exactly like what I said every day in my previous life. I'll start losing weight tomorrow, it's just talk forever." Li Miaozhen's 4th rank battle power, she probably can't even break into the palace. Wait, hold up. She's already cut off all worldly love and hate, so she ain't gonna kill the emperor anymore. Unexpectedly, number 1 just straight up ignores Li Miaozhen's disrespectful rant and sends a message. "I'll have people keep an eye on that nursing home. Just support. Just support." Meaning, no intervention no matter what happens. We all get what number 1's saying, and we can understand it. He's a court official. He can't blatantly oppose Yuanjing Emperor. If Yuanjing Emperor catches a whiff of this, he's screwed. After the Heavenly and Earth Society's internal meeting, Shu Qian puts away the Earth Book fragments and glances at Zhongli curled up on the small bed, her round butt sticking up in the air. Makes him think of Yang Tianzhuan. How the hell did senior brother Yang get through that? Did that traumatic experience turn him into the attention-seeking ham he is today? If so, will senior sister Zhongli become the same in the future? Just imagining future Zhongli. Shu Qian feels like enduring hardship is the only way to stand above others. Senior sister Zhongli better keep suffering. Heng Yuan is going to have some trouble soon. He's not weak, but he's not 4th rank yet either, and he's tangled up in some high-level drama. In the Heavenly and Earth Society, besides the mysterious number 1, number 6 Heng Yuan is the most average. Why Jinlian Daozhong dragged him in is anyone's guess. Hope Heng Yuan has something special up his sleeve. Nothing special yet, just tragically unremarkable. His junior brother, raised from a young age, got screwed over, and he doesn't fit in at Qinglong Temple. Thinking about all this, Shu Qian drifts off to sleep. Later that night, a flash of lightning suddenly streaks across the night sky, illuminating the world, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Shu Qian jolts awake and sits up. Zhongli also wakes up, looking around like a scared little rabbit, all jumpy. She then sees Shu Qian quickly slip on his shoes and get out of bed. Amidst the pouring rain, he walks to the table, lights a candle, and opens the blue cover book that Fu Xiang left him. One thought, holy crap, he finally knows what the story is about. The Sangbo case. The Sangbo case involved the demon race, and from Fu Xiang's POV he can see more details and info that he missed. And the Sangbo case was Fu Xiang's main focus. The old tiger is the mountain beast, the king of the forest, so the sick tiger is Yuanjing Emperor. The fox seducing the little animals refers to Pingyuan Bo controlling the human trafficking ring. Pingyuan Bo is getting ambitious, so he colludes with the Liang party, kills Princess Pingyang, and hits Yuang hard, preventing Yuang from becoming the Minister of War. So the noble little white rabbit is Princess Pingyang, and the tiger chooses to look the other way, protecting the fox. Shu Qian mutters, so Yuanjing Emperor knows everything. He knows everything. The wise monkey king is Wei Yuan, no doubt about it. Shu Qian remembers a small detail he overlooked before. After Pingyuan Bo dies, Wei Yuan immediately sends the night watchman to capture the ringleaders of the trafficking ring. A surprisingly quick move. At the time, Fu Xiang was impressed by Wei Yuan's skills and the night watchman's abilities. But now he realizes Wei Yuan had already investigated Ping Yuan Bo and the trafficking ring. The old tiger, to prevent exposure, decides to silence them, telling the snake that the fox ate the bear's cub. But Hengui isn't the bear, because Hengui was also a victim of Ping Yuan Bo. He knows who his enemy is, so he doesn't need the snake to tell him. Besides, the bear didn't kill the whole fox family. So who killed the fox? Ping Yuan Bo is. Heng Yuan. The bear is Heng Yuan. The bear's cub is Hengui. Heng Yuan, investigating Hengui's disappearance, infiltrated Ping Yuan Bo's mansion and killed him. Fu Qian realizes he's uncovered another layer of truth in the Sangbo case. No, another layer of the murder of Princess Ping Yang. The murder of Princess Ping Yang was a bargaining chip for the demon race and the former Minister of Revenue to cooperate, and Fu Xiang's identity allows her to see info others can't. Fu Xiang is using the story to tell me two things. 1. Ping Yuan Bo running the trafficking ring is working for Yuanjing Emperor. 2. Yuanjing Emperor is sick and needs constant nourishment. Besides the records of the late Emperor's daily life, I have another lead to investigate Yuanjing Emperor. But Ping Yuan Bo is dead, his whole family killed. How should I break through from this angle? Heng Yuan. Fu Qian's body shakes, and he returns to the bed, taking out the earth book fragment from under his pillow. He's a bit hasty, making a bit of noise, scaring Zhongli again. Fu Qian uses his finger as a pen and sends a message. Heng Yuan, I have a question for you. No reply. The earth book chat forum is silent. Heng Yuan doesn't respond, and Fu Qian's face pales. Meanwhile, woken up, Li Miaozhen grinds her teeth and asks angrily, "What's with all the noise in the middle of the night? Can't you sleep?" Over there, Chu Yuanzhen instinctively feels that Li Miaozhen's attitude is a bit off. After all, number 3 Shuju's relationship with Li Miaozhen isn't so close that she can scold and criticize him as she pleases. Besides, Li Miaozhen is staying at the Shu mansion, but her Jianzhou temperament is too strong, and her willful behavior lacks tact. Number 4 sends a message. Oh. Heng Yuan isn't replying. Wait a bit longer. Number 6 Heng Yuan still isn't replying. Remembering Heng Yuan saying the nursing home was surrounded by people, everyone realizes something's wrong. Fu Qian sends a message. Something happened to Heng Yuan. He's caught up in a big case. Yuanjing Emperor sent people to hunt him down, not just for revenge, but most likely to silence him. Involved in a big case? Silencing him. This involves Yuanjing Emperor. The Heavenly and Earth Society are shocked, wondering why number 3 would make such a judgment. After saying that, Chu Yuanzhen sends a message. Number 3. What exactly happened to Heng Yuan? Did you discover something? He asks the question on everyone's mind. No one speaks. The impatient female knight-errant is just eating melon seeds. The high-ranking number 1 and the leech Jinlian Daozhang are waiting for number 3 to explain. Zhu Qian urges them, saying a few unclear words. The key now is to go to the nursing home outside the city, to check the situation. Li Miaozhen quickly agrees and sends a message. Fu Qian puts down the earth book, grabs a robe, puts it on, and says, "I want to go out. Come with me." Zhongli nods, gets out of the small bed, slips on her embroidered shoes like slippers, follows him out, and waits in the courtyard. When Li Miaozhen sees Fu Qian arrive, she summons her flying sword and flies away with all 3 of them. They quickly fly over the inner city and reach the outer city. Li Miaozhen puts force on her toes, pressing the sword tip down, heading diagonally towards the south city. Li Miaozhen doesn't recklessly descend but circles in the low sky for a while and asks, "How is it?" Fu Qian replies, "Safe for now." He hasn't detected any hostility yet. Either the ambushers are controlling themselves well and haven't looked up, or they've already left. Li Miaozhen analyzes seriously. They've probably concealed themselves. They might have set up a trap, waiting for us to arrive. Fu Qian frowns. Can't rule out that possibility. Yuanjing Emperor knows we're Heng Yuan's allies. We have to be wary of the siege and reinforcement tactic. Siege and reinforcement tactic? Li Miaozhen exclaims. Great description. Only you could come up with that. So you'll take the lead? Your diamond indestructible body. Even 4th-rank experts would have trouble breaking through. Fu Qian nods, agreeing. You help me cover from above? They come to an agreement after a clear analysis, and smile at each other. At this moment, they hear Zhongli quietly say, "No ambush below. No martial artists." Zhu Qian and Li Miaozhen's faces stiffen. He thinks to himself, I almost forgot Zhongli is a sorcerer, skilled in aura sensing. I'm too influenced by her usual weakness. Li Miaozhen thinks the same. She stops circling, and descends in the rain. The nursing home's main entrance is tightly closed. Fu Xiang narrows his eyes and scans the surroundings. Just as he's about to say there are no signs of a fight, he hears Zhang Li and Li Miaozhen say in unison, "Someone's dead." The three immediately leap over the fence and enter the nursing home. The courtyard is overgrown with weeds and dark, the rain dripping. In the east hall, a faint yellow light shines through the window. The three approach and see a simple wooden bed in the room, a corpse covered with a white cloth, its figure thin. An old caretaker sits beside the corpse. Sensing footsteps, the old man turns his head in shock. Recognizing the familiar face, the old man tearfully calls out, "Shu Darren." Fu Qian directly asks, "Lao Li, what happened?" Lao Li says excitedly, "Shu Yinluo, why are you here?" Fu Qian grabs his hand and asks again, "What happened?" The old caretaker says, "In the afternoon, a neighbor ran over and told us that people were looking for Heng Yuan, holding his portrait. So I told Heng Yuan to go out and hide." At dusk, a group of mysterious people broke into the nursing home. They didn't catch Heng Yuan, so they asked me some questions about him and left. Who knew they'd come back after dark? They forced the old and young in the nursing home to the entrance and announced that if Heng Yuan didn't return, they'd kill one person every hour. The old caretaker, with tears streaming down his face, continues, "Old Zhang was unlucky. Those people slit his throat. He suffered greatly as he died, struggling on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Later, Heng Yuan returned, and they took him away. I don't know where they went. I don't know if Heng Yuan is alive or dead." Fu Qian asks, "Did you see what those people looked like?" The old caretaker says in a grieving voice, "They wore black robes and masks. I couldn't see their faces. They're spies from Huaiwang." Fu Qian and Li Miaozhen exchange glances. They're not surprised, because they expected this. They're more angry. No doubt, if Heng Yuan hadn't appeared, everyone in the nursing home would have been killed. Fu Qian says softly, "We underestimated the cruelty of Huaiwang spies, a bunch of cold-blooded bastards. No one's life should be treated like trash, killed on a whim, especially lonely old people. I want to kill them all," Li Miaozhen says through gritted teeth. "My master used to say, if you don't respect life, your life doesn't deserve respect either." Fu Qian is silent for a moment and then says, "Are the others okay?" "Yes, the child is in the back courtyard." The old caretaker nods. "They're just scared. It's okay. They'll be fine after a sleep. Then they'll be extremely sad and heartbroken. But no one ever cares about the feelings of these lonely people anyway. We'll stay here tonight. You're old. Go back and rest." Fu Qian escorts the old caretaker back to his room and returns to the east hall. Zhang Li and Li Miaozhen are standing in the hall. No one speaks. The atmosphere is a bit silent. Things are seriously messed up. Heng Yuan's been snatched by the Y Prince's secret agents. Not good. The Earth Sect's treasure and the Earth Book fragment are now in Emperor Yuanjing's hands. And guess what? Yuanjing is colluding with the Earth Sect's demonic daoists. They might even pry info about the Heaven and Earth Society members out of Heng Yuan. Heng Yuan won't spill the beans willingly, but the Earth Sect has ways, like, killing and summoning souls. If Fu Qian's identity as the Earth Book fragment holder gets exposed, the Earth Sect leader will freak. Turns out, that mysterious powerhouse in Chuzhou? Yeah, that was Fu Qian. Emperor Yuanjing probably suspects the sealed stuff under Sangbo Mountain is connected to Buddhism, and on Fu Qian too. Talk about pressure overload. Fu Qian wipes his face, and says grimly, "Miaozhen, tell them, Heng Yuan's been captured, and we don't know if he's alive. The Earth Book fragment's with Emperor Yuanjing now." Li Miaozhen nods, pulls out her Earth Book fragment, and drops the bomb on the Heaven and Earth Society crew. Chu Yuanshen sighs in the group chat. Things are going downhill fast. Lena cluelessly asks, "So what now?" Even not-so-bright Lena senses they're in deep SHT. No one answers. They don't even know if Heng Yuan's alive, and their opponent is the Emperor himself. Back in the Chuzhou massacre case, the opponent was also the Emperor, but they had allies in the court, the Censorate, and Yunlu Academy. It was different. They rode the wave of righteousness. Yuanjing was going against the tide, so he lost. This time, it's just the Heaven and Earth Society. In the heavy silence, Daoist Jin Lian suddenly messages. This humble Daoist senses Heng Yuan's Earth Book fragment is nearby. Fu Qian's eyes light up. Jin Lian didn't specify who you are, but Fu Qian knows it's them. Damn, I'm a mess. I overlooked Heng Yuan going. He was determined to trade himself for the health center folks. No way he'd carry the Earth Book fragment. Fu Qian looks urgently at Saintess Miaozhen. Li Miaozhen opens the sachet on her hip, releasing trails of smoke that spread out from the health center, searching for the fragment. After an incense stick's worth of time, a wisp of smoke brings back a mirror, gently placing it on the table. The smoke floats to Li Miaozhen, wriggling like it's showing off. Double yin energy for you tomorrow, Li Miaozhen promises, then opens her sachet and lets out a silent whistle, instantly recalling the smoke back into the sachet. Heng Yuan ditched the earth book fragment in the roadside bushes, not far from the health center. The saintess reports this, then tells the other fragment holders. Daoist Jin Lian messages. Great, I think we need a serious strategy session. Agreed. Number 1 replies instantly, clearly watching the situation closely. Shu Yuanqin chimes in. Number 3, you found this out. What's the deal? Spill the tea. Shu Qi'an types for a bit, then messages. Remember when Heng Yuan broke into Marquis Ping Yuan's mansion and offed him? I saved him back then. Chu Yuanchen replies, shocked. Emperor Yuan Jing's targeting Heng Yuan because of that? Shu Qi'an messages. I heard from a secret source that Marquis Ping Yuan ran a trafficking ring, and the real loyalist behind it all is Emperor Yuan Jing. No freaking way. Number 1 instantly retorts, 4 words. Total disbelief. Chu Yuanchen can't believe it either. I don't like Yuan Jing, but I don't think he'd run a trafficking ring. It's pointless. What's an emperor? He wields ultimate power over the entire court. Who has more power than him? No one. Even the supervisor isn't that strong. But you can't deny that the emperor has the greatest power. Not just commoners, even nobles. The emperor has the power to control their life and death. Why would the dignified emperor stoop to trafficking? Zhu Qian thinks. You're being dense. I know it sounds unbelievable, like a demon relying on e-bikes to maintain his lifestyle. He continues. Chu bro, you're a scholar, but your thinking isn't deep enough. Yuan Jing has his reasons. Daoist Jin Ligan asks curiously. What reasons? I don't know the details, but I know the trafficking ring regularly sends people to the palace. How long has this been going on? Can't say for sure, but it's been years. Marquis Ping Yuan thought he had Yuan Jing by the balls, got greedy, and teamed up with the Yang faction to kill Princess Ping Yang. In this special case, Yuan Jing knew everything but chose to protect Marquis Ping Yuan until Ping Yuan got too cocky and drew Wei Yuan's attention. To prevent exposure, Yuan Jing killed Ping Yuan using the Princess Ping Yang case as a cover. Number 1 has an epiphany. You're saying Heng Yuan was used by His Majesty to kill Marquis Ping Yuan? But Chu Yuanchen is still skeptical. So the Huai Prince's secret agents are targeting Heng Yuan to silence him? But if he wanted to kill him, he would have done it already. Why wait? Shu Qian immediately sends him a brain-boosting message. No, you're wrong. Silencing people depends on timing and necessity. Think about it. Who is Heng Yuan? Just a Qinglong Temple monk. He was just a minor pawn in the Princess Ping Yang case, someone who didn't know much. Why bother silencing him? Chu Yuanchen messages back. But now Yuan Jing thinks it's necessary to silence him. Shu Qian nods. Exactly. So what has Heng Yuan been up to lately? The Heaven and Earth Society members are simultaneously shocked. Blocking the imperial guards in the palace, protecting the Lotus seed in Jianzhou. Zhu Qian continues. Heng Yuan is close to you guys and my brother. And who is my brother? Wei Yuan's right-hand man, the best detective ever. Yuan Jing revealed too much in the Chutao massacre. Now that he sees Heng Yuan with you, he's worried and wants to silence him. And I bet he's silencing him, because Heng Yuan stumbled upon some important clues while investigating Heng Yui's disappearance. Heng Yuan might not realize it, but Yuan Jing's afraid he'll spill the beans. Number 1 messages. You make sense, but I still have 2 questions. First, why is His Majesty secretly kidnapping civilians? Second, the palace is heavily guarded. Any comings and goings are recorded. The palace factions are complex, with spies from all sides. The supervisor, the national preceptor, Wei Yuan, and various political parties. It's not like His Majesty can just sneak people in, especially not large numbers of civilians. Shu Qian frowns, thinking, basically, the supply chain is screwed. Lena messages, isn't it simple? Just dig secret tunnels? That dumb girl hit the nail on the head. Heaven and Earth Society chat falls silent. If there are secret tunnels, Marquis Ping Yuan must have known. But he's dead. Who else knows? The low-level members of the trafficking ring? If so, Wei Yuan, you're terrifying. Well, not necessarily. The secret tunnels must be super secret. Would Marquis Ping Yuan really let his subordinates know? Chu Qian rubs his temples and messages. We need to focus on what to do about Heng Yuan, not Yuan Jing's secrets. No one replies, because they all feel it's a tough situation. In the silence, Daoist Jin Lian messages. First, find out where he is. As for his safety, don't worry too much. Heng Yuan won't die. The Heaven and Earth Society members simultaneously question him internally. What makes you so sure? Daoist Jin Lian continues. This involves a secret about Heng Yuan. I can't reveal it without his permission, but I can tell you it's why I chose him as a fragment holder. Of course, we still need to find him. He's fine now, but that doesn't mean he'll be fine later. If that's the case, I don't need to worry about my identity being exposed in the short term, so I don't need to move my family out of the capital. Fu Xiang breathes a sigh of relief. He messages, I'll leave this to my brother. The night watchman can check the records of who entered and exited the city today to track down the Huai Prince's secret agents. Daoist Jin Lian adds, lure out the Huai Prince's secret agents, kill them outside the city, and let Miaozhen summon their souls for interrogation. After more discussion, the Heaven and Earth Society ends its long meeting. After dawn, Li Miaozhen and Fu Qian return to the city. The latter goes to the night watchman's office to get Song Tingfeng and Zhao Guangxiao to check the city entry and exit records. Huang Sheng also makes an appointment to listen to music at Gulan the next day, and then leaves the yamen. Shu Qian then disguises himself and knocks on Mu Nanji's door. He knocks for a long time before she finally opens it. Shu Qian enters and grumbles. Took you so long to open the door. You got a secret lover in there? The princess rolls her eyes at him. Suddenly, Zhu Qian is drawn by a faint spiritual energy. He stares in surprise at the water vat in the house. In the water vat, clear water settles over a bit of mud, and a small piece of lotus root is half buried in the mud. Small, dense roots are growing from it. It's alive! It's only been a little while. It's alive already? As expected of the flower goddess reincarnate, you're too awesome. You can nurture any treasure. The 9-colored lotus root is an Earth Sect treasure. There's probably only one in the world. It matures every 60 years, and its lotus seeds can transform anything. The Taiping knife advanced to the ranks of peerless divine weapons because of it. And now there are 2 9-colored lotus roots, one with the Heaven and Earth Society, and one in my hands. In terms of value, among my trump cards, the 9-colored lotus root ranks in the top 3. Even the Taiping knife isn't comparable. The Earthbook fragment is just a fragment. Aside from messaging and storage, it has no other effect for now. Only luck and divine art rank higher than the lotus root. Wait, I need to ask if it can keep growing and produce lotus seeds. Silently swallowing, Fu Qian suppresses his joy and leans over the water vat, smiling casually. Princess, I didn't know you were so good at growing flowers. You can even bring this treasure back to life. Can it grow and produce lotus seeds? The princess says calmly. Grass and trees sprout easily. Blooming and bearing fruit is just the law of nature. Fu Qian is ecstatic. Her words mean the lotus root can produce lotus seeds and grow from a small piece into a big plant. Can you accelerate its growth? He stops himself from asking, because it would be too obvious, revealing the princess's flower goddess reincarnation and causing her panic. Fu Qian puts on a casual expression and sighs. I wonder how long it will take to grow. I'll need it soon. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees the princess pursing her red lips, seeming hesitant, then making up her mind. It's growing well. It won't be too long. Fu Qian is overjoyed and jokes. My wife really has a way to speed up the lotus root's growth. Princess, this fish suddenly became the king of the pond, he thinks to himself. The 9-colored lotus root has weak spiritual energy now, but it will get stronger as it grows. I need to get Yang Qianhuan to set up a spirit-locking array so even experts passing by won't sense its spiritual energy. Zhu Qian then pushes open the princess's bedroom door and asks if there's any broken furniture that needs replacing. He thinks, I can't keep talking about the lotus root, or the princess will suspect something's up. As if remembering something, the princess rushes to the wardrobe and stuffs some lingerie into the furniture legs. It's not like I haven't seen your bra before, Fu Qian thinks, then asks. Speaking of which, why haven't I seen you hanging clothes out to dry? There isn't a single piece of clothing in the yard. Logically, it's hot summer, so she should be bathing and changing clothes often. Why isn't there any laundry in the yard? I asked Aunt Zhang to wash my clothes. Munan Zihi sighed, heading to the wardrobe. Her daughter-in-law hasn't received any money for 2 months. I felt bad, so I asked her to wash my clothes and paid her extra. Fu Qian, arms crossed, reminded her, remember not to flaunt your wealth? The princess giggled slyly. Of course you taught me that. I showed her the money box in the wardrobe. Only a tael of silver, mostly small change. Seeing the box she produced, Fu Qian nodded in satisfaction. Much better. Smarter than before. A single woman in the inner city having a tael of savings is average. Not too much, not too little. In the morning, Fu Qian took her out for a stroll, through bustling streets, jewelry shops, and silk stores. She really liked a silver hairpin, costing 5 taels, while her current one was a cheap 1-tael piece. Leaving the jewelry store, she reluctantly followed Fu Qian, turning her head every few steps, but refusing to ask for it. Simp. After lunch at a restaurant, they returned home. Fu Qian set up a small folding table and played 5 in a row with her. The princess exclaimed, You messed up that move. You shouldn't have gone there. Fu Qian retorted, No way, 1 more move and I'll have 5 in a row and win. The princess angrily said, Then you messed up. If you win, how can we keep playing? Fu Qian was speechless at her logic. The princess then innocently asked, Can I take 2 turns while you take 1? Zhu Qi'an helplessly asked. Seriously? The princess pouted. You're just bullying a weak woman. Is that your skill? Zhu Qi'an casually replied. If I can't even bully a weak woman, how am I supposed to bully anyone else? I'm done playing. She scattered the pieces and turned away. Viewed horizontally, a ridge. Viewed from the side, a peak. Far and near, high and low, each different. Zhu Qi'an suddenly recalled this poem. He took out the silver hairpin and placed it on the chessboard as a gift. Her eyes darted around, then quickly lit up with dimples, happily taking the hairpin. Seeing Zhu Qi'an's teasing expression, the princess immediately frowned and straightened up, coaxing, I don't really like it that much, give it back. Zhu Qi'an reached for it, but she hid the hairpin behind her back, glaring, consider it payment for helping you raise the lotus root. That's fair. Zhu Qi'an nodded with a chuckle, casually saying, it's quite a distance from the bustling streets, and the weather's hot. It's best not to store food at home. I'll see if I can arrange for the morning vendor to deliver fresh vegetables daily. There are many vendors in the city who buy cheap vegetables from farmers early in the morning and bring them to the inner city, supplying wealthy households who don't like going out early. The princess nodded. Zhu Qi'an hesitated, then said, I might have to leave the capital soon, and it won't be long. Will you come with me or stay here? The princess huffed. I'm not going with you. The capital is so prosperous, why would I leave? When you have to go, inform the national teacher. I have a deep friendship with her, and she'll take care of me. Zhu Qi'an was a little disappointed. I'll leave you some silver then. The princess glanced at him but didn't reply. After a moment, she whispered, Does Yuanjing Emperor want to deal with you? Not yet, but I have a feeling it won't be long. Xu Fei nodded, whispering, This world belongs to the royal family. It's good if he leaves. But what about your younger brother, who's now a Hanlin Academy official? Is he willing to follow you? Are you planning to find him a backer? Zhu Qi'an chuckled. You're pretty smart. Yuanjing Emperor hates me, not Shu Erlang. As long as I leave, and Shu Erlang has a strong backer, his future will be bright, without any life-threatening danger. Plus, Shu Erlang has Yunlu Academy behind him. At most, Yuanjing Emperor will dismiss him, making him a commoner. The princess sighed, resting her chin on her hand. Smart or not, what does it matter? These past few days living alone, I often feel like I'm not smart enough. Starting a fire to cook, I'm clumsy, dropping bowls several times, almost making myself cry. Yuanjing Emperor is smart, but sometimes he acts like the biggest idiot. For the sake of elusive immortality, he abandons the beautiful harem, and doesn't care about his reputation. But he's cultivated for 20 years and achieved nothing. Even a fool would know to give up, right? The national teacher says Yuanjing Emperor has a strong obsession, but it's unclear where that obsession comes from. Zhu Qi'an asked, You and the national teacher are close? The princess sighed. The only woman in the capital I can talk to comfortably is her. Zhu Qi'an internally grumbled. That makes no sense. The national teacher seems so smart, how can she have anything in common with such a stupid woman? The princess giggled. But she's also a pitiful woman. I'll tell you a secret, do you want to hear it? You look like a hooligan right now. Zhu Qi'an listened attentively. What secret? The human path cultivation method has a terrible side effect. It causes the cultivator to be plagued by karmic fire, which flares up once a month. Those of lower cultivation can resist it with their will. But the higher the cultivation, the more terrifying the karmic fire. If they can't find a way to eliminate the karmic fire, they'll die, and their cultivation will be ruined. The princess lowered her voice as if revealing a huge secret. Zhu Qi'an looked at her blankly. I already knew that. The princess giggled again, like a hooligan gossiping. Then do you know how to solve it? Zhu Qi'an glanced at her. Do you know? The princess nodded vigorously, pecking like a chick, her face screaming, Beg me, beg me! What secret? Zhu Qi'an feigned a corresponding expression. The princess sneakily said, I heard that you have to find a man for dual cultivation to overcome the Great Tribulation. Zhu Qi'an's face immediately showed shock. His first reaction was that she was lying, his second was that she heard some random rumor, and his third was, what the hell? So that's it. The human path wants to borrow luck for cultivation to reduce karmic fire, so Luo Heng became the national teacher, guiding Yuanjing Emperor's cultivation, changing the perspective to think. If finding someone with great luck for dual cultivation also can achieve equivalent effect, no, the effect is 10 times, 100 times stronger. Zhu Qi'an then stabilized his emotions and spoke casually. But I heard that the national teacher hasn't chosen to dual cultivate with Yuanjing Emperor. The princess looked up, a thoughtful expression on her face, shaking her head. I don't know about that. I often advise her to just submit to Yuanjing Emperor. Choosing the Emperor as a daoist partner isn't a disgrace or a grievance, but she seems dissatisfied with Yuanjing Emperor in every aspect. No, I can feel her disgust towards Yuanjing Emperor. Zhu Qi'an's eyes flashed. Dissatisfied in every aspect, not just because his luck isn't enough. He outwardly asked. A female cultivator like the national teacher shouldn't be like ordinary women who value the complex rituals of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, right? The princess hummed. Luo Yuheng naturally wouldn't. But what does choosing a daoist partner have to do with troublesome rituals? Choosing a daoist partner is an extremely cautious matter. Damn, Fu Xiang thought. This Luo Yuheng is a shark. Dual cultivation is choosing a daoist partner. This shows how cautious Luo Yuheng is about the matter of men and women. So, after examining Yuanjing Emperor, she really was just borrowing his luck to suppress karmic fire. Never thinking about dual cultivating with him. If what I just guessed is true, Luo Yuheng is similarly examining me. Once she feels comfortable trying to dual cultivate with me, it means she wants to choose a daoist partner. Given how much Auntie values a daoist partner, and her status as a second-rank expert, if she chooses me, will the fish in my pond still have a chance? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. If that's the case, my head suddenly can't get any bigger. Everything has its pros and cons. The good thing is that I have one more trump card. In the future, if I'm desperate, I can sell myself to Luo Yuheng and exchange it for rewards. Of course, the prerequisite is that she's relatively satisfied with me, listing me at the top of her daoist partner candidate list. Find an opportunity to test her. Princess Heng he asked. Why are you asking so clearly? Fu Qian pretended to sigh. The national teacher is such a beauty that could bring down a kingdom. If I could become her daoist partner, that would truly be a blessing cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Stop dreaming! With your measly assets? How could Luo Yuheng ever fancy you? The princess's reaction was more significant than expected, mocking and provoking him. She then casually touched the Bodhi bracelet on her wrist, nonchalantly saying, Luo Yuheng's looks are certainly not bad, but to say she could bring down a kingdom is an overstatement. With that, she raised her chin and glanced at Fu Qian, her pose clearly saying, look at me, I'm the #1 beauty of Daofeng. Fu Qian scoffed. Go look in the mirror, he thought. Even though I can see her real face, I still can't help but tease her. The princess immediately flew into a rage and threw small stones at him. Fu Qian quickly said perfunctorily, all right, the national teacher is far inferior to you. The princess was still unwilling and grasped the Bodhi bracelet, wanting to take it off. Seeing this, Fu Qian threatened, think carefully, this is the capital. If you take off the bracelet, the observatory might bring soldiers to arrest you tomorrow morning. The supervisor is the supervisor, the observatory is the observatory. Only the vice supervisor knows. Other alchemists of the observatory might not know. If they discover the princess's brilliant aura, they might immediately report it to the palace. Although Fu Qian could stop it, it would also reveal that he was secretly hiding the Huai King's consort. Once a secret is known, it's difficult to keep. Scene changed to early the next morning. Before Fu Qian left, Munanjihe cooked noodles for him. Looking at the bowl of noodles, Fu Qian couldn't help but grumble. So slimy and so salty. The princess's noodles are terrible. So much chicken broth. Does she want to kill me with salt? Another day, I'll let her taste my cooking and learn something. After leaving, Fu Qian changed his appearance and clothes and cultivated at home for 2 hours. He rode his small mare, clip-clopping, to a high-end brothel. Waiting a long time in the familiar private room, finally, the door opened. Seeing Song Tingfeng and Zhao Guangxiao enter, he poured 2 cups of wine, pushing them towards them, and asked, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? Song Tingfeng drained his cup in one gulp and smacked his lips. Last night, a group of people in black robes did enter the inner city, through the south gate, and warned the soldiers guarding the gate not to reveal it. Those northerners from Chuzhou don't even know whose territory the capital is. I spent a tael of silver to get the information from the soldiers on duty last night. They hadn't entered the imperial city yet. After getting inside the inner city, they vanished. This morning, thanks to the silver gowns patrolling the imperial city, we learned that no one had seen those spies enter the imperial city. Fu Qian was sus. Didn't enter the imperial city? Is Heng Yuan locked up somewhere in the inner city? It's also possible they were smuggled into the imperial city via secret routes, maybe even the imperial palace. Just like how that trash Count Ping Yuan tricked the people and sneaked them in. The Daoist priest said that Grandmaster Heng Yuan wasn't in mortal danger for the short term, so we probably have enough time. No need to rush. If Heng Yuan was taken into the imperial palace, then rescuing him means a showdown with Emperor Yuanjing for sure. If that's the case, Li Fan thought, I gotta prep an escape route ASAP. With that thought, Li Fan said, tell the brothers patrolling the streets, if they notice anything sus in the inner city, like black-robed masked spies, I need to know ASAP. Zhao Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng both nodded. Song Tingfeng suddenly said, oh yeah, I heard the northern barbarian envoy is rolling into town in 3 days. Li Fan was like, Wait, hold up, the barbarian envoy is coming? Didn't those demon clans just team up and wreck Chu province? How long ago was that? And now they're brazen enough to come to the capital? He frowned. I haven't heard anything about this. Song Tingfeng snorted. His Majesty had a small court sesh yesterday, secretly discussing it. Jiang Jinlu brought us out for some fun at the brothels last night. Cause of the northern battlefront and all, based on the news delay, the fighting up north must have already kicked off. But even so, for the northern barbarians to send an envoy? That pretty much screams they're losing badly. Last fan mused. Those demon clans are absolute trash, aren't they? Asking for help already? Song Tingfeng chimed in. The Jing nation's cavalry is top tier in the 9 provinces. Before the Shanhaiguan battle, the barbarian cavalry could compete. But now, the Man race's powerhouses are mostly dead, and the Jing nation's cavalry is the undisputed champ of the 9 provinces. I reckon the northern war won't last too long. The northern barbarians won't even make it to next year, Zhao Guangxiao added. After Geli Ji died, the demon clans only have one Zhujian. Meanwhile, the Witch God sect has plenty of high-level powerhouses. Plus, the battlefield's the Witch Envoy's home turf. The Witch God sect's corpse puppet control is scary AF. Li Fan nodded to himself. Zhujian already fought in the Chu province battle and got seriously injured. Makes sense, I guess. Zhao Guangxiao sighed and continued. Compared to the Great Feng's declining national power, the 3 Witch God sect-controlled states are growing non-stop. If it weren't for Wei Gong, Zhao Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng were both veterans, keeping an eye on the officials. They could clearly see that the Great Feng's national power was weakening, with each year worse than the last. But their lamenting over the people's woes was quickly replaced by the giggling of the young ladies. Song Tingfeng and Zhao Guangxiao both picked out a pretty girl, took them into their rooms, and got to work. Li Fan sat alone at the table, silently drinking wine, expressionless, watching the opera in the hall. That night, in Shu Erlang's study, Li Fan held a teacup. After hearing Shu Erlang read, he frowned and said, "That's it?" Shu Erlang explained helplessly. The Hanlin Academy's been swamped lately. The court needs to draft military texts, so there's no time to memorize the immortal emperor's daily life records. Ling Fan was surprised. Draft military texts? Shu Erlang slowly said. Drafting military texts before a war is standard practice. I'll tell you something, bro. The northern barbarian envoy's coming to the capital in 3 days. The northern war is in full swing. If nothing unexpected happens, the court will send troops to help the barbarians. Actually, the court decided this as early as when the Chu province intel arrived. They just need to hype it up a bit. To put it bluntly, it's to stir up morale. The Imperial Academy wants to hold a literary gathering in the Imperial City tomorrow. The main goal is to spread pro-war propaganda. Nick Fan suddenly remembered, why Qing told me about this. Right, I have to attend the gathering with her. He hadn't experienced war in his past life, but he'd seen plenty of ancient and modern history. He understood what Shu Erlang was trying to say. Every time there's a war, there's a mobilization. It's a tried and true method from ancient times. You gotta tell the people why we're fighting, what the meaning of the battle is. Of course, in this era, the court doesn't need to mobilize the common folk. It's the scholar official class. Zhu Erlang asked, will me memorizing these daily life records be useful to you, bro? Li Farron nodded affirmatively. He then said, through these daily life records we can see that Qin Chuxian Emperor didn't ask Renzong for the secret to immortality much, but it wasn't rare either. This shows that he had some illusions about immortality, but due to some reason he wasn't all in on it. I can't see that the late emperor wanted to cultivate yet. Shu Erlang blurted out, the late emperor never cultivated. He then frowned again and said, because of some reason. Li Fan took a sip of tea and smiled. The late emperor was smart. He knew his own limits. He didn't explain further, and turned to say, the late emperor never cultivated, not even until his death, but he definitely had illusions about cultivation. I guess the late emperor influenced Yuanqing emperor. Keep reading the daily life records and memorize them ASAP. The next day, heavy rain poured down. Shu Lingyin was happily practicing her swordplay in the courtyard with a tree branch. Shu Erlang stood under the eaves, sighing. Looks like we can't go to the literary gathering. Lik Farron came out of the room, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, watching the rain, and said with a smile, I think so too, so Erlang, can I borrow your official badge for a bit? He needed to go to the Spirit Treasure Temple today for 2 things. 1. To test Luo Yuheng's true feelings towards him. 2. To ask about the previous generation's daoist leader, Renzong. Heavy rain poured down. Wei Yuan's carriage drove through the rain, raindrops constantly breaking on the roof of the carriage, making popping sounds. The blue-robed man opened the carriage window, silently watching the rain. The world was blurry. For a moment the rain seemed to freeze, like an illusion. At that moment, a sigh mixed with vicissitudes of life sounded in the carriage. Rain can wash away dust, but it can't wash away the human heart. Wei Yuan still watched the rain, saying calmly,
"Can't tell if the scenery of Qingyun Mountain is not as beautiful as my place?"
Dean Zhao appeared silently, his expression serious. After the Shanhaiguan battle, Great Feng should have developed non-stop, but because Zhao Sha wanted to open his mouth several times, but found that he couldn't remember. Because a catastrophe happened in the meantime. At the end of the year, the capital was massacred, and the statue in the extreme abyss cracked. The statue in the northeast was the same. As a result, you only bought Great Feng and the human race 20 years of time. These years, I have always thought, if Jianzhou didn't stand by and watch back then, the outcome would be different. Wei Yuan still had no expression. His tone was calm. Planning is up to people. Success is up to heaven. Nothing in this world will follow your wishes, Zhao Shao, nor will it follow mine. Jianzhou and you and I are not on the same path.
Zhao Shu nodded and said,
The ancient god is an ancient demon god, but it is also a duckweed that is not easy to deal with. But the witch god is different. It dominates the northeast, rules millions of living beings, and the luck of the human race, it accounts for at least 1/3. If it opens the seal, no one in Jiuzhou can stop it, unless the Confucian sage is resurrected. Wei Yuan sighed. I'll block it. I started the layout last year. Zhao Shu stared at him and asked, What if you fail? Wei Yuan smiled. Have you ever seen me lose?
The carriage ground to a halt outside the palace gates. Nangong Qianru let go of the reins and popped the door open.
Foster father, we've arrived. He looked closely at the carriage, and there was no one else except Wei Yuan, but when he drove the car, the instinct of the warrior captured a trace of strangeness, which flashed past in a moment. Nangong Qianrao held up a large umbrella and led Wei Yuan out of the car. Raindrops tapped on the oil paper umbrella. Wei Yuan took the umbrella and said calmly, Wait for me here. He held up the umbrella and entered the palace alone. The green shirt swayed in the wind and rain, like facing the world's wind and rain alone.
In order to conceal his identity, Li Fan didn't ride the small mare. After all, Shen Jun was like a small mare beauty and a horse, and it was easy for people to recognize him. In the heavy rain, he sat in the Shu Mansion carriage, and the wheels rolled towards the imperial city. The carriage was blocked at the gate of the imperial city. The soldiers guarding the city saw that the body of the car was written with the word Shu, and they did not dare to be careless and stepped forward to check. Looking at the capital, the Shu family could enter the imperial city only one. And in this Xu family, someone slashed the Duke of the State with a knife and offended the royal family. The Sun clan and the Shungi group would never let him enter the imperial city. 100 households of the Imperial Forest Army clasped their fists and said, Master Shu, I apologize for my rudeness. I need to check your official badge. Li Fan lifted the curtain and raised the official badge for him to check. 100 households of the Imperial Forest Army looked at it for a while and asked, Master Shu is here today? Shu Xinian is from the Hanlin Academy, and the Yamen of the Hanlin Academy is in the Imperial City. He is qualified to enter and exit the Imperial City, but because today is a rest day, the 100 households of the Imperial Forest Army asked this question. The city guards are very vigilant towards our family. I dare to say that if it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enter the palace, even if Huai Qing or Lin Yan brought me in. This is the sequelae of the Noongate killing Dong and the abduction of the 2 dukes, he said calmly in Shu Erlang's voice. This official is going to visit the Prime Minister. Visit the Prime Minister. 100 households of the Imperial Forest Army looked at him a few more times, and finally nodded. Let Master Shu in. The carriage passed through the archway of the city gate, drove into the Imperial City, and headed towards the residence of Wang Shoufu. On the city wall, the Imperial Forest Army watched the carriage go away, and the direction was wrong. After an hour, Li Fan said, Turn left. The driver changed direction according to his words, and the carriage quickly left its original route. Under Li Fan's command, the driver had never been to the Imperial City, relying on his excellent driving skills, successfully brought Ling Fan to the front of Lingbao Temple. Ling Fan held up an umbrella and got out of the car. After passing the little Taoist who was guarding the door, not surprisingly, he smoothly entered Lingbao Temple. Passing through each temple dedicated to the ancestor of the Renzong small courtyard, to the depths of Lingbao Temple. In that quiet small courtyard, in the quiet room, I met the national teacher of the national beauty. In her indifferent expression, her cold temperament revealed an elegance that was not stained with dust, like a fairy in the sky. Huai Qing is also a cold and arrogant beauty, but Huai Qing's temperament tends to be conceited. Luo Yuheng's arrogance and coldness, combined with her dress, and the bright red cinnabar between her eyebrows, highlights the sacredness and fairy spirit. Seeing the national preceptor's goddess-tier beauty again, Shu Qihan's vibe shifted. He caught himself thinking, she's so top-tier that I wouldn't even dare to act up if we were in bed together. His very next thought, Thank God the state preceptor doesn't have Buddhist mind reading, or I'd be dead meat right now. News. Luo Yuheng sat cross-legged by the table, where 2 cups of hot tea were already served and waiting. Li Fan tacitly sat down, picked up the tea, and took a sip, and his eyes instantly bloomed with stars. The delicious tea was slightly bitter when it entered the mouth. After holding it for 3 seconds, there was an immediate sweetness. After swallowing into the stomach, the aftertaste remained on the tongue, lingering and not dissipating. Luo Yuheng shook his head and sighed softly. What a pity. Li Fan subconsciously asked, what a pity. Lu Qiaoge said, this tea is grown by a friend of mine. It only produces about half a kilogram a year, and I only get like 150 grams. It's a shame she's been missing for a long time, her whereabouts unknown. Xu Qian thought, wait, hold up. Why do I feel like you're hinting at something? Well, this tea was grown by the princess. I'll find a wine utensil belonging to the princess, then lock her in a dark room, and no food until she grows more tea. Xu Qian, with a straight face, sighed. That is indeed a pity. Lu Qiaoge glanced at him gently, her voice soft but emotionless. What is it? Xu Qian said. I want to ask about the previous generation of Dao Xiao Renzong and the Qi'an Emperor. Lu Xiaoge asked, slightly surprised. About my father and the Qi'an Emperor? Xu Qian said directly. I once investigated the Qi'an Emperor's daily life records. Although the Qi'an Emperor never cultivated, he was very interested in the art of longevity. I want to know if he ever cultivated. Lu Qiaoge pondered for a moment and said, my father died because of a heavenly tribulation. Xu Qian thought to himself, huh? What does that have to do with my question? Lu Qiaoge said calmly, he didn't need to die. It's just that Jianzhou didn't allow Renzong to move into the imperial city, which led to my father being entangled in karmic fire. He died, and his Dao and Tumulio dissipated under the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, the Qi'an Emperor never cultivated. Xu Qian frowned. The Qi'an Emperor never cultivated, so how did your father, Yuan Jing, investigate? Lu Qiaoge's beautiful eyes stared at Xu Qian. After a few seconds of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind, asking in a deep voice, Guoxi, do you know that those blessed with qi luck cannot achieve immortality? Lu Qiaoge looked at him. Only at this moment did Xu Qian feel that the Guoxi was truly looking at him. She looked directly at him and corrected. The correct way to say it is that those burdened with qi luck cannot achieve immortality. Lu Qiaoge really knew about this. Then she wouldn't be surprised why Yuan Jingdi was so delusional about cultivation. Xu Qiatan expressed this doubt. Lu Qiaoge said indifferently. There are always people who harbor unrealistic fantasies. There are countless cultivators in the world. Most people have fantasized about becoming a first-rank master, or even surpassing the Yuan Jing realm. Perhaps they think they see hope, or perhaps there are hidden reasons. As far as I'm concerned, no matter what he's planning, what does it have to do with me? I cultivate my Dabio, and he cultivates his longevity. She knew that Yuan Jingdi probably had secrets, but she didn't pursue them deeply. She borrowed the Qiluk of the Dafeng dynasty to cultivate. Her relationship with Yuan Jingdi was a partnership. Digging into the secrets of a partner would only lead to a stalemate, or even betrayal. Xu Qian pondered the meaning of the Guoxi's words. After a moment of silence, Xu Qian stopped dwelling on the topic and said, the talisman sword was used in Jianzhou. How do I contact Guoxi in the future? Subtext. Give me another talisman sword ASAP. The talisman sword contained the power of one of Lu Qiaoge's strikes, and it was relatively difficult to make. It wasn't something you could just give away. Precisely because of this, Xu Qian asked her for it. It was a test. Lu Qiaoge frowned upon hearing this and said, talisman swords are extremely difficult to refine. It can't be done overnight. She paused and said in a cold tone, I happen to have another one. It's useless to keep it anyway. With a wave of her sleeve, a talisman sword flew out and quietly landed on the table. She actually gave it. Xu Qian looked at the talisman sword in his hand with mixed feelings. Scene changed to the Imperial Palace Pavilion. Yuan Jingdi stood watching the Imperial Garden in the heavy rain and laughed. Although the flowers in my palace compete to show off their indescribable beauty, it's a pity they are too fragile to withstand the ravages of wind and rain. Wei Yuan, sitting behind him with tea, took a sip and said calmly, flowers are meant to please their master. The softer they are, the more the master likes them. Your Majesty likes their weakness, but mocks their inability to withstand destruction. There's no logic to it. Yuan Jingdi, with his back to Wei Yuan, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He laughed and said, as far as I'm concerned, it's enough to protect the most beautiful flower. Wei Qing, what do you think? Wei Yuan twitched his lips with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yuan Jingdi continued to watch the rain, sighing. After the Chuzhou disaster and Wei Wang's death in battle, Geli Jihiyu fell, and Zhu Ju was also seriously injured. The northern border is weakened. This time,
The witch god sect is coming on strong. If the northern barbarian territory falls, the entire Dafeng border from north to east will be surrounded by the witch god sect.
Wei Qing, you are a master of military strategy. What's your opinion?
Wei Yuan replied without hesitation. The imperial court naturally needs to send troops to help the northeast, but we must not give up any benefits that should be demanded. The northern barbarians have been harassing the border for years. Now it's Dafeng's turn to cut flesh and suck blood from them. Yuan Jingdi revealed a smile. The Hanlin Academy wants to compile military books. I've seen them. They compile, but there's nothing new. After the barbarian envoys enter the capital, I'm afraid they'll laugh at my Dafeng. Wei Qing is a rare military genius. Why not go to the Hanlin Academy to give them some guidance?
Military books are meant to showcase a part of national power to the barbarian envoys. The more military books there are, the more masters of military strategy Dafeng has. Their importance is second only to artillery drills. The military strategy Dafeng uses today is still from the books left by the scholars of Yunlu Academy in the past, and the contemporary military strategy master Zhang Shen's 6 strategies.
On the other hand, Wei Yuan, this recognized peerless military talent, has never left behind a single word. Wei Yuan shook his head. Yuan Jingdi said, without anger. The Imperial Academy originally wanted to hold a literary gathering at Luohu today, but a heavy rain hindered it. They planned to have the Imperial Academy hold a literary gathering after the envoys enter the capital. At that time, Wei Qing can come and sit for a while.
Wei Yuan finally nodded.
In the next 2 days, the Northern War and the barbarian envoys' arrival at the court began to spread in the capital, first among the scholar official class, then among merchants and commoners. For a time, officialdom, the scholarly community, academies, tea-houses, brothels, and entertainment venues sparked a lively wave of discussion. The lively discussion was like a tide.
The common people harbored hatred for the barbarian envoys
and opposed Dafeng sending troops to aid the barbarians.
The love and hate of ordinary people are very direct. They don't care about the overall situation.
They only know that the northern barbarians are Dafeng's mortal enemies.
In the 600 years since the founding of the country, countless wars, big and small, have occurred.
Not to mention the distant past. Just a few months ago, the massacre of the entire city of Chuzhou, and the northern barbarians constantly harassing the border, burning, killing, and looting. The noble class has a higher perspective, and is more rational and objective. Pro-war and observation ideologies clash fiercely, unlike the common people, who are almost unilaterally opposed. In fact, not only the capital, when the imperial court decided to send troops, it had issued announcements to the various provinces. Before long, local officials would promote pro-war ideology and spread it widely.
In such an environment of lively national discussion, a team of envoys from the north traveled by official boat, along the canal, to the capital's wharf. This barbarian envoy team was composed of elites from the 12 barbarian tribes and masters from the 6 demon tribes. The 2 leaders were young people. One of them was a handsome silver-haired youth, who was considered foreign among the barbarians. He always had a smile on his face, his eyes always squinting. Pei Man Shilu, the eldest son of the leader of the Bai Shu tribe among the 12 barbarian tribes. The Bai Shu tribe is known for its wisdom, and is considered foreign among the barbarians, and this Pei Man Shilu is foreign among the foreign. He has studied Central Plains culture extensively. When the barbarians plundered the Chuzhou border, they only stole women and food. Only he didn't need food or beauties, only books. The 4 books and 5 classics, biographies of literary figures, and even some trivial and uninformative things. He didn't refuse anyone, treating books like his life.
The other one was the Hubiyu demon tribe's princess, Huang Xianyer. The demon tribe women of the Hubiyu are the most enchanting. The 2 stood on the deck, looking at Guan Ping of the Dafeng waiting at the wharf. Huang Xianyer smiled charmingly. Bookworm. If we return empty-handed this time, and can't get reinforcements, we'll be miserable. Pei Man Shilu enjoyed the river breeze, his tone calm. Whether or not we can get reinforcements depends on how much we're willing to pay. He observed the capital, squinting and smiling. The capital has Yunlu Academy, founded by the great disciples of the Confucian saint. 200 years ago, when Confucianism was at its peak, all nations were subdued, not to mention our demon tribes. Even the western region's Buddhist kingdom had to submit to the Confucianist about-face, bringing their heritage from the Central Plains back to the western regions. The capital has the Imperial Academy. Although they don't cultivate the Confucian system, because of this, the scholars have more time and energy to develop their knowledge: astronomy, geography, agriculture, industry, commerce, and so on. If I could bring the Imperial Academy's library back to the north, I wouldn't need to come south in this life. The capital has Wei Yuan, who is regarded as a master of military strategy. one of the few in Dafeng's 600 years since its founding. In the 6th year of Yuan Jing, General Dugu, who guarded the north, passed away, and tens of thousands of my demon tribe cavalrymen came south to plunder. He only needed 3 months to decimate tens of thousands of cavalrymen. 20 years ago in the Shanhaiguan campaign, if it weren't for him, the entire history of the 9 provinces would have been rewritten. The capital has Jianzhou, who has observed the Central Plains for 500 years. His mind, like the secrets of heaven, unpredictable. The capital has the #1 poetry master, Shi Kuang, of the past 200 years.
Even in Dafeng 200 years ago, it would be difficult to find a second person.
I've longed for the capital for a long time. Pei Manjilu exhaled and laughed. The capital has countless talents. My head is full of knowledge. Finally, a worthy opponent for a bookworm like me. Huang Shenxie pouted. Her eyes narrowed like silk threads, and smiled. Arguing with Confucian scholars is your business. We Hu Bu women are only responsible for defeating Dafeng men in bed.
There were 50 Hu Bu beauties in the envoy team, all with outstanding looks and graceful figures. Among them 3 women whose inner charm made them natural cauldrons. Originally she heard that Yuan Jingdi cultivated Taoism and craved longevity, and although he had not been close to women for many years, he would probably not refuse cauldrons delivered to his door. At this moment, Huang Xiankor slightly rolled her beautiful eyes and said in surprise,
"Oh, what a handsome human kid." A young man wearing a green official robe stood on the wharf. He had fair skin, sparkling eyes, rosy lips, and white teeth. He was an extremely rare, beautiful man. Pei Manjilu squinted, emotionless, green robe and stream color, a small 7th-rank official. As the official boat docked, the demon envoys disembarked. The handsome young man stepped forward to greet them, raising his voice and saying, "I, Fu Xiang, am ordered to welcome you esteemed envoys." Pei Manjilu gave a formal bow, squinting and smiling. "Which yamen does Lord Shu serve in?" Fu Xiang replied politely. "The Hanlin Academy." "The Dafeng court sent a small 7th-rank official to receive us." A cold laugh came from behind Pei Manjilu. A young man with an effeminate temperament and vertical pupils said dissatisfiedly.
Fu Xiang retorted, "Who are you?"
The young man with the effeminate temperament and vertical pupils raised his chin, about to speak, when he heard Fu Xiang say, "Oh right, you're not human." The young man with vertical pupils, angered by his indifferent and sarcastic tone, snorted coldly, "I carry the bloodline of ancient gods and demons. How can you mortals compare?" Fu Xiang asked in surprise. "Then why haven't you ascended to heaven? What are you doing staying in the mortal world?"
Seeing that he was about to rush up, Pei Manjilu glanced at him and reminded, "Xuanyin, be respectful." After Xuanyin became as obedient as a clam, Pei Manjilu patted his shoulder and smiled. Xuanyin is a descendant of the great demon Zhu Jiu. He's used to not respecting anyone. Lord Shu scolds him well. He really lacks discipline.
Fu Xiang thought to himself, I wasn't even roasting him. If I actually went off, you guys would be stuck outside the city until tomorrow morning. Pei Manjilu gestured towards Fu Xiang in praise.
Lord Shu might not have a high rank, but he's the elite of the elite. Only the top-tier scholars make it into the Hanlin Academy.
How can a subhuman trash like you even hope to compare?
He then cupped his hands and introduced himself.
I am Pei Manjilu. Huang Xian stood to the side, smiling slyly, and glanced at Fu Xiang. The first character of Bai Shu, Bu Pei Man's clan name, is the same as the Pei surname of the Central Plains people. The great majority of Central Plains people will mistake Pei Man for Pei. She waited expectantly to see this young Dafeng official confuse the surnames, thereby making a mistake. She took the opportunity to put on a gentle face, using her seductive charm to tease the heart of this young official.
Fu Xiang nodded. Envoy Pei Man, this official will escort you to the post station for rest. Huang Xianxie was momentarily disappointed. This young Dafeng official possessed some real knowledge, making her subsequent seduction attempts difficult to execute.
Pei Manjilu never considered relying on such petty cleverness to embarrass the Hanlin Academy's esteemed members. He mounted his horse, leading the envoy, escorted by 200 Dafeng soldiers, away from the pier, through small streets, finally reaching the city's main avenue. The scene before them caused the Yaoman delegation to gape in astonishment.
Huang Xianxie's soft, adorable eyes instantly turned dreamy.
Finally, she understood why their ancestors yearned to descend south to the Central Plains, craving to seize this land.
The road was unbelievably wide, capable of accommodating 50 cavalrymen galloping side by side. Buildings lined both sides, stretching to the horizon. Shop signs fluttered in the wind. Such a splendid sight was a first for them. But then Fu Xiang realized something was off. The main avenue was crowded with human commoners holding baskets filled with rotten vegetables, rotten eggs, and even stones, their faces filled with rage. Hatred burned in their eyes. "Death to the Yao scum!" Someone roared in anger, throwing a rotten egg at the Yao man delegation, igniting a powder keg. "Death to the Yao! Get out of the capital!" Rotten vegetables, rotten eggs, rocks, stale rice balls, everything was hurled at the Yao man delegation. Filth filled the sky. Pei Manxilu circulated his qi to block the incoming filth, smiling faintly. "Lord Shu, the Dafeng people are exceptionally enthusiastic, aren't they?" Shu Xinnian said calmly. "Indeed, afraid you wouldn't have enough to eat." Pei Manxilu choked, momentarily speechless. Yao man plundering the border was commonplace. Wasn't it all for food?
Fu Xiang frowned and asked, "These people seem to be giving special attention to Lord Shu."
She then noticed that the commoners deliberately avoided the young official when throwing vegetables and rotten eggs, but the Dafeng soldiers following him did not receive the same treatment.
Pei Manxilu guessed inwardly. The people weren't just giving him attention, they were being extra careful when throwing, meticulously avoiding him. Based on his status as a mere subordinate, there was no way he could receive such treatment from the human populace.
"He probably has another identity."
Shu Xinnian chuckled. "They're not giving me face. They're giving face to the plaque hanging on the horse."
"Plaque?" Fu Xiang was stunned. She and Pei Manxilu then noticed a wooden plaque hanging on the horse's neck, something they hadn't paid attention to earlier.
Shu Xinnian leaned down, removed the plaque, and displayed it for them to see. The plaque read, "Shu Yinluo's brother." Fu Xiang asked in surprise, "What does this mean?"
Pei Manxilu narrowed his eyes, then widened them slightly, finally realizing. No wonder. So Lord Zhu is the younger brother of Dafeng's Yinluo Shu Qi'an.
The White Hand Division had a secret room dedicated to storing confidential files. Behind this secret room was the White Hand Division's immense intelligence network, headed by Pei Manxilu, considered a bookworm by the Man tribes. He had personally written about the Dafeng's legendary Yinluo's rise to prominence since the Jingsha year-end massacre. In less than a year, from an unremarkable constable in Shenglei County, he had soared to become Dafeng's most dazzling new star. His talent was terrifying. But what made people truly wary was not his battle prowess, but his reputation, which could be described as one man's call, 100 responding. After the massacre of Chuzhou, his reputation reached its peak, a peak that left people sighing. How great was this reputation? Pei Manxilu estimated at the time that among the capital's million residents, none did not admire and love him. And now, after witnessing the power of a wooden plaque, he decided that upon returning to the Man tribes, he would add another stroke to his family's fortunes. Fu Xiang also seemed to remember that legendary Yin Luo, her expression one of astonishment. "In our god race, only leaders have such prestige." Fu Xiang looked forward to this trip to the capital even more. The Man tribes, possessing the bloodline of gods and demons, always referred to themselves as the god race. Amidst the enthusiastic welcome of the capital's residents lining the streets, Shu Xinnian led the Yaoman delegation into the post station. After settling the delegation, Shu Xinnian was forced by the Yuanjing emperor into hard labor, forcibly detained by Pei Manxilu, and only after half an hour did he hastily take his leave. He didn't even bother reporting to his yamen, shirking his duties for half a day of leisure at home. After seeing Shu Xinnian off, Pei Manxilu returned to the courtyard and said, "His older brother is already a rare talent. Unexpectedly, his younger brother is sharp-tongued and not lacking in talent either." In that half hour, he found that the other party could catch every allusion he made. Whether discussing history or classics, Shu Xinnian constantly offered ingenious remarks. When chatting about the old grudges between Dafeng and the northern god race, he could even spit out venom, his words barbed, provoking, and mocking. Fu Xiang, sitting on a stone bench listening to this, snorted softly. Just a stuffy, unromantic scholar, she constantly hinted and seduced. But who knew that the stuffy scholar would act as if he didn't notice? Truly casting pearls before swine. Fu Xiang then asked, "Tomorrow, we'll enter the palace to meet the human emperor. Do you have any plans? If you're not confident in securing reinforcements in the short term, remember to let me know sooner rather than later." Pei Manxilu asked in return, "How do you want to respond?" Fu Xiang yawned, assuming a languid, seductive pose. "Then I simply won't return to the north. Wouldn't it be better to choose a high-ranking official in the capital and become his concubine, than to return to the north and be punished? Also, I wouldn't have to fear retaliation from my clan, right? The capital has the audacity to appoint censors. None of our god race dare go there." Pei Manxilu said with a smile. "To have Dafeng send troops to aid our god race, conceding benefits is unavoidable. The meaning of our visit is simply 4 words. Haggling for benefits. The god race needs to rely on Dafeng, already losing the initiative. If we want to be treated as equals, we must first diminish their spirit and arrogance. If they respect you by 3 points, they might concede 3 points at the negotiating table. Of course, we also need your Ministry of the Treasury to put in effort outside the negotiating table. In wine, wealth, and of the 3 vices, lust ranks first. After staying silent for a while, Xuan Yin finally got a chance to speak, scoffing. Humans are just lowly ants. In ancient times, they were livestock, blood, and meat for our god-demon ancestors. Even now that the age of gods and demons is over, common humans are still just food. He knew this mission to Dafeng was to beg for aid, but he still looked down on the insignificant human race.
Peri Mangxilu glanced at him, narrowing his eyes with a smile.
You can whisper those words, but if you dare say them out loud, I'll skin you alive. Xuan Yin pouted. I know, wouldn't I wait until the translator is gone before speaking?
Pei Mangxilu carefully took out a small box from the tribute this time. He carefully and solemnly opened the box, inside which were arranged books. These books all had a common name, the Northern Study Compendium. Northern Study is my study rooms. I like to read as a child, not seeking deep understanding, just learning by rote. Later, I followed the Nangxia tribesmen in looting human scholars. Case. I had them teach me for the first 3 years, debated Dalo with them for the next 3, and after 3 more years of capturing scholars at the northern border, no one could match my knowledge. That year I was 18. And I didn't hesitate to dye my hair black to study in the South. That year I was 20, and I suddenly had the idea to write a book. I studied in the Central Plains for 10 years, compiling my knowledge into a book, revising and rewriting it. At that time I hadn't thought of what to name the book,
until I returned to the tribe, back to the Northern Study, and suddenly knew what it should be called. And in the next 6 years, I poured my heart and soul into it. The Northern Study Compendium was finally born, covering a wide range of subjects, a total of 308 volumes. Including scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, astronomy, and geography. Isn't Dafeng saying that we, demon folk, have no culture? In fact, we do, because they haven't seen the Northern Study Compendium. If the historians of Dafeng saw this book, they would definitely be overjoyed.
Of course, what I'm most proud of in my life is still military strategy.
I've read almost all of Dafeng's military treatises. Not to mention the works of predecessors, the contemporary military treatises are really something. It's Military Methods of 6 Beginnings, written by Zhang Shen, a great Confucian scholar of the Yunlu Academy. Not wrong, but it focuses too much on the role of cultivators in war. It neglects the importance of ordinary soldiers in war. If you remove cultivators, leaving only ordinary soldiers, then his Military Methods of 6 Beginnings is just worthless fart. Huang Xianjie was sleepy, but hearing about military strategy, she finally became a little interested and asked, the role that mortals can play in battle is inherently small. What's wrong with emphasizing the role of cultivators?
Pei Mangxilu shook his head. Do you know why Wei Yuan was able to win the Battle of Shanhaiguan? How did he get his reputation as a military genius?
Only Wei Yuan can use ordinary soldiers to create the brushstrokes of gods. He is a true commander. If you remove the cultivators and give Wei 500,000 Yuan ordinary troops, he can sweep across the 9 provinces. I once studied that battle. The military forces invested by all sides exceeded 1 million. And the number of ordinary soldiers accumulated to a relatively terrifying degree. When this force is perfectly grasped and operated, it will be invincible.
Very impressive, but I don't understand,
Huang Xianjie said calmly. How do you want me to seduce Wei Yuan? If we can win him over, this mission will be a complete success. Pei Mangxilu asked back. You don't want to live anymore?
The next day, the demon folk delegation entered the palace to meet the emperor, passing through the Meridian Gate, across the Golden Water Bridge, and to the Golden Lufian Hall to pay homage to the emperor. Along the way, Huang Xianjie had no self-awareness of meeting the king of a country, full of charm, seducing guards, ministers, all the men on the way to the Golden Lufian Hall. On both sides were high-ranking officials. The Yuanjing emperor sat high on the dragon throne. Huang Xianjie at this time slightly restrained her charm, still with a crisp and sweet voice as before to greet the emperor. Then the Yaoman 2 clans offered tribute to the Yuanjing emperor. In addition to the tribute, there were also 3 charming Fox clan women, top-quality incense burners. It's normal for foreign races to offer beauties as tribute. After the old eunuch finished his announcement, the Yuanjing emperor said with satisfaction, I heard that the war in the north is raging, and I am very worried. But it is approaching the autumn harvest. The people are busy with the autumn harvest and cannot mobilize troops north. I have ordered the Hanlin Academy to revise the military treatises, hoping to help you resist foreign enemies. Pei Mangxilu's face darkened, thinking to himself, first express the court's difficulties. The autumn harvest is coming, and should not easily start a war. and then present military treatises to show Dafeng's strong military prowess. At the same time, he outwardly made a respectful appearance, receiving the military treatises from the old eunuch. "Thank you, your majesty. May Dafeng and my god race form an eternal alliance of friendship."
At the end of the court meeting, Pei Mangxilu never mentioned anything about asking for help until he left.
Truly calm and collected. The court officials were surprised, some sneered, and some watched the show.
In their eyes, the demon folk were even more crude than martial artists. Urgently and impatiently requesting the court to send troops to assist was the correct way to open. Unexpectedly, this Pei Mangxilu was so calm and collected, but even so, he would still have to open his mouth eventually, and showing off his intelligence in court didn't mean much.
As soon as he left the palace, Xuan couldn't hold back and hurriedly asked, "Big brother Peiman, didn't you say Danfeng's military strategy is trash? Didn't you want to defeat them in their proudest field, to win their respect? Why didn't you say anything just now?"
Huang Xianhe giggled and said, "What's the fun in showing off to those people? Even if you brag to the heavens, they'll just ignore it. They'll still eat you up."
She turned to look at Pei Mangxilu, asking, "Who are you planning to start with?" Pei Mangxilu said calmly, "The Imperial Academy."
Noon hits, and boom! News from the Imperial Academy. Manzhu delegation leader Pei Mangxilu rolls up to challenge the Grand Tutor in academics. And he won! "The dude's got knowledge for days. I ain't even mad," says the Grand Tutor. He's not just dipping either. He's straight up teaching at the academy and leaving his Northern Tribes Codex for keeps. This savage wrote a book? Students are triggered AF, but as the hype for the Codex builds, the rage simmers down into awe at this barbarian's brainpower. The Northern Tribes Codex is huge, covering everything. It's mind-blowing. Ain't no way someone could whip this up overnight. Usually, only the court can make books this big. How did this young Manzhu dude do it solo? This book alone slaps him into the big leagues of contemporary scholars. It's especially wild, because it details the history of the Yao and Man tribes, their whole evolution, especially the last 800 years. It's more detailed than our own history books. Slaps the Imperial Academy and all Daifeng scholars right in the face. Pei Mangxilu suddenly becomes a legend. Can you believe this? The savage Manzhu actually got book smarts. Pei Mangxilu is from the White Hand tribe, famous for brains, but even then, people like him are rare. If I could write a book like that, I'd be legendary. This savage is too OP. I'm ashamed. I was still hitting the books at his age, and now I'm too old to write anything. Who in the younger generation can even compete with him? Only Princess Huaqing.
Princess Huaqing studied at the Imperial Academy and Yunlu Academy, but this guy's a self-taught savage. No contest who's better.
The Yaoman delegations got everyone's attention, not just officials and scholars. Even the commoners are following this saga. They were arguing about whether to help the Yaoman, but now rumors are spreading through the pubs and brothels that a northern savage is a legit genius.
Straight up cap. How could a savage know anything, let alone impress the Grand Tutor? Who's spreading this BS? Nobody believes it. The Imperial Academy is the symbol of knowledge, pumping out literary stars. Scholars are highly respected. But that's why, when the news turns out to be true, all hell breaks loose in the streets. People ain't talking about war no more. They're roasting the academy for disgracing the nation. Cut to the courier station. Xuan comes back with a small box and grins at Pei Mangxilu. "The Imperial Academy's a bunch of useless nerds. I just said I was borrowing books for you, bro, and they didn't dare stop me. They're just acting tough on the outside. They're scared of your knowledge." Pei Mangxilu opens the box and grabs a 4 books commentary, saying, "Just swapping books. Just swapping books." Xuan laughs. The Grand Tutor's supposed to be the smartest guy around, but even he's not as good as you. Looks like these human scholars ain't all that. The Grand Tutor's smart, but human literature is thriving. He doesn't represent everyone. Inside the palace, there's a special lady whose knowledge is truly impressive. 3 days after the debate at the Imperial Academy, the Yao Man realized their leader, Pei Mangxilu, has become a superstar, the center of attention, and a total shock to the humans. Huang Xianji walks in and casually asks, "Now that you're famous, time to negotiate?" Pei Mangxilu doesn't even look up from his book. Not enough. "I heard there's a literary gathering at the Imperial City in a few days, about the war in the north. Good way to get famous. Xianji, spread the word that I want to debate military strategy with Grand Scholar Zhang Shen from Yunlu Academy. Hope he shows up." Huang Xianji lazily says, "Yunlu Academy's Grand Scholar probably doesn't care about you." Pei Mangxilu smirks. "If he doesn't come after I challenge him, he's just handing me a free win. Even better, right?" He remembers something and says to Xuan, "Right, we can't go to Qingyun Mountain, we'll get suppressed. Find that Xu Xinian guy." Hey. I asked around. "He's a student at Yunlu Academy." Xuan excitedly nods. One wave dies down, another rises. While scholars are still studying the Northern Tribes Codex, they're suddenly hit with the news that Pei Mangxilu is challenging Grand Scholar Zhang Shen to a military debate.
What's this savage up to? He dissed the Imperial Academy? Now he's dissing Yunlu Academy? This is gonna be wild. The Imperial Academy scholars are both pissed and hyped. Yunlu Academy ain't a pushover. This savage is biting off more than he can chew, challenging Zhang Shen, Yunlu Academy's Grand Scholar, in military strategy. They just hope Yunlu Academy drops the arrogance. If they ignore the savage's challenge, they'll just become his stepping stone to fame.
The next day, in the Imperial study, Emperor Yuan sits behind his desk, coldly eyeing the officials below and asking, "What do you all think of recent events?" 3 officials step forward. He's just trying to get famous, increase his negotiation leverage. He thinks we'll cave if he does? Delusional. Even if he beats Zhang Shen, we won't budge an inch. Emperor Yuan frowns. The more they talk like this, the more it shows they're worried about Pei Mangxilu. They're treating him like a big shot, a grand scholar. If their mindset shifts, the wind will change, and it'll affect negotiations. Chief Secretary Wang steps forward and says, "We need to curb his momentum, crush his prestige."
Emperor Yuan scoffs. All he can do now is hope for Zhang Shen. Wei Yuan shakes his head and chuckles.
Cut to Princess Huiqing's residence.
She's wearing an elegant court dress, holding a Northern Tribes Codex borrowed from the Imperial Academy, reading intently. Fu Qi'an and Lin An sit at the same table. One frowns, the other slightly furrows her brow. Biao takes advantage of Huiqing not paying attention to peel a grape and shove it into Fu Qi'an's mouth.
Is this trash book really that amazing? Fu Qi'an chews and nods. If Pei Mangxilu was born in Daifeng, he'd be a legendary scholar, remembered in history.
Huiqing takes a deep breath and says, "If he can write the Semic, Northern Tribes Codex, his military strategy must be good too." Challenging Zhang Shen means he's pretty confident. Zhang Shen's 6 military strategies is widely known.
Pei Mangxilu knows Zhang Shen, but Zhang Shen doesn't know him. Fu Qi'an frowns, considering the situation. He doesn't want the Manzhu to benefit. Daifeng has to go to war, but it can't benefit the Northern Yaoman. For the last 20 years, the Yaoman have been raiding the borders, burning, killing, and looting, even eating people. Daifeng's weak point, Chuzhou, is one of the poorest provinces, suffering from war every year, all thanks to the Manzhu.
Huiqing purses her lips, her tone unusually serious.
Zhang Shen used to be on the battlefield. He resigned because his career wasn't going well. He knows a lot about military strategy, but that was decades ago. He's been living in the academy for years. He's probably forgotten about it. Fu Qi'an's face darkens. If we're talking military strategy, the only one I know from my past life is the art of war. And not just know it, I used to have it memorized. After leveling up my spirit refinement realm, my primordial spirit has transformed, transcending ordinary humans. I can remember the contents of the art of war again. Plus, this 9 provinces has supernatural powers. This world's military strategy is more about brute force. For example, a 4th grade expert can wipe out ordinary cavalry and soldiers, so they don't need to pay too much attention to tactics. But the art of war was created in a mortal world, so it focuses on small details and micromanagement. Huiqing stares at Fu Qi'an and says, "Come with me to the literary gathering in a few days." Fu Qi'an points at his face and says awkwardly, "If Zhang Shen shows up, Erlang will definitely be there. I can't conveniently disguise myself as him." Huiqing's clever and suggests, "Then disguise yourself as someone else, my bodyguard." Fu Qi'an reluctantly nods. The literary gathering is held at Imperial City's Luke Lake. Tents are set up on the shore, creating a space for hundreds of people. The late summer sun is still strong, but the lake has a cool breeze. The literary gathering was originally organized by the Imperial Academy, and most attendees are Academy students. But Pei Mangxilu stirred things up, creating a huge buzz. The attendees are now different. Academy students can still attend, but only on the outer rim, not inside the tents. The literary gathering is held at noon. This way, officials can use their lunch break to attend publicly. As noon approaches, Imperial Academy students in scholar robes are stopped on the outer rim by armored Imperial guards. "This is our Imperial Academy's gathering. Why can't we go in? How can the guests be treated worse than the hosts? Not only are there guards, but Tianjian Taoists are here, preventing suspicious people from sneaking in. Could it be that the Emperor will be there?" As they talk, carriages arrive, stopping at the plaza outside Lu Lake. Stepping out are prestigious nobles and generals. They normally have nothing to do with literary gatherings, but they're here for the 4 words military strategy debate. Not only are they coming, but they're bringing their wives and children. "Look, the officials are here. The 6 ministers, the vice ministers, the grand academicians. I guessed big shots would come, but not this many. What's so special about this literary gathering? You don't understand. A single literary gathering isn't that important. But it's ultimately about negotiations.
There's no such thing as a small matter between two countries. The officials are here to create momentum and pressure. A mere savage dares to debate in the capital? He doesn't know his place. Let's see how Grand Scholar Zhang Shen teaches him a lesson. After the generals come the officials of the third rank and above, like the Minister of Justice, the Minister of War, and the Grand Academicians. Some of the big shots are bringing their wives, like Wang Simu, who's famous for her writing. She's wearing a light pink dress, with delicate, dignified makeup. The Imperial Academy students. Eyes light up. The Hanlin Academy's elites are here too. Interesting. These scholars claim their knowledge is unmatched. They're definitely going to gang up on Pei Mengxilu. A group of young officials in cyan robes arrogantly enter the venue. The Hanlin Academy is where the geniuses gather. These elites may not have power and are young, but they're definitely one of the most knowledgeable groups in Daifeng. They're at their prime. Their memory, comprehension, and deep thinking are at their peak. With them on our side, the Imperial Academy students are much more confident. After sitting down, the Hanlin Academy elites whisper to each other, I read the Maya, Northern Tribes Codex. It's decent, but broad and unreliable. It's not detailed enough for us, but it's very profound for other scholars. He's definitely good, but we're better than him in every field. But we can't match his breadth of knowledge. Right, who's best at military strategy in the Hanlin Academy? Suddenly, everyone looks at the handsome young man Fu Xiang, who sits at the back. He can clearly feel not just his Hanlin Academy colleagues, but also the nobles and officials looking at him. That's a given. Since my focus is military strategy, he was about to nod when he heard a snicker from the nobles. Pei Mengxilu is challenging Grand Scholar Zhang Shen. The teacher shouldn't be worse than the student, right? Zhu Xinian is a bit annoyed. He raises his voice and says, The sage wrote that learning isn't about age, but about who comes first. Who said a student can't be better than the teacher? Nobles? The generals laugh in his face. You may have some knowledge, but, besides your mouth, which can trash talk, you're not that special in the Hanlin Academy. To say that a student can beat the teacher is ridiculous. They're laughing when they suddenly realize what he just said and choke. Trash talk. Zhu Xinian takes a sip of tea and reluctantly stands up. Then he glares at the generals, who are suddenly scared and sweating. Meanwhile, Li Fan, disguised as a guard, followed the carriages of Huai Qing and Lin Han. As soon as they stepped out, Liningen scanned the crowd, her watery eyes filled with confusion, wondering which disguise that dog servant was sporting. The two princesses then led their close guards into the pavilion, spotting a bunch of military officials marching angrily towards the Hanlin Academy folks. Then just stood there, watching both sides roast each other alive. One side was spitting facts and logic. Huai Qing didn't give a damn, dropping classic burns with sharp words, while the other side was so mad they were turning red, some of the generals already rolling up their sleeves. After a while, Huai Qing finally snapped. Enough! Her rage was radiating power, seriously intimidating everyone. Not only did Zhu Xinian shut his yap, but even the roaring generals backed down. The officials and nobles scrambled to their feet, bowing to greet the two princesses. Huai Qing scoffed, leading Biao Biao and two guards to their seats. Zhu Xinian then glanced at Wang Xiumo on the left, who was already looking at him. Wang Xiumo had sought him out yesterday, hoping he could show off his talent at the literary gathering, building a good rep to boost their chances. The young miss didn't expect Shu Erlang to dominate the whole event. With Zhang Shen attending, that old master was enough. Shu Erlang grinned at her. Just like yesterday, easy and breezy. At that moment, the respectful shouts of students and guards echoed outside. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Third Prince, and Fourth Prince! Everyone in the pavilion craned their necks, spotting the Crown Prince supporting an old man with snow-white hair, leaning on a cane, walking towards the pavilion through the cordon of Imperial Guards. Grand Tutor! Huai Qing exclaimed in surprise and delight, while Biao Biao instinctively shrunk back. That stinky old man had been smacking her palms since she was a kid, for years. The Grand Tutor wasn't targeting Linen. He was after the academically challenged. The Crown Prince helped the Grand Tutor into the pavilion, and the officials scrambled to their feet, bowing respectfully. In terms of seniority, everyone present was a junior to the Grand Tutor. Zhu Xinian and his colleagues greeted him in unison, assessing the old man being supported by the Crown Prince. His hair, though white, was still thick, truly enviable. His face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, and his skin felt seriously loose. His pupils were a bit cloudy, but this old man had a unique vibe. He remembered Dean Zhao Shao once saying, "The Grand Tutor is the only contemporary scholar who has cultivated the aura of righteousness." The three Grand Counselors of this dynasty were all first-rank officials but had no real power. The Grand Tutor originally had hopes of heading the cabinet, but in those years, the Emperor was cultivating and neglecting court affairs. The Grand Tutor wanted to beat the Emperor with a bamboo cane, but was stopped, later missing out on the path to officialdom, so he focused on his studies in the palace. Unexpectedly, even the Grand Tutor had come. The Grand Tutor snorted, looking at the Grand Master of the Imperial College. and said calmly, "This old man has been in seclusion for many years, and only now discovered that the Imperial College is a case of later generations being inferior to earlier ones." The Grand Master's face turned red, and the officials who came from the Imperial College were also a bit embarrassed. The face of the court was their face. A young barbarian shining brilliantly in the capital, if it were martial arts, whatever. Barbarians were just crude martial artists anyway, but he was famous for his scholarship. Know that the greatest pride of the human race was culture. Everything else was inferior. Only reading was superior. Confucianism was the system of the Central Plains, a cultural gem, the pride of countless people. Seeing the atmosphere a bit stiff, Fu Xiang stood up, squeezing the crown prince from beside the Grand Tutor, squeezing into his seat, her voice cold. "Grand Tutor, Peiman Jilu's talent is amazing. Just in terms of the 4 books and 5 classics, the Grand Maester is no weaker than him. You are widely learned, and can be profound. It is rare. But rest assured, with Zhang Shen's appearance, everything should be fine." The Grand Tutor patted the back of Fu Xiang's hand, with a bit of a smile. "Your Highness, if you were a man, would there be a chance for that barbarian to show off in the capital?" This old man came to join the fun, because he doesn't believe that the scholars of Great Feng lack talent. Countless new talents appear. Surely no one can suppress him, a barbarian who has learned a bit from the sages. At this moment, a soft laugh came from outside the pavilion, carrying a bit of leisure, rebutting. The sage wrote, "Education for all, regardless of background." Grand Tutors. You constantly say, "Barbarian. Do you remember the sage's teachings? I am Baishan tribe, eldest son of the Peiman clan, Peiman Shilu. Greetings everyone." Peiman Shilu used his scholarship to sculpt the image of an outstanding scholar, and his goal was achieved. At this literary gathering, he planned to continue pushing his reputation to its peak, paving the way for negotiations. Then, at the same time in the Shu residence, Chu Yuanzhen sat in the courtyard, next to the stone table, holding a wine cup in his hand. Li Na, Li Miaozhen and Shu Lingyin sat beside him. Chu Yuanzhen said jealously, "Why can he enter the imperial city? What is he doing? Isn't he afraid the Yuanjing emperor will chop off his dog head?" He really craved the literary gathering, being a swordsman and a scholar, and even a former #1 scholar. This kind of top-level showdown was fatally tempting to Chu Yuanzhen. But he couldn't enter the imperial city, much less participate in the literary gathering in front of everyone. All of this was because of Fu Qian. If it weren't for helping him, how could he be so miserable? So he came to find him to drink and complain, but unexpectedly, this instigator went in himself. In Chu Yuanzhen's heart, jealousy was as sour as vinegar. Shu Lingyin then said in a clear voice, "I want to go too." Li Nachu, hearing this, seized the opportunity to educate her disciple. A literary gathering is just a bunch of scholars discussing boring things. You wouldn't want to go? That kind of place has nothing to do with us. Why not stay home and eat pastries and drink sweet wine? Shu Lingyin delivered a fatal blow. "Master, the literary gathering has a lot of delicious food. Last time Da Hua and the monk fought, I followed an uncle and ate a lot of delicious food." Li Na's eyes sparkled, nodding repeatedly. Right. How could I not think of the literary gathering having good wine and good food? A very cunning angle. Chu Yuanzhen rubbed Shu Lingyin's head, feeling this silly girl was very cute. Then, remembering the nightmare curriculum that day at Yunlu Academy, he silently withdrew his hand. Li Miaozhen, sitting on the side, suddenly clenched her fist and said, "That barbarian has been very arrogant lately. I don't feel comfortable. I can't help but want to stab him with a sword. If I don't like someone, I stab them." Are you really a saintess of the heavenly sect? Chu Yuanzhen felt that the most nonsense in the Heaven and Earth Society came from Li Miaozhen. #1's identity was unknown. #3 was Shu Xiu, a former gentleman. #6 was Heng Yuan, kind-hearted. #5 was Li Na, though not intelligent, liked to eat, but inherently had nothing that made people want to vomit. #7 and #8 were missing for many years. #9 was Golden Lotus Taoist, gentle, a respected elder, cultivated virtue, and his character was worth affirming, with no bad habits. Only Li Miaozhen made people feel helpless. She was the saintess of the heavenly sect, who should have been calm and indifferent. But after 2 years of training down the mountain, she had trained herself into a chivalrous heroine, passionate about public interests, eliminating evil. Li Miaozhen stood with her hands on her hips and took a breath, saying, "The Imperial College scholars are so bad that they have to rely on the scholars of Yunlu Academy to settle him." Chu Yuanzhen smiled and nodded. Zhang Shen's 6 strategies is exquisitely brilliant. With him coming forward, that barbarian won't be arrogant for long, but this person could compose the Northern Expedition canon, enough to start a new school of thought, becoming a famous scholar for generations. Li Miaozhen frowned. She heard that Chu Yuanzhen didn't think much of Zhang Shen. Is this barbarian that powerful? Chu Yuanzhen nodded.
Li Miaozhen carefully asked, "If it's a poetry contest, shouldn't Shu Ningyan still be more powerful?" Chu Yuanzhen chuckled, and Li Miaozhen frowned, saying, "Not sure."
Chu Yuanzhen shook his head and laughed.
Shu Ningyan's poetic talent has always been unmatched.
But the literary gathering isn't a poetry contest, and Shu Ningyan won't show up anyway. At the same time, inside a noodle shop, a middle-aged man in a short blue coat slurped a mouthful of noodles and said loudly,
"This reminds me of the spellcasting duel last year. How shocking it was!"
In the end, our Zhu Yinluo stood up and stemmed the tide. A companion regretfully replied,
"The literary gathering isn't a spellcasting duel. It's a pity. Shu Yinluo isn't a scholar and can't help."
The noodle shop owner steamed noodles, interjecting, angrily saying,
"The Imperial College scholars are really trash, actually losing to a barbarian. I'm blushing for them." A diner at another table couldn't help but say, "If Shu Yinluo were a scholar, that would be great." In the eyes of the people, Shu Yinluo was omnipotent, a legendary figure of great Feng, a true person of conscience, so they had blind worship for him, thinking Shu Yinluo could do anything, but reason told them Shu Yinluo wasn't a scholar. His scholarship was definitely not as good as that barbarian, so they could only sigh. If Shu Yinluo were a scholar, that would be great. The noodle shop owner served noodles to a customer, and said with a smile, "But this barbarian dares to challenge the great Confucian scholars of Yunlu Academy. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The diners all laughed. Switching to the imperial bedchamber, the Yuanjing emperor sat lazily on the dragon throne, flipping through Daoist scriptures.
At this moment, the old eunuch stepped forward and whispered, "News has come from the literary gathering that Pei Manjilu is discussing the meaning of the classics, policy treatises, the people's livelihood, agriculture, and history with the Hanlin Academy officials, and is not falling behind."
The Yuanjing emperor said without emotion, "Not falling behind means Great Feng has already lost face." The old eunuch, seeing the emperor's expression, knew he was unhappy.
In the final analysis, Pei Manjilu showing off like this means the biggest loss of face was the king of a country. The Yuanjing emperor suddenly asked, "Have they discussed poetry?"
The old eunuch shook his head. He knew better than to overstep his bounds. The Yuanjing emperor sneered, but the laughter suddenly turned into a frown. He snorted. After a moment, the Yuanjing emperor asked, "Has Zhang Shen arrived yet?" The old eunuch bowed his head and replied, "Master Zhang has not arrived."
The Yuanjing emperor slowly nodded. "No hurry. The literary gathering hasn't gotten to the main topic yet. The scholars of Yunlu Academy may be annoying, but they have never disappointed in their scholarship."
His expression was very relaxed.
Returning to the literary gathering, among the representatives of the Imperial College, a student stood up and complained,
"The barbarians harass our borders every year, slaughtering the people of Great Feng, causing immense harm. And now, seeing the northeastern Jing nation grinding them down, they shamelessly come to Great Feng for help."
"Barbarians are truly shameless," the Imperial College students echoed outside, angrily scolding, "Shameless barbarians!"
Huang Xianhe smiled sweetly, minding everything, her fingers playing with her sideburns. The Xuanyin teenager's pupils were vertical, his face full of anger, forcefully suppressing the cruel, bloodthirsty nature of the snake race. His cold, vertical pupils swept over that student. Pei Manjilu's expression didn't change. He even smiled and said, "The Witch God sect dominates the northeast 9 provinces, and only 3 provinces border Great Feng. With Great Feng's population and military strength, the cost is certain, but they can be blocked outside those 3 provinces." He paused, seeing the officials and generals reveal expressions of agreement, and then continued, "But if the northern territories are also occupied by the Witch God sect, the Jing nation's cavalry can rush straight to the capital. The Kang and Yan nations will attack from the east, echoing each other from afar. Wouldn't Great Feng be in danger?" Everyone knew that the north had endless grasslands, and if the Jing nation obtained the northern territories, they could raise even more cavalry. At that time, even if Great Feng had cannons and crossbows, they couldn't stop this invincible army on land.
So, Dai Feng deploying troops isn't to help our divine race, but to help themselves. Our divine race has difficulty reproducing, with a low population. Even if we occasionally harass the border, we don't have the military strength to move south and threaten Dafeng. But the witch god cult is different. No one objected. Academics from the Hanlin Academy, students from the Imperial Academy, even the court officials, actually agreed with his statement. The witch god cult controls the Northeast, rich in resources, capable of both hunting and farming.
But the farming civilization has the most prosperous population.
The witch god cult's population is far inferior to Dafeng's because of limited territory.
If the northern map falls into the hands of the witch god cult,
moving a portion of the population to the north, in at most 20 years, the witch god cult's population will double, at least double, Pei Manxilu said in a deep voice. When that time comes, What our divine race is today, Da Feng will be tomorrow. Fu Xiang silently watched, cursing inwardly. These idiots? They're unconsciously being led by the nose. Shouldn't you guys be discussing how to demand advantages? Why are you discussing the necessity of deploying troops? Of course it's necessary to deploy troops. It's a no-brainer. Ugh. Discussing advantages seems like something for the negotiation table, something for the officials. It really shouldn't be negotiated. At this moment, the focus of this literary gathering is actually to tear down Pei Maxilu's image, to expose his pretense. But the situation isn't too optimistic. This guy himself is good at arguing, has a sharp tongue, and occupies the moral high ground of needing to deploy troops. Biao Biao looked anxiously at Wei Qing and said, "Aren't the officials usually sharp-tongued in court? Wasn't the Grand Tutor good at arguing when he smacked my palm? Why aren't they saying anything?" Wei Qing rarely said so much, explaining to her stupid sister, "How can the Grand Tutor step up? He's a respected elder. The difference in seniority is too great. Even if he wins, it's not honorable. People will just say Da Feng is bullying the weak. The officials are the same. Moreover, if the officials step up, I guarantee Pei Maxilu will actively compete in scholarship with them. Their scholarship, except for a few great scholars, has been abandoned." Biao Biao opened her eyes wide and muttered, "Then what do we do? It's infuriating." Wang Shoufu sighed. Pei Maxilu's talent is amazing, truly astonishing. Fu Xiang couldn't help but be speechless. Wang Simu repeatedly looked at Shu Erlang, muttering to himself, "Why is Erlang so silent today?" When everyone was speechless, racking their brains for a solution, a flash of light suddenly appeared above Lu Hu, and Jiang Shen, wearing a Confucian robe and a Confucian hat, suddenly appeared. Then he descended towards the lake's surface. The light flashed again, and Jiang Shen appeared in the sunshade, his expression still showing a trace of lingering fear. Fu Xiang was ranting like crazy in his heart. "He's bullshitting! It must be that where I am isn't the Yunlu Academy in Luhu." So he almost fell into the lake. "Zhang Daru is here. Teacher Zhang is finally here. I knew Teacher Zhang wouldn't be absent." The students outside cheered, as if a burden had been lifted. The officials laughed. "You have a relationship with Zhang Shen?" They opened their mouths one after another. "Brother Jinyan, you've arrived!" Zhang Shen nodded indifferently, then saw the Grand Tutor, and hurriedly clasped his hands. "Student Zhang Shen greets the Grand Tutor." The Grand Tutor hummed, his always tense face finally showing a smile. "Zhang Jinyan, this white-haired young man wants to learn the art of war from you. Give him some pointers." In the sunshade, the atmosphere suddenly soared. Zhang Shen looked around, looked at Pei Maxilu with snow-white hair, and asked, "Are you Pei Maxilu, the author of the Bozhai Daidian?" Pei Maxilu patted his chest and smiled. "Student greets teacher Zhang." Zhang Shen waved his hand. "No need to be polite. You and I will have a battle of military strategy." The tent was immediately silent, everyone standing on tiptoe in anticipation. Huang Shanhair sat up slightly, narrowed her eyes, and carefully looked at the book reader from Yunlu Academy. The erect pupiled teenager suppressed his arrogant aura. This fourth-rank Confucianism expert is Peiman's older brother's opponent in this literary gathering. Although he despises book readers, the book readers of Yunlu Academy are not within the scope of his contempt. Even though the Confucianism system has declined for many years, the influence of construction is still there. Pei Maxilu scratched his head and smiled gently. "This disciple's talent is shallow, and I want to ask the teacher for guidance." Zhang Shen glared. "Aren't you playing dirty? This old man hasn't led troops for more than 20 years. And I'm about to forget the taste of sleeping with a spear as a pillow. What I say is still that same set from more than 20 years ago. What are you discussing military strategy with me? Why don't you discuss military strategy with Wei Yuan? This old brat sits in the court. His underground network spread all over the world, scheming for 20 years without stopping, just waiting for the day when the accumulated strength explodes." Pei Maxilu smiled and said, "Teacher, aren't these words also playing dirty?" The erect pupiled teenager couldn't help but interrupt, snorting coldly. "Why don't you tell Pei Man's senior brother to fight the supervisory censor?" This time, Pei Maxilu didn't indulge the teenager, smiling and asking, "Then I won't ask for military strategy anymore. In fact, this student has long admired the teacher's military books. I heard that the teacher is proficient in military strategy, and wrote the widely circulated 6 Elementary Principles of Military Strategy, praised by everyone. This untalented junior also wrote a military book. This book took several years, not only incorporating the military strategy of the Central Plains, but also the cavalry tactics of the Man tribes. I would also like to ask the teacher for guidance." As he spoke, he looked at the erect pupiled teenager next to him. Xuan Yin immediately opened the small wooden box at his feet, took out a thick book, titled Beige High Military Scroll. On Da Feng's side, everyone looked at each other, really not expecting this person to be not only proficient in military strategy, but also to have written a military book.
Book readers pay attention to writing books and establishing biographies. Even people with profound knowledge are very cautious about writing books. A book is compiled and revised for many years before it can be published to the world and widely disseminated. As for some casual notes, notebooks. At this time they are not called books. For example, the 10 Doubts of Dazhu that Fu Xiang once saw in Yunlu Academy was a notebook, not called a book. Pei Mangxilu handed the Beizhai military scroll to Zhang Shen and said, "Please take a look." After flipping through it, Zhang Shen's expression changed, which was seen by everyone present. First he was surprised, then he appreciated it, and finally he was indeed excited. Pei Mangxilu asked, "Teacher, what do you think of this book?" Zhang Shen didn't answer immediately, pondered for a while, and then sighed. "Wonderful." The whole book is divided into 3 volumes. The first volume presents and analyzes the Tao of war. What is military strategy? What is war? Even people who don't understand military affairs can know what war is. It clearly states the main points of the problem. The second volume discusses, plotting is impermanent, just as water has no constant shape, describing it perfectly. The 12 types of schemes and strategies make people clap their hands and praise. What's even more rare is the third volume, which deeply studies the deployment of troops, providing many types of formations for martial artists and ordinary soldiers to cooperate, greatly exerting the effect of ordinary soldiers. Pei Mangxilu is indeed a talented and brilliant book reader. In the Tao of military strategy, Zhang Shen has lost. Confucianism pays attention to the fluency of ideas. He can't do things like stubbornly arguing even when he's about to die. Moreover, losing the literary gathering, the biggest loss of face is still for Emperor Yuan and the court. Yunlu Academy has long been driven out of the court. He doesn't need to violate his conscience for the sake of the face of these rice bags from the Imperial Academy. Zhang Shen sighed. This old man's 6 elementary principles of military strategy are really not as good as your Beizhai military scroll. I willingly admit defeat. Seeing Zhang Shen admit defeat, the Grand Tutor's face obviously darkened, and the group of Wang Shoufu also gaped. Xu Shitian snorted with an indifferent expression, while Pei Mangxilu was secretly smiling with great satisfaction. He then put on a humble appearance that no one could criticize, all saying that the book readers of Yunlu Academy have noble character, the reputation is well deserved. Why did he choose Zhang Shen as a stepping stone? There are 3 reasons. Zhang Shen's reputation is big enough. Zhang Shen has been living in seclusion for more than 20 years. Zhang Shen is an upright book reader from Yunlu Academy. His character is guaranteed. As long as his military book can convince the other party, he will not suppress it against his conscience. A gentleman can only bully with reason. This is the principle. Immediately afterwards, the old eunuch ran into the inner palace with flying steps, his face anxious. Emperor Yuan was still sitting on the dragon chair, saying nothing. The old eunuch said in a low voice, "Zhang Shen has admitted defeat." Hearing this, Emperor Yuan immediately threw the book on the old eunuch's face. Back on the Luhu shore, Pei Mangxilu cupped his hands in all directions, his smile gentle, his attitude of not being arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat. Thank you for your guidance. Dafeng is a place where literary Tao prospers, making people yearn for it. The erect pupiled teenager Xuan Yin said with a piercing smile. Everyone says that Dafeng's literary Tao is prosperous with reading seeds. It seems that they are not as good as my senior brother Pei Man. Senior brother, when you return to the north, you are the Shu Yin Luo of our divine race. The old man looked disappointed and struggled to get up, saying, "Help me back." The officials also stood up one after another, quietly leaving the table, planning to run away. At this moment, the sound of a wine cup being placed heavily on the table rang out, causing the surrounding people to glance at Xu Erlang, who stood up gently, raising his voice and saying, "My elder brother has a poem, enduring to see little children become new nobles, angrily ascending the lay platform to fight again. This official will discuss military strategy with you." The former colleagues from the Hanlin Academy and Zhang Shen all signaled with their eyes, telling him not to be impulsive. Shu Kuju has a good reputation in the officialdom. All of it was accumulated during the case of massacring the city of Chuzhou, blocking the Meridian Gate, and angrily scolding Huai Wang. This reputation was not easy to come by. If it is ruined in an instant because of momentary anger, it would be too regrettable. Teacher Zhang is his teacher. Even he lost. Why would Shu Kuju think he could win? Why bother to lose face? Pei Mangxilu wrote a military book. Even Zhang Daoru is ashamed to be inferior, and praises it vigorously. We are also resentful and indignant, but this Zhu Kuju is too reckless. The students of the Imperial Academy were discussing noisily. Wang Simu opened her eyes wide in surprise.
She did not expect Fu Xiang to hold back for so long. And yet it was for this moment Wang Shufu was furious in his heart, acting on impulse. The teacher has already lost. The disciple still wants to save the situation. Laughing coldly in his heart, Pei Mangxilu smiled and asked, Lord Shu, have you ever trained troops? Fu Xiang shook his head. Pei Mangxilu asked again, have you ever been on the battlefield? Fu Xiang still shook his head. The book reader born in the Man tribe shook his head slightly. Although you mainly study military strategy, it is just empty theory. How can you discuss military strategy with me? The erect pupile teenager Xuan sneered and said, could it be that you also wrote a military book, wanting to take it out and compare it with my senior brother? Fu Xiang raised his chin and said with arrogance, that's right, I do have a book on military strategy here, please give me some pointers, brother Pei Man. With that, Fu Xiang took out a book from his chest and handed it to Pei Mangxilu. Pei Mangxilu saw the 4 words, Sun Tzu's Art of War, written on the book. Having read all kinds of poetry and books, he had no impression of this name. It was not a popular military book of the time, nor was it a cliché of military books compiled by the court that he had been repeatedly given. But as a book lover, he would not despise any book because of its name. He raised his hand, pulled it over, smiled, and began to read. War is a matter of great importance to the state, the ground of life and death, the way of survival or ruin. It is imperative that it be examined. The introduction is not bad, simply stating the importance of war, extremely straightforward. Continuing to read. Therefore, measure it in terms of 5 things, teach it with plans, and use these to make comparisons. The first is called Dao, the second is called Tian, the third is called Di, the fourth is called Jiang, and the fifth is called Fa. When he read that the commander was also a trickster, he was finally moved, and his pupils slightly contracted. Good, good indeed. This is very well said. The Hanlin Academy students looked at him in confusion. Why did this barbarian have such a strange expression? Could it be that Jianzhou's book made him sigh like that? This book has 12 chapters, and its content is profound. It not only describes theories and war experiences, but also summarizes the laws of war. This book has transcended the scope of strategy. What the book presents is not limited to simple military tactics, but something more macro, and at a higher level. For example, the book says that politics is an important factor determining the success or failure of war, and the level immediately rises. There are not many military books. Compared to his thick one, it seems extremely simple, but every word is like a pearl, and every sentence is worth thinking about for a long time. On the other hand, he copied various battles, trying to use words to analyze the details, summarize various battle formations, and emphasize the importance of soldiers, which is laughable to those in the know. Of course, this book also has its shortcomings. For example, Zhang is not mentioned at all about the role of martial artists, and how to use martial artists. After reading it, Pei Mangxilu couldn't help but laugh miserably. I am really a laughingstock. Wang Shoufu was suspicious in his heart. The barbarian looked at it for a long time without saying anything. The Grand Tutor speculated in his heart whether Fu Xiang's military strategy was really better than Zhang Hen's. Zhang Hen still stood there without saying anything. After a long time, Pei Mangxilu looked up to the sky and laughed contentedly. I have benefited a lot. I have benefited a lot. He then looked at Fu Xiang, and then at Sun Tzu's Art of War in his hand, hesitated, and struggled, and finally sighed. Master Shu, I have lost. I have no other requests. I just want to ask Master Shu to let me copy this book. I am willing to perform the disciples' ceremony and call you, teacher. This book is indeed far superior to the Northern Camp military strategy he wrote. Boasting is meaningless. The young man with vertical pupils and Xuan Yin's eyes widened. Brother, you! Huang Xianxer was charming and beautiful, but at this moment, her beautiful face no longer had the casual, lazy confidence, and her expression changed slightly. A commotion erupted like a frying pan. Pei Mangxilu admitted defeat, feeling ashamed of himself, and even willing to recognize himself as a student in order to copy the military book written by Fu Xiang. At this time, the Grand Tutor walked forward 2 steps with his cane, squinted his eyes and looked up and down, then tapped his cane twice vigorously and stroked his beard, laughing loudly. This is what a scholar of our great Feng should be like. This is the true talent that has emerged. Zhang Shen snatched the military book from Pei Mangxilu's hand and began to read with deep confusion. His expression changed, no different from Pei Mangxilu just now. After he finished reading, he was stunned. Zhang Shen excitedly asked, No, who wrote this military book? Who is Fu Xiang? He knows the standard of his own students. Fu Xiang is more outstanding than others in military strategy, but it is absolutely impossible for him to write such a heaven-defying and earth-shattering military book. The author of this military book is someone else. Zhang Shen couldn't wait to know who the original author was. Great Feng actually has such a figure. Fu Xiang nodded slowly. I did not write this military book. The surrounding commotion stopped because of this. Everyone looked at him, and then at Zhang Shen, in confusion and bewilderment, gradually calming down. This military book made Pei Manjilu admit defeat, and the author is someone else.
Zhang Shen asked again, "Is it Wei Yuan? Is it Wei Yuan?"
All eyes fell on Xu Erlang. Pei Manjilu muttered, "Wei Yuan." Everyone suddenly understood. Wei Yuan, what does this have to do with Duke Wei? Xu Erlang frowned slightly, a little unhappy. He glanced at everyone and raised his voice. "This is the military book written by my elder brother." In an instant, inside and outside the sunshade by the Boro Lake, it was so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. The entire scene was so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. After a few breaths, a huge shock and surprise exploded in everyone's hearts, followed by a tide of discussion. Shan Yinluo, Xu Qi'an wrote it? It's the military book written by Xu Yinluo. How? How is this possible? He is not a scholar. Xu Yinluo, he is just a martial artist. At this time, a student from the Imperial College dared to say loudly,
"Don't forget, Xu Yinluo is a poetry champion. Who could have imagined that he would create one after another outstanding and brilliant works that would be passed down to future generations?" His words immediately won the approval of the students, who shouted loudly, as if trying to persuade other incredulous classmates. Xu Yinluo is not a scholar, but he can write poetry, so why can't he write military strategy? And have you forgotten? Xu Yinluo once went to the battlefield. That day in Jianzhou, he alone blocked 8,000 rebels and died exhausted. Hearing this, the other students completely woke up. That's right, Xu Yinluo is not a fledgling who has never been on the battlefield. He blocked thousands of rebels alone in Yunshu. Xu Yinluo is truly a peerless genius. That's right, Xu Yinluo is not a scholar, which makes him even more talented and brilliant, a rare genius in the world. Damn it, why did such a person choose the path of martial arts? What a waste. For a moment the students of the Imperial College admitted to being overwhelmed. Some students even choked for a long time and loudly challenged. "Pei Manjilu, you said you are self-taught? Ha ha! Our Xu Yinluo is also self-taught."
We can't deny that you are very talented, but there are mountains beyond mountains. Our great Feng Xu Yinluo is the mountain you can never surpass. Everyone immediately echoed. Pei Manjilu was expressionless and had nothing to say in his defense.
The young man with vertical pupils clenched his fists tightly, his facial muscles twitching, wanting to start a massacre, but he tried his best to endure it. He was about to be driven crazy. The situation was clearly good, and everything was according to Brother Pei Man's plan. Except for a few famous Confucian scholars of high moral standing, none of the scholars of the Tang dynasty were a match for Brother Pei Man. As Fu Xiang, who is only heard of but not seen, has actually defeated Brother Pei Man's plan, making their efforts come to nothing.
Fu Xiang bit her lip, her soft eyes rippling, not knowing what she was thinking. So it was the military book written by his elder brother. Xu Dalang is willing to give him such a strange book. The brotherly affection is deeper than I imagined. After being surprised, Wang Ximu did not feel disappointed.
She was both moved and happy about the affection between Erlang and his elder brother. Xu Erlang's own abilities seemed a bit weak in his father's eyes.
But if he has an elder brother behind him who is willing to push him up, his father will not underestimate Erlang. Thinking of this, she silently glanced at her father. Sure enough, Wang Shoufu was staring at Xu Erlang. Wang Ximu was secretly happy. Moreover, because of today's literary meeting, Erlang's reputation will also rise.
For a moment, Huai Qing couldn't help but want to turn her head to look at a certain guard behind her, but she controlled her impulse, stiffened her neck, and kept her posture unchanged. The curiosity in her heart fermented accordingly. He actually understands military strategy and wrote a military book? Since knowing him, I have never seen him express his views on military strategy. Did Wei Gong write the book and use his hand to pass it on to Xu Erlang? The intelligent first princess thought of even more. She suspected that this military book was written by Wei Yuan.
Huai Qing pursed her lips, and her eyes then landed on the military book in Zhang Shen's hand. Those cold eyes like autumn water rarely burned with heat and desire for knowledge. Was the book written by that cow slave? Biao Biao smiled like a flower, her oval face radiant and moving. Xu Erlang is outstanding, and she only felt relieved that someone could finally suppress this arrogant barbarian.
Other than that, she didn't have much psychological feelings.
Suddenly hearing that the military book was written by Zhu Qiqian, Biao Biao was overjoyed and proud. If the occasion was not right, she would be like a sparrow flapping its wings, chirping and clinging to Zhu Qiqian.
The Grand Tutor happily smiled, his old face blooming. My great Feng is a land of outstanding people, and there are still juniors who make people sigh in amazement.
With that, he looked at Zhang Shen as if seeing something different, and said in a deep voice, Zhang Jinyan, Bring the military book for this old man to see. Zhang Shen was startled, and came back to his senses, bringing the military book to the Grand Tutor's hand from a distance. The Grand Tutor squinted his old and slightly blurred eyes and began to read the military book. In less than half an hour, after reading only the first 2 chapters, the Grand Tutor suddenly slammed the book shut with a pop, his hands trembling slightly with excitement, and said in a deep voice, "This book cannot be circulated, and barbarians cannot be allowed to copy it. This is the military book of our great Feng, and it must never be spread." This, for a moment, the meritorious nobles and generals, the students of the Imperial College, the Hanlin Academy, and of course the people of Huiqing, looked at the military book in the Grand Tutor's hand with even more covetousness and desire. Immediately afterwards, a little eunuch ran madly into the palace gate. The old eunuch, guarding outside, saw him running over excitedly and whispered, "What's the matter?" The young eunuch had a bright smile on his face. Whispering a few words, the old eunuch suddenly widened his eyes, his expression extremely complicated. He bowed his head and returned to Emperor Yuanjing's side and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this old servant has something to report." Emperor Yuanjing did not open his eyes, simply HMMING, looking uninterested. There is a new situation on the literary meeting side. After Zhang Shen admitted defeat, Hanlin Academy second-class scholar Fu Xiang stood up and wanted to discuss military strategy with Peiman Shilu. Emperor Yuanjing opened his eyes, and the old eunuch continued. Peiman Shilu willingly admitted defeat. Emperor Yuanjing showed an extremely surprised expression, pondered for a few seconds, and then slowly said that Fu Xiang is a student of Zhang Shen, majoring in military strategy. I didn't expect him to have this level. It's rare. Although this person is a cousin of Fu Qi'an, he is also a Hanlin Academy second-class scholar. It is actually acceptable for him to win against Peiman Shilu. Fu Qi'an took the initiative to resign, but later Emperor Yuanjing also issued an order to immediately strip him of his title and official position, and expel him from the court. Fu Xiang is that bastard's cousin. Today, he won against Peiman Shilu. When outsiders talk about him, they will inevitably mention that Fu Qi'an is also talented, and then criticize him for harming the loyal and good. This is the only bad thing. But Fu Xiang's identity as a second-class scholar was personally appointed by him, and his talent was also due to his discerning eye, so the problem is not big. Overall, Emperor Yuanjing was still very happy. Compared to those rumors, losing to Peiman Shilu would be a real loss of face. If Zhao Ding loses face, he, the king of a country, will also lose face. As an emperor, he values 2 things the most: power and image. The dark clouds on Emperor Yuanjing's face disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Tell me the process in detail. I must know how he won against Peiman Shilu. The old eunuch hesitated for a moment, quietly retreated a few steps, and then bowed his head and said, Scholar Fu Xiang took out a military book. After reading it, Peiman Shilu was deeply impressed and willingly admitted defeat. A military book? This was something Emperor Yuanjing did not expect. He asked in surprise, "What military book?" Zhang Shen of Yunlu Academy also admitted that his rudimentary military strategy is not as good as Peiman Shilu's. But those military books compiled by the Hanlin Academy are just old wine in new bottles. The old eunuch gulped. That military book is called Sun Tzu's Art of War, and it's written by Fu Qi'an. Having said that, he heard heavy breathing in the palace. Even without raising his head, he could imagine how ugly the emperor's face was at this moment. A few seconds later, Emperor Yuanjing's voice, devoid of any emotion, came from inside. The old eunuch felt relieved and bowed his head as he scurried out of the palace, hearing the sound of utensils and vases being smashed behind him. The old eunuch sighed inwardly. His own ding-ding wasn't humiliated, but the emperor lost face big time this time, and one can only imagine how the capital's upper and lower classes will be gossiping about His Majesty. The emperor not only framed loyal officials for his personal desires, but today the scholars of the capital were suppressed by a barbarian. In the end, it was still the guy who was kicked out of the court by the emperor who stemmed the tide. It's no wonder His Majesty is furious, a king turned into a laughingstock. The literary gathering has ended, and the military book ultimately did not return to Fu Xiang's hands, but was forcibly taken away and kept by the Grand Tutor. The meritorious nobles and military generals, along with the scholars present, had strong opinions, but dared not openly defy this highly respected predecessor in the Confucian world. Even Huiqing didn't dare, so she left unhappily, taking her guards straight to the Huiqing residence. After the 3 of Peiman Shilu got into the carriage, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Huang Shangar took the initiative to break the stiffness, and asked, "Do you have any other plans?" Peiman Shilu remained expressionless, pondered for a few seconds, and said indifferently, "Although the literary gathering was lost, My reputation cannot be further advanced, and even suffered a not small blow. But the officials of Dafeng will not let me go because of this. The effect is still there, just that Zhu Yinluo stuck a spoke in my wheel, and all subsequent plans are ruined. He sighed. This guy is truly amazing. I have to admire him. In the past, I admired his poetry, admired his talent, and envied his reputation. But after today I have a deep sense of fear, and even fear towards him. It is fortunate that he is not in harmony with the Dashfeng Emperor, and unfortunate that he and the Dashfeng Emperor are mortal enemies. Otherwise our Protoss would be in danger if he commanded the army in the future. Huang Xianhe smiled charmingly. I think so too, so I plan to send a few beauties with good looks. Pei Mengxilu shook his head and said, He will lack women? Huang Xianhe sighed softly, intentionally or unintentionally, revealing her long legs, and gently stroked her chest with her white hands, charmingly saying, Then I will come forward myself. Is that okay? Pei Mengxilu revealed a smile. Just waiting for you to say this. After a pause, he said, Don't rush. Continue to work hard these days. Try to win over some Dafeng officials, and try to recover as much loss as possible. After the negotiation is over, let's visit this legendary figure together. Xuan Yin, you can't go. The teenager with vertical pupils refused to accept and said quickly, Why? Pei Mengxilu sneered and said, Fu Xiang is nothing more than a martial artist. You speak without thinking, and you are very likely to be chopped on the spot. The teenager with vertical pupils glared. Dare he? Worry envoy. Dare he chop the envoy? The Dafeng court will not spare him. Chopping the envoy means that the two countries have broken up. Under the current background of fighting against the Witch God sect together, the Dafeng court will not let this happen. Huang Xianhe smiled sweetly and said, He even dares to kill the duke. If you are not afraid of death, we will not stop you. Think about your own weight. Fu Xiang told you to come to practice, with expectations for you. But if you die here, the old man will not care. The demon clan has always been ruthless in the training of younger generations. Ma Zhuju is a snake, and even more cold-blooded. If they can grow up, they will do their best to cultivate them. If they die, it means they are not good enough. The big fish eats the small fish, the law of survival. After returning to the Weiqing residence, Weiqing waved back the palace maids and guards, leaving only Biao Biao and Shu Qian in the reception room. Linbing'an said happily, It really is you. I looked for you all afternoon and couldn't find you. If I hadn't gone into the tent, I wouldn't have dared to confirm your identity. Princess, we can't sit together, it's too irregular. Besides, my face in my previous life was so handsome that it was shocking, and you didn't notice it at first. Your face blindness is a bit serious. As soon as Shu Qian thought this, he heard Biao Biao say with an admiring expression, You are so smart, disguised as such an ordinary man. You forget him at a glance and don't pay attention to him at all. Shu Qian glanced at her expressionlessly and silently turned away. Biao Biao widened her watery peach-blossomed eyes with a pitiful and aggrieved expression. The military book was written by Wei Gong. Using your hand to suppress Pei Mengxilu, Wei Xing drank tea and glanced at her stupid sister who was increasingly unable to control her emotions. Shu Qian nodded with a smile. That's right. Wei Xing nodded slightly. Then it makes sense. The military book that can make Pei Mengxilu admire, Zhang Shen Sai, and the Grand Tutor so excited, can only be written by Wei Yuan among the people she knows. The military book was written by Wei Yuan, and Biao Biao was a little disappointed. In her perception, the dog slave can do anything. Weiqing asked, What does the military book say? I guess you don't remember it, right? Shu Qian shook his head. I don't remember, Weiqing thought disappointedly. Well, I'll go see Wei Gong later. After chatting for a while, Shu Qian said goodbye and left, and Biao Biao left with him. After leaving the Weiqing residence, her eyes stared at Shu Qian. Was the military book really written by Wei Yuan? Shu Qian tilted his head and saw a pair of sparkling peach-blossoming eyes. Beautiful and charming eyes that made people fascinated. But when such a pair of eyes looks at you, you will not be willing to tease her, and will be willing to take out your heart and lungs to give to her. Shu Qian originally wanted to tease her, but changed his mind, and whispered with a chuckle, No, the military book was written by me, it has nothing to do with Wei Gong. Biao Biao smiled in surprise and joy. She harvested a satisfactory answer, very satisfied, and asked, Then why did you lie to Weiqing? Shu Qian explained. Because Her Royal Highness Weiqing is too confident, and it is difficult to deny and change what she recognizes. And I didn't show my learning in terms of military affairs before, so it is reasonable for her to think that the military book came from Wei Gong. Linian hummed triumphantly. Actually, she still doesn't believe you. But I believe you very much. I believe whatever you say, and there are benefits to being naive. Shu Qian. Naive? If you meet a good man like him, a naive girl is happy. But if you meet a bad man, The heart of a naive girl will be played with by a bad man. Fu Xiang has never played with a girl's heart. He prefers the girl's body.
Before leaving the imperial city, Fu Qian looked back, looking deeper into the palace. If there really is a secret passage leading to the palace, where would it be? What secrets did Master Heng Yuan discover? Forcing Emperor Yuan Jing to make a big deal out of sending people to arrest him?
On the platform outside the Imperial College, a Confucian student stood on the platform vividly, spreading what he heard and saw at the literary gathering, with saliva flying everywhere. The barbarian named Pei Mangxilu was indeed good at learning. He talked about astronomy, geography, classics, and essays with the noble Hanlin Academy, and was not at a disadvantage. When the noble Hanlin Academy was helpless, Zhang Xian, a great Confucian from Yunlu Academy, and Zhang Jinyan came under the stage. A group of people listened with fascination. At this time, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed one after another. The great Confucian from Yunlu Academy is here, so isn't it 90% sure that he won't be arrogant anymore? Yes. Who doesn't know that the learning of the great Confucian from Yunlu Academy is as high as the Star Observation Tower? The Confucian student on the stage shook his head helplessly and said, "No. The great Confucian, Zhang Shen, from Yunlu Academy also lost." Who would have thought that the barbarian would take out a military book?
The great Confucian, Zhang Shen, bowed down after reading it. The people under the stage were shocked and angry, and the commotion was boiling. Even the great Confucian of Yunlu Academy lost. Did they really lose to the barbarian? Damn it. Are all the readers of Dafeng trash? I'm so angry it's even more annoying than the Buddhist delegation thousands of years ago. The people in the streets scolded without any scruples, and the student on the stage pressed his hand down and said with a smile, "Everyone, be calm, don't be hot-headed. If the literary gathering lost, would I be standing here?"
Don't worry, listen to me continue. At this time, a young adult of the Hanlin Academy stood up and said that he wanted to discuss military affairs with Pei Mangxilu. This young adult is named Fu Xiang, and he is the cousin of Xu Yinluo. As soon as he took out a military book, he made the barbarian kneel down in admiration. The people around praised him with excitement after hearing this. The student deliberately paused, as if maliciously enjoying watching the people praise Fu Xiang. After it was relatively over, he turned and said loudly, "Do you know who wrote the military book?" The people stopped and looked at him blankly. The student said loudly, "It's Xu Yinluo, Xu Yinluo, the champion of our Dafeng." Benefiting from the praise and publicity of the students of the Imperial College to Xu Qi'an, the news that Xu Qi'an knocked down the barbarian with a military book quickly swept the capital. The legend of Xu Yinluo added another stroke. Switching to the 7th floor of Heoran Tower, Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Noticing Wei Qing's arrival, he turned his face and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, why do you have time to come to me?" Wei Qing saluted and said in a flat voice, "I am here to ask for a book." Wei Yuan calmly said, "I will write a letter to the princess. What book do you need? Just go to the library and take it." Wei Qing shook her head, lowered her eyes, and said expectantly, "I want to see that military book." Wei Gong, you are proficient in military affairs, but you have never had any books passed down. It is really a pity. Today, your military book is born. It is the luck of Dafeng. Wei Yuan slowly shook his head and said gently, "I didn't write that military book. I didn't." Wei Qing's face suddenly froze, her eyes slightly dazed as she looked at Wei Yuan. A few seconds later, her pupils regained focus, and the emotions in her heart reacted like a tide. The military book really came from Fu Qian's hand. He is so proficient in military affairs, why has he never mentioned it before, hiding it so deeply? In addition to shock, she also felt a little resentment. Fu Qiaosun deliberately did not explain, deliberately making her lose face in front of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan stood leaning on the railing and said with a smile, frankly, "I also want to take him to the battlefield. With such talent, after a few years of training, Dafeng will have another handsome talent." Wei Qing restrained her emotions and said with a light smile, "Just take it away secretly." Wei Yuan looked down and said in a low voice, "Don't take it away." Switching to the 8 trigrams platform, the supervisor stood in the east, and Yang Tianshuan stood in the west, with their backs to each other, not facing each other. The supervisor nodded slightly, and his tone was full of laughter. "Not bad. You have initially mastered the formation that you should master, and in at most 3 years, you can try to advance to the Heavenly Secret Master." Yang Tianshuan asked with great interest, "What are the requirements for advancing to the Heavenly Secret Master?" He has been in the 4th rank for 5 years, and he should indeed take another step, imitating Fu Qian, who has never succeeded once. This made Yang Tianshuan understand a truth, that mortals have a limit. If you want to surpass Fu Qian, you can't be a mortal. The supervisor slowly said, "Observe the stars for 3 years, and if you have any understanding, engrave a formation to shield yourself for 3 years. Yang Tiangshuan asked again.
6 years without going out? Without seeing people?
Jian Zhang sighed. 6 years is the fastest. If your comprehension isn't good enough, even 6 more years, or even your entire lifespan, might not be enough to advance. How easy do you think it is to transcend mortality? Yang Tiangshuan firmly said, Teacher, I just want to be immortal. I don't need to be a heavenly secrets master. Just then, Shu Taiwei excitedly ran over. Senior brother Yang, the literary gathering is over. We, Daofeng, won. Yang Tiangshuan casually said, Taiwei Shimei, I have no interest in the boring gatherings of bookworms.
Shu Taiwei blinked. Shu Qi'an also made a move. Yang Tianshuan flashed in front of Shu Taiwei, his shiny bald head staring at her. Shu Qi'an made a move? Did he recite poetry? How enviable. But this literary gathering was a contest of military strategies. He's just a side character, forcing poetry to show his presence. In my opinion, that's a low road. Shu Qi'an has fallen. Forcing poetry to show his presence? Isn't that you, Xiang? Shu Taiwei ranted internally, then huffed. Shu Qi'an didn't recite poetry, he didn't even show up. Yang Tiangshuan hmed, expressing doubt. Shu Taiwei chirped. He wrote a military treatise and had Shu Erlang present it at the gathering. Hey. Pei Manjilu bowed down after reading it, even willing to acknowledge himself as a disciple. Now that treatise has become a super hot potato. Oh. Yang Xixiang, what's wrong with you?
Yang Tianshuan, biting his fingers, excitedly said, Shu Ningyan's public display of power has advanced rapidly to the level of absolute perfection. Absolute perfection, Shu Taiwei said.
What are you talking about, Xixiang? He only did it because he offended His Majesty. Otherwise, with Shu Ningyan's personality, he'd be showing off everywhere.
Yang Tiangshuan vehemently retorted, waving his hands excitedly. No, you don't understand. The miracle of showing off in front of others is truly like this. He wasn't even there, and he already shook everyone. He wasn't even there, and he already subdued the barbarians. From beginning to end, he did nothing, said nothing. And yet he stirred up a huge wave in the capital.
Shu Ningyan. Oh Shu Ningyan, you are truly my lifelong enemy. One day I will surpass you, trample you underfoot. I must learn all your skills. The higher you rise, the more I learn, and you will regret it in the future. Shu Taiwei blinked innocently. Well, Xixiang, you first need to write a military treatise.
Yang Tiangshuan suddenly stiffened, like a lifeless statue. After a long while, he muttered, Mortals truly have their limits. Teacher, I'm not being a mortal anymore.
Late at night, on Shu Qian's bed, the petite Zhongli sat on his back, using massage techniques to stimulate her climax trigger points, helping Shu Qian circulate his blood, abbreviated as MAS Dafeng. So comfy. Shu Qian half sighed, half groaned in praise, then said, Speaking of which, I am also very proficient in massage techniques. It's just that Fu Xiang has left, and temporarily no woman has such luck. Senior sister Zhang, are you willing to be this lucky one? Zhongli silently shook her head. Though she didn't know what he was saying, shaking her head was the way to go.
Shu Qian became a little annoyed. Then don't sit on me, your butt is so big you'll crush me. Zhongli softly replied, getting off him and dragging her thick embroidery to her small bed.
After chasing away Zhongli, Shu Qian took out a fragment of the Book of the Earth, using the flickering candlelight on the table to illuminate it, and transmitted a message. Big brother, I went to the Yamen to patrol the streets today, and found that the slave traders under Pingyuan Bo that day had all been beheaded. Li Miaozhen ridiculed in a message. Haha, big brother, you're so good. Chu Yuanzhen didn't understand Li Miaozhen's sarcasm, and thought she was praising Shu Qian's talent, transmitting a message. Actually, I suspect the military treatise was written by Wei Yuan, just using Ningyanxiang to pass it on from the old, using it to suppress the barbarians. About Heng Yuan, I've been thinking about it. Yuan Jing captured Heng Yuan Dashi, but daoist Jin Liuan is certain Heng Yuan won't die, so if I were Yuan Jing I would definitely seal him in a place I can see.
Where is a place Yuan Jing can see, but others can't find? Flying Swallow Heroine eagerly replied. The Imperial Palace. Chu Yuanzhen continued the message. Miaozhen is right, but according to Shu Ningyan's intelligence, Huaiwang's spies didn't even enter the palace that day, or even go to the Imperial City.
Shu Qian was shocked. Are you saying there's a secret passage leading to the Imperial Palace within the inner city? Shu Yuanzhen transmitted a message. I think so too, but there's an inexplicable doubt. Have you all seen the Feng Shui map of the capital? The inner city leads to the Imperial Palace, with the Imperial City in between. Starting from any city gate of the inner city, even galloping at full speed would take 2/4 of an hour to reach the Imperial City. And from the Imperial City to the Imperial Palace, the road is long and winding. I don't believe there's such a long tunnel. Shu Qian slowly nodded. Then it's not a tunnel, it's a freaking subway. And that's impossible. To dig a tunnel, you have to dig it secretly. After all, even Emperor Yuan Jing couldn't publicly want to start tunnel work.
The manpower and resources spent are truly terrifying. Moreover, the capital is crowded, and if you dig a tunnel under people's feet, you'd be sensed early on. Chu Yuanzhen transmitted a message. My idea is, could there be some kind of Earth escape magic? Li Miaozhen analyzed. First of all, Earth escape magic is difficult to cultivate, and few people master this skill. Moreover, it can only be used in environments with ley lines. Li Na asked curiously. What are ley lines? Li Miaozhen gave a hint. Ley lines are ley lines. I can't explain it, but daoists can. Daoists are proficient in feng shui and know what ley lines are? Or, our number 3, the erudite genius, knows what ley lines are? Fu Xiang's mouth twitched, thinking.
Miaozhen knows Zhongli is in my room, hinting for me to ask her.
He then turned his head to look at Zhongli on the small bed and asked, Do you know what ley lines are? Zhongli raised her head, tilted her head, thought for a few seconds, and said,
Ley lines are like the meridians of the human body, and the direction of mountains and rivers are all affected by ley lines.
After a pause, she continued, Ley lines are a term divided into 12 types, secretly corresponding to the 12 main meridians of the human body. They are extremely important in feng shui. Land with ley lines is a feng shui treasure land, and building houses and choosing burial places pay even more attention to ley lines.
Fu Qian listened, and his scalp tingled.
Simplifying it, he said in the Book of the Earth chat forum that ley lines are equivalent to the meridians of the human body, corresponding to the 12 main meridians. End of the discussion. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society had been waiting for a long time, but didn't see anything else, and were immediately silent. This was equivalent to saying nothing at all.
But Fu Qian instead remembered a small matter. When he bought a new house and brought Shu Taiwei to look at the feng shui, there was a female ghost in the Shu mansion's well, and ghosts can't exist independently in the Yang world. At that time, Shu Taiwei went down the well to investigate, and found a yin meridian at the bottom of the well. Yin meridians should also be a type of ley line.
Thinking of this, Fu Qian asked again, Senior Sister Zhong, are there ley lines in the Imperial City? Zhongli softly said, Of course there are ley lines in the Imperial City. Its name is the Dragon Meridian. Without waiting for Fu Qian to ask further, she thoughtfully explained.
The Dragon Meridian is the extension of fortune.
60,000 years ago, Defeng established its capital here. The ley lines of the capital receive the nourishment of purple energy, receive the addition of the fortune of a nation, receive the addition of the people's aspirations, and over a long period of time, it transformed into a Dragon Meridian. The Dragon Meridian is a type of ley line, but the Dragon Meridian is the extension of fortune. Zhu Qian pondered and asked, What is the effect of the Dragon Meridian? Zhongli pondered and said, It's like the feng shui of ancestral graves. If it's destroyed, it will affect future generations. The Dragon Meridian and the National Guardian Sword have similar effects, suppressing the fortune of a nation.
In the late years of the Great Zhao, the great Confucian scholars of Yunlu Academy brought the people's grievances into the capital of the Great Zhao, and at the cost of their lives, shattered the last of the Great Zhao's national fortune. What they struck was the Dragon Meridian. Among us Daoists there is a saying, he who obtains the Dragon Meridian obtains the world. Don't really understand, but it feels very OP. Fu Qian sent a message. There is a Dragon Meridian inside the Imperial City. Then he asked Zhongli, Can you manipulate the Dragon Meridian? Zhongli was stunned for a moment, then weakly said, The Dragon Meridian suppresses the fortune of a nation. Even teacher Jianzhou wouldn't dare to touch it casually. Fu Qian then relayed the characteristics of the Dragon Meridian to the members of the Heaven and Earth Society.
Chu Yuanzhen analyzed. If even Jianzhou doesn't dare to touch the Dragon Meridian casually, then Wei Wang's spies are even less likely to borrow the Dragon Meridian for Earth escape. My idea was wrong. The speculation fell into a stalemate, and even Zhu Qian temporarily had no clues. At this moment, number 1 suddenly said, The matter of Heng Yuan is something I'll take charge of. Don't you guys worry about it anymore. Fu Qian was secretly shocked. Oh, number 1 is actually so proactive, this doesn't fit his personality. Among the people holding the Book of the Earth fragments, number 1 is the most mysterious. Number 7 and 8's inability to surface has their reasons. Only number 1 rarely shows up, and only occasionally participates in discussions, hitting the nail on the head, never meeting offline with the people holding the Book of the Earth fragments. Not only him, the members of the Heaven and Earth Society all felt surprised. Such proactiveness didn't fit number 1's previous style in the Heaven and Earth Society. Except for me, no one can freely enter and exit the Imperial City, and I can even find a way to enter the palace. Whether it's Heng Yuan or the secret passage, I have more advantages than you, and it's also safer.
Of course, if I need help, I will ask you for help. and I hope you won't refuse." This reason was reasonable and easy to convince everyone, and it also made Fu Xiang and the others breathe a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. Indeed, the imperial city and the imperial palace were forbidden areas to them right now. Even if Fu Xiang could sneak into the imperial city, he could only hang around with Huai Qing and Lin Han, lacking the conditions for independent action. Chu Yuanzhen thought that this was a good opportunity to test number one's ability and his identity. Li Miaozhen secretly pondered that number one could freely enter and exit the imperial city, and could even find an opportunity to enter the palace, which meant his status was very high, one of the dukes, descendants of the imperial family, or nobles. Ling Na happily thought, "Phew, someone finally took over the matter of Heng Yuan Dashi, so I can rest assured and go to sleep." In the next 2 days, Zhao Ding and the Yaoman delegation negotiated several times, but there were no results. The two sides had not reached an agreement temporarily. Xu Qi'an stayed away from the court, and didn't care about this matter. These 2 days he went to the small courtyard of Hua's wife to escape the world. The life of a prince's concubine was especially comfortable, and not comfortable on the body, but comfortable on the mind, free and unrestrained, with no lack of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Xu Qian often went out with her to stroll around the shops, eat snacks, watch operas, and so on. The 9-colored lotus root was growing very well, and had already begun to sprout, and had grown another section. Xu Qian expected it to become bigger than daoist Jin Lian's. The reason Xu Qian had to hide was that after the literary gathering, scholars from all walks of life kept sending visiting cards to the Shu mansion. Some wanted to pay their respects to him, some wanted to invite him out for a drink, and some wanted to marry their daughters or sisters to him, and even brought their birth dates. During the battle of Buddhist techniques, Xu Qian's fame had naturally spread far and wide, but scholars still had a layer of prejudice against him, and hadn't completely regarded him as one of their own. After the massacre case in Chuzhou, Zhao Shu publicly announced in court that Xu Qian was his disciple. Xu Qian officially became one of their own in the eyes of scholars. However, Emperor Yuan Jing was furious at the time, and no one dared to get close to Xu Qian. After the storm of the literary gathering, Xu Qian became a popular figure. These were all minor issues, but what really made him unable to stay at home were the great Confucian scholars of Yunlu Academy. The day before yesterday, the wind was really strong, and Xu Qian's eyelids twitched. The head of the academy, Zhao Shu, arrived, wearing a faded white Confucian robe, his hair disheveled, looking like a down-on-his-luck scholar. After Xu Qian respectfully led his nominal teacher into the hall, served tea, and chatted, Zhao Shu asked, "Ning Yan is actually proficient in military strategy. Is that military treatise written in another hand?" Zhao Shu came to read the book, and also wanted to take the military treatise to add to the library collection of the academy. "There's no other handwriting, but recently I can't help but feel a little itchy. 4 months without getting close to women." Xu Qian regretfully rejected Zhao Shu. At this moment, great Confucian Zhang Shen, Li Mubai, and Chen Tai came to visit hand in hand. Seeing the academy head Zhao Shao, the 3 great Confucian scholars looked contemptuous. Zhang Shen stole poetry, Chen Tai stole paintings, and Li Mubai was a shameless old thief. The 3 of them cursed a lot. Then the academy head Zhao Shu angrily said, "Words become law," waving his sleeve. "Retreat 100 miles." The 3 great Confucian scholars waved their sleeves and did not retreat. "Fall back 100 miles. Now!" In this all-new magical smackdown, Xu Qian dips out Nita the Shu manor. Before he bails, he sees Shen Shen's flower pot, all fancy-like in the hall, smashed on the floor. At dinner, Shen Shen's like, "I told Ling Ye to invite that royal missy over day after tomorrow. Men, avoid her, and keep your manners in check." "Oh, she's talking about you, Lingyan." Xu Lingyan, the least mannerly glutton, looks up all confused. "But when Master and Miao Zhensis come, I do the same. Why no lectures then?" "Shen Shen. Can't compare. She's your second bro's future wifey." "Lingyan. Wifey. What's that?" Second uncle jumps in. "Your mom's your dad's wifey, got it?" Zhu Lingyan shook. "So, she's gonna be my mom?" Everyone facepalms and eats. Explaining wifey is a MES. It's a noun, but dudes want to turn it into a verb, and the implications? Too deep for a 6-year-old. Shen's like, "Just be good, no fuss, and I'll take you to Fu Manlu for monkey brains." Monkey brains, yes. Distraction complete. Brains, boobs. Shen sighs, defeated. Ahem. Shu Erlang clears his throat. Break-in, the awkward. "Big bro, I memorized some more stuff. Come to my study after dinner?" Xu Qian's hyped, nods slowly. "Hope those Emperor Xian's daily logs have clues. Otherwise, I'm out ideas. Might have to quit." Post-dinner, bros light candles in the study. Xu Erlang recites. Xu Xihan listens. The late emperor was meh. No great deeds, no big sins. Mild dude, kinda horny, ignored politics.
which is why 2 successive prime ministers got power trips. Now that I think about it, Yuanjing Emperor's cunning and control? Probably learned it from Qi'an Emperor.
Snooze fest continues. Then BAM! Late Emperor, the Daoist priest, is a cultivation expert, like a god. Does he know the 1 Qi into 3 purities technique?
Human Sect Dao leader talking about the 1 Qi into 3 purities. Earth Sect's the big boss of the 3 sects. Late Emperor. Earth Sect cultivates merit, walks the mortal realm, shows head but not tail. Can the priest introduce me? Human Sect Dao leader. Sure. Late Emperor was super curious about the 1 Qi into 3 purities. Earth Sect Dao leader in the late Emperor's era must be that demonized guy. Fu Xiang perks up, then freezes.
Earth Sect Dao leader's clone was in the Zhujiao massacre. Yuanjing Emperor's colluding with him? Always wondered why Yuanjing hooked up with Earth Sect, turns out. Earth Sect Dao leader visited the capital. Must have met late Emperor and Prince Yuanjing.
Yes. Check-in. Late Emperor's daily logs was the right move. These details seem minor, but it's the tiny clues that link everything together.
Fu Qiang focuses. Sadly, no news of the Layside Emperor meeting Earth Sect Dao leader. Either it was wiped, or it happened outside the palace so the scribes weren't there. Candles burn out. Shu Erlang sighs. Didn't finish reading yet.
Fu Qiang yeets out of the study. Back in his room, he lights a lamp. Spends all night scribbling at his window desk. Early morn, Wang Ximu's at her vanity, getting the hottest hairstyle, brows on fleek, subtle pearl makeup, touch of blush. Looking elegant AF. Expensive fabrics and complex designs scream, rich! This look took planning. Everyone knows Mistress Shu, aka Shu Raya, is a mind reader with crazy skills. She's Wang Ximu's final boss, so flexin', her prime minister's daughter status would be a FAIL. Gotta be humble, low-key, and middle of the road. Wang Ximu's all I lack education. Can't wait.
She's a royal daughter. Seen her mom and the spoiled concubines go ATIT. Watch those clueless side chicks try to snatch her spot. By adolescence, those pathetic attempts were ancient history. Royal Miss Wang's status was unrivaled, lonely at the top. No rivals at home, she played with outside socialites. Beat noble daughters, suppressed royal princesses in the capital's high society. Only Princess Huiqing could make Wang Ximu sweat. But then she finds out a tiny Xu manor hides a woman she can't underestimate. And that woman might be her future MIL. After getting the Shu family invitation, Wang Ximu knew Mistress Shu was going to size her up. Good and bad. Good, because Mistress Shu accepted her as a potential DIL. Bad, cause the invite reeks of danger. One wrong move, and she's screwed D. But that's what makes it fun. Wang Ximu's a warrior, her brain's wasted on weaklings. If her future MIL's a scrub, boring. Shu Raya seems soft, but she's a scheming genius. Shu Erlang's got the silver tongue, Shu Daling's got all the officials shook, even the Emperor's PISD.
If they were raised like that, then Mistress Shu's a rival worth fearing.
Which is why Wang Ximu's HYPED.
Wang Ximu, with her maids and entourage, marches into the carriage like a BOSS. A female general, leading her army to war. Over at the Shu Manor, Fu Qiang's munching on bean paste. Lina and Shu Lingyin crash the party. Shen Shen's bossing the servants. Clean everything. That's the Prime Minister's daughter. Gotta be respectful. Don't embarrass me. Zhu Ningyan. Zhu Lingyin. Shen Shen spins around, sees her nephew and niece stealing food she bought. She's furious. You trying to give me a heart attack? Zhu Ningyan. You're a freeloader. No girl wants you. You jealous your bro got hitched first? Misunderstanding. I'll take you to my shark-infested pond. Shen Shen coughs, forces a smile. Oh Ningyan, I remember your unique dishes. The flavors are interesting. Wang's, a prime minister's daughter. Used to fancy food.
A change of pace.
Fine, I'll teach the chefs. Fu Qiang's hoping for drama. He'll do anything for Shen Shen now.
Lil, Beansprout, banished from the hall, grabs a ruler from Ling Yeo's room and sword fights. Ling Yeo sees, snaps. Give me back my ruler. I need to make clothes for Big Bro. Ling Yin yeets it towards the Shu Manor gate, cackling, Catch me, sis. Ling Yu chases, screaming, Gimme. Just then, Wang Ximu's carriage stops outside.
A maid sets out a stool for the young miss to dismount. Wang Ximu glances at the gate, nods slightly. Not as grand as her royal mansion, but a big house in this pricey area. Shows Zhu Raya's got deep pockets. Wang Ximu, finance guru, estimates the house is worth at least 7,000 taels. Old Zhang, the gatekeeper, greets the VIP, leads Wang Ximu and her maid into the manor. Wang Ximu inhales, adjusts her mindset, steps over the threshold, Then steps on something. Looks down. It's a ruler. Rulers symbolize rules. Mistress Shu threw it at the door, obviously for M.E. She's laying down the law. Wang Simu's a little shocked. Her maid's like, "Milady, what's wrong?" Wang Simu's all calm. "Nothing. Ruler fell here. Pick it up and tell them to take it back." Could be a test. My dad's the prime minister. Marrying into the ex-Sus is technically a downgrade. She probably thinks I'm a brat. Threw a ruler to test me. If I was a spoiled princess, I'd be furious. But I'm not shallow. She's not here to fight, but to gather info. Gotta scope out Mistress Shu's style and personality. The MIL's probably testing her. A true master. Ling Ye greets her with a sweet smile. "Royal sis, after the poetry meet, we haven't had time to invite you over. Today's the day." Wang Simu smiles politely. "That poetry meet, I made you fall into the water. I've been worried, sis." They hold hands, playin', the loving sisters act. Inside, Wang Simu meets the legendary Mistress Shu. She smiles gently from the host seat, looking kind. She's stunning. Slim face, perfect features. Doesn't look like Ling Yue's mom, more like her older sister. Wang Simu curtsies gracefully. Madame Shu Shen smiles humbly, gestures for Wang Simu to sit. "Miss Wang, no need to be polite. Please, have a seat." Wang Simu sits, smiles sweetly at her maid. "I saw a ruler at the gate, so I asked her to pick it up." The maid hands the ruler to Shen, who's a bit surprised. "Oh, Ling Ye, is this your ruler? Why is it by the door?" Ling Ye looks closely. "Oh, that's mine. Ling Yin must have put it there. She was playing with it." Savage move! Now I'm speechless. Wang Simu forced a smile. "'Cause how can you argue with a kid?" Then, Wang Simu told her servant to bring the gifts. Since she's eaten, here she brought some fancy pastries, followed by jewelry for Shen and Ling Yue. Not just any bling. These are from the royal workshop that makes jewelry for the emperor's harem. Of course, Wang Simu ain't gonna spell out the craftsman status. "That's too low class," screams shallow social climber. She just says royal workshop, and everyone who's anyone gets the message. "How thoughtful, Miss Wang," Shen said, pleased with the gifts. The Wang family's daughter knew her little trick wasn't enough to impress this madam. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Shu Lingyin found her older bro eavesdropping. She waddled over and asked, "What's Dicha doing, big bro?" Shu Qi'an whispered, "I'm watching a show, can't you hear?" Shu Lingyin got hyped. "I want to listen too," so she pretends to listen as well. Shu Qi'an thought, "This Wang girl's got weak sauce. Well, she ain't married yet, gotta be polite, but still, too chill for a gold digger. From what I know, Miss Wang should be opinionated and pushy. Gotta test Shen's limits. Why isn't she throwing shade yet? I'm waiting for the drama." Inside, Wang Simu chatted with Madame Shu and Shu Lingyue for a while, smooth as butter. Wang Simu was shocked to find Madame Shu ain't as deep as she thought. Wang Simu's a pro at family power struggles. She's got a nose for rivals. But Madame Shu? Nada. She's pretty straightforward, ignores my tests, like she doesn't get the game. Plus, cause I'm the Prime Minister's daughter, she's extra polite, scared of not treating me right. Like, when we talk makeup, she dropped the elder act, started rambling like a little girl, even complain about how she can't understand the shop's books, only Zhu Lingyue can manage it, revealing her weakness. No matter how you slice it, she ain't some scheming mastermind. Wang Simu was shook. Then Shen suggested Shu Lingyue show Wang Simu around the estate cause she's still trying to figure out Madame Shu. Wang Simu needed a breather too. Switch up the vibe, find another chance to strike. The Shu estate's smaller than the Wang's, but still a big house with 2 courtyards. Both inner and outer have gardens and ponds. And Shen loves flowers, so the gardens are poppin' with rare plants. Wang Simu, Benin, from a top-tier family, knows real wealth means having time and money for fancy plants, so she upped her respect for the Exu's money. In the courtyard, Lil Bean Sprout was practicing martial arts. Lina coaching her. Zhu Lingyue introduced them. That's little sis Ling Yin. Only heard Erlang mention her, but he didn't seem keen on introducing her. Wang Simu nodded. Ling Yin's learning martial arts? Zhu Lingyue sighed. Yeah, only second bro reads in the family, but he's busy with his studies, no time to teach her. Send her to school, and she gets bullied. Mom gave up, so she's learning martial arts. Miss Wang frowned. That's not good. Girls should read, understand reason, and know etiquette, so they can marry well. She thought for a sec, then said, If you don't mind, I can tutor Ling Yin. Zhu Lingyue smiled sweetly. Thanks, Sis Simu. Wang Simu chuckled. Bayan, Zhu Lingyin's tutor. I'd get some respect from the ex-mice. Show off my talents. Zhu Lingyue added, Ling Yin's mom's biggest headache, she's helpless with her. Zhu Lingyin's Madame Shu's weak spot. Wang Simu locked on the key. Madame Shu's too deep, gotta find out intel from the Shu family. Just then, she heard Li Na tell her student. You're so dumb. Can't even learn these moves. When can you lift the stone table? Wang Simu was like, lift a stone table? A tiny kid has to lift a stone table? Then she saw Li Na casually lift the stone table with one hand, saying, when you can lift this, I'll give you a chicken leg, Ling Yin retorted. But I need the chicken leg to get the strength to lift it.
Wang Simu forced another smile. Who's that? Shu Lingyue said, oh, that's Li Na, from the southern border Jiyu clan. Teach-in, Ling Yin martial arts for now, Wang Simu said. She's one strict and skilled teacher. The two turned into a hallway, saw Shu Qi'an and Zhong Li sunbathing on the roof, quietly chatting. Wang Simu caught herself and tested. Heard Shu Yinluo's parents died early. Madame Shu must have worked her butt off to raise him. Shu Lingyue sighed. Tell me about it. Dad always wanted Big Bro to learn martial arts. Mom didn't agree, wanted him to study like Second Bro. They argued for years. Wang Simu was internally screaming, damn. The whole Great Feng knows Shu Ningyan's a genius. Even Dad Wang Zhenwen said, what a waste if he wasn't studying. Cause Shu's second uncle wanted Shu Qi'an to learn martial arts. Wasted a genius. Turns out Madame Shu had a good eye years ago. Zhu Lingyue continued. When they were young, Big Bro and Mom didn't get along, fought all the time, moved out in a rage, lived next door for 5 years, until they moved to the inner city, then they lived together again. Wang Simu's face fell, shocked. What? Even Shu Qi'an can't beat Madame Shu? Even Shu Yinluo? The guy who cursed officials at Wu Gate and chopped up a duke at the market? The arrogant rebel was forced to move out by Madame Shu when he was young. Wang Simu realized it's all a facade. The straightforwardness, the not good at fighting. It's all Madame Shu putting on a show. Wang Simu gasped, face serious like never before. I was too cocky thinking I could see through Madame Shu with a casual chat. Compared to Zhu Lingyue, she's nothing. At least I knew she's got skills and plans since that exam incident. I'm get vacant, more and more curious about her. How did she make even the arrogant Shu Yinluo move out? And after Shu Yinluo got famous, he still sticks around and respects her? Wang Simu was cautious and curious, like Huai Qing Xin, military books, thirsty to learn. Wang Simu came to the Shu estate for 3 reasons. 1. Test Madame Shu. 2. Check out the Shu's resources, include the estate, money and everything else. 3. Scope out the Shu family's personalities and interests, to figure out who to use and who to bully in the future. For a woman, that's the info you gotta have. If I marry Second Bro, I'll be living here. I'm starting to think Madame Shu's deeper than I thought. Now, I'm gonna see the Shu estate's resources. The two chatted while walking around the Shu estate. After the tour, Wang Simu was happy with the place. Even if I lived here, I wouldn't feel bad. The only problems, the guards seem a little thin. Wang Simu acted casual. Shu Lingyue explained, Dad, Big Bro, and Second Bro don't have trusted subordinates, so they only hire servants, no guards. Wang Simu nodded. Guards gotta be loyal, or they'll steal from you. Plus, the men aren't always home, and the women are pretty. That's dangerous. So the defenses are weak. Wang Simu frowned. Think kin? She could bring her own Wang family guards, but that's a bad sign for the husband's family, kinda challenge. Shu Lingyue sighed. The Shu family's weak. Can't do nothing about it. She looked at Miss Wang without expression, saw her twitch a brow, and smiled. Then they left Shu Lingyue's room. Wang Simu looked over and froze. She saw someone unexpected. The Heavenly Sect's Saintess. Why's she at the Xu's? How can she be at the Xu's? Confused, Wang Simu bowed and sweetly said, Greetings, Saintess. Li Miaozhen also noticed this. Shu Erlang's admirer nodded. Cool as ice, Miss Wang. As the Heavenly Sect's Saintess and Flying Swallow heroine, Li Miaozhen's got style. This ain't rude, it fits her equine persona, a heroine of her time. Wang Simu walked inside, saw Su Su doing needlework, left to avoid, and was shocked. This white-dressed girl's beauty is breathtaking. Plus, Li Miaozhen, the Xus have so many beautiful women? Wang Simu was secretly terrified. Face staying, neutral, even smiling. The Saintess is here too. Li Miaozhen shook her head. Nah, I'm staying at the Shu's for a few months. Wang Simu was like, staying? At the Shu's for months? She's the Shu's guest elder, she realized. No wonder the Shu's don't need guards. Of course they don't. Got that southern border GU clan girl with crazy strength, the Heavenly Sect's Li Miaozhen, Imperial Guard Centurion Shu Pingji, and Shu Yinluo, who can beat 2 sects, celestial beings. Even the Wang family doesn't have such high-level fighters. Who needs normal guards? The Shu's might be weak in officialdom, but in Jianghu, in some ways, their resources are scary deep. She looked at Su Su and asked with a smile, Who's this? Li Miaozhen calmly said, She's Su Su, my sister. Wang Simu was warm. Hello, Miss Su Su. You're great at needlework, much better than me.
Su Su smiled. I'm low-born. Gonna be a concubine even if I marry. Gotta work. I envy Miss Wang. High-born. Never lifted a finger. Here we go. Xu Lingyue's eyes lit up. It wasn't a waste-leaden Wang Simu here. This Miss Su Su seems hostile towards me, but I just met her. Wang Simu's eyes narrowed. She made a bold guess. This Su Su girl's got the hots for second bro.
She knows she can't beat me, so she said, concubine, mean. She's got the saintess back in her, a soft jab to me. Wang Simu laughed. This familiar catfight scene made her feel like she was back home, temporarily out of Madame Shu's shadow.
Wang family's missy be all like. A concubine has her struggles. The main wife got her own problems. Sis, no need to blame yourself, but in this world, there's one unchanging truth. The higher your position, the greater your abilities need to be. So when it comes down to it, being a side character, like us concubines, is the easiest, right?
Su, my dear sister.
Su, shooketh? Really? I think Madame Shu lives quite comfortably, doted on by her husband, filial children. But you, Miss Wang, with your noble background, are naturally different. Wang Missy internally roasts. On the surface, praising me, secretly mocking me. Li Miaozhen, sitting aside, listened with great interest. Only with some doubt. This Wang Simu is Xu Erlang's mistress. Su Su is Xu Ningyan's mistress. What are these two fighting over?
She glanced at Xu Lingyue again, the Xu family's little sister with an innocent and gentle face, sitting on the side with a sweet smile, as if she didn't understand the clash between the two at all. The most dangerous are always the soft, harmless lambs. Li Miaozhen sighed. Suddenly, she heard tiny footsteps from the roof. Sensing it, she widened her eyes. Xu Ningyan also came to listen to the drama. The bastard.
Li Miaozhen blinked, feeling she should add fuel to the fire. Can't let that dude above be too chill. Finding an opportunity, she interjected with a smile.
Speaking of which, Su Su's family is tragic. Her parents passed away many years ago. We've relied on each other. This time coming to the capital, she won't be leaving. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Simu's eyes. Oh, not leaving? This little bitch really wants to be Xu Erlang's concubine. Xu Erlang clearly said there were no concubines in his house, huh? Well, technically, there aren't any official concubines yet, cause he ain't officially taken one. Wang Simu's heart suddenly sank.
Li Miaozhen continued. Su Su and Xu Ningyan are childhood sweethearts. I plan to leave Su Su at the Shu Manor, not asking for the position of main wife, just a concubine is fine. Xu Ningyan's concubine? Then it's alright. Wang Simu's hope rekindled, revealing a genuine smile. Oh, childhood sweethearts with big bro, huh? A sharp glint also flashed in Xu Lingyue's eyes. Smiling but not really smiling, she said, Su Su, you hit it well. I never realized you and my big bro were childhood sweethearts, that's great.
After Fu Xiang passed away from illness, big bro was always gloomy.
Now that there's Su Su, I think big bro can gradually cheer up. Is she comparing me to a courtesan? Su Su gave Xu Lingyue a look. Li Miaozhen heard the tiny footsteps leaving. Xu Ningyan quietly came and quietly retreated back to the main hall, thinking, the fire's burning me now. Knowing Lingye's personality, she's probably gonna hide needles in my clothes.
Can't let Shen Renruo get away with this.
I want to see Shen get a beat down. A man's gotta have his initial intentions. Just as she saw her passing by, Fu Qian coughed to attract Shen's attention, then said, Aunt Shen, I just saw Lingyue leading Miss Wang to do embroidery and sewing. Shen, she's just too much. She's a guest. How can you make her work?
Shen immediately freaked out. How can that be? This Lingyue girl isn't any smarter than Lingyin. She's too honest. All she knows is how to work. If she gets married in the future, she might end up being a maid for her future mother-in-law to boss around. Miss Wang is the daughter of the Grand Secretary. How can she be doing embroidery and sewing? I'm so pissed. Finishing her rant, Shen suddenly remembered something and said, Ningyan, it seems like there aren't any crystal cups at home, just ordinary ceramic ones. It's still early before lunch. Can you help Aunt Shen go buy some back? Shen carefully negotiated. If we have a few crystal cups, our house will look more presentable, right? We can't let the Wang family's missy look down on us. Xu Qian urged. Okay, hurry up and go, Aunt Shen. Shen quickly left. Watching Shen's retreating figure, Xu Qian gave a thumbs up. Shen, ji, uwu, Shen, go. Shen, you got this. If she goes to buy cups, how long will it take? That way she won't see the ending of this iron-blooded Shen getting caught in the Royal Rumble and getting brutally bullied. Xu Qian thought for a moment, then took out a small jade mirror. He brought out a set of precious dragon blood crystal jade cups from Casio Guogong's private collection and put them on the table, and then brought out a few small dragon and phoenix vases. He took out the Qinghua porcelain and brought them to the kitchen, telling the chefs to use them to serve the food. Over there, Shen Shen hastily pushed open her daughter's boudoir and yelled, "Why are you doing embroidery and sewing when everything's fine?" She then lectured her daughter, "All you know how to do all day are these things. You're now also a young lady of the Shu manor. You must have the corresponding awareness of your status, understand?" Shu Lingyue lowered her head aggrievedly. "Mom, I know." Su Su smiled and called out, "Madam Shu," then restrained her claws and lowered her head to sew clothes. Her arrival suppressed both Lingyue and Su Su. Wang Simu saw it all, and was impressed. When she was at her own mansion, her mother would scold her, and she could argue back until her mother had no words left to say. But Shu Lingyue and Su Su, in front of the Shu family's madam, she saw complete suppression. Not even a debate. Shen Shen, seeing that Wang Simu wasn't doing any sewing, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had come here to sit down and chat. She explained affably, "It's all because of me. I'm usually too lazy to manage the shops and fields outside, as well as the dividends from the astronomical observatory. All of these are managed by Lingyue. She's busy all day, and it's become a habit." Wang Simu thought to herself, here it comes, she's starting to probe me. Her meaning is that if I want to manage the household accounts in the future, I'll have to go through Zhu Lingyue first. After Shen Shen came, the room was filled with harmony. Shu Qi'an sat on the roof listening to the women's trivial conversation, and couldn't help but admire Wang Simu. She suppressed her true nature very well, completely acting like a well-behaved and gentle young lady from a noble family. Her intention was to give Shen Shen and our whole family the impression that she was harmless, truly worthy of being the daughter of the Grand Secretary. Lunch was gradually approaching. Shen Shen led Miss Wang and the women of the house to the inner hall to prepare for the meal. How the food is every day is one of the standards for judging the Shu manor's background, but, with guests, a sumptuous meal is normal, so Wang Simu wasn't looking at the food but at the porcelain. Shen Shen called Miss Wang to sit down. Wang Simu glanced at the dishes on the table, all of which had just been served and hadn't been touched yet. It was lunchtime, and this was the main table, and there were clearly men in the house. Why were they eating first? Wang Simu tentatively asked. Why don't I see Xu Yinlu? Shen Shen waved her hand, pouring wine for her while casually saying, "He's the only man in the manor. It's not convenient for him to sit with you, so I told him to eat in his own room." Wang Simu's heart skipped a beat. She looked deeply at the Shu family's madam, thinking, what are you wary of her for? Xu Yinluo. As soon as she thought of this, she suddenly looked down at the wine cup in her hand, and couldn't help but be shocked. The color was like jade, with a deep red like blood inside. Wang Simu's hand trembled, and Shen Shen's sweet wine was immediately spilled, falling on the table and on her clothes. Oh dear, why are you so careless? Shen Shen hurriedly threw the wine bottle and cup aside, taking out a towel to wipe the wine stains on Wang Simu's clothes. Wang Simu blankly thought, Dragon blood crystal. Crystal is already precious, and dragon blood crystal is a rare type of earth from the western regions that is fired, with extremely low output. In the western regions and the central plains had close relations. Dragon blood crystal was often used as tribute, flowing into the central plains. It was usually made into tableware and wine cups. His Majesty would only take it out to use when holding banquets to treat his officials. As the relationship between the western regions and the central plains gradually cooled, dragon blood crystal hadn't flowed into the central plains for many years. The nobles of the capital had a hard time finding it even for 1,000 taels of gold. Most of them stored it in their homes, occasionally taking it out for their own use, but they would definitely not use it to entertain guests. She quickly glanced around, discovering that all the cups on the table were dragon blood crystal, a whole set of crystal cups. The value was enough to buy 2 Zhu manors. After Shen Shen wiped her clean, she continued to fill another cup and asked, Are you tired? Probing me, but this is a battle of positions. In reality, she really values me. Is that what the Xu family's madam wants to express? Wang Simu pursed her lips and didn't say a word. She felt a little touched in her heart. She understood the Shu family's madam's respect and importance towards her. Shen Shen smiled kindly and told her to try this dish. These are all only available at our Zhu manor. You can't eat them outside. The roasted duck's outer layer was roasted golden and crispy, sliced, and wrapped in a thin wheat wrapper. It was delicious and not greasy. The outside looked ugly, but it was soft in the mouth, with a moderate salty flavor. The braised pork had a rich aroma, and was soft and non-greasy. Although the Shu manor is a newly rising noble family, its financial resources shouldn't be underestimated. Just as Wang Simu thought this, her eyes suddenly narrowed. She stared at the small porcelain pot of chicken soup, thinking, something ain't right. Wang Simu came from a family of officials and gentry, and she herself was extremely talented.
with a strong ability to appreciate things. She quickly saw that the porcelain on this table was not simple. Every single piece is an antique with extremely high collection value.
Is this not normal?
Is this not normal? How could anyone use antiques as everyday objects?
In the quiet atmosphere of the meal, a huge shock was stirred up in Miss Wang's heart.
Calming herself down, Wang Ximu turned to observe the women at the meal. That Su girl didn't sit at the dining table, which meant that even if she married into the Shu family, she could only be a concubine. Li Miaozhen's personality was indifferent and gentle, in line with her identity as a holy maiden of the heavenly sect.
Shu Lingyin and that southern border girl, on the other hand,
shocked Wang Ximu. How can anyone eat like that? Aren't they afraid of choking? Aren't they afraid of burning themselves? Are they putting on an act for me? If such a small child knows how to act, then it's too scary. But if it's not acting, how could the ex-Su family's madam, who manages the family so strictly, easily tolerate them being so impolite? While Wang Ximu was thinking randomly, the meal was over. She made a summary in her heart. Although the Shu family's madam's methods were superb, she wasn't the type of madam who was oppressively overbearing. On the contrary, she was very gentle and straightforward most of the time, like a little girl. She was truly a terrifying woman.
Shu Lingyue had at most inherited 3 or 4 parts of her mother's standards. In Wang Ximu's eyes, she was a master, but not yet a formidable opponent. As for that little sister Exu, she didn't have a chance to test her out yet. Therefore, after finishing lunch, Wang Ximu saw Little Bean Sprout playing in the courtyard. She found an opportunity to go out alone, carrying a tray of fruit in her hand, waving and smiling. "Ling Yin, come to sister's place." Shu Lingyin saw the food and immediately ran over. She really liked to eat and was easily controlled as long as there was food. And in her heart, Wang Ximu happily and gently said, "I heard from your sister that you were bullied at school." Shu Lingyin's attention was all on the tray of fruit. While eating, she said aggrievedly and resentfully, "There was a chubby kid who stole my food." He then loudly announced that Big Baby helped me take revenge. Zhu Lingyue wasn't lying. Someone really bullied her, so she didn't go to school. Poor child. Wang Ximu patted her head, her tone gentle. "Do you still want to go to school?" Little Bean Sprout shook her head.
Wang Ximu suggested towards the stone chair next to her. "Then how about sister teaches you?" Little Bean Sprout glanced at the tray of fruit, and then nodded. Wang Ximu grinned, thinking she could cram some knowledge into the little brat before it went back to the Zhu manor. That little rascal would then unintentionally show off his newfound knowledge in front of his parents. And Shu's matriarch would definitely inquire. Shu Lingyin would spill the beans about Wang Ximu secretly teaching him to read. Shu Raya would definitely be grateful after knowing about it, and Wang Ximu wouldn't take credit for it. Just your big sis teaching sis arithmetic. Meanwhile, after lunch at the Hanlin Academy's cafeteria, Shu Xinian rode back home ASAP. He felt uneasy AF. Wang Ximu had a strong personality, full of initiative, while his mom was the type to wear her heart on her sleeve. If Wang Ximu probed too much, his mom would be pissed and might flip out immediately.
Besides, the whole manor was full of freaks and weirdos. Ling Yin, Lina, the saintess of the heavenly sect, the ghost Su, and, most of all, his batshit crazy older brother. Shu Erlang felt he needed to return and control the situation a bit. He went through the outer and inner halls, didn't see Wang Ximu, but found her maid standing there. He asked, "Where's your miss?" The maid replied respectfully, "In the courtyard." Zhu Erlang left the inner hall. Turning into the inner courtyard, he indeed found Wang Ximu sitting lifelessly by the stone table, like a wilted flower. Shu Lingyin stood aside, munching on fruit, and glancing at her future sister-in-law, wanting to finish and bounce. Shu Erlang's heart sank. What the hell happened? Did they already have a falling out? Am I too late? Simu, he said, gently shaking her shoulder. Wang Ximu slowly raised her head, her eyes dull and vacant. A few seconds later, Wang Ximu teared up, stood up, threw herself into his arms, and sobbed. "Erlang, your little sister is driving me nuts." Shu Erlang anxiously asked, "Did you and Ling Yue have a fight?" Wang Ximu shook her head, pointing at the carefree Shu Lingyin while hiccuping. "It's her. I was trying to be nice and teach her arithmetic, and she dared to piss me off." Zhu Erlang's mouth twitched. "Teaching? Arithmetic?" He then took a deep breath, giving her a complicated look and consoling her. "Sis, why would you put yourself through that? The academy teachers, Daoist Li, Chu Yuanchen, they've all been driven crazy by Ling Yin. What makes you think you're any different?" Wang Ximu said in disbelief. But, Ling Yue said Ling Yin doesn't study because she's bullied at school, which is kinda true, so I wanted to teach her." She seemed to realize something and fell silent. They stared at each other in awkward silence. On the distant rooftop, Zhu Qi'an clutched his stomach, laughing like a dying pig. Ah, now I know why Chu Yuanchen was so pissed.
This one also tried to teach Lingyin arithmetic. Oh god, my stomach hurts from laughing. Li Miaozhen chuckled. Your little sister is wicked. Shu Qinan immediately retorted. Get lost! You're the wicked one! Below, Shu Erlang looked around, seeing only the little bean sprout, and sat down by the table, patiently sweet-talking, until Wang Simu was finally soothed. Then, a memory flashed in his mind of Zhu Lingyu secretly seeking him out last night. Simu, he said, taking a deep breath after Wang Simu looked over. I've been thinking a lot lately. Ever since Big Bro offended the emperor, the Shu family has been teetering on the edge of a cliff. Big Bro's idea is to take the family away from the capital, and whether I stay or not is up to me. I've studied hard for over a decade, and it wasn't easy to get where I am now. No matter what, I won't leave the capital, but I want to wait a little longer. Wait until I have a higher position, a bigger career, before marrying you. I don't want people to laugh and say you have a bad taste in men. Wang Simu held his hand. All the grievance and frustration gone, her eyes gentle like never before. Before dusk, Shen gave Wang Simu a ton of gifts, including a jade bracelet she had worn for many years. Wang Simu left with her maid, turning her head to see the Shu family matriarch watching with her 2 daughters. Shu Lingyin happily waved. Her eyes swept past the 3 of them, looking towards the rooftop. Shu Qinan stood high up, nodding and smiling at her. Li Miaozhen and the disheveled-haired girl were on either side of him. For some reason, even though she was humiliated today, she could feel a sense of ease in this family. They lived in this kind of comfort, the comfort of good times. After dusk at the Wang Manor, the table was laden with delicacies. Wang Shoufu looked at his daughter, deep in thought, and asked, What's on your mind? Oh right. How did you feel about the Shu Manor today? Wang's second son immediately chimed in. The Shu family just rose to prominence recently, so I doubt it can meet her standards. Wang's eldest son frowned. If that's the case, we'll have to give her a generous dowry if she really marries Shu Xinju. Wang Simu said nonchalantly. They drink wine from dragon blood glazed cups, and use valuable antiques to hold food. Their guards are all 4th-grade experts. The entire chicken essence factory of the court has to give 1/10 of its profits to the Zhu Manor every year. What? Wang's second son, a businessman, exclaimed in shock. 1/10 of the entire chicken essence factory? That's an unimaginable fortune. Wang's eldest son's face also went blank as he repeated. Dragon blood glazed cups as wine cups. Wang's wife smiled contentedly and asked, So what's the Zhu family matriarch like? With your skills, it shouldn't be hard to suppress her, right? Wang Simu quietly said. Shu Raya is unfathomable. Wang Shoufu nodded. Shu Raya is not simple. Wang's eldest son suddenly sighed and asked, Oh right, how's the negotiation going, father? Wang Zhenwen nonchalantly said, It should be done in 3 days at most. The negotiation between Daofeng and the demon horde was simply about immediate and future benefits. The future benefits were just a bonus. The immediate benefits were the most important, and what the demon horde could offer were war horses, iron ore, fur, and ceding territory. At night, Shu Qinan was in the study, reading the daily life records of the late emperor. He casually picked up Shu Erlang's manuscript and found it was a strategy against the Jing nation's iron cavalry. Shu Erlang, while drinking tea, said, This is what I've figured out myself. Erlang truly deserves to be a master of military strategy. The reasoning is clear, and the thinking is coherent. I wonder if it's just theoretical, or if it'll actually work in a real fight, Zhu Qinan said after reading it, returning the manuscript to Erlang. Switching scenes to deep in the northeast, a mountain ravine backed by the vast ocean. Waves crashed against the reefs, creating a thunderous roar and spraying white foam like snow lions or white dragons. In the middle of the ravine was a 100-zang-high altar with 2 enormous stone statues. One statue wore Confucian robes, a Confucian hat, and a long beard reaching its chest, depicting an elderly scholar. There were cracks on its forehead. The other statue wore a long robe and a crown of thorns, with a face like jade and unparalleled elegance. The first rays of dawn shone on the altar, and the statue with the crown of thorns suddenly trembled. Further away from the altar was a large-scale city. The city was the headquarters of the witch god sect. This city was named Jingshan, the name of the mountain. The name of the Jing nation also originated from this towering mountain with the altar. In this era, the witch god didn't appear in the mortal realm. The Great Witchmaster was the supreme leader of the witch god sect, a first-grade witchmaster. The current Great Witchmaster was named Salun Agu, a top-tier expert who had existed since ancient times, even before the first Jianzhou took office. His identity was as a disciple of this ancient powerhouse. Salun Agu's appearance was that of an old man in a cloak. He wasn't in the majestic palace in Jingshan City, but in a grass hut built at the foot of Jingshan,
raising a flock of goats. Every morning, the witchmasters of Jingshan City would see this great leader singing mountain songs. Against the backdrop of the rising sun, herding a flock of goats up the mountain, Saloon Agu took down the wine gourd from his waist, took a sip of ginseng wine, and smacked his lips contentedly. Then, he tapped a branch on the ground. "Yerbu, come here!" A witchmaster in a robe immediately appeared where the branch had tapped. Bowing respectfully, "Great Witchmaster." Saloon Agu smiled and asked, "Has your injury healed?" Yerbu nodded, his voice low. "Great Witchmaster, who exactly is that mysterious powerhouse who appeared in Chuzhou?" "I can't deduce his origin," Saloon Agu said kindly. "If you could deduce it, you'd already be a great Witchmaster. Don't worry about him. That's the problem the Buddhist sect needs to deal with. We need to face Wei Yuan. The witch god has just given a decree." Yerbu was surprised and delighted. The witch god can finally reveal his power to influence reality. Saloon Agu didn't answer, opening his palm. He didn't know when a jade ring had appeared, and he said, "Tell the Jing Nation brat to flatten the northern territory within 3 months." After Yerbu left, Saloon Agu looked in the direction of the distant altar and muttered, "Let me go to Dafeng's capital and bother that grandson. I can't beat him within Dafeng's borders. Headache." Saloon Agu sighed. After sighing, the bright sunlight in Jingshan City was instantly covered by a patch of dark clouds, and a gale arose, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Also that morning, Huang Xiangji and Pei Manxilu arrived outside the Shu Manor in a carriage as agreed. Huang Xiangji was lazily seductive, her face exquisitely carved, licking her lips and excitedly saying, "I can't wait to meet the legendary Shu Yin Luo." Pei Manxilu held a book in his hand and smiled. "The negotiations are over. After we meet Shu Qi'an, we have to leave the capital. The Jing Nation's iron cavalry is unparalleled, and their tactics are powerful. I have a few questions I want to ask him. As for you, just be a pretty vase for show. Whether you can get him into bed depends on your skills." Huang Xiangji licked her red lips and smiled. "Men are rarely not horny. If they aren't, it's usually because the women aren't beautiful enough. The hornier the man, the more tricks I have to deal with him. Don't look at him with his impressive appearance. If he actually gets into bed, he can only cry for mercy and call me Grandma," she said confidently, certain of victory. Pei Manxilu said nonchalantly, "If you have the ability, take him back to the north if you want, but before that, don't interfere with my official business." "Your official business?" Huang Xiangji groomed her nails, holding back her seductiveness, T.S. King, and saying, "I knew it. How could someone as arrogant as you be willing to lose to someone you've never met? I've been investigating these past few days. Shu Qi'an, although he's a peerless poet, has never had any achievements in military strategy. I suspect that book on military strategy was written by Wei Yuan, so I want to visit him to test him out. Of course, if he really is the author of that book on military strategy." Bui Manjilu paused, clenched his fist slightly, his tone a bit excited, a bit eager. "I want to ask him for advice on a few issues. To ask, how should the Northern War be broken? A grand strategist like him, a single reminder, a single idea, might just be the key to the war's success or failure." Huang Xianhe pouted. "It's not that exaggerated." The carriage stopped, and the two lifted the curtain and jumped out. Under the guidance of old Zheng, the gatekeeper, Huang Xianhe entered Shu Fu's residence, looking around with a smile, and said, "Not bad at all." Passing through a stone-paved path, ahead was a magnificent building with curved eaves, the outer hall of Shu Fu's residence for receiving guests. Huang Xianhe's eyes suddenly lit up. She saw a man wearing a black robe, wrapped in gold and silver thread, with ornate ornaments, standing at the entrance of the outer hall, smiling at them. This man's features were like carvings, full of masculine yang energy, yet not rough. A closer look would reveal that he was actually very handsome. However, his sharp eyes, healthy body, and wheat-colored skin made him completely different from the suave Tang Dijun Mei. "Didn't disappoint me. This skin bag alone makes this old lady love you so much." Huang Xianxer's smile unconsciously became more charming. Shu Qian had seen them at the literary gathering, so he only glanced at them, not making much of an assessment. "Yeah, this demoness Huang Xianhe is as flirtatious as ever," he muttered in his heart, smiling gently on the surface. "The two of you, please come inside." He just glanced at me. It didn't show the lust or amazement that men usually have. But he and I are clearly meeting for the first time. This definitely isn't because I'm not seductive enough, but this Shu Yinluo either has a strong resistance to beauty, or the rumors of his affairs in the capital circulating about him and the Jiaofangxi's courtesan are actually a deliberate disguise. The witty and cunning Huang Xianyer noticed this detail, and quietly remembered it in her heart. Shu Qian led the two demon envoys into the hall, instructed the servants to serve tea, and sat upright in the master seat, teasing, Knowing that the emperor has a grudge against me, you still come to visit. Are you trying to push me into the abyss? Buiman Zhilu, out of courtesy, took a symbolic sip of tea, also smiling with a full face, teasing. Your grievances with the emperor of Dafeng, everyone has long known. I am rather curious how Xu Yinluo will respond. Fu Xiang smiled, without responding, only said, I am no longer Yinluo. Buiman Zhilu stopped at the point, turned to say. That day at the literary gathering, reading Xu Gongzi's military books was like a flash of inspiration. In fact, I have long admired Xu Gongzi. Huang Xianxer said indifferently. I have also long admired Xu Gongzi. Her voice was coquettish, speaking as if she was acting spoiled. Zhu Qihan acted as if he didn't see it and smiled. Your talent also shocked me. I didn't expect a foreign race to have such a brilliant talent. You have won the respect of Danafeng with your talent. Huang Xianxer pouted, softly said. Then what about me? Haven't I won your respect? You used the fertile seafood of the fox race to win the respect of the LSP officials? Xu Qian said nonsense in his heart, only smiling at this kind of teasing reply. The fox race's marriage today in the Dafeng officialdom has achieved unanimous praise. The officials in the capital secretly discussed a lot. Even Zhu Erlang had heard of it. When chatting mentioned with the elder brother, Buiman Zhilu hugged his chest and lamented. But even I feel it is extremely difficult to deal with the Jing country's iron cavalry. My race's iron cavalry is brave. This is something that everyone in Jianzhou knows. But the courage of a mere man is hard to make a treasure. This time, my visit is to ask Xu Gongzi for advice. Huang Xianxer said, Ask him? I'm just a coolie. The Art of War wasn't written by me. It was written by Sun Tzu. A book title makes it pretty clear, no? You're a great scholar, who is well versed in the art of war. And you're asking me for advice? Xu Qihan ranted wildly in his heart. But on the surface, he was unmoved, and just smiled lightly. I once wrote in a military book, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Hearing his answer, a smile spread at the corners of Buiman Zhilu's mouth. He had an initial agreement with the level of this Zhu Yinluo, and slowly said, I was too impatient. Well, Jing country has two types of cavalry. One is known as the Fire Armor Army, named after the special armor material on their bodies. But their mounts are scaled beasts, a good warhorse, and a kind of monster hybrid cultivated by Jing country. This beast has terrifying stamina, incredible defense, and a horn on its head that, when charging, is unstoppable. Even the strongest heavy cavalry of the man race dare not say they can win for sure against them, and the Fire Armor Army has about 40,000 of them. Xu Qihan was secretly shocked in his heart. Heavy cavalry made up of 40,000 exotic beasts, no wonder they can sweep across the demon race. Buiman Zhilu continued. And their light cavalry cannot be underestimated, sweeping like fire. After the heavy cavalry charges, the light cavalry is responsible for harvesting the scattered enemy troops. The two cooperate, invincible and unstoppable. Moreover, the north is mostly plains, unlike the central plains, where rivers and mountains are dense. Finding good terrain can effectively block the Jing country's cavalry. May I ask, Xu Yinluo, how should my northern race respond? How the hell would I know? If it was me, I'd just A up and not worry about so much. In Xu Qihan's mind, Xu Erlang's manuscript suddenly appeared, at once smiled and said, If the Dafeng army in the north faces such iron cavalry, they only need to use fire cannons and crossbows to bombard them alternately. Buiman Zhilu shook his head and said, Therefore, Jing country has light cavalry, extremely fast-moving. As long as they disperse their formation to resist the first two bombardments, they can destroy Dafeng's fire cannon legion. Xu Qihan said two methods. Setting up iron thorn obstacles, or digging horse traps 100 steps away from the fire cannon soldiers. As long as you use a tube as thick as your fist to stab into the ground and dig out a deep pit of the corresponding size, you can effectively stop the cavalry from charging. Light cavalry can't be compared to heavy cavalry, and can't be ignored. Once the charging speed is hindered, and they suffer several rounds of fire cannons and crossbows, soldiers have no fixed form. If you don't have the advantage of terrain, you have to learn to create your own advantages. Horse traps. Setting up obstacles. I also have similar plans, but now, how can we create terrain methods on the plains with two more things? Buiman Zhilu's eyes lit up, and he silently remembered him, then gave a deep smile. Xu Gongzi doesn't know, Jing country also has fire cannons and crossbows. As far as I know, these were all transported by your Dafeng former Minister of War to the Witch God sect. Only, horse traps and obstacles. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with Jing country's cavalry. What the heck, why didn't you say so earlier? You're not just here to ask for advice, you're also here to smash my shop, aren't you? Xu Qihan cursed inwardly, then couldn't help but glance at him. This Buiman Zhilu is not only here to ask for advice, but also to test my depth. Because he was hit hard by me at the literary gathering,
He is not convinced in his heart. Fortunately, I read some of Erlang's strategies last night.
Fu Xiang then laughed loudly and said, "Isn't the cavalry of the two demon races need to exert their usefulness here?" He flexibly changed his mind, and brought the demon army into the camp to make up for our weaknesses. In Zhu Erlang's composition, the demon army was also calculated in it. Bui Manjilu seemed to be arguing, saying, "At most, it's a tie." Fu Qian shook his head. "It's not a tie. If Dajfeng and the demon race join forces, the chances of winning are absolutely crushing the Jing country army. Even if they also have a certain number of fire cannons, the more types of soldiers there are, the more room for operation there is. Let me give you a small example. It is said that every warrior of the Jinmu tribe of the man race raises an exotic beast, the heavenly wolf, which is the only flying beast army in the 12 tribes. In addition, the Jinmu tribe's warriors are good at shooting." Bui Manjilu said with some disappointment.
Although the Jinmu tribe's flying beast army is good at shooting, each one is difficult to break through the armor of the fire armor army. A few masters may be able to do it, but on a large battlefield, it's just a drop in the bucket.
Fu Qian rested his chin and smiled. Bui Manxiang's mind is still not flexible enough. Why must we rely on arrows to cause damage? Since penetrating damage can no longer pose a threat to the fire armor army, why don't we change the method? For example, tying kerosene to the arrows. The heavy cavalry's armor is difficult to remove. Once it's covered in kerosene, the hot fire will scorch the armor red hot. It can't be extinguished when you try to put it out, and you can't take it off. At that time, the heavy armor they were proud of has become their most fatal flaw. This trick also came from Erlang's idea. Bui Manjilu was slightly moved, unable to remain calm anymore, and whispered to himself, "That's right. Since arrows are difficult to damage, why not try fire attacks? The heavy cavalry's iron armor is difficult to remove on its own. Once it's covered in kerosene, even if they don't die, they will be burned severely.
The Jinmu tribe's flying beast army shoots arrows from high up, and the fire armor army can't escape even if they try. Feasible, completely feasible." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if a peerless master had enlightened him. Zhu Gongzi is worthy of being a master of military strategy, good at utilizing soldiers and tools, unintentionally agreeing with my way of using soldiers. This conversation can be called a wake-up call. It's a pity that there are too few people in my race who are well-versed in military strategy. If someone could have discussed with me earlier, maybe I would have thought of this trick earlier. Why would my race have to be so embarrassed?
Even Huang Xianhe, who didn't understand military strategy, thought of the wonderful use of this trick. The way she looked at Fu Qian now had a bit more appreciation, not purely towards beauty anymore. Towards this man, a bit of pure appreciation had risen in her heart, the appreciation of a female towards a male.
Oops. Bui Manjilu took a sip of tea, using it to suppress the excitement in his heart. At the same time, he had an even more greedy idea, taking advantage of the fact that the two sides were having an intense conversation, and Fu Qian didn't intend to hide anything. Why not take this opportunity to trick even more tactics out of the mouth of this generation's master of military strategy? For example, tactics in his ideals that can definitely win with one blow.
Bui Manjilu now completely believed that the Sun Tzu art of war came from the genuine hands of Fu Qian. So he pondered for a moment and said, "This plan is good, but this time the witch god sect's momentum is overwhelming, not just the Jing country's iron cavalry. If it weren't for the strength of the 9 great demons, even if they were injured, they wouldn't let that Jiahou Yushu be so rampant."
In the Jing country's army, there is a 3rd-rank witchmaster, and a number of 4th-rank witchmasters. They can manipulate corpse soldiers, and can stimulate the blood and energy of people and animals on a large scale, causing their combat power to temporarily increase. This is the reason why the Jing country's iron cavalry is so ferocious and crazy. Zhu Gongzi has extensive knowledge, and should know that the battlefield is the witchmaster's home ground. The role of a 3rd-rank witchmaster on the battlefield is more than that of a 3rd-rank immortal body. I dare to ask, is there a tactic that can strike directly at the vitals, and be done in one fell swoop?
Fu Qian felt uncomfortable and nagged in his heart. That's too much. You still want a tactic that's done in one fell swoop. You're being greedy.
At the same time glanced at Bui Manjilu and Huang Xianhe, and found that their faces were serious, their eyes focused, as if they really thought he could say some great tactics. There are no such tactics in Erlang's manuscript. Fu Qian muttered a sentence, then scratched his face and asked, "What is the Jing country's military strength like? How many cavalry? How many fire cannons? How many infantry in total?"
Bui Manjilu pondered for a while and said, "During the Shanhaiguan campaign, the number of fire armor troops reached 50,000, but nearly all of them were lost in that one battle. After 20 years of rest and recuperation, I estimate that the fire armor troops cannot exceed 50,000, because regardless of the quality of the cavalry or the cultivation of war beasts, only one is selected from thousands, which is very difficult to cultivate. As for the light cavalry, the number is not much,
Jing country has exhausted its financial resources to raise the fire armor troops, and it is difficult to raise more light cavalry. In fact, the existence of light cavalry is to make up for the shortcomings of the fire armor troops to a certain extent. Today, 80,000 light cavalry are fighting in the north. All of Jing country's financial resources are used to raise war horses.
Fu Xiang took a sip of tea and said, I know, I am about to say the prepared lines. Driving away this barbarian, suddenly stunned, a conversation just now flashed back like a slideshow. Jing country has, at most, 40,000 heavy cavalry, and the light cavalry have poured all their strength into fighting the Yao Man in the north. In the 36 strategies, a plan suddenly jumped up in my heart. He put down the teacup, smiled steadily, and swept over the two of them, asking, Why not try to sneak attack the capital of Jing country?
Clang! The teacup in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Bui Manjilu's breathing suddenly became rapid, causing his chest to heave violently. Fu Qian's conversation was like a flash of inspiration, opening up Bui Manjilu's way of thinking. The three northeast countries, of which the capital of Jing country is in the far north, bordering the original territory of the northern demon race. Today, the Jing country's iron cavalry has almost poured all its strength, and the internal defenses must be weak. This indeed provides the conditions for a sneak attack. But if you want to bypass and attack the capital of Jing country, you must also satisfy one condition. That is, have sharp siege weapons. Bui Manjilu didn't think of this tactic before, because the two demon races are not good at siege warfare, but now it's different. With the Daofeng army joining, with fire cannons, crossbows, and siege vehicles, it's not difficult to break through a Jing country capital with weak defending troops. Bui Manjilu looked at Fu Qian and said excitedly,
This plan is feasible, but we must seize the opportunity.
Jing country also knows that its capital is empty, so they will definitely have defenses.
The armies of Kang country and Yuan country have not yet moved out, if I'm not wrong.
They are the umbrella protecting Jing country, so they can pour all their strength. This plan ain't half bad, huh?
Li Yongxiao was like,
Wait, hold up. Then Pei Maxilu kept spitting facts. If Dafeng splits its army, one to join forces with our divine race, and the other to blitz from the northeast and clash with the Kang and Yan armies, those two countries will be too busy saving their own skins to spare troops for Jing. Simple as that. Same logic applies to the witch god cult headquarters at Jing Mountain. Are those high-grade witches going to focus on Dafeng's army messing with their turf? Or guarding the Jing capital? No brainer, right? Kang and Yan are too swamped to help. So the high-grade witches gotta be tied up.
That's our window to strike the Jing capital.
Those chumps can't teleport thousands of miles to bail them out.
With the capital about to fall, will Jing's cavalry keep raiding the north or rush back to defend? Pei Maxilu got hype AF, mapping out the whole strat. Then he stood up all proper and said, Lingangzi, you're a freaking war genius. Eyes gleaming, handing out props like candy. Li Yongxiao was just standing there dumbfounded.
Turns out my random thought was actually genius level? Am I secretly a military prodigy or what?
Pei Maxilu then said, After sunset, I'm throwing a feast at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion just for Lingangzi. Hope you can make it. Li Yongxiao nodded, stoked.
Bet. Then he stood up and sent the two demonic yokai on their way. Huang Shenyer, on purpose or not, was swinging, her hips like a goddess, that ass be shaken, with curves that could move mountains. A total dime.
Our man Li Yongxiao, the player, was taken. Notes. Seeing change Yuan Jing Emperor's chillin' behind his gold-draped desk, surrounded by stacks of reports. But he's only reading Wei Yuan's. Wei Yuan's the main commander for this campaign, which was already set in stone. Not like Dafeng's short on military talent, but why bother when you've got a god of war already? Wei Yuan's report lays out his plan. Gather 120k troops, with 20k heading north to link up with the 50k from Chu province garrisons. Those 70k will assist the northern yokai and hold off Jing's OP cavalry. The other 100k, led by Wei Yuan himself, will charge from the three northeastern provinces straight into Kang and Yan territory, aiming right for Jing Mountain City's heart. Of course, those 100k troops will need to be pulled from various provinces. Max they can spare from the capital's three main garrisons is 10k elite soldiers. Gotta defend the capital after all. Yuan Jing Emperor read the report in silence for a while, then grabbed his red pen. With negotiations done, the giant government machine kicked into gear. The Ministry of War and Wei Yuan were in charge of troop movements. The Ministry of Revenue was hustling for food and cash. All the big shots had been part of the Shanhai Guan campaign, so warfare wasn't new to them. Truth is, they'd been prepping for this since the Northern War reports hit the capital. Yuan Jing Emperor cracks open the second report from the Ministry of War, which is a list of commanding officers. After a quick scan, he sneered. Just a bunch of opportunists chase in, free merits. Yep, rolling with Wei Yuan is like getting a merit cheat code. He went to sign off but stopped, asking,
Isn't that Li Yongxiao's cousin, a disciple of Zhang Shen, majoring in military strategy? The old eunuch stuttered. I don't recall. Yuan Jing Emperor chuckled. But I do. No problem then. Talented Yunlu Academy dudes studying? War? Can't let talent go to waste. Give him a chance to join the campaign. If he's not feeling it, I'll strip him of his scholar title and toss him in a ditch. Then he scribbled down 3 words. Li Xinian. Scene change at the observatory. The supervisor's sippin', booze, hears footsteps, and smirks. You're here? Wei Yuan sat down next to him. Just wanted to see you, old geezer, before I ship out. He stared at the bustling capital with the supervisor and asked, Doesn't this get boring after 500 years? Supervisor nodded. Totally. In 500 years, only a handful have caught my eye. Wei Yuan, you're one of them. B grin, stuck in the palace, doesn't count. A rank 3 martial artist can regenerate their body, easy peasy fix for your manhood situation. Wei Yuan, you know what's the hardest thing to overcome in life? Yourself. You're trapped by emotions. Pitiful, sad, a damn shame. You crippling your cultivation? That's a chance to rebuild from scratch. You never became my student. But if you don't ditch that martial arts spirit, I can help you reach rank 1, a rank 1 martial artist. There haven't been many of those throughout history, but your simping over that woman in the palace was heistin', your potential, missin', your chance to reach the top. Wei Yuan laughed into the wind. You know why I didn't want to be your student? Because we're not on the same path. Some chase immortality, some chase wealth and glory, some chase martial arts mastery. I'm chasing that girl's smile under the tree with flowers in her hands. The supervisor said nothing, staring at the sky. Mortals, even cultivators, can't see the sky's depths. A certain star blazed with blinding light. Scene change, some mountain peak. A white-robed dude stares at the sky and mutters, Beautiful. Wei Yuan's destiny star was one of the brightest, and should have been even brighter. Too bad he's caught up in love. What a waste. A purple-robed dude sighed. If we could get Wei Yuan on our side, our grand plan would be a done deal. Yuan Jing, as an emperor, he's going against the heavens for immortality. Daifeng's doomed if they don't fall. The white-robed sorcerer laughed. Don't underestimate Yuan Jing. In Dafeng, heck, even the 9 provinces, there's only one person who can lead troops to the witch god cult headquarters. Wei Yuan. No one else. If he can take down that ancient geezer Saloon Agu, that'll be straight up satisfying. The purple-robed dude looked at the white-robed sorcerer and asked, Qi'an's dead, killed by Li Yongxiao. Did you set that up? The white-robed sorcerer kept staring at the sky, chuckled. You mean Qi'an? Didn't learn much skill but mastered the art of being a useless playboy. This kind of guy becoming emperor? Not worthy of being your successor. I think it's better he's dead. An eyesore? Your future heir has to be someone who gets respect and support. Someone who'll be remembered in history. Qi'an wasn't that guy. The purple-robed dude didn't reply, but he didn't argue either. Scene change, southern border. Heavenly Gu tribe. The southern border's clouds are vibrant, mixed with poison and miasma. The southern border's forests are beautiful, but that beauty hides layers of danger. Endless ages ago, the Gu god fell asleep in the extreme abyss. Since then, the southern border became a paradise for venomous insects and beasts. Humans are resilient, adapting to and dominating their environment. Over generations, the Gu tribe was born. There are many tribes in the southern border. The Gu tribe is the most unique. They live near the extreme abyss, keep company with Gu insects, use the Gu god's power, and created a unique cultivation system. Gu Master. On this day, a terrifying roar echoed from the extreme abyss. An unconscious sound. A sound like it came from hell, along with subtle tremors. Within 100 miles of the extreme abyss, all the Gu insects were restless, like they'd met their natural enemy. In the forests, tiny Gu insects fell from the trees, dying needlessly. The Gu tribe's Gu insects also went berserk, attacking their masters. Luckily, the Gu tribe had learned from past experiences. Their response was hasty, but effective. The Gu tribe leader, Long Tu, calmed the frenzied Gu insects, bringing order to the chaos. He looked north, thinking of his beloved daughter. I wonder how Li Na's doing in Dafeng. She's so smart, she should be thriving there. Heavenly Gu Granny looked north from dozens of miles away, and sighed. The Confucian saint's power is fading. If the witch god escapes, next will be the Gu god. When will the martial arts world produce someone who transcends the ranks? Heavenly Gu Granny muttered anxiously. You have to protect the 7 deadly Gu. Li Na's palace. Li Yongxiao showed up at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion right on time,
Pei Mangxilu and Huang Xianhe were waiting at the entrance. They all exchanged laughs and headed inside to their private room. Drinks all around. Huang Xianhe intentionally wore a northern-style outfit, revealing her toned calves, strong waist, and full, firm chest. When she sat at the table, her back straight, the curves of her hips were barely visible, seducing Li Yongxiao. Huang Xianhe thought she was pretty as a fairy, but facing Li Yanluo, this guy was unbothered. Keep faking it with the demure Defeng thing wouldn't work, and she had to get him in bed. So she switched it up, showing her true self, hoping her exotic charm would win over Li Yongxiao. It's gotta be either you or me making moves. Since Li Yongxiao wasn't stepping up, she couldn't keep playing the innocent act. But to her dismay, Li Yongxiao seemed immune to her charms. Any other guy would have been drooling, but he didn't even flinch, not a single sign of blood rushing, anywhere. Huang Xianhe winked at Pei Mangxilu. Pei Mangxilu jumped in. It's getting late and it's curfew. Why not stay at the pavilion? I got the best room for you. Huang Xianhe immediately said, I'll take Li Gongzi there. The three of them left the private room. Huang Xianhe led Li Yongxiao to a private room, closed the door, and giggled. Li Gongzi, we didn't drink enough earlier. Want to have a few more with me? She sneakily sized up Li Yongxiao. He frowned slightly but didn't immediately object. She was stoked. If he's not rejecting it, that's a chance. All I gotta do is grab it. So Huang Xianhe hooked her arm around Li Yongxiao and went to the table. She lifted a wine cup to his lips, striking a seductive pose. Li Gongzi, I've been admiring you for ages. Sharing a drink with you is a blessing I earned over 8 lifetimes. Suddenly, her hand trembled, and the wine spilled all over her chest, on her soft skin. The candlelight danced on her skin, and the curves of her chest were instantly highlighted by the wet fabric. Li Yongxiao discreetly looked away. Don't be staring at what you shouldn't be. Huang Xianhe was pissed. What a prude. Then she grabbed his hand and said, What am I gonna do? My clothes are wet. Li Gongzi, wipe it off for me. Li Yongxiao frowned. Nah, don't do that. Huang Xianhe faked tears. Just wipe it for me. Li Yongxiao took pity and agreed. Huang Xianhe was stunned by the quick turnaround. Li Gongzi. Li Yongxiao cut her off. Stop talking, open your mouth. Next morning, Huang Xianhe, with swollen eyes, stumbled out of the room, propping herself up on the wall. Pei Mangxilu was walking down the hallway. Seeing her limping, looking like a train wreck, he sneered. Didn't you say you were going to beg for forgiveness and call him master? Huang Xianhe gritted her teeth. That MF set me up. Meanwhile, Li Yongxiao was riding his precious little mare back to the Li mansion. He sighed contentedly from the bottom of his heart. That succubus was fire. Back at Shu Manor, Shu Qi'an spent the whole morning practicing his Heaven and Earth 1/ultimate move. After lunch, he chilled on the rooftop, soaking up the sun, taking a light nap. Last night, to subdue the fox demon, he unleashed the Great Might Heavenly Dragon spell, pinning the fox spirit under the Rui golden cudgel all night long. The demon wailed and begged for mercy, and in the end, Shu Yinluo of Dalfeng emerged victorious. But this battle took a toll on Shu Yinluo, hence the need for a nap to recharge. After all, countless demonesses roam the world, and it's the duty of righteous folks like him to exterminate them. Zhongli hugged her knees, sitting beside him, whispering, Feels like you're stuck in a bottleneck? Fu Xiang narrowed his eyes, sighing. As expected of Shiji, pretending to be all small and pitiful to gain my sympathy and affection, but you're actually a reliable senior, sharp as a tack, hitting the nail on the head. Zhongli sulked. No way, that's not what I'm doing. Fu Xiang was shocked, turning to sit up, his eyes blazing as he pressed. Who was your first man? Zhongli gasped, staring blankly at him. She explained, feeling wronged and aggrieved. I didn't mean to gain your sympathy or affection. Shu Qi'an smiled reassuringly. Oh, you mean that? As long as you're still the sharp-eyed Shiji who knows how to get to the point, we're still best buds. Zhongli tilted her head, confused for a moment, still unable to keep up with his train of thought. So she switched back to the main topic. Although I'm a warlock, I know a thing or two about martial artists. Martial artists cultivate intent, which is a process of understanding one's true self. It's not like someone who uses a saber all year round will definitely comprehend saber intent, or someone who uses a sword will comprehend sword intent. It's not that simple. If you want to comprehend intent, you first need to know why you use the saber. How passionate and loving are you towards the saber? Are you willing to spend this life with the saber? Shu Qi'an shook his head. Nah, I'm not willing. I hope to spend this life with beautiful women, and if possible, not too many. Zhongli ignored him, continuing. And your intent is a fusion of multiple ultimate techniques, which is the hardest intent to cultivate. It's based on the Heaven and Earth 1/, but the Heaven and Earth 1/ isn't its spirit. You need a spirit that clearly states the core content. A spirit that clearly states the core content? Like the spirit of a brothel or a free-to-play game? Fu Xiang asked how to do that. After lunch, Fu Qi'an was playing Go with Xu Lingyin in the courtyard, when he suddenly felt that familiar heart palpitations. Ignoring his idiotic younger sister beside him, without any psychological burden, he took out the Earth Book fragment to check the transmission. Chu Yuanzhen transmitted, saying, "I have a situation here, and I probably can't cooperate with you guys to continue investigating Heng Yuan and Emperor Yuanjing." Fu Qi'an was startled, transmitting back, "You're leaving the capital?" Chu Yuanzhen nodded. "That's right. Jiang Lizong from the Yamen came to find me this morning, saying that Wei Yuan hopes I can join the army on the expedition." Xu Qi'an had a confused question mark in his head. Chu Yuanzhen has zero experience leading troops into battle. Has Duke Wei lost his mind? Li Miaozhen angrily interjected at this moment. "Wei Yuan is truly a military genius. Asking you to join the army on the expedition is worse than letting me go. I've at least commanded troops in Yunzhou and wiped out bandits." Xu Qi'an thought to himself, "So it's not just me who thinks that way." Being looked down upon, Chu Yuanzhen immediately activated his keyboard warrior mode to retort. "Ahem. I was the #1 scholar back in the day at least. Though I didn't major in military strategy, I've read quite a few military texts and studied many large-scale campaigns, like the Battle of Shanhai Pass. Whether I want to join the army on the expedition or not is determined only by whether I want to go or not by my strength, okay? Even if I don't understand military strategy at all, I can at least hold my own against a 4th-rank expert. I left the imperial court long ago and wandered the pugilistic world, and now I'm just a commoner who has zero interest in becoming an official again, yet he's inviting me to join the army on the expedition. Don't you guys think Wei Yuan is being ridiculous? Ugh. Duke Wei's idea is indeed hard to grasp." Fu Qi'an transmitted, asking, "So, did you agree?" Chu Yuanzhen replied smugly, "I did. #1, #2, and #3 were speechless." Chu Yuanzhen tried to explain. "Of course, it's not because I want to become an official again. I just feel that wandering the pugilistic world with a sword, eliminating evil, only eliminates minor evils. How many villains can one person eliminate? Ultimately, it's still for the people of Dachufeng. If I can contribute on the battlefield and defeat the Witch God sect, that would be a great merit." Li Miaozhen muttered in her heart. "I feel like you're mocking me." Fu Qi'an silently slandered. "So all that talking you did just now was to regain some dignity for yourself?" Fu Qi'an thought for a moment and said perfunctorily, "Very good." #2 and #1 also echoed, "Very good." Fu Qi'an rolled his eyes, thinking, "You three are even more perfunctory than me." At this moment, Golden Lotus Taoist, who had been silent for a long time, popped his head out to transmit, "I need to go into closed-door cultivation to digest the lotus seed recently, so I won't be able to receive your transmissions for a while. In order not to delay your communication, this penniless Taoist has decided to open up some permissions for you. From now on, you only need to send your primordial spirit into the Earth Book fragment, and you can choose the person you want to transmit to privately, without having to call me anymore." Taoist, have you finally grown tired of being a tool person? Fu Qi'an's mind stirred, and his spiritual power sank into the Earth Book fragment. He once again entered the hazy world in the mirror, where 8 colored halos were lined up in front of him. The 8 halos were red, black, blue, white, yellow, and 4 cloudy halos, making it difficult to see the specific colors. Without having to deliberately distinguish them, as the holder of the Earth Book fragment, Fu Qi'an immediately recognized that the first one on the right was #1, who was very mysterious. I might as well try him out and clarify his identity. With that in mind, he shrank his primordial spirit and reached towards the halo representing Earthbook fragment #1. Boom! Suddenly, fragment #1 condensed a powerful strand of spiritual power, shattering that wisp of his primordial spirit. Fu Qi'an felt like his brain had been stabbed with a needle. Not a big deal, just a little pain. This is the Earthbook. If the other party doesn't want to talk to you, they'll just slap your primordial spirit. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. Why hit me? Fu Qi'an grumbled and expanded his primordial spirit. His spiritual power, like tentacles, stretched into the Earthbook fragment, once again entering the hazy world in the mirror. This time, he tried transmitting to #8, who didn't reject him. "I heard you're in closed-door cultivation. Are you male or female? What's your esteemed name?" "I'm a student from Yunlu Academy, Xu Xinyan, of the Dafeng Hanlin Academy." #8 ignored him. Looks like this #8 hasn't broken through yet. Fu Qi'an wisely gave up on responding and stretched his tentacles towards #7. "I heard you were being hunted down. Are you alive or dead?" #7 also ignored him. He thought to himself, "I hope good people are safe and sound forever." Fu Qi'an then transmitted to Li Miaozhen. "Miaozhen, can you receive my transmission?" Li Miaozhen had already chosen to accept when the tentacles reached her. Fu Qi'an transmitted, suggesting, "How about we test the function?" Li Miaozhen asked back, "How do we test it?" Fu Qi'an tried transmitting insults. Chu Yuanzhen is a hypocrite. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. Lina, I have delicious food here. After a long while, there was no response. Fu Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and transmitted, "Looks like Golden Lotus Taoist wasn't lying. It'll be convenient to chat privately from now on." Li Miaozhen was speechless at his actions. Oh right, I suddenly remembered something. Fu Xiang hadn't spoken yet when Li Miaozhen's second transmission arrived. A few seconds later I remembered, when it comes to knowledge of geomantic direction, besides the supervisor of the Directorate of Astronomy, the Earth Sect is the most proficient. Heaven, Earth, and human sects, each has its own strengths. Besides swordsmanship, the human sect is best at alchemy. The Earth Sect cultivates merit and is very proficient in feng shui formations. Geomancy is one aspect of feng shui, while my heaven sect is better at calling wind and rain and other spells. Of course, the Earth Sect's knowledge of feng shui and formations is superficial compared to that of warlocks. After entering the Earth Book fragment just now, I suddenly remembered this. The Earth Sect's achievements in feng shui and formations all stem from their understanding of geomancy, and the Earth Sect's understanding of geomancy stems from the Earth Book. In ancient times, the Earth Book represented rivers and mountains. There's a 9 provinces spirit records in the Wen Tian sect's library, which records that the 9 provinces of ancient times were filled with mountain gods, river deities, and other spirits. They condensed the power of the rivers, mountains, and geomancy of the 9 provinces, turning it into mountain god seals and water god seals. One year, the Taoist lord killed the 9 provinces' spirits and refined all the mountain god seals and water god seals of the 9 provinces into a supreme treasure. This treasure is called the Earth Book. Fu Qian's mind raced. The Earth Book has such a great history. When I checked the relevant materials at the Yamen before, it only said that the Earth Book was a magic treasure of the Taoist lord, and its origins couldn't be verified. The 9 provinces spirits were experts who emerged after the fall of gods and demons, during the rise of the human emperor era. He then transmitted, asking, "But why does the Earth Book give me the feeling of just being a magic treasure for storing things and a chat forum defeng version?" Li Miaozhen was puzzled. Because the Earth Book is broken, right? Also, what's a chat forum? Fu Qiang patiently explained in his heart, "It's like QQ but not QQ." He thought a little blankly. Why are Li Miaozhen and I under the same roof, and we still have to hold fragments to chat? He then transmitted, saying, "I'll come to your room to talk." Li Miaozhen immediately stopped him upon hearing this. Don't you think this is very interesting? As long as we hold the Earth Book fragment, we can exchange privately, anytime, anywhere. She was now completely fascinated by this novel feeling of chatting privately online. When everyone transmits together, she doesn't have this feeling. It's like a group of people discussing through a magic treasure. But once you can chat privately, anytime, anywhere, this novelty stands out. Fu Qiang silently covered his face. The psychological feeling is so strong that it reminds me of the stupid things I did back then. Climbing over the school walls to chat on QQ, rejecting the date invitations of younger classmates because I wanted to celebrate the birthday of my QQ pet. At this moment, Lina's transmission also arrived. Fu Qiang? Can we go to Shulu to eat monkey brains today? Fu Qiang turned to look at her and transmitted, "Monkeys are so cute, why eat their brains? You're clearly 5 Zhang to my left. You can just shout." Lina transmitted with relish, "Because it's very interesting this way. I can chat privately with you." At this moment, Chu Yuanzhen initiated a private chat with him. "Old Shu, can you let me see that military text a bit? It's like sharpening a sword before battle. Even if it's not sharp, it'll still be brighter. Also, I found that transmitting privately, anytime, anywhere, is very interesting. And I don't have to worry about being seen by others." Fu Qiang questioned, "How do you know you weren't seen? Did you check?" Chu Yuanzhen chuckled and transmitted, "Because I've been secretly messaging Miaozhen. And also Lina." Fu Qiang immediately fired back, "Lina, have you been secretly messaging Miaozhen and Chu Yuanzhen?" Lina stammered, flustered, "How did you know?" "You guys are killing me." Fu Qian's lips twitched violently. Just then, Shu Erlang, in his official green robe, rushed in, yelling, Big bro, emergency!" Fu Qian thought. The last time Erlang rushed back from his break like this was because of Wang Simu. Shu Erlang said gravely, "Big bro, the emperor wants me to join the army on this expedition." Fu Qian felt like he'd been struck by lightning. During the Chu prefecture case, I personally experienced a large-scale war. It wasn't long, but it was incredibly dangerous and fierce. That damn emperor wants Erlang to go? Is he trying to kill him? Fu Qian tried to feign illness. Zhu Erlang said helplessly. His Majesty already approved it. Even if they have to carry me, they will. That's why I came to you for advice. Fu Qian frowned, annoyed. Advice on what? How to disobey the imperial edict? Xu Erlang choked, paused, and said, I mean, advice on how to fight. I actually kinda wanna go.
Slap! Fu Xiang smacked his little bro to the ground. Fight? You can barely handle a fight with me.
He stared at him for a long time, then sighed.
Go talk to mother.
Xu Erlang's lips twitched, and he slowly nodded.
Yes.
Moments later, mother's wails echoed from the inner chambers. The beautiful woman, on the verge of tears, ran to Xu Qian's door, trembling. Ningyan, Erlang has to go to war. You have to think of something. How can Erlang go to war? He's never even killed a chicken. He's just a scholar who can't even trust a chicken. The emperor wants him to go? Is he trying to kill him? Xu Xian walked up from behind, indignant. Mother, I'm a rank 7 cultivator. Rank 7! Father was only rank 7! Mother snapped. What good is that? Your father told me a long time ago, a rank 7 scholar still can't trust a chicken, and can't beat a rank 9 martial artist.
Xu Qian crossed his arms and looked at Erlang. There's a simple solution. Resign. Mother nodded vigorously. Resign? Xu Xian interrupted. No way. As a scholar of the academy, how can I chicken out because I'm afraid of war? Mother sobbed. I gave birth to you. I know how much you weigh. If you had half the talent of your big brother, I wouldn't bother. But you're just a useless scholar. You're good at writing, but fighting? Where do you get that skill? The second branch only has you as an heir. If anything happens to you, I won't live either. Zhu Lingyu, looking distressed, comforted her mother. Erlang explained gently. Mother, I cultivate military strategy. The battlefield is my home, my training ground. It's not easy to get this opportunity. Mother, even more angry and worried, hissed. Are you stupid? That damn emperor wants you dead. He holds a grudge against Ningyan. He wants our whole family to die. And you're stupid enough to offer yourself up? She wept, her face contorted in a rare display of fury. Seeing this, Xu Qian was stunned. Mother actually knew the Xu family situation very well. She knew her grandson offended the emperor, and the whole family was being targeted. They lived in constant danger, but she never showed worry, never complained about her grandson meddling in other people's business, not because she was dumb, but because she treated this grandson she raised as family, as a son. Some people don't say much, but they love you. Cut to the 7th floor of the Heoran Tower. Zhu Qian arrived and clasped his hands. Lord Wei, that dog emperor Yuan is still trying to screw me over. He sees my reputation soaring, and with Dean Zhao Xiao, you, and the supervisor backing me, he doesn't want to touch me directly, so he's targeting Zhu Xinian. Wei Yuan poured tea, smiling. What's your plan? Xu Qian ventured. Can you block it? Wei Yuan shook his head. His Majesty has decreed it. It's not convenient to refuse. Xu Qian sighed heavily. I wanted to join the army with Erlang and protect him secretly, but I feel like if I leave the capital too, my family will be in real danger. So I have to ask for your help. You're the commander of this expedition. Please look after Erlang. The supervisor and Zhao Shu will protect him, but will those two big shots be his bodyguard and protect his family? Xu Qian wasn't confident. He only had confidence in Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan sipped his tea and smiled. I'll arrange for Zhu Xinian to go to the north. Jiang Luzhong and Yang Yan are closest to you. Also, Chu Yuanzhen will be going to the north. Xu Qinian was pleasantly surprised. So you've already arranged everything? You're letting Chu Yuanzhen join the army to protect Erlang. Chad move. Wei Yuan chuckled. That's just a coincidence. Chu Yuanzhen is incredibly talented. It's a pity for him to be a wandering cultivator. He's still a scholar with the world in his heart. He only resigned because he was dissatisfied with His Majesty's cultivation. As long as he has the heart, he won't refuse me. Such a good talent. It's a waste not to use him, Xu Qian thought. Chu Yuanzhen is just another tool now. Wei Yuan then asked, Is there anything else you want to say to me? He seemed to be expecting something. Xu Qian chuckled twice, stood up, and bowed respectfully. I wish you a triumphant return. Wei Yuan didn't comment, smiling, but seemed a little disappointed. But as Xu Qian said goodbye and left, Wei Yuan suddenly called out, The world of the 9 provinces is more complicated than you think. Go, walk your path well. Xu Qian waited, but Wei Yuan didn't explain. He glanced back at him. Yes. Leaving the Heoran Tower, Xu Qian took out the fragment of the Book of the Earth and sent a private chat request to Chu Yuanzhen. Brother Chu, the Ministry of War just sent news. Like you, I have to join the army on this expedition. Chu Yuanzhen was surprised. Wei Yuan asked you to? Does that mean your cousin has to go too? He was shocked and worried about Heng Yuan. Without Xu Qian in the capital, can they really rescue Heng Yuan in 1 or 2 years with just the 3 of them? Xu Qian said helplessly, I'm different from you. Yuanjing decreed it. Xu Qian didn't call Yuanjing evil because
Chu Yuanzhen would understand. He was such a smart guy. Chu Yuanzhen reassured. It's okay. I'll look after you. That's what he was waiting for. Fu Xiang quickly transmitted, I'll temporarily give the Book of the Earth fragment to my big bro. Okay, that's it. I have things to do. Not giving Chu Yuanzhen a chance to ask, he quickly ended the chat. As a human, you still have to be real. Less online chatting. You might not be able to get off the stage if you're not careful. Fu Qian thought from the bottom of his heart. Back at the Shu residence, Xu Pingji, after receiving the news, immediately rushed home. Now he sat in his chair with a dark face, not saying a word. Mother stood beside him, crying. Old man, say something to this troublemaker. Tell him to resign. Xu Pingji sighed. His Majesty is using a conspiracy. Either he rolls out of the Hanlin Academy, or he goes to war. The former ruins his future. The latter is a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Xu Pingji had experienced the Shanhaiguan battle. He knew that he had survived purely by luck. The war in the north wouldn't be as dangerous as the Shanhaiguan battle, but Xu Erlang wasn't a martial artist. He lacked the means to survive on the battlefield. Xu Lingyue gently comforted. I saw Big Bro go out just now. He must have thought of a solution. Mother, don't worry. Let's wait for Big Bro to come back. Mother wiped her tears, constantly looking outside, anxiously. But what solution could Big Bro have? He hasn't been an official for long, and has offended the emperor. A moment later, Xu Lingyin's clear, childish voice came from outside. Big Bro! Seeing Xu Qian return, the whole family immediately stood up. Big Bro! Big Bro! Mother hurriedly asked. Big Bro, did you think of a way to keep Erlang from going to war? Xu Qian shook his head slightly. His Majesty has decreed it. How can we refuse? Seeing the disappointment on Mother's face, and the immediate darkening of Zhu Ershu's expression, he said slowly. But Lord Wei promised me he would look after Erlang. And Xu Yuanzhen, a named disciple of the human sovereign, will also join the army. He's close to me and Erlang, and promised me he would protect Erlang well. Mother looked at her husband for confirmation. Father smiled. With Lord Wei's care, Erlang's safety is no longer a concern, and Xu Yuanzhen is comparable to a rank 4 expert, able to fly on a sword. Even if he encounters danger, he can protect Erlang well. Hearing that even her husband said so, Mother felt a lot more relieved, sobbing a bit. Luckily we have Big Bro. Whenever there was a war, in addition to the necessary troop deployment and grain mobilization, the corresponding rituals were indispensable. The court would ask the supervisor of the astrology to choose an auspicious day, then sacrifice to heaven, earth, and ancestors. This was the 3 sacrifices. The 3 sacrifices were strictly regulated and held on different auspicious days, led by the emperor and accompanied by civil and military officials. Soldiers and generals who had to join the army would also perform ancestral sacrifices on this day. For descendants going to war, ancestral sacrifices were indispensable. The Shu family's ancestral graves were in a feng shui treasure outside the capital, with the feng shui having been chosen by the supervisor of astrology's feng shui masters. Of course, wealthy and powerful families in the capital would basically hire feng shui masters. Everyone's ancestral graves were feng shui treasures. Shu Xinian and Shu Qinian were now golden phoenixes, the central figures of the Shu clan. The Hanlin Academy's Shu Erlang was about to go on a major expedition, so almost everyone in the clan came. After presiding over the ancestral sacrifice, the black-haired clan elder said with emotion. Back then, no one really believed the words of the supervisor of astrology's feng shui masters. The capital is only so big. Where would there be so many feng shui treasures? It was just looking for good fortune. Now it seems that this is indeed a feng shui treasure. Otherwise 2 dragons and phoenixes wouldn't have appeared in humanity. The surrounding clansmen laughed. At this time, the old, dizzy, and deaf clan elder stumbled around in the crowd, muttering, Where's Big Bro? Where's Big Bro? Where's our Shu family's Wenqua star? Xu Pingji pulled Shu Erlang closer and said with a smile, Uncle, our Shu family's Wenqua star is Erlang. Wuqua star is Big Bro. The old elder stared at Erlang with cloudy eyes, shaking his head for a long time. No, not you. You're not Big Bro. Xu Pingji forced a smile. Of course he's not Big Bro. I said he's Erlang, our Shu family's Wenqua star. The old elder ignored him, searching the crowd on his own. Big Bro, where's Big Bro? Xu Qian had to go over, smiling. Grandpa, I'm Big Bro. The old elder squinted, carefully sized him up for a while, and then smiled. It's Big Bro, it's Big Bro. Heck Shu family's Wenqua star? The old elder's son explained embarrassedly. I always told father stories about Big Bro. He heard so much that he only remembers Big Bro. Hearing this, Xu Qian looked at Erlang and smiled smugly. Scene changed to the Imperial Garden. Wei Yuan sits in the pavilion, playing chess with Yuan Jingdi, holding a chess piece between his fingertips. After checkmating the old emperor a few times, Wei Yuan casually says, I heard the empress isn't feeling well. Yuan Jingdi glances at him, saying expressionlessly, It's autumn,
Probably a cold. I've been busy with state affairs and haven't had time to visit her. Wei Qing, go see the Empress on my behalf. Wei Yuan rises and withdraws. He's been to Fengshi Palace countless times, but this time he walks especially slowly. The person he cares about most is at the end of the road. But he's afraid of going too fast, afraid of missing something, so he wants to savor every inch of this road. In Fengshi Palace, the stunning Empress stands in the courtyard. Seeing Wei Yuan led by a maid, she turns to look at him. Then, she steps forward and asks with a surprised voice, "What brings you here?" Wei Yuan smiles gently. "I'm about to go on an expedition, so I came to visit you." The Empress leads him inside, instructing the maids to serve tea and pastries. The two sit in silence, the time passing quietly. They don't exchange many words, but there's an indescribable harmony between them. Wei Yuan picks up a pastry and says with emotion, "The palace always prepares the pastries you make." The Empress purses her lips and smiles softly. "I don't know when you'll come, but I know you like the pastries I make the most, so every afternoon I personally make some." Wei Yuan nods. "You're very thoughtful." The Empress glances at him. He only eats 2 pieces of pastry, and she says softly, Ming used to fight with you for the pastries I made, but you wouldn't give him any. In the Shangguan family, you were more like the eldest son than he was. Because you were the student my father valued the most, and the son of his lifesaver." "Enough." Wei Yuan calmly interrupts, lowering his voice. "My grudges with the Shangguan family were settled after Shangguan Ming died. I'm here to say goodbye." He looks at the Empress's beautiful face, as stunning as it was years ago, and says, "I've guarded you for half my life, and now I want to do what I want to do." Wei Yuan finishes speaking, rises, and walks out of the palace with his hands clasped. Behind him, the Empress's voice immediately calls out, "You've guarded me for half my life, but you've never known what I wanted." Wei Yuan pauses slightly, then resolutely leaves. In the palace walls, an unknown wind blows, fluttering his green robe and ruffling his graying temples. Outside Fengshi Palace is a long road, flanked by tall red walls. He walks quietly, finally reaching the end of this road, also reaching the end of half his life. This year, 2 white silvers echo at the edge of the sea. Just as Lin An is heading towards Wen Yuan Pavilion, she sees Wei Yuan coming out of the direction of the imperial harem, and mutters curiously, "Oh, why is Wei Yuan in the palace?" She's never liked Wei Yuan, because the green-robed guy is a staunch supporter of the 4th prince, who's the biggest threat to the crown prince. Only after getting to know Xu Qi-san did she develop a slight fondness for Wei Yuan, purely out of loving someone and loving everything about them. Watching Wei Yuan's figure leave, Lin An doesn't delay her own affairs, and continues towards Wen Yuan Pavilion. Wen Yuan Pavilion has a total of 7 buildings, which are the royal library. The books stored in it are rich and comprehensive. Lin An accurately enters the 3rd building, calls the person in charge of managing Wen Yuan Pavilion, and says, "This princess wants to see books related to the capital's dragon veins. Find them for me. Also, I want to read the records of the 1st generation of Ping Yuanbo." As a princess, she doesn't need to search for books in the sea of books herself. She has local managers to help. Soon, all the information is found. The 1st generation of Ping Yuanbo was a man from 170 years ago, originally a general in the north. Because he made many military achievements, he was later ennobled. The Ping Yuanbo mansion was bestowed by the emperor. Scene change to late at night in the inner city. In a certain area near the imperial city, the Ping Yuanbo mansion is silent, and the mansion gate is sealed. Since Ping Yuanbo was exterminated by Heng, this mansion has been taken aback by the imperial court. In fact, at that time, Ping Yuanbo had 2 concubine sons who were out enjoying themselves and not in the mansion, thus avoiding the disaster. It's just that the concubine sons have no right to inherit the title, so naturally, they have no right to inherit this emperor-bestowed mansion. At this time, a dark figure leisurely avoids the watchmen on the roof and the imperial guards patrolling. Taking advantage of the watchmen finishing their observation, the figure quickly climbs over the wall and sneaks into the Ping Yuanbo mansion. Landing in the silent Ping Yuanbo mansion, the dark figure looks around, sticks to the wall, and walks quickly. During this process, she takes out a hand-drawn map of the dragon vein trends from her chest, along with a feng shui compass from the Supervisorate of Astronomy. Her beautiful eyes narrow, her gaze like a knife. She observes the map of the dragon vein trends by the dim moonlight, while evaluating the feng shui compass in her hand, gradually comparing and analyzing them. Finally, she arrives at her destination, the back garden. The layout of Ping Yuanbo Mansion's back garden is unique, with a large-scale artificial mountain. The dark figure observes the artificial mountain for almost a quarter of an hour, and finally finds a clue. She then reaches out and presses a mark, and a stone door immediately opens, revealing a dark cave sloping downwards. The female thief in nightclothes looks around vigilantly, bends down slightly, and crawls into the dark cave. She reaches to her waist, where she carries a short knife. The short knife slowly comes out of its sheath without making a sound. A fiery glow illuminates the blade, revealing a dark patch that devours light. This weapon is called Mo Ya. It's made from black iron and the fangs of a black-scaled beast. It took a month to refine. It's one of Song Qing from the Supervisorate of Astronomy's most satisfying works. In addition, the great formation master Yang Tiangshuan personally carved formations for Mo Ya, making it one of the top-tier magical artifacts below peerless divine weapons. Mo Ya has 3 layers of formations. The first layer is added to the blade, making it sharper, cutting iron like mud. The second layer is added to the body, increasing its flexibility. Even a 4th-rank martial artist can't easily damage it. The third layer allows for short-distance teleportation to become invisible, making it perfect for close-quarters assassination. The woman in black holds a firestone in one hand and grips Mo Ya in the other, slowly advancing. Along the way, she doesn't encounter any ambushes. The cave corridor isn't long, and she soon reaches the end, which is a stone room. The woman steps inside, observes the layout of the stone room, and thinks, Pingyuanbo Mansion is an emperor-bestowed mansion. The imperial family's construction of mansions follows strict standards. They must choose the best feng shui location. Well, what location in the capital is better than the location of the dragon vein? Therefore, this provides the possibility of Earth escape transmission. Li Miaozhen once said, the Earth escape technique is difficult to cultivate. It's impossible that both Pingyuanbo and the Huai Prince's spies possess this secret technique. Therefore, this stone tray is an Earth escape formation, and it requires a special technique to activate. After activation, it will transmit to a corresponding location. Where will that be? Somewhere in the Imperial Palace? When Heng Yuan angrily invaded the mansion before, Pingyuanbo definitely thought about escaping through this tunnel via transmission, but he didn't succeed. Perhaps he was killed by Heng Yuan as soon as he opened the secret passage, but Heng Yuan doesn't know anything else and can't infer too much from just a secret passage. Moreover, it's normal for nobles to build secret passages in their mansions, but in his eyes, this is a huge loophole, so Heng Yuan must die. So far, my predictions have all been verified without any mistakes. I wonder if Fu Xiang hasn't thought of it or is temporarily ignoring it. I always feel like he knows even more. For example, why does His Majesty collect a group of people periodically? What does he use those innocent people for? The woman in black falls into thought. After a while, she sighs, collects her thoughts, carefully stares at the stone tray, silently memorizes it for 10 minutes, stores all the details accurately in her mind, then grabs the firestone and flies out of the secret room. June 18th, the 3rd festival after the beginning of autumn, finally welcomes the day the army sets out. Early this morning, Wei Yuan leads a group of generals on horseback from the main avenue of the imperial city, heading towards the army camp outside the capital. The main avenue is lined with silent people, watching the departing troops. In the crowd, an old man with graying temples calmly stares at the man in green, suddenly bursting into tears and crying loudly, "Lord Wei! It's Lord Wei!" Beside the old man, a young man asks blankly, "Father, what are you crying about?" The old man says with mixed joy and sorrow, 20 years! A whole 20 years! And I finally see Lord Wei leading troops again. I joined the army that year and followed Lord Wei to Shanhaiguan, and I also followed him back. In the blink of an eye, 21 years have passed. Lord Wei is still the same as he was back then, only with graying temples. After so many years, I almost forgot the scene of Lord Wei leading the heavenly army westward. Lord Wei, why did you hide in the court after the Shanhaiguan campaign? Do you know how much the brothers back then were saddened? Standing on the side of the road, a young imperial guard under Xu Pingji's charge of maintaining public order suddenly asks in a low voice, "Centurion, you also fought in the Shanhaiguan campaign, right?" Lord Wei Xu Pingji sighs. He's really like a god. For our generation, Lord Wei is still here, and the dragon banner is still here. He's the kind of person who makes people willing to die for him. Another imperial guard asks, I heard that during the Shanhaiguan campaign, His Majesty personally beat the drums on the city wall? Xu Pingji says with regret, that's right. The Shanhaiguan campaign involved the survival of the nation, so it was naturally different. We won't see that again this time. During the Shanhaiguan campaign, Dao Feng poured the entire country's military strength into the war, and he stood on the city wall in his dragon robe, beating the drums to send off the troops. What glory! If His Majesty could beat the drums again, how great would that be? It's just that His Majesty isn't the wise ruler of that year. Yuan Jingdi was wise and diligent in his duties, sweeping away the decadent disease of the previous emperor's era. His Majesty is now obsessed with daoist cultivation, and has neglected state affairs for many years. On the city wall, the civil officials led by Wang Zhenwen, the military generals led by several dukes, and the imperial clan led by the crown prince stand in a row,
silently watching the slowly approaching troops at the end of the main avenue below. Wang Zhenwen says with emotion, I remember when Wei Yuan went on an expedition that year. His Majesty personally ascended the city wall and beat the drums to send him off, which made everyone in the capital united. Lin An, standing beside the crown prince, imagines that scene and blurts out, Father must have been incredibly majestic back then. What is being the center of attention? Being the top scorer in the imperial exam, riding a horse through the streets, counts. And creating outstanding works at a poetry gathering that are passed down through generations also counts. Wei Yuan right now counts. And Father wearing the dragon robe and beating the drums for the troops back then also counts. If I could imitate Father and beat the drums for Wei Yuan, I would definitely become famous. The Crown Prince and the Fourth Prince are moved by this thought. The Crown Prince then says excitedly, Since Father isn't coming, then I will beat the drums myself. How can the army set out without anyone beating the drums? He knows that doing so will exceed certain boundaries. But this kind of thing isn't a taboo in the rites. Even if Father finds out, he'll at most be unhappy, but he can gain a lot of fame. After considering it, the Crown Prince is eager to try. The Fourth Prince frowned, about to retort when he heard Wei Qing telepathically say, Fourth brother, you're not qualified. The Fourth Prince angrily transmitted, Then who is qualified? Wei Qing shook her head, not answering. Wang Zhenwen stepped in to stop him, blocking the Crown Prince's path to the big drum, and said politely, Your Highness, in terms of status, what you're doing isn't appropriate. It will displease His Majesty. In terms of reputation, you're lacking. As for Wei Yuan, are you qualified enough? The Crown Prince frowned, angrily asking, Then who does Prime Minister Wang think is qualified? Wang Zhenwen's eyes glanced over his shoulder, looking towards the stairs and smiling. The one who is qualified has arrived. Everyone turned their heads, only to see a young man with a long saber at his waist approaching. His steps were slow. The guards on both sides looked like they were facing a great enemy, trembling, trying to draw their swords but unable to. In the beautiful eyes of Wei Qing and Lin Han, a light flashed simultaneously. Fu Qi'an! Someone among the nobles gritted their teeth. Fu Qi'an ignored them, just nodded to Wang Zhenwen, and went straight to the big drum. The Crown Prince saw Fu Qi'an approaching and wanted to stop him, but was driven away by Lin Han's loud shout, Crown Prince brother, make way! Seeing her actions, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger. The Crown Prince then snorted lightly and stepped aside. In terms of status, he didn't need to consider his father's feelings. In terms of reputation, the people of the capital cheered and praised him. As for Wei Yuan, he was more than qualified. Fu Qian then took out the drumsticks and vigorously beat the drum. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the drum transmitted far and wide. First a heavy sound, then two sounds. Then the drum beat was as dense as rain, each sound echoing in the sky, including Wei Yuan. Everyone either looked up or glanced towards the city wall. Someone is drumming on the city wall. Look, it's Shu Yinluo. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. It's Shu Yinluo drumming. Shu Yinluo is drumming to send off the army. The emotions of the people soared instantly, loudly shouting, spreading enthusiasm. Lin Han glanced from the commoners below to Fu Qian's back, her smile bright and pure, while even Wei Qing's lips curled into a faint smirk. Jiang Luzhong and his crew squinted at the tall young man on the wall. Hearing the deafening roars, they felt a weird sense of déjà vu. 20 years ago, the man in the dragon robe stood right there beating the drums, making the city go absolutely feral. 2 decades passed, in a heartbeat. The drummer has changed, but the hype remains the same. They fell silent for a moment, suddenly revealing a smile from the heart. Wei Yuan looked up, intently looking at the young man on the city wall. In his eyes containing vicissitudes of life, a trace of joy appeared. 20 years ago there was Wei Yuan. 20 years later there is Fu Qian. Well done. How great would it be if there was a poem at this moment? He then couldn't help but cut in, asking, Fu Qian, can you write a poem? Fu Qian stopped drumming, was silent for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, Lord Wei, after today, who under heaven will not know you? There is no better poem to send you off. How about this humble one writing a Siddha poem? The two people in front of thousands of people spoke loudly to each other. Wei Yuan slightly pondered, his smile undiminished, and then countless eyes instantly fell on Fu Qian. Below, the civil officials on the city wall suddenly perked up. How could this scene lack poetic inspiration? With poetry sage Shu here, the literati were about to have another excellent work passed down to future generations. Fu Qian didn't stop drumming. On the contrary, it became even more intense. The booming drum sounds echoed, In his heart he indeed had a sick poem he wanted to give to Wei Yuan. After returning from Chuzhou, he had a frank conversation with Wei Yuan, knowing Wei Yuan's scheme against Zhenbei King, intending to seize back military power. It was also at that time that Fu Xiang realized that this man in green robes was fighting against many factions in the court.
But in fact, he always wanted to lead troops again and implement his ambitions, but he couldn't get what he wanted.
Wei Yuan was stripped of his military power after the Battle of Shanhaiguan, and was firmly suppressed in the court for 20 years. Lord Wei, for 20 years have you ever dreamed of the battlefield? Of pointing out the country? Fu Xiang took a deep breath, channeled his qi into his dantian, and roared over the thunderous drums like a total boss. Under the lamp's light I study my blade. In dreams the war horns echo through the camps. Roast meat shared across 800 miles. Music from 50 strings vibrating beyond the border. It's an autumn review on the battlefield. Steeds gallop like lightning, bows snap like thunder. I'll settle all worldly matters for my king,
and win a name that stays legendary long after I'm gone. You worry wholeheartedly for the court? You protect the country for the royal family? What did you get in return? The court concealed your merits, shamelessly promoting Zhenbei King, transferring the halo belonging to you bit by bit to that beast who committed cruel acts of slaughtering the city for his own desires. Civil officials and literati used their pens as weapons, branding you as the leader of the corrupt party, as if they had forgotten who won the Battle of Shanhaiguan.
Who brought Dafeng 20 years of peace? What did you get in return? Fu Qian cut the drumming, turned back to Wei Yuan, and gritted out every word with deep, soul-crushing sorrow. What a tragedy, to watch the gray hair grow while the dream is still out of reach.
On the city wall, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The civil officials like Wang Zhenwen stared blankly at Fu Qian. As they savored this last sentence, an indescribable sadness surged out. What can touch the literati the most is forever poetry and lyrics.
In fact, the civil officials here all knew what kind of person Wei Yuan was,
even if they fought red-eyed. In their hearts they agreed with Wei Yuan's character. It was just different positions. Alas, white hair grows fast. Alas, white hair grows fast. At this moment, even the civil officials who had fought with Wei Yuan for half their lives couldn't help but feel a tightness in their chests.
Biao Biao bit her lip,
her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She didn't know what the starting point was, until she read the last sentence. That feeling of sadness suddenly surged like a tide, making her heart feel as if it was tightened. Wei King calmly looked at him, and in her eyes there was actually a layer of mist.
Jiang Luzong sat on his horse, rubbing his face and cursing. Damn it, what kind of trashy poem is this? It's making my eyes sweat. In the expedition force, the veterans of the Shanhai Pass battle were all getting misty-eyed. Ha ha ha! Wei Yuan laughed with pure, unbridled joy, tears finally welling up in his eyes. Fu Qian, do you know why I didn't take you as my adopted son? Because in my heart, you are my confidant. Scene changed to Qingyun Mountain. Yunlu Academy. Zhao Shao stood on the top of the mountain, his Confucian robe and gray hair flying in the wind. His eyes seemed to penetrate the distance. Seeing the departing troop, the academy rose because of Dao Feng's rise, and the Confucian scholars weakened because of Dao Feng's decline. His eyes were calm, his tone was steady, and in his eyes there was neither joy nor sorrow.
He mobilized his righteous qi, raised his voice. Wei Yuan, return in triumph. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the Confucian school's words become law plunged into the void, disappearing without a trace. A second later, the backlash effect of the spell came down. The righteous qi lingering on Zhao Shao's body shattered with a bang. A crack appeared in the center of his eyebrows, and quickly elongated and expanded, like an eggshell breaking. In the sub-saint hall, a ray of light shot out, straight into Zhao Shao's body.
The cracked body slowly closed.
You can't just speak recklessly, especially when mentioning an existence that surpasses the ranks. Wei Yuan, oh Wei Yuan, I can only help you this much. More than 2 years ago there was the Confucian saint, but now only you and the human race can bear this great banner. After Zhao Shu finished speaking, he clasped his hands towards the sub-saint hall. Thank you, sub-saint, for your help.
Scene changed to the Bagua platform of the Qi'an.
The Jianzhou looked expressionlessly at the departing troop outside the capital, and said in a low voice,
"The big curtain has been pulled open. The big curtain has been pulled open."
A low voice came from behind, slowly saying, "If that's the case, how can we lack this protagonist? Right, teacher?" The Jianzhou ignored him and sighed, letting Dao Feng slip away. Only Wei Yuan has the ability to lead troops to Jingshan City. There is no one else besides him. Yang Tiangshuan opened his mouth hesitantly, unable to refute. The Jianzhou angrily looked at him and said,
"Your heart is not calm. How can you advance?"
Yang Tiangshuan was silent for a moment, ran up to grab the Jianzhou and cried, "Teacher, I haven't left the Qi'an for many days. I'm afraid people outside don't know my prestige, don't know that the Qi'an has a Yang Tiangshuan. I'm not willing." "Where did you get your prestige?" The Jianzhou almost wanted to rub his eyebrows, and said in a deep voice, Fu Qian hasn't left the capital yet. Yang Tiangshuan was stunned. What does it have to do with me? The Jianzhou seemed to mutter to himself. But he's drumming and writing sit lyrics on the city wall. Pay attention, drumming and writing sit lyrics on the city wall, pay attention. Yang Tianshuan was so envious that his whole body trembled. He then turned his back and said with tears in his eyes, Teacher, I want to advance to the 3rd rank. The Jianzhou revealed a smile. At this time, Chu Kaiwei ran over and shouted, Teacher, teacher, senior brother Song Qing and the other senior brothers are making a fuss again? Senior brother Song said that creation requires passion. They refuse monotonous and boring work. They refuse to repeatedly refine standard magical artifacts. The Jianzhou finally rubbed his eyebrows and calmly told them, Yang Tiangshuan was imprisoned in the 3rd underground level for disobeying his teacher and is being punished with lightning strikes and fire burns. Chu Kaiwei nodded. Yes. In this way, senior brother Song and the others will obediently work. Teacher is so smart, can think of such a good plan. Yang Tiangshuan muttered in his heart. This has nothing to do with being smart, right? The Jianzhou sighed and rubbed his eyebrows again. Suddenly, Thri Tai V mysteriously said, Teacher, let me ask you something. The supervisor was suddenly a bit pleased. I found some mysterious inscriptions in a book with only 1 copy. Can you take a look for me? She said, taking out a neatly folded piece of paper from her chest. 3rd day. Erlang is gone. Miss him, miss him, miss him. Fu Xiang wrote in his diary, busy with work in the palace the previous 2 days, mourning the dead, and only today did he take the time to review the late emperor's daily life records. He couldn't understand it, so he started missing Erlang. Before leaving, Shu Erlang wrote out the late emperor's daily life records, of course, still in cursive script. The length was too long. Using cursive script saved time. He was about to go to war with the army, and there was no time to write neatly. But this thing has a fixed way of writing, and it is difficult for people who haven't studied to understand it. Besides Erlang, only Lingyao in your family has studied. But Lingyao's reading is superficial, and she has never learned cursive script, so she can't understand it. Such important records of the late emperor's daily life can't be shown to people casually, so I have to find someone new. Fu Qian searched in his head and found that there were so few people he knew who could read. In the Heaven and Earth Society, there is only Chu Yuanzhen, but he has gone to war with the army. The night watchmen in the Yamen, Chengge, Tingfeng, and Guangshao, are trustworthy, but their literacy level is about the same as mine. The scholars in Yunlu Academy would be good, but the 2-hour journey is really too long. If I ask Huaiqing directly to translate the late emperor's daily life records, she would definitely ask all sorts of questions. That's right, Linen can. Although this girl is a bit dumb, you can't underestimate her literacy level. After all, she is a royal princess, and basic calligraphy skills shouldn't be a problem. Shu Xian thought about it, and finally chose Lin Quan. Switching scenes to Linyan's residence, Shu Qian disguised himself as Cheng Ge and went to tell the guard, I am Li Yuchun, Shu Qian's former superior and close friend. I have a matter to see Princess Linen. After a while, Shu Qian was led by a palace maid to the reception room. As soon as he met her, he respectfully cupped his fists and greeted, Your Highness. Linjin sat behind a large table, putting on an arrogant look that didn't fit her temperament, and asked in a calm tone, Li Yin Luo, what do you want from me? Zhu Qian transmitted his voice. Linyan, it's me. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a quieter place. Biao's pretentious, arrogant expression instantly collapsed, and her face uncontrollably overflowed with a smile, but she quickly suppressed it, looking at the palace maids and instructing, I have important matters to discuss with Li Yin Luo. None of you are allowed to disturb us. After Erlang went to war, he couldn't disguise himself as Zhu Erlang and use the official's token to freely enter and exit the imperial city. But it doesn't matter, his connections are still very wide. Yin Luo of the Night Watchman can freely enter and exit the imperial city. Patrolling the imperial city is still one of Yin Luo's responsibilities. There were no palace maids or eunuchs in the study. Limnan said in surprise, and a low voice. Why are you here? I was thinking, after Shuju went to war, you wouldn't be able to turn into his appearance to find me. Heavens. Shu Qian took off his wig as he walked towards the desk and said, If I just wanted to come and play with you, it would be easy. Princess Huaiqing would help me. This time I'm here to see you about something important. Can you read cursive script? I have some cursive script here that I want you to read for me. Biao was overjoyed when she heard this, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, finally there's a chance to show off her amazing learning in front of the dog slave. Sure enough, even if someone is a bad student, it's only relative. As a princess, how could she not have some knowledge? Sheng Qian stood next to the table, happily reaching for the paper in his chest. Suddenly his expression froze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. On the desk was a book on Dragon Vein Feng Shui. Dragon Vein Feng Shui map?
How could Lin Ron's study have this kind of book? No, how could Lin Ron read this kind of book? Immediately afterwards, the first thought that popped into Fu Xiang's head was, Number 1 in the Earth Book Chat forum has a high position in the Imperial Court. He recently announced that he was taking over the Heng Yuan case, and the Heng Yuan case is related to the Dragon Vein. This high position is not necessarily an official position. A princess is also a high position. A few seconds later, the second thought that arose was, no. Lin Yan doesn't have that kind of brain to be number 1 in the Earth Book Chat forum. Although number 1 likes to read silently and is taciturn, when he occasionally participates in topics, he shows extremely cleverness, not inferior to Chu Yuanzhen. How could Linen, one of the 3 idiots in the fish pond, have such intelligence? Moreover, if she is really number 1, given my favor and lack of vigilance towards her, she could probably guess that I am number 3. In that case, how could she openly display the Dragon Vein Feng Shui map on the desk? After a few more seconds, the third thought arose. She was using this method to hint at her identity. Just as Fu Qian's brain was raging about the identity of number 1, Lin Kan suddenly jumped happily to the desk. Her 2 small hands tapped on the table, showing that she couldn't wait, and she urged with a giggle, "Where's the cursive script? Hurry up and show it to me. I'll teach you cursive script." Fu Qian looked directly at her. After a few seconds, his expression returned to normal, and he said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll go to the restroom first." A moment later, in the restroom, Fu Qian took out the Confucian magic book, tore off a page of Qi observation, and then shook his hand to ignite it. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and then dissipated. When Fu Qian returned, she saw that he had suddenly changed his clothes, and asked curiously, "Hey, why did you change your clothes?" Fu Qian calmly replied, "Chengge's coat doesn't fit very well." Looking back at the empty table, Fu Qian found that the Dragon Vein Feng Shui map had been put away. He pretended to ask casually, "Oh, Your Highness, where's the book from just now?" Linen also replied casually, "I put it away." Fu Xian took the opportunity to continue the topic, revealing a bit of respectful gaze. "Why is Your Highness interested in this kind of Feng Shui book?" Linen straightened her small, soft back, and said with a serious little face, "It's just that I read it in my spare time. I like to study some knowledge that few people care about, for example, Feng Shui." She was lying. Fu Qian deeply realized that Lin Han was lying, but he was still embarrassed, because he couldn't tell whether she was lying about liking to study or about having other purposes for studying Feng Shui. If not, then forget it. Let's suppress this matter first, and wait for further observation to determine her identity. Having a suspect makes it much easier to launch an investigation later. That thought lasted for a second. In his mind, Lin An was top-tier important. Most importantly, this girl was one of the few he could trust without holding back. Sure, she might be a bit dumb, a bit naive, and not powerful enough to help him much. But because someone like her existed, Fu Qian had a place to escape to in this strange world, a harbor for his soul. So he wasn't going to investigate Lin An secretly, but instead chose to go straight to the point. Fu Qian stared at her bright, dark, peach-blossoming eyes, and casually said, "I recently heard about a treasure called the Earth Book, a Dharma artifact of the Earth Sect. Ever heard of it, Your Highness?" Lin An tilted her head, shaking it in confusion. "Never heard of it." Fu Qian repeated the question, as if it was super important. Lin An replied succinctly, "Nope." As she spoke, his Qi observation skill kicked in. No lie detected. No cap. She wasn't number 1. She was still that dorky Lin An. Good. Fu Qian felt like a weight had been lifted. He felt inexplicably refreshed. That a new doubt arose. Lin An wasn't number 1. And based on what he knew about her, she obviously wasn't a bookworm. So why would she choose a Dragon Vein Feng Shui map at this crucial moment? Something that made him super sensitive. Fu Qian asked, "Why are you reading such trash?" Seeing Fu Qian suspect her, Lin An retorted in dissatisfaction, "Didn't I tell you? I always read books and study." She's lying. Fu Qian couldn't help but want to facepalm. A young woman in the throes of love will always show her best side to the man she likes, even if it means lying. Considering Lin An's face, Fu Qian suppressed his curiosity. He had other ways to verify, no need to rush. So he placed a stack of papers on the table and said, "Your Highness, read to me." Lin An blinked and said, "Aren't you going to teach me cursive?" Casually dodged it, step by step. Lin An picked up the stack of papers, neither thick nor thin, focused her gaze, and immediately exclaimed, "This is the daily life records of the late emperor." "Why are you copying the daily life records of the late emperor?" Fu Qian internally mocked. "I'm not just copying the daily life records of your grandpa, I'm also investigating your dad." He said mysteriously, "I'm investigating some secrets of Huai Wang. Although he's dead, he still has secrets."
Like what specifically? I'm not too clear yet, so I can't explain it in detail to you. Your Highness, this is a secret between us. Absolutely don't reveal it. This explanation of his was meaningful. Lin An was that kind of girl. If you didn't tell her anything, she wouldn't be happy, so he revealed the appropriate parts and emphasized that it was a secret between the two of them, which would make her very happy. But he couldn't reveal too much. Although she was a royal princess, she was still too young compared to the old foxes in the palace, so he couldn't say he was investigating Yuanjing Emperor. Dorky Lin An wasn't unintelligent, but too naive and too simple. All aspects of her were well protected, leading to only a little bit of scheming, which was within the realm of normal people.
Sure enough, dimples blossomed on Lin An's face. She said pretentiously, "All right, this princess will reluctantly keep a secret for you." In the next hour, Lin An read the contents of the late emperor's daily life records. Fu Xiang sat on the side listening carefully, pouring her water twice in the meantime, each time earning a sweet smile from Biao Biao. Fu Xiang heard as he wished the process of Dao Shao of the human sect, Dao Shao of the Earth Sect, and the late emperor discussing Dao, and the late emperor asking Dao Shao of the Earth Sect again about the emperor's cultivation potential.
The answer Dao Shao of the Earth Sect gave was the same as Dao Shao of the human sect. Longevity is possible, immortality is not. Longevity here only means prolonging life. Immortality is beyond that. After a long discussion of nourishing life, the late emperor asked Dao Shao of the Earth Sect, "Listen, Dao Zun transforms Qi into 3 beings. Are they 3 in 1 or 3 separate beings?" Dao Shao of the Earth Sect replied, "It can be 3 in 1, or 3 separate beings, or 1 in 3. Is this hard to read or what?" Fu Qian frowned, raised his hand, and interrupted Lin An. "Let me ponder for a moment.
3 in 1 means the 3 beings that are differentiated are actually the same person. 3 separate beings means they can also be 3 independent individuals. What does 1 in 3 mean? That and 3 in 1 have different meanings, opposite meanings." He said, "You can continue."
Lin An nodded and continued reading.
To Fu Qian's disappointment, there was no record of 1 in 3 afterward, and it was unknown whether Dao Shao of the Earth Sect didn't explain, or the record keeper was too lazy to write it down. Biao Biao suddenly said in delight, "Ah, so that's why the late emperor said Huai Wang was a pillar of the country." She happened to be reading an old story. Yuanjing Emperor in his youth and Huai Wang in his adolescence went hunting in the hunting area and encountered a ferocious, crazed brown bear. At that time, the bodyguards around them were all seriously injured. In the crisis, Huai Wang tore the brown bear apart with his bare hands. The late emperor praised Huai Wang as a future pillar of the country. After hearing this, Fu Qian thought disdainfully, "As a martial artist, what's the big deal about tearing a brown bear apart?" Biao Biao continued, "But my father and them were also really bold. The depths of Nanyuan are normally not allowed to enter. Only during the autumn hunting can one enter the depths of Nanyuan, because at that time there are grand inner court experts protecting, not afraid of wild beasts."
In the last third of the late emperor's life, nothing major happened, and after the late emperor passed away, this investigation into clues finally came to an end.
Fu Qian sighed inwardly. "Alas, I didn't get any important content." He outwardly put away the late emperor's daily life records, and put on an affirmative smile and said, "Your Highness, the Dragon Vein Feng Shui map mentions Feng Shui. This aspect of learning is really a bit difficult. One needs to find someone to discuss it with. One cannot research it alone. Who do you usually discuss it with, Your Highness?" He was sure that Biao Biao was a bad student, so he deliberately said this very affirmatively, intending to trick her. Biao Biao, for the sake of face, would pretend to understand, and would definitely answer him accordingly.
Biao Biao's eyes looked upwards. That's right, one needs to discuss with others."
She poked her fingertips together, shyly holding her cheeks, and said,
"I usually discuss it with Huai Qing." Huai Qing? Fu Qian's body swayed, almost unable to stand. He then took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions, and asked Lin An, "Where did this book come from?" Lin An replied, "Borrowed from Wen Yuan Pavilion."
Fu Qian lowered his voice again and asked, "Did Huai Qing tell you to borrow it?" Hearing this, Biao Biao showed a confused expression. After hesitating for a moment, she frankly said, "Your guess is spot on."
Fu Qian's expression froze when he received this answer.
Leaving Lin An's residence, Fu Qian's head was full of question marks and exclamation points.
Number 1 is Huai Qing. Number 1 is actually Huai Qing. WTF? Based on this judgment, he looked back at the details of the past in his mind.
Number 1 is very mysterious. There are not many people in the court with high positions and heavy responsibilities. But there are not few either. Lin An can fit the bill, and Huai Qing is even more so. Moreover, Huai Qing's intelligence and scheming really fit with number 1. In all kinds of past cases, the information that number 1 revealed
was high authority and great power. I remember that the drowning of the prince 500 years ago was revealed by number 1. But the lords can also find corresponding clues, so it cannot be determined that number 1 is Hu Xiang. Number 1 usually shows an attitude of protecting the court and not being too fond of. Number 2, Li Miaozhen. Because Rongwu violated the ban, this also fits the lords, so no judgment can be made. But assuming that number 1 is Hu Xiang, then her action of proposing to be responsible for investigating Heng Yuan's whereabouts is unreasonable. Although the lords can enter the palace to meet the emperor, they can usually only stay in a fixed place and cannot move freely in the imperial palace, even the harem. But if it is Hu Xiang, the imperial palace is almost unobstructed. She asked Biao Biao to go to the Wenyuan pavilion to borrow and read the Feng Shui map of the dragon vein out of caution, and similarly, because Biao Biao is so bad at studying, no one would suspect what kind of book she borrows. But even so, you took my beloved little mare, not Lin An's beloved, as a tool, and I'm still pissed. Fu Xiang remembered more details. For example, once he and Li Nao were chatting in the forum, saying that they wanted to take the beautiful princess of Daofeng away and make her the wife of Li Nao's brother. At that time, number 1 showed an extremely disgusted attitude. On the other hand, if number 1 is Hu Xiang, then she definitely knew my identity early on. She is so smart she can't be fooled. Fu Xiang rode on horseback, his expression frozen again, vaguely revealing that living was no longer meaningful. Such an attitude. After returning to Shu Mansion, Fu Xiang returned to his room, closed the door, and took out the fragment of the Earth Book. Number 1 sent a message at this time. There are clues to Heng Yuan's whereabouts, but I can't continue to investigate alone. I need your help. Seeing number 1's message, Fu Xiang felt a little guilty and embarrassed for some reason, leading to not replying immediately. Li Miaozhen sent a message in surprise. You have clues to Heng Yuan? So fast. Number 1 sent a message saying that Heng Yuan accidentally saw some things he shouldn't have seen while killing Ping Yuan Bo. This is number 3's guess, so what exactly did he see? It's impossible to guess. I'm so confused and even tossing and turning, unable to sleep. With the suspicious nature of our majesty, he will definitely kill Heng Yuan to silence him. But Golden Lotus Daoist said that he will not die for the time being, so he must be locked up in a place where his majesty can see him at any time. But after the secret agent of Huaiwang brought Heng Yuan into the inner city, he disappeared. Where the hell did you go? Fu Qian sat propping his chin and muttered in his heart. Hu Xiang is careful enough, saying your majesty in every sentence, which is clearly to please people. Then number 4's take on Earth Escape snapped me out of my tunnel vision. Turns out the capital sits on a dragon vein that's basically a subterranean highway. If you use Earth Escape on that foundation, you can legit teleport anywhere. That's why I dug into the Pingyuan Baron Manor and found out the place was a royal gift. There are requirements for the specifications of mansions granted to meritorious officials by the royal family. For example, only those with a really good feng shui position are qualified to build such mansions. And in the capital, the best feng shui is undoubtedly on the dragon vein. After sneaking into Pingyuan Bo's mansion, I found a secret passage in the rockery in the back garden. Number 1 told the members of the Heavenly Earth Society the details. Li Miaozhen felt pretty salty seeing number 1's detective skills topping hers. So, the Pingyuan Baron's manor actually did have an underground bunker. With a fixed Earth escape array, it leads straight to the palace. Number 1 might act low-key, but their IQ is legit. Detective skills are almost on Fu Qian's level. Far away in the north, Chu Yuanchen sent a message from his warship. How do I even open this stone tray? Is it a special item? Or some kind of chant? And number 1 replied that a specific key item is needed to trigger the Earth Escape technique carved inside. Plus, Earth Escape is a nightmare to master. Only a handful of people in all of Kyushu are big-brain enough to turn it into a functional array. Fu Qian, who had been silent for a long time, interjected. Isn't it possible that it's the Si Tianjian? Chu Yuanzhen sent a message in surprise. Oh, Fu Qian, you are now the owner of the Earth Book. This message made Li Na so surprised that her mouth was open, while number 1 still looked very calm looking at the Earth Book. This. Li Miaozhen, who knew the truth, secretly laughed gloatingly. Fu Qian felt like he was being publicly punished for secretly reading forbidden books. His scalp was a little numb. He then changed the subject and asked, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about the main thing first. Number 1. I want to know how you judged that the formation needs a special item and not an incantation. Sure enough, number 1 still ignored him and skipped him. Fu Qian thought to himself, based on my many years of police experience, she probably got help from Concubine Wei. Hu Xiang and Concubine Wei are Dafeng's besties. Number 1 avoided number 3's answer and continued to send a message. I have mastered the complete method of opening the stone tray. The fragment of the Earth Book can complete this task. Seeing this transmission, Li Miaozhen and Fu Qian caught on instantly.
while Chu Yuanchen and Li Na were still buffering. The Earth Book and the Mountain River Seal are basically cut from the same cloth, so it's no shocker it can bypass Earth escape arrays. What actually tripped those two up was how the hell Number 1 knew all this in such detail. Chu Yuanzhen sent a message asking, "The Earth Book can make the formation open the stone tray? How is this possible?" Fu Xiang simply explained the history of the Earth Book. So that's how it is. I thought he really thought of many things in that instant just now. Now it seems that he was overthinking. Seeing that no one was talking, Number 1 once again took control of the topic and sent a message. "What I need help with is to have a trustworthy expert with enough strength hold the fragment of the Earth Book to open the stone tray. This will be extremely dangerous, because you don't know what the other end of the formation is. You may not be able to return." The Earthbook chat forum immediately fell silent. The best trustworthy person is an internal member of the Heavenly Earth Society. As for being strong and having enough ability to protect oneself, it's probably only Fu Xiang. His defense can already be called the strongest level under the immortal body, a third-rank martial artist also called the immortal body. Fu Qian sighed and sent a message. "I'll go. Even if you find a fourth-rank martial artist, it may not be more suitable than him. Moreover, the trustworthy fourth rank in the Yamen have all followed Wei Yuan on the expedition. But Heng Yuan must be saved. This bald-headed guy is a friend, a comrade, and more importantly, Heng Yuan is a good person." Li Miaojin and Chu Yuanzhen simultaneously sent messages reminding, "Be careful. If you find danger, return immediately. Take care." Number 1 didn't speak, but Fu Qian's spirit was touched. Received. Number 1. Please speak privately. The method of opening the stone tray is very simple. Place the Earth Book on the formation and pour qi into it. Before you act, you should ask Xin Tianjian for a magic item to shield your aura, and then use the Confucian's ability to speak the law to shield your own existence. In this way, you may be able to hide from the other party's senses silently. After she finished speaking, there was no more sound. Just when Fu Qian wanted to take back the Earth Book, she suddenly sent a message. "Everyone has their own destiny." Fu Qian pondered. What does this mean? Implying that I shouldn't put myself in danger to save Heng Yuan? He then sighed and said, "That's right. If Number 1 is Hui King, in her eyes, an online friend who has never met, how could she possibly equate him with herself?" On the canal, a dozen warships lined up in a neat and orderly formation. On a certain warship, Chu Yuanzhen put away the fragment of the Earth Book. The sound of knocking opened Zhu Erlang's door. "Siju, hand that thing over to Xu Ningyan. I'll act as the messenger for now, but there's some intel you definitely need to be clued in on," Chu Yuanzhen said as he entered Xu Xinyan's room, and said in a deep voice. "Yeah, I know you don't want to publicly discuss that chatting event on the ship. Walls have ears." He opened the paper, quickly wrote on it with a pen, and then showed it to Zhu Erlang once. Swoosh! The flames rose, burning the paper to ashes which slowly flew down. There are too many masters with sharp ears and eyes on the ship. Chu Yuanzhen didn't chat anymore, and decisively left. Watching Chu Yuanzhen leave the room, Zhu Erlang's head was full of question marks. What did he say? What did he want to say? Am I having amnesia? The scene before leaving couldn't help but appear in his mind. Eldest brother specially instructed him that no matter what strange questions Chu Yuanzhen asks you or what strange things he says, you don't need to care. Bao Qi coldly. Erlang, eldest brother, doesn't ask you to betray eldest brother's boat on your back, just ask you to help maintain eldest brother's reputation for a lifetime. Zhu Erlang seemed to be thinking, this is what eldest brother said, strange things and strange questions, just pretend I never met Chu Yuanzhen. He didn't overthink it. Sat by the desk studying military texts. By waterway, it shouldn't take more than 10 days from the capital to Chu province. And 3 days had already passed. About to hit day 4. Half the short trip was done. He was about to embrace the first get-wrecked field experience of his life. The next day, in the courtyard of his sidekick, Fu Qian sat on a bench, sunbathing. The princess, munching on melon seeds on a folding chair beside him, said, "The stuff the vendor brought yesterday wasn't fresh. I'm thinking of switching him." Truth was, the vendor had started looking at her with admiration. He hid it well, but who was Mu Nanji? She was the most beautiful flower of Dafeng. She'd seen that look a million times. The vendor came every day, and even though they didn't talk much, his simp level was rising due to her unmatched charm. Better to switch now. Otherwise, a woman alone was too vulnerable to potential creeps. Ugh, why am I so pretty? Beauty is a curse. The princess was totally a cat, praising its own long-tail kinda gal. Fu Qian, lying beside her, nodded. "You're the boss. Switch him if you want." The princess perked up. He always gave her maximum freedom and authority. The only downside was his face when eating her cooking. "Fu Qian," she suggested, "let's eat out today." The princess teased, Nah, I want to eat at home. Fu Xiang jumped up, horrified. I want a feast. The princess nonchalantly said, veggies are the way to go. Fu Xiang internally raged. You call that veggies? That's low-intensity dark cuisine. 2 days had passed since the last Tiandihui internal meeting, and 6 days since the army marched. Fu Qian was figuring out how to rescue Heng Yuan, so he prepared 4 trump cards for himself. Trump card 1. The carving knife of the Confucian sage. Yesterday he went to Yunlu Academy to borrow it from Zhao Shao. Turns out the knife wasn't there. Bottom of the barrel trump card gone. But no sweat. Trump card 2. Jianzhou. He went to Xitianjian and asked Tai Wei to tell Jianzhou he was about to do something big. That's all. Trump card 3. The jade pendant sword of... who gives a damn? Sword intent from a 2nd rank. Even a 3rd rank martial artist would get hurt, enough to save his life in a pinch. Plus, in the capital, any big commotion would draw a ton of attention, including Jianzhou and Luo Yuheng. Trump card 4. Shenshu the monk. The stinky monk had been sleeping like a log since returning from Chu province, couldn't wake him up all. Whether this card was usable or not was unknown, but it was still a card. Fu Qian suddenly stood up and reminded her, when Wei Yuan returns from the expedition, I'm leaving the capital, taking my family with me. He didn't know why he kept bringing this up. The princess emotionlessly said, good luck. Then he turned and left. Late at night, Fu Qian silently moved through the inner city streets, using Confucian magic to conceal himself. Before long, he reached the Pingyuan Marquis Manor, and accurately located the hidden cave behind the rockery, thanks to number 1's intel. He pressed the mechanism. When the cave entrance appeared, he slipped inside. Soon, Fu Qian reached the stone chamber at the end of the corridor, and saw a 2 zang diameter stone tray. Such a large tray could teleport dozens of people at once. The Pingyuan Marquis was using this to illegally transport deceived civilians to the palace. Fu Qian stood by the stone tray, pondered for a few seconds, took out the earth book fragment, and placed it on the tray, pouring qi into it. The fragment glowed with a faint, turbid light. The turbid light flowed like water, entering the runes and lighting them all up. The formation on the stone tray activated. Fu Qian quickly stepped onto the stone tray, and his figure vanished from the stone chamber. The scene flashed, and Fu Qian appeared in silent darkness, without a single source of light. He clutched Luo Yuheng's sword talisman, and breathed a sigh of relief. No sense of danger. He was in stealth, so he didn't dare light the fire charm. Human eyes can't see in pure darkness, no matter how high your cultivation. He didn't dare release his spiritual energy to probe either. He could only slowly move forward step by step, waving his arms to test the space in front. After walking like this for a quarter of an hour, Fu Qian's ears twitched, catching a strange sound. Whoosh! A weird sound came from the darkness ahead, like something was breathing. How huge was the breath? Fu Qian's scalp tingled, and he internally cursed. The closer he got, the clearer the breathing became. Fu Qian felt cold sweat on his forehead. What the hell was hidden under the palace? He gripped the sword talisman tightly. If he sensed danger, he'd activate the sword talisman immediately. No hold up, let me think mentality. The movement in the depths of the darkness gave him an immense sense of danger. The closer he got, the more he trembled, resisting the terrifying pressure. He continued for another 100 steps, silently creeping, and finally, a faint, golden light appeared. Fu Qian speculated. This golden light had a solemn, yang aura, similar to the indestructible divine art, but different. Buddhist golden light? Was it Heng Yuan? Had Heng Yuan really been brought here? What was that golden light? Heng Yuan's backup was his secret. Fu Qian was about to move forward when an image flashed in his mind. He took 2 steps forward, then died silently, without a trace. His body withered like a corpse. A warning of the martial artist's crisis. Fu Qian silently retreated, backed away, then turned and sped up, fleeing the dangerous place. In the underground stone chamber of the Pingyuan Marquis Manor, the runes on the stone tray once again emitted a faint, turbid light. A figure suddenly appeared. Fu Qian bent down, picked up the earth book fragment, and lit a few oil lamps before leaving. He stared at the earth book fragment, questioning. The sound in the depths of the darkness, the breathing. What was it? A dragon vein being created? Yeah, that place was probably the center of the dragon vein. Heng Yuan was suppressed in the dragon vein. The golden light was resisting the dragon vein. What was the force that would silently kill him? A formation? He then picked up the earth book fragment, sat down, and sent a message. I've used the teleportation tray, and have some initial findings about the formation on the other side. Number 1. Seeing the message, asked. Is it the palace? Does the formation connect to the palace? Are you in danger? Li Miaozhen and Ganfu asked. What did you find? Are you hurt? Chu Yuanzhen also asked. Efficiency. Have you rescued Grandmaster Heng Yuan? Fu Xiang messaged. Relax, I'm fine, but I haven't rescued Heng Yuan yet. I can't say for sure the other end of the formation is the palace, because it's also a cave, pitch black. But based on the rules of earth tunneling, it's basically the palace. He told the Tiandihui members everything, including the terrifying sound, like breathing, the golden light suspected to be Heng Yuan, and the warning that he'd die silently. Chu Yuanzhen, after reading, messaged. So you can't determine if the source of that weird sound is the dragon vein or something else, and none of us are experts in feng shui. Oh wait, that unlucky sister of yours is a 5th-rank arcanist. She'd know best. Fu Qian messaged. I'm not back at the Shu residence yet. I'm in the underground stone chamber. Li Miaozhen stood up. Message me, she said. I'll go ask her. Fu Qian immediately freaked out. Messaged. No, absolutely don't go to my room. Don't bother her. Li Miaozhen rolled her eyes. Weird, he's overreacting. What's he hiding? Afraid I'll see something I shouldn't. Like a Sitian senior sister in bed after some quality time. She's very stable right now. If no one disturbs her, nothing should happen. If you enter the room, she'll interact with the outside world, and all kinds of dangers will descend. Fu Qian finished messaging and muttered, I've already put the Taiping Dao in the Earth Book, lest it suddenly dislikes Zhongli again. Chu Yuanzhen asked. Like when we went to find Lina. He recalled going to Yang province to find Lina. When they descended on their swords, Zhongli disappeared, and they searched for a long time. She was curled up in a pit, unmoving. Fu Qian messaged again. Also, Zhongli said the dragon vein is the condensed luck of a nation, and even Jianzhou can't easily control it. I don't think Zhongli knows anything profound about the dragon vein. Instead of thinking about this, let's think about how to respond. The cave on the other side has a restriction. Even I would definitely die. The Earthbook chat forum fell silent. Number 1 messaged, Why does it have to be you? Why does it have to be us? Fu Qian was startled. You mean tell Jianzhou about this? Number 1 chuckled. Or the national teacher. Fu Qian internally praised. Nice. The peak combat power in the capital was Jianzhou, followed by the second-ranked daoist, Luo Yuheng, of the tribulation stage. If they intervened, then they wouldn't even need to brainstorm themselves. Fu Qian happily thought, I didn't think of this initially. My professional habits restrained me. Whether I was a cop in my past life, or a watchman in this life, I'm a figure who leads by example. So when I encounter situations like this, I instinctively think of handling it myself. Chu Yuanzhen said. If it's just the dragon vein and Heng Yuan underground, what can Jianzhou and the national teacher do? But it's worth a try. After the serious business, Li Miaozhen messaged Chu Yuanzhen. You guys should be about 2 days from the northern border, right? Chu Yuanzhen replied. The army has already arrived in Chu province. Fu Qian was shocked. That fast? Chu Yuanzhen explained. Warships are naturally faster than ordinary official boats. Speed is of the essence in war. I will protect Shu Shiju. Don't worry. Fu Qian gratefully messaged. Thanks. I was going to say this would be a good chance for Erlang to train, but I held back. The battlefield changes in a split second. Too many surprises. Just because you think it's good training doesn't mean it actually is. He might straight up die. The next day, at the Star Observation Tower, Song Qing was overjoyed to learn that Shu Qichan had come to find him. He rushed out and asked, Young Master Shu, what brings you here? Do you finally have time to guide us senior brothers in the art of alchemy? Shu Qihan sized up Song Qing and said, Senior brother doesn't seem too happy lately. Hearing this, Song Qing sighed dejectedly. Isn't it obvious? There's a war going on. The imperial court needs the Ministry of Astrology to refine magical artifacts to strengthen the military. This kind of repetitive, monotonous work is an insult to a genius like me. Fu Qian thought to himself. It's not just geniuses. Everyone hates assembly line work, he said on the surface. In terms of military supplies, shouldn't the court's stockpile be substantial? Song Qing said in a low voice. Da Feng hasn't had a large-scale war in the past 20 years. The military equipment lacks maintenance and upkeep. Besides, the goods produced by the Ministry of Astrology aren't cheap. For some people who know their value, it's a great way to make money. Like the Minister of War before, like His Majesty, who consumes a great elixir every season. Fu Qian thought to himself. In terms of corruption, Da Feng is rotten to the core. Even Chief Wang is involved in accepting bribes. Even Wei Gong mostly turns a blind eye to the corruption of his subordinates and officials. Before the rolling tide of events, even Wei Yuan, with his unparalleled talent, and Chief Wang, with his cunning plans, couldn't stop the flood alone. Fu Qian said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Today I'm here to visit the supervisor and report something important. Song Qing snorted unhappily. The supervisor screwed me over. I don't want to see him. Fu Qian cupped his fist and pleaded, I have urgent business to attend to. Can you help me, senior brother? Song Qing reluctantly nodded.
Alright, don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. A moment later, Song Qing returned with a pale face and said, How ironic. The supervisor doesn't want to see me, and he doesn't want to see you either. He told me to get lost.
The supervisor won't see me. Fu Xiang sighed silently and said, Then I won't bother you any further. Suddenly, Song Qing forcibly dragged him away and said, Don't go. It's not easy. It's not easy for you to come. I have many ideas I want to share with you. Let me show you some things.
Soon after, in Song Qing's secret room, he brought out a tray filled with strangely shaped fruits. Watermelons the size of fists, peaches the size of watermelons with feathers growing on them, and a bunch of sparkling, transparent grapes with an eye inside each grape.
Song Qing handed a peach to Fu Xiang and said, I've been studying the tree grafting technique you taught me. After the beginning of spring this year, I've been actively experimenting. Although there's been a major breakthrough, the results are a bit problematic. I tried grafting peaches and watermelons. Sometimes I get watermelons the size of peaches, and sometimes I get peaches the size of watermelons. You can eat them, but the taste isn't right, and the yield is low. Would young Master Shu like to try some? Fu Qian immediately jumped back and waved his hands frantically. No, no, no! As for the apricot,
I grafted the apricot tree onto a bird. A small apricot tree grew on the bird's back, which can bear fruit but isn't edible. My original intention was to give the apricot the taste of meat.
As for the grapes,
I don't know how an eye grew inside them. Maybe it's because the grapevine grew from the eye of a dead horse. I always feel that among the supervisor's weird disciples, Song Qing is the most insane and dangerous. Fu Qian praised insincerely. Not bad. By the way, how's my body refining going?
Speaking of this topic, Song Qing was overjoyed and said, I know your needs. To repay young Master Shu's kindness to us, my senior brothers and I plan to refine a Dafeng's #1 beauty for you, based on the princess's appearance. Unfortunately, we've never seen the princess.
Later, when Miss Fu Xiang died of illness, my senior brothers decided to refine a Miss Fu Xiang. But alas, we still haven't met Miss Fu Xiang. Yeah, what would you science bros care about lowly creatures like women anyway? All smoke and mirrors.
Fu Qian's head was full of nonsense. Song Qing continued. Of course, we're most familiar with junior sister Tai Wei, but after discussing it, the senior brothers unanimously agreed that you, young Master Shu, are too lecherous and don't deserve to have junior sister Tai Wei. Fu Qian stared at him in astonishment with his mouth wide open.
Song Qing quickly explained. Oh, I'm just being straightforward. I don't mean anything else. Fu Qian thought to himself. You don't mean anything else? You're just insulting me outright. Song Qing rested his chin on his hand and said smugly, But we've refined a lot of men. Hearing this, Fu Qian couldn't help but turn around. Senior brother Song, I have something to do. I'll be leaving now. Riding his mare away from the Ministry of Astrology, Fu Qian thought gloomily. At this crucial moment, I got the door slammed in my face. The supervisor clearly doesn't want to get involved, or the old moneybags has other goals, so he doesn't plan to take action. As for what his goals are, even Wei Yuan couldn't see through this peak alchemist. I won't go looking for trouble myself, fortunately. I still have a beautiful leg to hug, Heng, to return to the Shu residence.
Fu Qian sat in his room and took out the talisman sword, then sent his Yuan Shen into it, and transmitted his voice. National teacher, this is Fu Qian. A few breaths later, a golden ray invisible to ordinary people descended, piercing through the roof. In the golden light, the tall and beautiful female national teacher stood suspended in the air. Fu Qian cupped his fist and said, National teacher, I have something to discuss with you. I've found some clues about Yuan Jing Emperor. Heng nodded slightly, waiting for him to continue. Fu Qian then slowly recounted everything, describing in detail the dragon vein formation teleporting under the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, and his situation last night. How intelligent was Heng? She understood his meaning and opened her fragrant lips. You want me to intervene in this matter, and even hope that I will help you save people? Fu Qian led the great beauty to a seat, and said with a cheeky smile, I hope the national teacher will lend a hand. Heng pursed her lips lightly, and a teasing look flashed in her bright eyes. Help you save people and break with Yuan Jing? Fu Qian thought for a moment and said, Yuan Jing definitely has problems. The national teacher's action is upholding justice. Heng snorted coldly, with displeasure in her beautiful eyes, and said indifferently, You can't even determine what's in the dragon vein. You suddenly want my help like this, which frankly means you never took me seriously. It's one thing if there's a problem in the dragon vein, but if it's just a monk locked up, how do you expect me to handle it? Will I still be able to hold the position of national teacher afterwards? Will I still be able to suppress my karmic fire with luck? You don't care about my life or death. Her flawless, beautiful face showed a hint of disappointment. Fu Qian said nothing, thought for a long time, and then sighed. Indeed, I was reckless. I just thought that the national teacher was a daoist paragon, an invincible powerhouse, the #1 extraordinary woman of Daofeng. I had a bit of blind worship for you, which led me to forget that the national teacher also has difficulties. This wasn't my original intention. Lu Yuheng was stunned and looked at him in surprise. So in his heart he actually respected and admired her so much. Her face softened slightly, and she said gently, "If you want me to take action, it's not difficult. You have to produce concrete evidence, not just a guess, a superficial clue." Fu Qi'an hummed and thought happily. The national teacher is still very easy to coax. She stopped being angry after just a few words. Lu Yuheng sat for a while and, seeing that he was slow to say anything more, frowned and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Oh, the national teacher doesn't seem to want to leave, but she doesn't have a reason to stay longer." Fu Qi'an keenly sensed this unusual atmosphere. In the past, even if I noticed this abnormality, I probably wouldn't have cared. But now it's different. I know that I've entered Lu Yuheng's fish pond. This super gorgeous, breathtakingly beautiful, mature, and charming woman, who is as cold as a painting, is seriously considering dual cultivation with me. So, on Lu Yuheng's side, she actually yearns to interact and communicate with me more, to examine me better. But as the national teacher, a paragon of Taoism, she can't disregard her image and show excessive enthusiasm for a young man. Therefore, she's in a bit of an awkward dilemma. At this time, a man needs to take the initiative. I don't know if I'm thinking right. Well, there's no harm in trying. Thinking of this, Fu Qi'an searched for words for a moment and said, "The earth veins are inaccessible, and my clues have been cut off. I don't know if the national teacher has any better suggestions?" As he spoke, he revealed a look of anticipation and an attitude of admiration. This was already looking for a topic for the two of them to work on together. It was also adding a sense of participation for Lu Yuheng, subtly influencing her to turn the investigation into a matter for two people, not just Fu Qi'an doing it alone. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lu Yuheng's face relaxed slightly, and she accepted the topic with a faint smile. "Didn't you say that there's a teleportation formation, using Earth escape techniques, under the Pingyuan Marquis' residence?" Fu Qi'an nodded, looking at her very attentively. His adoring and attentive gaze seemed to please Lu Yuheng greatly. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened slightly, and her tone was calm. "It's already very rare for you to have cultivated Earth escape techniques. It's even rarer to build a teleportation formation based on the dragon veins. It involves both feng shui and formations. Apart from high-grade alchemists, only the Earth Sect, which possesses the Earth Book magic weapon, can do it. Isn't this a clue?" Switching to the border, 10,000 soldiers were running in the slightly desolate plains. Whether cavalry or infantry, they maintained a high degree of silence. In the long formation, Shu Erlang ate fruit with relish, turned his horse's head, gently squeezed the horse's belly, slightly detached from the formation, and observed the civilians. The infantry behind transported fire cannons and trebuchets, thinking that if the enemy cavalry suddenly attacked at this time, they would not have time to disassemble the fire cannons and trebuchets, so the importance of scouts became prominent. However, fire cannons and trebuchets are definitely great battlefield weapons, but they also seriously slow down the army's movement speed. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. Marching to fight requires considering the advantages and disadvantages of both sides and the terrain. There is no fixed formula. Theories and marching to war are really two different things. Since coming to Jianzhou, he has been constantly summarizing, and his brain has never stopped thinking for a moment. Fortunately, I brought enough candied fruit so that I can think at high intensity and not get mentally exhausted. According to my elder brother's saying, sugar is the only energy the brain can plunder. Yesterday, the army arrived in Jianzhou. After resting and recovering for a night, they immediately set off to join forces with Yang Yan's army. Yang Yan had already participated in the war, and had fought several battles of varying sizes with the Jing country's iron cavalry. After marching for 3 hours, they finally arrived at the campsite of the Jianzhou army before sunset. After arriving, the 10,000-strong army skillfully set up camp. Jiang Yizhong led a group of generals, along with Xu Xinyan and Chu Yuanchen, into the military tent of Yang Yan, the Jianzhou military commissioner. Yang Yan and the senior generals of Jianzhou had been waiting for a long time. Yang Yan glanced at the group of people who had just entered, paused for a moment on Xu Xinyan and Chu Yuanchen, and said in a cold tone, "The war situation in the north is not optimistic. We lack fire cannons and trebuchets, and we lack military supplies. Therefore, we have always focused on containment and harassment, and cannot cause heavy damage to the Jing country army. The military supplies in Jianzhou are limited. Most of the fire cannons and crossbow carts must remain in the territory to defend the city and cannot all be deployed. Otherwise, if the Jing country cavalry pulls a sneaky maneuver, attacking Jianzhou, then the foundation of the Daofeng army will completely collapse." The lieutenant general stepped forward, saying gravely, "Let me break down the northern battle situation for you all. The
The main battlefield is deep in the north. The united demon barbarian forces and Jing Kingdom's cavalry are fighting fiercely. The demon barbarians have stronger individual combat power and more diverse troops, but they are still being pushed back by the Jing Kingdom. In the past few days, our analysis has pinpointed 3 reasons. First, the demon barbarians. Military quality is inferior to that of the Jing Kingdom. The demon barbarians have the blood of gods and demons. Once their blood boils, they lose their rationality. In small-scale battles, this is an advantage. But in large-scale campaigns involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, it is a fatal flaw. Second, the Witch God Sect. The battlefield is the home ground of the Witchmasters. You are all experienced generals, so I won't waste words. The most important thing is that there is a rank 3 Witchmaster in the Jing Kingdom's army. Because of his existence, Zhu Ju's unhealed injuries are hindering him. Third, Xia Huyu Shu is a top-tier commander. His operational command level has reached perfection. Facing such a character, unless you crush him with absolute force, it's difficult to defeat him with so-called brilliant schemes. The army currently fighting us on the Chu prefecture border is the Jing Kingdom's left army, led by Tuoba Ji, a rank 4 martial talisman, with 3,000 fire armor soldiers, 5,000 light cavalry, and 10,000 infantry and artillery. Tuoba Ji plans to pin us down on the Chu prefecture border, Li Erlang internally assessed. Prepare to pin us down on the Chu prefecture border, which means they are not far from us right now. Sure enough, Jiang Yizong mused. So if we want to head north to support the demon barbarians, we must defeat Tuoba Ji first. The lieutenant general slowly nodded. Held by Ji. Only by defeating Tuoba Ji's army can we have no worries in the rear. The problem is that in terms of cavalry, we are far from being a match for the Jing Kingdom's cavalry. In terms of artillery, they are also equipped with a lot of artillery and crossbow carts. Except for quantity, where we have an overwhelming advantage, we have no other advantages. A general laughed. That's why you came at the right time. Now we have enough troops and equipment. Speed is essential in war. We can directly launch an attack and catch Tuoba Ji off guard. Jiang Livzong slowly nodded. Do you know their location? Yang Yan hummed. Only the specific direction. Scouts are tracking them. They report back every 2 hours. And so far, nothing unusual has happened. He glanced at everyone and said, This battle must be swift and decisive. Otherwise, with the Witchmaster's abilities, the longer the battle, the more corpses there will be. We may not be able to burn the bodies in time on the battlefield. Witchmasters have the ability to manipulate corpses, so the best way is to burn the dead bodies immediately, so as to effectively prevent the number of corpses from increasing. Everyone then launched a discussion on this topic. The alchemists of the Citian Georgian will provide us with the direction. At that time, we bombard them several times first. Then, the archers and firegunners push forward. But if the opponent retreats, except for the cavalry, the other troops can't catch up. If the cavalry chases, it's like sheep entering a tiger's mouth. If we don't take advantage of the large number of troops to form an encirclement, then we are dispersing our forces and losing our advantage. The opponent can break through in any direction, and may even launch a counterattack. We also have to guard against the Witchmaster's divination techniques. It would be great if there was a high-rank alchemist to shield our heavenly secrets. In the intense discussion, Xu Erlang glanced at Chu Yuanzhen, the former #1 scholar, who had his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in the discussion. Xu Erlang could only remain silent. After a quarter of an hour, the martial generals were still discussing, but they had moved beyond the stage of division and began to formulate details and strategies. Xu Erlang looked at Chu Yuanzhen again. He still didn't speak, but Xu Erlang couldn't help but cough and raise his arm, raising his voice and saying, "Everyone, would you mind listening to me for a word?" The discussion stopped, and the martial generals frowned, their sharp eyes staring at the only scholar in the military tent. Xu Xinyan was not qualified to stand here, regardless of his status as a Dingjia Seal assassin or his experience, but Jiang Livzong and Xu Xinshan had a friendship of going to Jiaofang Division together and investigating the Yunzhou case together. Naturally, they paid special attention to the little brother of Piao Yu and Zhan Yu. Not to mention Yang Yan, he glanced at the displeased martial generals and nodded silently. Xu Tianxi, please speak, don't worry. With the tacit approval of the Chuzhou capital commander, Xu Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief and asked the generals here, "What is our goal?" A martial general frowned and replied in a deep voice. "Naturally, it is to repel Tuoba Ji's army and go north to support the demon men." Xu Erlang nodded. "So, our real purpose is to rush to support the demon men, not to fight to the death with Tuoba Ji." A martial general asked sarcastically, "What's the difference?" Xu Erlang glanced at Yang Yan, saw that he was listening intently, and showed no sign of interrupting, and said, "Of course there is. In marching and fighting, attacking the city is inferior, and attacking the mind is superior. Obtaining victory with the least cost is what we must do. If you only know how to be reckless, and use the lives of soldiers to fill a victory, that is crude. Cough, cough, cough. Shu Yuanzhen suddenly coughed and interrupted Xu Xinian, smiling and saying, "Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the mind is superior," is the concept in the military book written by Xu Xinian. You may not have read it. This book is called Sun Tzu's Art of War. Xu Ningyan recently wrote it. By the way, let me introduce to you, this is Shu Qi'an's cousin, the number 2 scholar in this exam. Well, Shu Qi'anxi, you continue. Shu Yinluo actually knows military strategy. Attacking the city is inferior, and attacking the mind is superior. So it turns out that this white-faced scholar is Shu Yinluo's cousins. The martial generals' thoughts surged. After learning that Xu Xinian was Shu Yinluo's cousin, they hurriedly retracted their displeased emotions and adjusted their attitudes. The martial artist, who had just laughed sarcastically, revealed a friendly smile and said, "Shu Qianxi, please continue. We are listening." The story of Shu Qi'an, redressing the grievances of 380,000 people in Chuzhou City, and redressing the grievances of Zheng Xinghuai, the Chuzhou governor, has long been spread throughout Chuzhou. Some of the officers and soldiers here are locals from Chuzhou. These people respect Shu Qi'an as a god, and are grateful for his kindness. Of course, not all soldiers and officers from the local area hold a similar respect for Shu Yinluo. When talking about him, who wouldn't praise him and give him a thumbs up? This unruly white-faced scholar is Shu Yinluo's cousin. Then he is not unruly, but like second brother, he is a talented person with the courage to speak directly, and he is also very talented. Well, his talent still needs to be confirmed, but it doesn't stop the martial generals from looking at him with different eyes. Thinking of this, he suddenly shook his head. Zhu Siju is still too thin-skinned. He has a terrifyingly famous brother, and doesn't know how to use him. If you bring it up sooner, who won't give you face? I still need to help you. Xu Xinian muttered in a tsundere voice. I don't need my big brother to protect me. Yang Yan then ordered. Don't stand anymore, sit down quickly. After everyone sat down at the table, Xu Xinian took a deep breath and continued. Escaping from Tuobaji is our goal. The Jing kingdom left this army on the border of Chuzhou to contain us, wear down our strength, create time, and reduce the pressure for them to kill the demon men. Jiang Liuzong frowned when he heard this. If we really fight to the death, even if we win, it will only be a local victory and will not benefit the overall situation. He looked at Xu Xinian in confusion. We know this principle. What do you mean? The martial generals also looked at him. They understood this principle, but how could they rush north to support if they didn't kill the enemy? Xu Xinian glanced at everyone and said, Our advantage is that we have more people. I think capturing this advantage is not about using more to defeat less, but about rationally using the number of troops to allocate the army. Why not send a large army around? The generals were very disappointed when they heard this. Only Yang Yan and Jiang Lvzhong frowned and pondered. This Shu Qianxi is much worse than his brother. The martial generals then said euphemistically, How do you go around? If you don't solve Tuobaji and just go around, then you'll be waiting to be surrounded. Shu Qianxi, your method, well, is still possible, but it's not suitable at this time. Xu Xinian put his hands flat on the table and said calmly, Please listen to me finish. I just heard you say that the total number of Tuobaji's army is about 18,000 people, right? Yang Yan's deputy general nodded. If we don't include logistics and civilian soldiers, that's indeed the case. Xu Xinian asked, How can 18,000 people attack the city? A martial general laughed. It's wishful thinking. Don't talk about Chuzhou City. Even a small city is impossible to break through with only 18,000 people. Moreover, there are hundreds of strongholds along the border defense line that can be reinforced at any time. We have already emptied our home. Xu Xinian smiled and said, In that case, wouldn't it be difficult for us to mobilize 10,000 troops from Chuzhou? Yang Yan pondered and said, You brought 20,000 men, and 10,000 stayed in Chuzhou City. It won't be a problem to bring those men all over, and it won't affect the defense of the city. Xu Xinian's smile deepened. Then let me boldly ask another question. Facing Tuobaji, how many troops are enough if we don't seek to kill the enemy, but only seek to fight and protect ourselves? Yang Yan replied. 20,000 troops is more than enough. This place is not far from Chuzhou. If we coordinate well, the garrison troops of Chuzhou can support us. So 15,000 is enough. Xu Xinian nodded, estimating conservatively, and still left 20,000. There are more than 40,000 soldiers in the military camp at this time, so withdraw 20,000 to join the 10,000 troops in Chuzhou City. These 30,000 men go around and invade the northern border to join forces with the demon men. As for Tuobaji, leave 20,000 men to fight and entangle them and confuse the opponent, so you don't have to worry about them surrounding us. The military tent was immediately quiet, and the generals said nothing. all weighing the feasibility of this plan. We also have alchemists. And the technique of observing Qility can help us deceive the enemy. Even if they react and go north to support, we can entangle the opponent. If the enemy moves, we move. If the enemy doesn't move, we drag them out. This way, we can support the demon men and entangle Tuobaji's 18,000 men. Oh, although it's not very satisfying, this plan is indeed feasible. Yang Yan smiled softly. Not bad, this plan can be done, and the details need to be discussed further. He thought to himself, the martial generals here are experienced. Is Fu Xiang's plan good? After thinking about it, he can have a general idea in his mind. In the military tent, the eyes of the senior generals looking at Fu Xiang had a bit more approval. At least they approved of his mind and thought he was someone who could participate in thinking about things.
Fu Xiang let out a breath. He was not proud of this. Discussing things in the military tent and coming up with a good detail does not mean that he is a genius. The generals here must also have moments of inspiration and come up with brilliant plans. Marching and fighting is not just about relying on one plan. The knowledge inside is very profound, so profound that even the position of the military camp's toilet has unique attention. Chu Yuanzhen nodded secretly. Shu Siniju does have a talent for military strategy, but he lacks the ability to command operations. It's actually not bad to be a military advisor for the time being. Back at the Zhu mansion, the national teacher's eyes were like torches. Shu Qi'an first bragged a word, and then analyzed. The daoist leaders of the Earth Sect and Yuanjing Emperor do have collusion. What does this mean? I knew about this since I was in Chuzhou. Moreover, the daoist leaders of the Earth Sect are now unrecognizable. Their minds are full of doing bad things and playing with women. I don't need to investigate this line at all. Right? The beautiful national teacher, Lvyu Heng, gave him a gentle look. Isn't investigating cases your expertise? If I knew, would I need you to investigate? Shu Qi'an thought to himself. That makes sense. I have nothing to say in response. Next, Luo Heng asked a few questions about his cultivation and pointed out to him the heart sword. After learning that Shu Qi'an was stuck at this bottleneck, Luo Heng pondered for a long time and said, the moves are moves. The intention is intention. Without intention, what you have to do now is to comprehend the intention, not to integrate the moves and confuse the order. Shu Qi'an scratched his head embarrassedly. But I don't have intention. If free stuff is considered intention, I would already be at the peak of rank 4. No haste, Luo Heng warned. Haste makes waste. Outsiders have to spend several years or even decades to comprehend it. You have only been cultivating for more than a month. Seeing him obediently nodding, she added, don't be anxious, but I hope you can cultivate the intention within 2 years. Well, why within 2 years? Is there anything to pay attention to? After thinking to himself, Shu Qi'an stood up and clasped his fists. I will make up my mind. Luo Heng nodded, said nothing more, and turned into golden light, and ran away. But she did not return to Lingbao Temple. She turned in the air and landed in a small courtyard not far from Shu Mansion. Mu Nanzi lay on the chair eating persimmons and said sullenly when she saw her, why are you coming to my place? What if someone finds out? Luo Heng said calmly. Except for the supervisor, no one can see me. If you think the supervisor will covet your beauty, then I won't come again. Mu Nanzi immediately turned pale with fright and said, I still know my own weight. Luo Heng ignored her and went straight to the side of the water vat, glanced at the Jusei lotus root growing well. The two dragons nodded, and she then sat down at the table next to the princess and assessed her. Life has been good recently. The princess pinched her small waist and complained, I feel like my waist is getting thicker because of that dog thief, Zhu Qi'an. He always takes me out for feasts. Lu So Heng smiled. In the past, she was still the legitimate wife of King Huai, and she had everything she needed. But she never liked to eat. Now that she has become an ordinary woman in the streets, eating vegetables and rice, she has a better appetite than before, stuck in the royal palace for 20 years. She is finally free, and her demeanor is completely different. If she were to reveal her true appearance at this time, she would definitely be the most moving woman in the world. Luo Heng said nonchalantly, Shu Qi'an wants to leave the capital. Will you follow him? The princess consort hurriedly shook her head in denial. Of course I'm not going. Why the hell would I follow him? I'm not his concubine. I just borrowed some silver from him, and am temporarily staying in his outer residence. Lu Chaoge was very satisfied with this answer and said calmly, remember your words. If you go back on them, I'll sell you into a brothel. Mu Nanzihi, aka the princess consort, retorted, what's it to you? Lu Chaoge didn't give a damn. The princess consort tossed over a mandarin orange. Here, try this. I bought it at the market this morning. It was expensive. Lu Chaoge looked at the orange in her hand and shook her head.
I don't eat it. The princess consort clicked her tongue. Tsk, tsk. I really envy women like you who don't need to use the toilet. Lu Qiaoge frowned. The way you talk now is like a vulgar street woman. The princess consort shrugged and giggled. Meanwhile, Fu Xiang was thinking, how can I find a breakthrough point at the Earth Sect Daoist master's place? Investigating the Earth Sect Daoist master is definitely out of the question. First, I don't even know where the Earth Sect is. Even if I did, I couldn't go. Daoist priest Jin Lian would say I was offering my life. But now I can't investigate the dragon vein, because it's too dangerous and there's no gain. I've read all the daily life records, and there are no major clues. How should I investigate? Wait, hold up. What exactly am I trying to investigate? Fu Xiang reviewed his clues and train of thought. The starting point. I investigated Emperor Yuan Jing because he supported Prince Zhenbei's massacre of the city. The payout and the reward are not proportional. Something's fishy here. After investigating for so long, Emperor Yuan Jing really does have a big problem. But what is the specific problem? Fu Qian doesn't have a clear answer or direction. What I want to do is expose Emperor Yuan Jing's mysterious veil, the soul pill, the selling of citizens, the dragon vein. These are all clues, but they're missing a thread to connect them. The Earth Sect Daoist Master's shadow is in the soul pill, and the Earth Sect Daoist Master's shadow is also in the dragon vein. Lu Qiaoge's train of thought is correct. The Earth Sect Daoist Master is probably the thread that connects everything, but how should I find an entry point? I've fallen into a mistaken area of thought. Finding an entry point doesn't necessarily have to start from the Earth Sect Daoist Master himself. They can also start from things he's done. He decided to visit the watchman at the yamen. He immediately left the residence and rode his little mare straight to the watchman's yamen. Not long after, at the entrance of the Fengtong courtyard, Li Yuanchun was very happy to see Fu Xiang come to visit, and came out to pull him in, while staring intently behind him. Rest assured, that slovenly girl isn't following. Fu Xiang already knew this superior of his too well. Li Yuanchun waved his hand vigorously. No, don't mention it, don't say it. To this day, just thinking about her gives me goosebumps all over. Fu Qian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems Zhongli left a heavy psychological scar on Chunji, as big as 2 bedrooms and a living room. He didn't waste words, and stated the purpose of his visit. Toer, I want to see the confessions of the Pingyuan Marquis slave traders from back then. Easy. I'll have someone bring them to you. Li Yuanchun didn't ask much. Waved for Yuan to come over, instructed him to get them from the warehouse, and the two sat down to drink tea and chat. Li Yuanchun said, "Oh right, Guangxiao is getting married at the end of the year. The date has been set." Shu Chunchan revealed a heartfelt smile. That's a good thing. At the same time, he thought to himself, Zhao Guangxiao can finally escape Song Tingfeng, this bad friend, from this path of no return full of white bones hanging from trees. Last year, on the way to Yunxiao to investigate the case, Zhao Guangxiao once said that after the Yunxiao case ended, he would return to the capital and get close to his childhood sweetheart, and pay a sum of money. Before long, Yuan returned with a thick stack of files on the slave trading organization. After Marquis Pingyuan died, most of the lower-level thugs in the slave trading organization were arrested, and only a very small number escaped. Those who were imprisoned had long been dragged to the food market to be beheaded, leaving only their confessions during interrogation. Shu Qian directly skipped the confessions of the small fry, focusing on reading the confessions of the small leaders within the organization. The nominal leader of the organization was a man named He Xia. He Xia's identity was mysterious. Before the watchman at the yamen had time to lock onto this person, Heng Yuan had already killed Marquis Pingyuan, disrupting the watchman's plan. As for these small leaders, they didn't even know they were working for Marquis Pingyuan. They were only responsible for luring and abducting lost children and women, and even adult men. Men were sold into slavery, doing heavy manual labor, while women were sold into brothels or left for the brothers in the organization to play with. As for the matter of Marquis Pingyuan secretly transporting people to the palace, they were completely unaware of the situation. Given Marquis Pingyuan's status, he would definitely not personally manage the slave trading organization. This He Xia is an important figure. Before the watchman had time to lock onto him, Heng Yuan had already killed his way into Marquis Pingyuan's mansion. Shu Qian took a breath. Could the Python and Fu Xiang story be referring to this He Xia? He knew the watchmen were investigating him, so he secretly reported to Emperor Yuan Jing. After Emperor Yuan Jing devised a plan, he leaked the information to Heng Yuan, using Heng Yuan's hand to kill and silence him. This judgment flashed in his mind, but only for a moment. He Xia's fate was either to flee the capital, escaping to freedom, or to have already been silenced. There's no need to investigate this person. Shu Qian continued reading the confessions. After reading for a while, a small, inconspicuous detail caught his attention.
There was a confession from a small leader named Dao Jia. In Dao Jia's confession, he mentioned that when he first started in the business, he followed a senior named Lu Jia. This Lu Jia claimed to be an elder of the slave trading organization. Dao Jia followed him around when he was young. When Lu Jia got old and slowly retired, he promoted this confidant to take his place.
The biggest problem with this information is that Dao Jia started in the business when he was in his early 20s, and he's now 43 years old. Before Dao Jia there was a Lu Jia. This means the slave trading organization has existed for at least 30 years. The slave trading organization has existed for at least 30 years. This is a conservative estimate. Emperor Yuan has only been cultivating for 21 years. Thinking of this, Fu Xiang gave the confession to Li Yuanchun to read, and asked, "Are Lu Jia's family members still alive?"
Li Yuanchun shook his head.
"I didn't handle this case, so I'm not too clear. I'll help you ask around." After saying that, he grabbed the confession, stood up, and left.
About a quarter of an hour later, Li Yuanchun returned and said,
"Lu Jia died of illness a long time ago."
According to the laws of the Great Feng dynasty, slave traders are punished with slow slicing, beheading, exile, or caning, depending on the severity of the crime. The son bears the father's sins, and the punishment is reduced by 2 levels. Lu Jia's crime was punishable by slow slicing, but because he died of illness, his son had to pay the price. The punishment was reduced by 2 levels, and he was exiled to the borderlands. Lu Jia's wife is still alive. Fu Qian listened and said, "Take me to find her." Lu Jia used to amass countless riches, but he knew his profession was dangerous, so he left a way out early on, buying a house in the inner city and leaving behind a lot of assets. After his son was exiled, Lu Jia's wife moved her family into the inner courtyard, and they were still able to live a life of luxury. Unfortunately, the watchmen are all ruffians who extort money from the families of slave traders every few days, squeezing them dry. As a result, Lu Jia's family moved back to the outer city. Today, they live in a small courtyard in the northern city, with a grandson, a daughter-in-law, and a grandmother. Li Yuanchun led Fu Qian to knock on the door of the small courtyard. The one who opened the door was a woman with decent looks and a weak expression. When she saw Li Yuanchun's watchman uniform, she exclaimed in fear, "Watchman!" The old lady behind her also threw the feeding spoon to the ground and cried and shouted, "The officials are bullying people. The officials are here to oppress people. You're forcing me to die. Even if I die, I'll make my neighbors see your true colors, you bastards." While shouting, she rushed towards Li Yuanchun, but he waved her away, sending her crashing to the ground. Li Yuanchun then pointed at the child and scolded, "Shut up! If you make any more noise, I'll take your grandson and sell him." As if touched to reverse scale, the old lady immediately hugged her grandson tightly and fell silent, glaring at Li Yuanchun and Fu Qian with resentment. Fu Qian closed the courtyard door, walked past several piles of chicken manure, and stepped in front of the old lady, saying in a deep voice, "I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully." After the old lady nodded, he asked, "Was Lu Jia an elder of the slave trading organization?" The old lady's eyes flickered, and she said, "What elder or not? I'm just a woman. I don't know anything." "Oh, you don't know anything?" Fu Qian nodded in sudden realization, grabbed the young woman, dragged her into the room, and said with a sinister smile, "Little girl, you're quite pretty. I'll have a good time with you." Embarrassingly, the young woman blushed and secretly sized up Fu Qian. Before Fu Qian could turn anger into action, he said, then selling her into a brothel. The young woman finally screamed, "Mom, save me!" Fu Qian added, "Sell that little brat too." The old lady hurriedly hugged her grandson tightly and said loudly, Don't! I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." The old woman told Fu Qian that Lu Jia used to be a rogue who idled around all day, had nothing to do, and loved to fight. He associated with a bunch of hooligans on the street until one day someone asked him to find a few people, and then the commission turned into collecting people. The slave trading organization was born, and Lu Jia pulled his brothers into the organization, and that's how he rose to prominence. Fu Qian asked, "When did these things happen?" The old lady recalled for a moment and then frowned. "If I remember correctly, it was the 26th year of Nanzhengde." The 26th year of Zhengde. Why does that sound so familiar? Fu Qian muttered to himself for a moment, and his body suddenly shook. His expression froze on his face. The former emperor's daily life records recorded that in the 26th year of Zhengde, the former emperor invited the Earth Sect daoist master to the palace to discuss Taoism. The former emperor's daily life records recorded. In the 26th year of Zhengde, Prince Huai and Emperor Yuan were hunting deep in Nanwan when they were attacked by a brown bear. The guards who followed them suffered nearly all casualties. In the 26th year of Zhengde, someone asked Lugar Jia to secretly kidnap people, and these people were secretly taken to the palace. Therefore, it can be inferred that the earth tunneling formation in Marquis Ping Yuan's mansion was built in the 26th year of Zhengde.
Everything happened in the same year. After a long time, Fu Xiang muttered, as if he had used up all his strength. Earth Sect Daoist Master. All of Emperor Yuan Jing's abnormalities are related to something that happened in the 26th year of Zhengde, and they're all related to the Earth Sect Daoist Master. I guessed right. The Earth Sect Daoist Master is the thread that connects all the clues. He can't escape his involvement in what happened back then. If that's the case, then it's very clear what to investigate next and where to investigate.
The next target to investigate is the royal hunting area of Nanwan. When Prince Huai and Emperor Yuan Jing were young, they were attacked by fierce beasts in Nanwan, and nearly all the guards were killed. In the end, Prince Huai tore the brown bear apart with his bare hands, resolving the crisis. This description has too many loopholes. The guards of the two princes definitely included experts, and there were many of them. What kind of brown bear could kill all the imperial guards? A demon black bear?
I felt it wasn't very logical at the time, but I didn't have any clues to compare it with. Just looking at this piece of information alone didn't reveal too many problems. After all, the daily life records can be revised. It's possible that the recorder, or the former emperor, was creating momentum and exaggerating Prince Huai's image. The royal family has done too many things, like usurping history and forcibly elevating images. The thought flashed in Fu Xiang's mind, but on the surface, his agitation gradually subsided, and he became normal. He looked at Li Yuanchun and said, "Tao Ver, let's go. I've gotten the answer I wanted." Li Yuanchun nodded. The old lady saw the two step out of the courtyard door and watched their figures disappear at the entrance, hugging her grandson and sighing. When did these hound officials develop a conscience?
She then looked at her daughter-in-law, seeing that she was still staring at the courtyard door.
Anger flared to the top of her head, and she scolded shrilly, "You shameless whore! As soon as you see a handsome man, you can't keep your legs together. As long as I'm alive, don't even think about remarrying or having secret affairs with men. Live a chaste life until I die."
After saying goodbye to Li Yuchun, Fu Qian hopped on his beloved small mare and sped back to the Shushu residence. He rushed to his room and found the former emperor's daily life records left behind by his second son on the bookshelf. Pages flipped, stopping at the 26th year of Zhengde. He couldn't understand the cursive writing, but could Bingyu decipher the dates?
I didn't misremember. It really was the 26th year of Zhengde. That was the year Daoist priests from the Earth Sect entered the palace. The year Earl Ping Yuan officially started trafficking people to the palace. And the year Huai Wang and Yuan Jing encountered a brown bear in Nanwan. Wait, hold up. Also, the former emperor's daily life records stopped at the 30th year of Zhengde. In other words, the former emperor died 4 years later. I never read history books. Time to ask the bookworms.
Fu Qian sat down behind his desk and took out the Earthbook fragment. He was about to transmit a message when his fingers suddenly paused. Changing it to private chat, he linked his mental power to fragment number 1, who ignored him and slapped him back. "Savage!"
Fu Qian wouldn't let it go and insisted on a private chat. Number 1, seeing this, no longer refused and accepted his message. "What is it?" Fu Qian asked.
"When did the former emperor die?" Number 1 asked back. "The 30th year of Zhengde."
"Why are you asking this?"
Fu Qian transmitted. "Of course, it's related to the case. I have some things I want to ask. Tell me the specific situation of Nanwan. The more detailed the better. Especially the situation in the 26th year of Zhengde. Also, what was the former emperor's physical condition like when he was alive? Any unspoken illnesses? Why did he die from drinking?" One replied,
"Nanwan is the royal hunting ground, located outside Yunancheng, spanning 260 miles.
Nanwan has 4 imperial lodges, named after the 4 cardinal directions.
Nanwan is a forbidden garden. Almost no one lives in the garden. There is no cultivation. Only eunuchs are responsible for management." "Eunuchs? Ha! Professional fish farmers, huh? Then this Sea King is also a eunuch." Fu Qian chuckled and transmitted. "What are eunuchs?" Number 1 replied. "Purified people in the palace, without junk."
Fu Qian's face darkened, and he quickly clamped his legs together.
Number 1 continued to transmit. "As for the situation in the 26th year of Zhengde, I'm not clear. At least I can't answer you now. The former emperor's body was already very unstable a year before his death. He insisted for another year and then died of illness. The illness isn't easy to talk about. I need to check the records before I can answer you."
Fu Qian emphasized in his transmission, "I'll leave this matter to you.
I hope you can give me an answer quickly. I've found some clues on my end, but I can't completely confirm them yet. Waiting for your reply." With Huai King's overflowing curiosity, she will definitely do her best to complete the task, and then obtain the progress of the case from me. This is the advantage of Huai King. If it were Big Sis, she'd just pick up the document and read it, forgetting everything else. Of the 3 northeastern countries, Jing is in the far north, bordering the territory of the northern demon race. Yuan is in the central position, directly facing the three prefectures of Daofeng. Keng borders the sea to the south. The three countries each have their own characteristics. Jing's iron cavalry is unmatched in bravery. After the Battle of Shanhaiguan, the northern barbarians fell from the throne of the 9 provinces. Number 1, Iron Cavalry. Jing took the opportunity to vie for the highest position. Yuan's territory is full of towering and treacherous mountains, and most of the important cities are built in places that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Relying on its geographical advantage, its defense is as solid as Mount Tai. In addition, the residents of Yuan live by hunting and are good at shooting. Besides occupying geographical advantages, Yuan also has a trump card army. The Flying Beast Army. The Flying Hound is a type of exotic beast with a wingspan of 3 feet, the head of a dog, and the tail of a mouse, and it can fly 500 miles a day. Records of the geography of the 9 provinces. In Dongjing's Dongtong Mountain, there are many commercial jades, and there is a type of tree that looks like a poplar but has red wood and sap like blood, called monkey. The Flying Hound eats this. Dongtong Mountain is located in central Yuan. Similar to the flying boat of the Jinmu tribe, Yuan has an army that controls the air. The disadvantage is that the number of Flying Hound troops is even smaller than the fire armor troops, so they are used as a killer move. On the border of Yuan, Dingguan City is a large border city. Dingguan City has sufficient troops, supplies, and military equipment. It has more than enough to defend against the attacking Daofeng army, and if the Witch God sect wants to send troops to attack the Central Plains, Dingguan City can quickly launch an attack, because it is already in a state of readiness for combat at any time. 2 days ago, Dingguan City entered a state of maximum alert, banning merchants from the 2 countries from entering and exiting, banning civilians from entering and exiting, and the army in the city patrolled all night without rest. Scouts outside the city constantly sent back secret letters. The Daofeng army is coming. The northeastern border, which has been peaceful for so many years, is finally about to reopen the flames of war. Now Wu He, the commander of Dingguan City and the highest leader of the army at this time, went to the top of Dingguan City with his subordinates, observed the distant plains, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, everyone says Wei Yuan is the god of military affairs in Daofeng. This general has always wanted to know if that Wei Yuan can take Dingguan City, which is as solid as copper. A deputy general standing behind him said with emotion, "There is probably no one who can win against Wei Yuan by planning on the battlefield. Even Shahu Yus, in my opinion, is far behind Wei Yuan." Another deputy general sneered and continued, "But fighting and defending a city are not the same thing. General, if you can break Wei Yuan's wings at Dingguan City, you will become the hottest thing in the 9 provinces. Since ancient times, war has been difficult, and sieges are the most difficult. Often, it requires 10 or even a dozen times the number of troops. If you encounter some cities with geographical advantages and powerful generals, you will have a headache and hesitate. Forcibly gnawing at it may even reverse the outcome of a war in history. There are many similar examples." Now Wu He laughed and slowly said, "We can't be careless." His heart was burning with excitement. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Wei Yuan in battle, but defending a city was his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by the Yuan army and become the border commander. Dingguan City has a large river with surging waves on the left and steep mountains on the right, making it as solid as copper. To enhance its geographical advantages, now Wu He set people into the mountains to carve stones. After spending 2 years, in addition to the main marching road, the sides of the stone walls were jagged, making it impossible for siege vehicles and ladders to get close. Trying to clear them would make them live targets. At this time, a scout riding a Flying Hound flew to the front of Now Wu He and loudly reported, "General, the Daofeng army is only 20 miles away from Dingguan City." Now Wu He smirked when he heard this. "Very good." He then chuckled and said, "Transmit my letter. I am Now Wu He, the general defending Dingguan. I have long heard of your great name. But in my eyes, you are just a eunuch who deceives the world for fame." The assistant standing behind him quickly opened the paper and ink and wrote fluently. Now Wu He's letter had no other content. The whole letter was insulting Wei Yuan. He cursed him for winning the battle of Shanhaiguan by luck, cursed him for deceiving the world for fame, cursed him for being a eunuch without descendants, and even cursed his ancestors. He cursed as harshly and viciously as possible. Finally, he proposed to compete with Wei Yuan and wanted to send the Daofeng's god of military affairs to his doom. Translated into common language, it meant, "Put up or shut up." After the assistant finished writing, he blew on the ink to dry it, and then presented it with both hands, smiling and asking, "General, is this plan to anger Wei Yuan?" Now Wu He took the letter and nodded. "It's just one of the purposes." The deputy general standing behind him humbly asked, What other purpose is there? Now Wu He arrogantly sneered. I just want to humiliate this eunuch. The other generals laughed, and the serious atmosphere faded a lot. Now Wu He then looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. With Wei Yuan's standards, it's probably not easy to anger him, so every moment we will curse him once. Everyone curses together. With more people and more words. Ha ha. Cut to the East Palace in the capital. Lin Jian placed a black chess piece on the board and reminded. It's Prince Brother's turn. Seeing his absent-minded appearance, she puffed out her cheeks and complained. I don't want to play anymore. Prince Brother doesn't want to play with me at all. The prince helplessly said, Linen, I'm busy with work. How can I have time to play these boring little games with you? Lincoln angrily waved her arms and legs. What's the fun in playing with servants? I only want to play with Prince Brother. How could playing with palace maids and eunuchs compare to being accompanied by family? When Lincoln was young, she was the prince's tail, wearing a small, low, and tiny dress. Wherever the prince ran, she would follow. When she grew up a little, she was led by Consort Chen to find Hu Xiang to cause trouble. At this time, a palace maid came and whispered, Your Highness, Princess Hu Xiang has arrived. The two siblings exchanged glances. The prince muttered, What is she doing at the East Palace? At the same time, he told people to lead Hu Xiang in. Waiting for her to arrive, the prince asked in a gentle tone, Hu Xiang, what's the matter for finding me? Hu Xiang bowed to him and smiled softly. I heard that your highness has collected Yan Hu Xiang's hunting paintings. The autumn hunt is coming soon, and I suddenly have an interest in imitating them. The prince hesitated for a moment, and then stood up and said, I'll have someone send them to you later. Although everyone's mothers are fighting fiercely in the harem, the plastic brother-sister relationship still needs to be maintained. The autumn hunt is coming soon! Big Sis's eyes lit up and happily said, Prince brother, let's go hunting in Nanwan. The prince frowned when he heard this and shook his head. Why go to Nanwan for no reason? It's a long way. Big Sis then stood up, grabbed his sleeve, and acted coquettishly, saying, It's not far at all, not far at all, we can ride horses. Prince brother, take me. The prince couldn't stand this trick of hers the most, but he was also most susceptible to this trick, just like Emperor Yuan Jing. He helplessly said, Okay, I'll make arrangements today, and we'll go early tomorrow morning. Late at night in the Shu residence, Shu Qi'an felt his brain being knocked while dreaming. He then sat up, took out the Earth Book fragment, and accepted Hu Xiang's request for a private chat. At the same time, he transmitted, Why are you messaging in the middle of the night? Don't you have a life? Number 1 transmitted. I've read the records of Nanwan in the 26th year of Zhengde. A total of 2 things happened. First, in the autumn of the 26th year of Zhengde, the animals in Nanwan suddenly disappeared over a large area, not knowing where they went. Only deep inside were there traces of animal activity. Second, Prince Huai and His Majesty, during their time as princes, went to Nanwan to hunt and encountered a brown bear attack. The guards who followed were almost all killed or injured. Prince Huai, in a fit of rage, tore the brown bear alive. The former emperor predicted that he would be the future pillar of the state of Dafeng. She transmitted a few lines and paused for a few seconds before transmitting again. I suspect that Prince Huai and His Majesty went to Nanwan that year because they couldn't find prey outside, so they invaded Nanwan. Heng. Also, the former emperor's physical condition was good before, but because he indulged in women all year round, he fell ill like a collapsing mountain in his old age. The alchemists of the Directorate of Celestial Observations could only prolong his life for a year, and he returned to heaven after a year. Fu Xiang transmitted and asked, What does it mean that the animals disappeared over a large area in the outer Nanwan? Did the wild animals run away? Number 1 transmitted. It's unlikely. The territorial awareness of animals is very strong under the circumstances of not encountering violent expulsion. It's impossible to leave their territory on a large scale. Moreover, this is not a special case, but a large-scale disappearance. After saying this, she became silent, not cutting off the connection, nor continuing to transmit, obviously waiting for Shu Qi'an's opinion. Shu Qi'an pondered for a moment, and then transmitted. I will continue to investigate this matter. Can we meet in person? I want to discuss it with you in detail. Number 1 immediately transmitted 2 words. No way. And then cut off the connection. Well, she doesn't even know I already know her secret identity. After muttering to himself, Li Farren flopped onto the bed, analyzing. The late emperor was all about the ladies. His health was sus. Based on the law that sons of destiny can't live forever, that dude's deaf pushing up daisies. What Yuan Jing and Huai Wang encountered deep in Nanyuan wasn't just some grizzly bear, nah. The near total annihilation of the guards? That's the receipt. If it wasn't a bear, then WTF was it? Plus, back then Huai Wang was just a kid. No way he could be stronger than the palace guards. And those guards all died? But he and Yuan Jing survived? Sketchy AF elf.
A more likely theory is that they survived some kind of disaster due to plot armor. And the only reason for that would be someone showing mercy. If they barely escaped, Yuan Jing and Huaiwang would have run back to the palace and told the emperor to send experts to clean up the mess. But history says Huaiwang ripped a bear in half, and was praised by the emperor as a future pillar of the nation. That screams Yuan Jing and Huaiwang covering up the truth. Same kinda night up north near the border at Crescent Bay. Campfire crackling. Low table piled with grilled goat and mare's milk wine. Barbarian dudes and dudettes dancing around the fire, singing rough songs. Hot AF atmosphere. After autumn hit, the northern temps dropped like a rock, harsh winds scraping his face. Fu Xiang's delicate skin was suffering. Thanks to Pei Mengxilu's pro tip, he slathered sheep fat on his face. Keeps the northern dryness at bay. Fu Xiang's plan was working. 30k Dafeng troops blitzed the north, catching Jing State with their pants down. In the battle the other day, they wiped out 3,000 fire-armored troops, 1,400 light cavalry, and 5,000 infantry with the man's help. For the northern barbarians, this was the biggest win in the past 2 months. In theory, the Dafeng army should be getting a hero's welcome, but Xu Erlang knows everything's got a downside. For this blitz, and to move fast, the 30k troops only packed 4 days of grub. If the supply lines get cut, they're screwed. Pei Mengxilu saw Xu Erlang sitting stiffly and snapped his fingers, summoning a hot demon chick. He told her, "Take good care of our friend." The demon chick immediately sat down next to Xu Erlang, pressing her boobs against him. He was embarrassed, AF, thinking, the war's at a critical point, how can I be simping? I ain't touching a demon woman, who knows what she's got. Seeing him waving his hands frantically, Pei Mengxilu laughed and said, "Life's dull in the barracks. The soldiers gotta fight all day and blow off steam at night. Sinju bro, she's yours tonight. No need to be gentle." Late at night, in Fu Xiang's tent, he was pulling up his blanket, ready to sleep, but still blushing from the earlier scene. Her boobs were kinda soft though. No, gotta resist. I'm a scholar. At least you gotta take a bath. Soon after, half asleep, Xu Erlang was back in the capital, eating dinner with his family. Suddenly, his dad, Xu Pingji, clutched his throat, his face turning nasty, black blood bubbling from his mouth. Then his mom, his Lil, Sis Ling Ye, and his big bro all desperately reached out to him for help as they croaked. After the whole fam dropped dead on the table, Xu Lingyin came up to Fu Xiang with a bag of arsenic, calling, "Erlang bro." She flashed an evil grin on her round face. "You're poisoned, just like them." Xu Erlang coughed up blood, kneeling on the ground, looking at her in disbelief. "Lingyin, you, Edstes. I never thought I'd die at Lingyin's hands." As Xu Erlang muttered those words, his life faded fast. Lingyin stood there, spitting fire. "HMPH, you never give me good food, you all gotta die." Just then, the jade pendant on Xu Erlang's chest glowed and shot towards Lingyin, burning her and causing her to scream bloody murder. At the same time, in the military tent, Xu Erlang woke up in a cold sweat, instantly sitting up and gasping for air. "Dream magic!" he croaked, clutching his chest. He had a jade pendant that Ziyang the daoist gave him. Years of righteous aura, of a great Confucian scholar, are imbued in the pendant. Just then, the roar of cannons blasted outside the camp, explosions lighting up the night sky. Then the ground started shaking, like a million iron horses were charging in. They were under a Jing State counterattack. Late at night, the northeastern border, Dingguan City. The moon hung in the sky as Wei Yuan, cloaked in dark blue, stood on the city walls. He watched the city engulfed in smoke and fire. Buildings and streets were ripped apart by cannon fire, screams and shouts rising and falling. Under the cover of darkness, Dingguan City was being baptized in blood and fire. Dafeng cavalry and infantry charged through the streets, clashing with Yan troops holed up in strategic locations. Carnage everywhere. Wei Yuan looked away, staring at the head in his hand. Eyes wide, face frozen in eternal terror. The commander of Dingguan City, what a noob! He shook his head in disappointment, and tossed the head off the wall, saying casually, "Almost." Wei Yuan then looked at the officers and said softly, "By my order, raise the city." The next day, at the Shu Manor, Xu Qi'an pulled out his talisman sword and activated his primordial spirit. "National teacher? It's Xu Qi'an." Soon after, Luoyu Heng was in Xu Qi'an's room. Looking at her in front of him, he smugly thought, "I'm probably the only man in Dafeng who can summon Luoyu Heng at will. You say you don't want to bang, but I ain't buying it." Seeing him staring, Luoyu Heng cleared her throat and asked, "What is it?" Xu Qi'an said seriously, "I have new leads on the Earth Sect Dao Lord." He then told Luoyu Heng about the incident in the 26th year of Zhengde. She frowned deeply, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "That's it? You didn't need to summon me," Xu Qi'an said solemnly. "National teacher, I summoned you for something else." He took a deep breath and asked, How long has Daoist Jin Lian been corrupted?
Luo Yuheng was stunned, her usually cold face showing a rare expression of surprise. You know Jin Lian is the Earth Sect Dao Lord?
Fu Xiang smiled wryly and said, after returning from Jianzhou, I confirmed Jin Lian's identity, but I already suspected it before.
Zhang Li told me that Jin Lian's soul was incomplete, like the incense ash. The consequences are either idiocy or a vegetative state. Jin Lian is from the Earth Sect, and his primordial spirit is in the Daoist domain, so an incomplete soul doesn't necessarily mean anything. It could be that he lost half of his primordial spirit in an accident. But after spending time with Li Miaozhen, I've got a different grasp of Daoist tricks. Li Miaozhen helped me piece together my primordial spirit, helped Zhang Li piece his together. Jin Lian's cultivation is stronger than Li Miaozhen's, so why hasn't he pieced his own spirit together?
Where did the other half of his primordial spirit go?
That's one red flag. There are also many other details, like the Earth Book fragments, like the 9-colored Lotus root. How could a Earth Sect Daoist below rank 3 steal the 9-colored Lotus root from a rank 2 Dao Lord?
Of course, these are just suspicions, not enough to prove Jin Lian is the Earth Sect Dao Lord. But then he went to Jianzhou. I witnessed Jin Lian's primordial spirit merging with the Earth Sect Dao Lords. Bai Lian said Jin Lian used a Earth Sect secret technique, but at that moment, Fu Qian strung all the suspicions together. Don't even get me started on our Earthbook chat group. Besides Lena, who participated in the seed defense in Jianzhou, I'd bet everyone else suspects it to some degree. Fu Qian looked at Luo Yuheng's exquisite face and asked, National teacher, do you know when Jin Lian became corrupted? Luo Yuheng thought for a few seconds and said, 6 years ago, Jin Lian's breakthrough failed, and he fell into demonic corruption. His soul split in two. The benevolent part took the Earthbook fragment and sheltered some of his disciples. The malevolent part influenced most of his disciples, splitting into the Heaven and Earth Society and the Earth Sect. Back then, the benevolent Jin Lian secretly snuck into the capital to ask me for help at Lingbao Monastery. I had just reached rank 2, my foundation was shaky. Plus, the Earth Sect cultivates merit. Once they become corrupted, they are the world's greatest evils, and the human sect cultivates hearts. Playing with fire will only get you burned. If I got tainted by the Earth Sect, I'd die. 6 years ago, Jin Lian came to the capital? So, Huai Qing got the Earthbook fragment back then, becoming a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. Very likely. Fu Qian made a connection and asked in shock, did Jin Lian ask Shu Tiangong for help? Luo Yuheng chuckled, isn't that obvious? Assuming so.
Li Miaozhen also got the Earthbook fragment back then. But she probably doesn't know Jin Lian is the Earth Sect Dao Lord, and her master didn't tell her.
Thinking of this, Fu Qian wondered, would the Heaven Sect agree?
Luo Yuheng said calmly, the Heaven Sect cultivates detachment. Li Miaozhen is an outsider. Fu Qian understood. The Heaven Sect Dao Lord didn't agree to help. Luo Yuheng fears the corruption of the Earth Sect. The Heaven Sect Dao Lord is pure. I have no emotions. I don't care. If it was 6 years ago, then my hypothesis is off. Luo Yuheng looked at him and asked, is your theory wrong? Fu Qian nodded, then shook his head and said,
National teacher, was there anything unusual about Jin Lian before his corruption?
Is the Earth Sect's corruption sudden? Or is it a gradual process?
Luo Yuheng pondered and said, as far as I know, Jin Lian secluded himself to overcome a tribulation. One seclusion lasted nearly 30 years. As for corruption, although I don't cultivate Earth Sect merit, a 1,000-mile dam is destroyed by an ant. Everything follows this principle. Corruption isn't sudden. Thump thump! Fu Qian felt his heart racing,
swallowed, and said, I think I know what happened. National teacher, listen to my theory. He paused and said slowly, I suspect that what Huaiwang and Yuanjing encountered in Nanyuan wasn't a bear, but the Earth Sect Dao Lord.
He already showed signs of corruption. Perhaps he couldn't suppress his bloodlust, or he was sacrificing for evil, so he chose Nanyuan to slaughter ordinary beasts. Because the capital has the supervisor and countless experts, he couldn't just go on a killing spree. This also explains why the wildlife around Nanyuan was nearly extinct in the autumn of the 26th year of Zhengde. Back then, Huaiwang and Yuanjing ventured deep into Nanyuan to hunt. Li Fan bumped into the possessed Jin Li Qian, and all the guards with him are dead.
Wait, hold up, how could a freaking bear kill so many experts? But if it's Jin Lian, even more guards would be roadkill. You said earlier that the Earth Sect leader has been in closed-door cultivation for almost 30 years and failed, falling into the demonic path, and 30 years ago was about when he returned from the capital, which lines up. In other words, he was already showing signs of being possessed when he was in the capital. The more Luo Yuheng listened, the more serious her face became. She nodded and said, then why hasn't Jin Lian killed Yuanjing and Huaiwang? Fu Qian thought for a moment and shook his head. He must have a purpose. But the existing clues don't point to it. so I can't guess. My guess is that they've been tainted by Jin Lian. When I was in Chuzhou, I fought with the Earth Sect leader's clone. The biggest feeling was the opponent's all-corrupting malice, as if it could make all things in the world fall together. Even the Zhengguo sword was tainted, and lost its spirituality for almost a moment. So it's reasonable to explain Yuanjing and Huaiwang's corruption, and even Huaiwang's cold selfishness, and Yuanjing Emperor's almost irrational pursuit of immortality. They look normal on the surface, but they're already half-mad, like the Earth Sect daoist. Heng raised a question. What's the deal with the human trafficking organization? And what's the deal with the strangeness under the dragon vein? Fu Qian's expression stiffened slightly. He didn't have a reasonable guess for this yet. Fu Qian pondered for a moment and then said, "The Earth Sect leader tainted Yuanjing and Huaiwang. I'm afraid there is another purpose, the details of which lack clues. I cannot guess." But Heng revealed a hint of shock and said, "I know what it is." Fu Qian perked up his ears. Heng asked, "The Earth Sect leader is proficient in the one she transforms into three purities technique. Jin Lian and the Earth Sect leader are now two sides of good and evil. If he once used one she transforms into three purities, then where is the last one?" It was like a bolt of lightning struck his mind. Fu Qian blurted out, "In the dragon vein underground." Heng nodded in satisfaction. "You think the same as me." She then continued, "Yuanjing has cultivated for 20 years, pouring in the country's resources, but has not yet refined the golden elixir, which is really a bit confusing. Of course, cultivation is not about resources. Talent is also very important. In the past, I only felt that he didn't have the talent, but after experiencing so many things, if there is another clone of Jin Lian behind him, isn't it much more reasonable? Most of those big pills also went into Jin Lian's mouth. His tainting of Huaiwang and Yuanjing is likely to pave the way for him to strike at the first rank, waiting for the future when the three merge into one and break through in one breath, becoming a land immortal. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that there is a clone hidden under the dragon vein. On this point, the information you gave last time was too little to prove anything. After a while, I will separate a clone and go with you to explore and verify in the dragon vein. If there really is a clone of the Earth Sect leader under the dragon vein, if Yuanjing is really tainted by the Earth Sect leader, then I will no longer have any qualms about breaking with Yuanjing. Moreover, you don't need to face the Earth Sect leader directly, because as long as you poke things out, the supervisor can't pretend not to see it anymore. Zhongli once said that the dragon vein is something that even the supervisor can't easily play with. Hiding in the dragon vein can indeed hide from the supervisor's eyes. Fu Qian's eyes lit up, and at the same time he thought of an event, and said in a low voice, "National teacher, if Yuanjing is controlled by the Earth Sect leader's corruption, then his constant entanglement with you in dual cultivation, is there a reasonable explanation? The Earth Sect demon's brain is full of bad things, and playing with women. When I was in Jianzhou, I deeply realized that it's not because the Earth Sect demon is a simp, but the essence of men is simps. Lust is the root of all evil. As for the possibility that Yuanjing is the Earth Sect leader's clone, Fu Xiang didn't consider it, because it's impossible. Yuanjing is the king of a country, and his body carries luck that can affect corruption. But it is absolutely impossible to replace him. What's more, the luck of a person is not necessarily a good thing for those in high positions. The old ancestor of the Jianzhou Martial Arts Alliance didn't want the luck of a person, because he really wanted to live another 500 years. Heng seemed extremely sensitive to the words dual cultivation, especially when they came out of Fu Qian's mouth. She stared at him coldly for a few seconds and said, "In half a month, we will infiltrate the dragon vein underground to explore to the end." "Why half a month?" Fu Qian frowned. Heng. Heng hesitated slightly and chose to say frankly, "During that time, I will face a karmic fire burning the body." Fu Qian said nonsense in his heart. "You have to experience a karmic fire burning the body in half a month. You must ask me to extinguish the karmic fire for you." On the surface, he was still a gentleman, nodding and saying, "Okay, I'll contact you after you recover." Heng nodded lightly, and turned into golden light and dissipated. A dozen seconds later, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and Zhongli poked his head in from the crack of the door, quietly assessing. Fu Qian reassured, "She's gone. We'll explore the dragon vein in half a month, and then all the truth will be clear, and I can be honest with Huiqing and the others." Fu Qiantan thought in his heart, looked at Zhongli and said, "I want to go to Jianzhou, find Taifei. I plan to try asking Taifei to find Huiqing, and arrange for Huiqing to come to Shu Mansion for a secret meeting, instead of going through the fragments of the Book of the Earth. Because things have reached this point, I'm not too sure whether Jin Lian is a double agent. The reason I arranged to meet Huiqing last night was because of this concern, but Huiqing refused to meet an online friend. Of course, I'm just asking Taifei to invite Huiqing, and I won't say anything else. The western regions of Aranda Mountain is a holy land of Buddhism,
the center of the Buddhist kingdoms of the Western regions, and a holy land in the eyes of thousands of Buddhist believers. As the #1 power in the 9 provinces, Aranda Mountain is a forbidden place among forbidden places in the eyes of cultivators of major systems. The Buddha understood Buddhist teachings on this mountain, attained the Buddha's fruit position, and founded Buddhism. At this time, a warlock appeared under the shade of a tree and looked at Aranda Mountain not far away, and then a female bodhisattva appeared opposite him and asked, "What are you doing in Aranda?" The white-robed warlock observed Aranda and regarded the female bodhisattva who was close at hand as if he didn't see her, and said with emotion, "After the Dharma battle in the capital, the luck of the Western regions has loosened, which is not a good thing." The female bodhisattva's crystal eyes were unmixed with emotion, cold and distant, and her soft and pleasant voice, "Tutor brought back Mahayana Buddhism from the capital." In Aranda, more and more believers are choosing to believe in Mahayana Buddhism after debating for half a year. He degraded the Buddhism of self-salvation into Hinayana Buddhism. The schism of Buddhism is coming. The white-robed warlock smiled and said, "That little thief in the capital is nothing." Prajna Bodhisattva's tone was still soft and pleasant and said, "Duer wants to bring this person back and enshrine him as a Buddha. Guangxian is happy. Galatri is not happy." The white-robed warlock asked, "What is the Buddha's intention?" The female bodhisattva looked at him carefully, and her tone turned indifferent. "The Buddha has been sleeping for 500 years. The white-robed warlock nodded, and cut to the main topic. "I am here this time to borrow a divine weapon from Buddhism." The female bodhisattva's crystal pupils looked at him without joy or sorrow. The white-robed warlock smiled and said, "Don't rush to refuse. Listen to my conditions. I will exchange a piece of information with you." The female bodhisattva was silent, and the smile on the corner of the white-robed warlock's mouth widened, and he slowly said, "I know where the object sealed under the mulberry tree is." After lunch, Qing took an ordinary carriage and slowly stopped outside the Shu mansion. After getting off the carriage, Qing's eyebrows suddenly frowned slightly. She noticed the probing from a mysterious place and thought, "Father always sends people to secretly monitor Shu mansion." She didn't show any expression and continued to enter Shu mansion. Qing entered the inner courtyard and saw Li Miaozhen and Shu Qi'an waiting for her. She nodded and greeted her, and she also followed him into the room. As soon as he closed the door, Shu Qi'an smiled and said, "I asked Zhong Li to set up a small formation to isolate the sound, because what we are going to talk about next cannot be heard by outsiders, right, Your Highness? Or rather, #1. Qing's always indifferent face suddenly stiffened, and her pupils showed a very small contraction. At this moment, Qing felt a shock in her head. There was a sense of panic, and the secret she had hidden the deepest was inadvertently punctured, so a slight helplessness arose. He knows that I am... #1, he knew my identity long ago. He has been secretly looking for me to send letters these days, and several times wanted to make an appointment to meet me, but I strictly refused. What was he thinking at that time? He must be laughing secretly in his heart. No, he even laughed out loud. He not only knows my identity, but also announced it in front of Li Miaozhen. The pure and refined face of the eldest princess also stiffened, and her pupils widened slightly. With her wit and scheming, this is an extremely poor performance. Li Miaozhen's eyes widened immediately. Could her small mouth fit an egg? She really didn't expect to hear such a blockbuster news. #1 is Qing, the princess of the royal family, the eldest daughter of Yuanjing Emperor. After the shock passed, Li Miaozhen remembered her mantra in the Heaven and Earth Society, "I want to assassinate Yuanjing Emperor." Is Yuanjing Emperor dead? When did Yuanjing Emperor die? The scalp of the Saintess of Heavenly Sect was numb, and goosebumps appeared on her neck. The shame made her almost not know where to go. Qing's eyes flashed, and she regained her cold composure and said calmly, "Since when did you know?" A student of Yunlu Academy, Shu Gongzi, Qing is really an old yin-yang person. Shu Qi'an's expression was also slightly stiff. He coughed and said calmly, "It's only recently." Well, for example, Your Highness is extremely intelligent, and sent Linkan to Wenyuan Pavilion to borrow books. Qing nodded, her face calm. Shu Gongzi is indeed wise, worthy of being a scholar who has read enough sage books, not inferior to your elder brother who blocked 8,000 rebels alone in Yunzhou. Shu Qi'an nodded slowly, and at the same time cupped his fists and said, "You flatter me. You flatter me. Your Highness is the most intelligent person in the Heaven and Earth Society, using borrowing hunting tools as an excuse, arousing Lin Han's hunting interest, and hiding yourself very well." Qing said blankly, "Shu Gongzi is so powerful, do others know?" The two sides were glaring at each other. Suddenly Li Miaozhen jumped into the middle and shouted, Don't say any more." She then cleared her throat, looked at them and suggested, "Today's matter is only known to the three of us, how about that?" Shu Qi'an nodded calmly. "I have no objection." After a moment of silence, Qi'an brought the topic back to the main point and asked, "Has the case been investigated clearly?"
Fu Xiang nodded. "Before that, you two answer me a question. Your Highness, did you receive a fragment of the Book of the Earth 6 years ago?" Qi'an was shocked and did not refute.
Fu Xiang looked at Miao Zhen. "You were given the fragment of the Book of the Earth when Jin Lian Daoist went to Heavenly Sect, right?" Li Miao Zhen couldn't hide her surprise. "How do you know?"
"My hunch was spot on. Nailed it." Fu Qiang exhaled, saying, "I've cracked the case."
First off, Daoist Jin Lian is actually the Earth Sect's leader. Qi'an and Li Miao Zhen's faces froze instantly.
Qi'an's expression turned incredibly solemn, saying each word carefully. How the hell did this happen? The Earth Sect's leader went rogue, but not completely. His good side split off, becoming Daoist Jin Lian.
Miao Zhen, remember when you were guarding the Lotus Seed and Daoist Jin Lian was tangling with Hao Lian?
That was also a strand of his demonic thoughts. Li Miao Zhen frowned. I was confused back then. Even if it's just a strand of demonic thought, it's from a grade 2 transcending tribulation cultivator. Daoist Jin Lian isn't even grade 3. How could he resist? Fu Qiang thought, you're just too lazy to use your brain.
Fu Qiang didn't pause, recounting his and Luo Yuheng's deductions from start to finish. In this retelling, Luo Yuheng remained hidden. He couldn't reveal his secret affair with the national teacher unless she allowed it. During this, Qi'an's face changed dramatically. Surprise, anger, gloom, finally settling into a deep, thoughtful expression. The Earth Sect's leader seemed normal back then, but he already showed signs of going rogue. Huai Wang and Yuan Jing met him in Nanyuan and were tainted, becoming lunatics. They seemed normal, but their minds were twisted. So Huai Wang destroyed the city for personal gain, and Emperor Yuan Jing knew that the Qi luck couldn't grant immortality, but refused to believe it.
So the mastermind behind all this is Daoist Jin Lian. That's why you secretly met me that day. Instead of using the Earth Book to communicate, you were afraid Daoist Jin Lian would see. You don't trust Daoist Jin Lian?
Fu Qian sighed.
Yeah, I can't be sure if Daoist Jin Lian knows about this. I'm starting not to trust the old geezer. Qi'an nodded. Anyone would feel that way. Someone you thought was trustworthy turns out to be the mastermind. Damn it, I didn't figure out the truth. I'm so far behind Fu Qian. It's because he didn't share his clues with me. Muttering inwardly, Li Miaozhen asked, could the anomaly in the dragon vein be another incarnation of Daoist Jin Lian? Fu Qian cleared his throat. I don't know. I'll explore the dragon vein again in half a month. This time, I'll get answers. Qi'an pondered. So, the soul pill is actually needed by that thing in the dragon vein. That's why father has been refining pills all these years. Fu Qian nodded. Probably. Hesitating, she asked, Can father be cleansed of the taint? Fu Qian said. First, we need to know what the nature of the taint is. If someone's nature changes, it'll be hard to restore. If he's being controlled, then Daoist Jin Lian might have a way. The former is someone who became evil on their own, their nature is completely corrupted, it's hard to restore. The latter just needs to be freed from control. Li Miaozhen interjected. No, even if their nature is corrupted, if a Buddhist monk can help, they can make Yuanjing see his true self and restore his origins. Qi'an's eyes lit up. Flying Swallow Heroine asked, Right, should we tell Lena about this?
Fu Qian countered. Tell her what for. Just call her when we fight. No need for her to use her brain, don't make things difficult for her.
Li Miaozhen and Qi'an slowly nodded. Makes sense. Agreeing to wait for the situation in half a month, Fu Qian saw Qi'an out. Before leaving, Qi'an whispered, In half a month, if all the truths are revealed, you don't need to leave the capital anymore.
The officials and the supervisor will definitely find a way to solve father's half-crazed state.
You don't want to let me go? Fu Qian smiled, not answering. On the dilapidated city walls, the high-ranking generals of Dafeng gathered, arguing fiercely. Wei Yuan turned a deaf ear, standing before the Feng Shui map, lost in thought. 10 days had passed since the defeat of Dingguan City. Under Wei Yuan's leadership, the army stormed cities and seized territory, like a sharp knife stabbing into Yan country's interior.
They had already captured 7 cities, advancing hundreds of miles. Qingqi was currently at Shu City, the last stronghold before Yan country's capital. One more step, and they could reach the capital.
In just 10 days, Wei Yuan had devastated this country, with its countless strategic passes. Whether to attack Yan country's capital or not had caused a serious division among the generals, because the Daofeng army was in dire straits due to lack of supplies. A general stepped forward with a grim face. Why haven't the supplies arrived? According to the plan, the first batch should have arrived 3 days ago. We can't fight anymore. The battle line is too long. Our supply lines are cut off. How can we fight without supplies, fire cannons, and crossbow bolts? From Dingguan City to Shu City, we've lost over half our soldiers. and Yan country's capital is surrounded by mountains on two sides.
With our current strength, we can't take it.
If nothing unexpected happens, Yan country's capital definitely has a grade 3 wizard guarding it.
This young general, Zhao Ying, came from the Imperial Guards, a grade 4 expert, and a prominent figure in Dafeng's younger generation. He advocated retreat, the leader of the conservative faction. The aggressive faction, led by Nangong Qianrao, advocated striking while the iron was hot, to conquer Yan country. Nangong Qianrao calmly said, 60 miles northeast is Yan country's capital. After taking Zhou city, our supplies and ammunition can be replenished.
We can completely withstand another campaign. We've been able to get this far because of the 4 words, surprise and speed.
Once we retreat, it's giving Yan country a chance to breathe.
But if we take Yan capital, the military supplies and provisions can be replenished.
Such great victories have been achieved because our foster father's blitzkrieg was almost all or nothing, shattering the Yan army's morale. Now, the Feng army's morale is high, so we should strike while the iron is hot. Once we retreat, this invincible momentum will disappear. Facing Yan country's formidable and dangerous capital, facing the Viet soldiers of Kang country, it will be difficult to win.
Zhao Ying glared fiercely at Nangong Qianrao and said in a low voice, surprise and speed are not suitable for Yan capital. Yan capital is surrounded by mountains on two sides, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The mountains are home to flying beast troops, far superior to other cities. Moreover, we've massacred 7 cities in a row. Along the way, the people, Jianghu folks, and scattered Yan soldiers are all fleeing to Yan capital. Danfa, everyone must die. This is their consensus. Today, Yan capital is bound to unite with one heart and strength like a wall, defending the city to the death. Our forces can't take it, and, once we suffer heavy losses in the siege, it will be the time for the enemy to pounce back.
I fear there's a risk of the entire army being wiped out. It's better to retreat temporarily, rest, recover, and replenish supplies and military equipment once again.
Yan capital was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Most of the generals sitting here had no confidence. So, the conservative faction was more numerous than the aggressive faction. The reason they were still arguing was simply that they still held hope for Wei Yuan.
Wei Yuan pointed to Yan country's capital on the map and said in a deep voice, rest and recuperate for one night, set off tomorrow, and bring the army under the city. Throughout history, Yan country had established its capital for over 1400 years. This city had only been breached once. That was during the most prosperous period of the Great Zhao, when a royal prince of the Great Zhao, a grade 2 martial artist who had merged with the Dao, led an army into Yan capital.
Yan country's history recorded that the battle was extremely tragic.
The Witch God's sect lost a grade 2 witchmaster and a grade 3 spirit practitioner. In the end, the Witch God himself took action and annihilated the peak grade 2 prince.
This wasn't that Yan capital couldn't be defended, but that the opponent's combat power had stood at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. In the capital's palace, Yan country's ruler, Nusher Hachi, though his hair was graying, his figure was still robust. This ruler had a strong talent. When he was young, he followed the path of a martial artist. But after reaching the peak of grade 4, he made no progress. Then he switched to cultivating the wizard system, and again entered a bottleneck after grade 4. Dual cultivation systems were rare. It wasn't that different systems would repel each other, but that cultivation was difficult. Focusing on one system was the only way to go further. Nurhachi had no hope of reaching grade 3 after 50 years old, whether it was the martial artist system or the wizard system. He didn't feel regret. Grade 3 experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was normal not to cultivate to that level.
But with his dual systems, his individual combat strength was stronger than any grade 4 of any system. Nunir Hasachi sat on the throne listening to the ministers' heated discussion. Yan country's high command wasn't discouraged and angry because of Wei Yuan's strength. They had long prepared for a major defeat. Wei Yuan had taken Zhou city and would bring his troops under the capital tomorrow. How had he continuously broken 7 cities in such a short span of 10 days? Could the capital be defended? The atmosphere in the hall was a bit heavy, the Yan country officials, faces grim as they faced a great enemy. At this moment, some of the old officials seemed to return to the Shanhaiguan campaign, recalling the fear and humiliation dominated by Wei Yuan. According to the news from the spies, the Feng army's strength was at most only 50,000. No matter how Wei Yuan used his troops like a god, it would be extremely difficult to break the capital with 50,000 troops. Today, the whole city was united. The defending troops had sufficient military supplies and provisions. At worst, they would fight to the death with Wei Yuan. Nurhachi couldn't help but look at the old man wrapped in robes beside him and respectfully said, "National teacher, Yair Bu, what are your thoughts?" Each of the 3 countries in the northeast had a grade 3 spirit practitioner as their national teacher. They usually didn't participate in political affairs, but their status was higher than the king of a country, because they represented the headquarters,
the witch god sect. Yan Go Bu, who had fortunately survived in Chuzhou, said in a deep voice,
50,000 Heng country troops have entered Yuan country's territory.
In at most 5 days, they can form a siege with us. Yuan capital has stood for over 1,400 years, and has experienced many wars. It has only been breached once. Wei Yuan can't break the city in the short term, but for the Feng army now, time is extremely important. They don't have enough supplies. The ministers in the hall slowly nodded. Even if the Heng country troops cut off their supply lines, we can make Wei Yuan retreat in less than 3 days by defending the city. Let's see how Wei Yuan fights this battle. Yu Greer Bu snorted inwardly. Continuously massacring 7 cities, cutting off my witch god sect's Qi luck, pointing your sword at the witch god Wei Yuan. You think you're unmatched in strategy? Think all your arrangements from the previous year are without flaws? HMPH, little do you know that we've been waiting for you. Less than 100 kick troops wanna attack the main base? You trippin', bro. On the ruined city wall, Wei Yuan overlooked the Daofeng soldiers, pushing carts below, throwing corpses into the deep pit, then tossing torches down. Thick smoke billowed up, mixed with the stench of burning flesh. Torches burned everything, soldiers and civilians of Yan country, and even Daofeng's own troops. Damn. Nanggong Qianrao walked behind Wei Yuan and whispered, Foster father, after this campaign, history books will drag your name through the mud. 7 cities massacred in a row, blood staining hundreds of miles. In Nanggong Qianru's eyes, tricking surrendered soldiers to their deaths was NBD. Das Feng army was deep in enemy territory, and not killing surrendered soldiers would only backfire. But killing civilians is a big no-no, especially 7 cities in a row. Even if they return in triumph, those holier-than-thou scholars will attack with their pens as weapons. Dafeng supplies never arrived, and they've been burning, killing, and looting along the way, using the spoils of war to sustain themselves. Not a good look. The younger generals initially called it Father's unique command style, and were thrilled after tasting the sweetness of victory. But now, they're slowly realizing something's wrong. Hence, the young generals chose to retreat. If the younger generals are like this, what about Nanggong Qianrao? Those old-timers who followed Wei Yuan for decades won't get any more supplies. Wei Yuan's smile was as gentle as ever, his tone as calm as always. We brought only that much food. Dafeng won't give us a single grain more. Nanggong Qianrao radiated killing intent. Who dares cut off our supplies? Wei Yuan chuckled and asked, Who else could it be in all of Dafeng? Nanggong Qianru's pupils contracted sharply. Wei Yuan's face remained unchanged. Watching the raging fire burn the pile of corpses below, he calmly said, I know you want a morale-boosting victory, to take Yandu, then pull a cuckoo's nest, using this strategic pass to deal with Heng country's reinforcements, and join forces with the 3 Xinjiang provinces to encircle Heng country's reinforcements. Too bad, Yandu is a tough bone to chew and we can't gnaw it. I've transferred all the troops from the 3 provinces elsewhere. Tomorrow, the main force will advance 50 miles, engaging Yandu for 3 days. After 3 days, you take 10,000 heavy cavalry and leave. Don't worry about the others. They have to stay here. Saying that, he took out 2 brocade pouches from his chest, 1 purple, 1 red, and instructed, Open the purple pouch after 3 days. It will tell you where to go. After reaching the destination, open the red pouch. It will tell you what to do next. In the setting sun, Fu Xiang commanded the soldiers to burn corpses and treat the wounded. They had just won a small-scale battle, eliminating 800 enemy soldiers while losing 1,000 themselves. Still a decent victory. Several days had passed since that night attack. That large-scale attack shattered the Dafeng-Yaoman coalition on 3 sides. The Jin country army was decisive, splitting up to pursue and kill. In these few days, Fu Xiang had gained a deeper understanding of the cruelty of war, witnessed the bravery of the fire armor army, and learned about the eerie horror of shamans summoning corpses on the battlefield, turning them into zombie soldiers. With heavy cavalry and corpse-manipulating shamans, the Daofeng army was literally filling the gaps with their lives to secure victory. When the coalition was scattered, Fu Xiang and Chu Yuanchen only had 600 Daofeng soldiers with them. After collecting stragglers for many days, their numbers expanded to 1,700, but now they were down to 700 again. After burning the corpses, Fu Xiang arranged for scouts to patrol, then told the soldiers to set up pots to cook horse meat. The soldiers skillfully cut the horse meat, then several of them worked together, swinging their blood-stained sabers, mincing the horse meat and stewing it. Only then did they put it in the pot. This was a method Fu Xiang came up with. Horse meat is coarse, tough, and tastes awful. Plus, it's hard to digest. Eating it once in a while is okay, but eating horse meat for days on end messes up the soldiers' stomachs. They can't even poop. Therefore, Fu Xiang suggested mincing the horsemeat and stewing it to enhance the flavor and promote digestion.
Fu Xiang took out the water pouch from his waist and handed it to Chu Yuanchen, gratefully saying, "If it weren't for Brother Chu, we would have lost hundreds more before we could take out this group of enemies."
Chu Yuanchen chugged down half a pouch of water and smiled somewhat forlornly. When I was young, I read a few military books and thought I was a genius at commanding armies. Today, on the battlefield, I realized I don't have that talent. On the other hand, you're growing rapidly in front of these soldiers. Who doesn't admire you? Fu Xiang smiled. Everyone has their own strengths. If I didn't have this talent, the teacher wouldn't have asked me to specialize in military strategy. I actually know that using tactics on the battlefield is rare. Most of the time, you still have to rely on brute force. The strength of martial artists and military equipment is crucial. Too bad we only brought 3 cannons and 6 ballistas. Chu Yuanchen sighed inwardly. If it were Zhu Erlang before the war, he would have snorted, looked arrogant, then disingenuously said some humble words. As they were talking, a scout suddenly rushed over and shouted,
"Shu Tianxi, we found a remnant force, 30 men, not sounding any signals, indicating they're from the Daofeng army, one of our own." Fu Xiang and Chu Yuanchen stood up. Yu paused and said, "Tell them to come here." After finishing, he turned to Chu Yuanchen and smiled wryly. Luckily, there aren't too many. We can spare some food." In a short while, the scout led a remnant force of 30 men over. This remnant force was carrying a cannon and a dozen cannonballs. Their faces were covered in fatigue and dust, the armor on their bodies was damaged, covered in knife marks, and everyone had wounds. They looked like they had just been through a battle. Looking at the steaming iron pot and smelling the broth, 200 infantrymen swallowed hard. Fu Xiang went up to greet them and asked, "Who's the highest-ranking officer? Step forward and speak."
A bearded man stepped forward, looking nearly 40 years old, cupped his fist and said, "This subordinate is Zhao Fanyi, the commander of the Xi County 100 Household Office in Yongzhou." Fu Xiang nodded. "This official is Fu Xiang, a reviewing and supervising secretary of the Ansat Division in Dingzhou, and a bachelor of the Hanlin Academy." Zhao Fanyi's face changed upon hearing this, and he glared fiercely at Fu Xiang, then snorted coldly and turned to leave. Fu Xiang was stunned for a moment, a confused look on his face, and frowned. "Commander Zhao, hold up. Does this official know you?" Zhao Fanyi said grimly. "I don't know you." Fu Xiang cursed inwardly. "Don't know me? I thought I robbed your wife when I wasn't looking." At the same time, he frowned and asked, "If we don't know each other, what's the meaning of this, Commander Zhao?" Zhao Fanyi sneered. "You sure talk elegantly, as expected of a scholar. That trashy, dog-born Zhu Pingji actually gave birth to a bookworm. I heard long ago that Shu Yinluo's younger brother was in the army, but I didn't expect to run into you today. I don't know you, but I know your old man. During the Shanhai Guan campaign, we were brothers. Erlang, Chenjing, does Commander Zhao have an old grudge with my father?" Zhao Fanyi spat, full of murderous intent. "No old grudge. I just can't stand him, that ungrateful bastard." During the Shanhai Guan campaign, Xu Pingji and I were in the same unit. Back then, there was also a guy named Chu Biao. The 3 of us had a great relationship. We were brothers who could entrust our backs to each other. During the final stretch of the Shanhai Guan campaign, we were sent to stop the corpse soldiers of the Witch God sect. During the intense battle, Chu Biao took a blow for your father and died on the battlefield. Xu Pingji swore to bring Chu Biao's old mother to the capital to support her and raise his 2 children. Son of a bitch. I later found out that ungrateful bastard never even went to Chu Biao's house to pick them up. If the old man's a dog, what good can his son be? They're all scumbags. Zhao Fanyi would rather starve to death or die on the battlefield than eat a grain of your rice or drink a sip of your soup. Spit! Fu Xiang's face turned purple with anger upon hearing this, and he shouted, "Zhao Fanyi, you keep saying my father is ungrateful. What proof do you have?" Zhao Fanyi became even angrier and roared, "You've been dead for 21 years, what kind of proof? But Xu Pingji is ungrateful and I need to curse him." Shu Erlang was obviously not convinced, and ordered, "Come, tie this guy up for me." The soldiers immediately rushed up, knocked Zhao Fanyi's group to the ground with the pommels of their swords, tied them up, and threw them aside, then went back to cooking the horse meat. Zhao Fanyi sat on the ground and spat out a wad of phlegm, disdainfully saying, "I won't fight my compatriots. I'm not like someone who, like father, like son, is an ungrateful dog." Zhao Fanyi was still ranting and raving, cursing Shu family's entire ancestry, including the women. Fu Xiang ordered the soldiers under his command to gag Zhao Fanyi, so he could only make incoherent noises and no longer spew venom. Chu Yuanchen asked about family matters. Fu Xiang shook his head, his eyes looking at the ground not far away. Chen Chao said, "I don't believe my father would be such a person, but Zhao Fanyi's words reminded me of something, so I kept him around for now. When I was young, my older brother and mother had a bad relationship. which gave my father a headache. Therefore, my father would often say that he and my older uncle had fought back to back, and my older uncle had blocked a blade for him and died on the battlefield.
Shu Erlang had heard this since he was little, and now this Chu Biao appearing out of nowhere seemed very illogical, very strange.
He looked at Chu Yuanchen and asked, "Do you have a way to contact my older brother?" Zhu Erlang was still very careful. There were no outsiders here, so wouldn't it be better to just say, "Earthbook"? Chu Yuanchen reached out and took out the Earthbook fragment and asked,
"Do you want to contact Ningyan? Speak, what's the matter?"
Shu Xinian glanced at the Earthbook fragment in surprise, then pondered and said, "Tell him the story here, and ask him to verify it with my father." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yuanchen using his finger as a pen, writing on the surface of the small jade mirror, shifting the scene to Shu Qi'an's room. At this moment, the familiar rapid heartbeat came.
He took out the Earthbook fragment from under his pillow,
and saw that it was Chu Yuanchen, initiating a private chat with him. He asked, "Brother Chu, how is the war in the north?" "The war is difficult, but it's going okay, with both victories and defeats. I'm contacting you on behalf of Erlang to ask you about an event." A dozen seconds later, the second message arrived.
"We met a commander named Xiao Fanyi from Ji County in Yangzhou, who claimed to be good brothers with Shu Ershu during the Shanhai Guan campaign." He cursed at Shu Erlang when he saw him, calling Shu Ershu an ungrateful person, because Xiao Fanyi, Shu Ershu, and a guy named Chu Biao
were a team of good brothers, fighting back-to-back on the battlefield. Later, Chu Biao blocked a blow for Shu Ershu and died on the battlefield. Shu Ershu once vowed to treat the Chu family well, but Shu Ershu broke his promise and never visited Chu Biao's family in 20 years.
"Kongju doesn't believe this happened, so he asked me to send a message to you, asking you to inquire about Shu Ershu." Shu Qian almost wrote the reply with a trembling hand.
"Wait for me."
A moment later, Shu Pingji's room door was knocked.
He opened the door with a hearty laugh, asking, "Ningyan, what's up?"
Shu Qian searched for words for a few seconds, then casually asked, "Second uncle, do you know Xiao Fanyi?" Shu Ershu was visibly stunned, his tiger eyes widening slightly, and said in surprise, "How do you know about my brother from the Battle of Shanhai Guan back then?" Let me tell you, that was a brotherhood that was more important than my own life." Shu Qian nodded. "Why did you lose contact later?"
"You."
Shu Ershu shook his head and laughed. "You don't understand. Life in the military, with duties all over the country, things just fade over time."
Shu Qian nodded as before, and asked again, "Then you must also know Zhao Biyu?"
Shu Ershu scrutinized his nephew, his thick eyebrows furrowing. "What's wrong with you today?"
"How do you know Zhao Fanyi and Zhu Biyu?"
Shu Qian shook his head gently.
"Second uncle, answer me first. Did Zhao Biyu die in battle?"
Shu Ershu nodded.
"Yes, a regrettable brother." Shu Qian then asked, "How did he die?" Shu Ershu said with a look of emotion,
"We were sent to stop the corpse soldiers of the Wu Shen sect that year, and Zhao Biyu died in that battle."
"Shu Qian, don't tell me he blocked a blade for me?" Hearing this, Zhu Ershu angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your father blocked a blade for me!" A desolate autumn wind blew. The lanterns under the corridor swayed slightly. The candlelight flickered, illuminating Shu Qian's face, his expression uncertain. After a long while, Shu Qian said in a hoarse voice, "I understand. Thank you, second uncle." Then, under his bewildered gaze, he slowly turned and left. Shu Ershu, full of question marks, watched his nephew's back leave and returned to the room. Shen was wiping her hair with a towel, and when she saw him come back, she asked, "What did Ningyan want? I heard you talking about some brothers?" Shu Ershu frowned and said confusedly, "Strange. He asked about 2 brothers who lived and died with me in the Battle of Shanhai Guan, but one died in battle, and one is far away in Yongzhou. He shouldn't know, and asked me if Zhao Biyu blocked a blade for me. Am I that weak on the battlefield? This guy blocked a blade for me, that guy blocked a blade for me."
Shen raised her head, her bright black eyes carefully examined him, and frowned. "Wait a minute. Who's Chu Biyu? I don't even know him, and you say he's your brother in arms from the army?" Shen shook her head. "No, I remember him.
When you wrote home, it seemed like you mentioned this person, saying you were able to survive thanks to him and stuff. I remember that letter home was even read to me by Ningyan's mother. It's a pity that letter from 20 years ago is long gone."
Shu Ershu's expression suddenly stiffened, looking at his wife in disbelief, as if looking at a madman.
"Tell Erlang there really was such a person. It's his second uncle who let him down." After sending the message, Shu Qian gently tapped the table with a fragment of the Earthbook and said softly, "Go out for a while. I want to be alone for a bit." Not far away, Zhang Li on the small bed carefully glanced at him and pulled the thick embroidery.
The sound of the door closing echoed as she left the room. Fu Xiang sat motionless by the table for a very long time, like a statue on the distant northern border.
After reading the message, Chu Yuanzhen said, Ningyan said that what Zhao Fanyi said is true.
Fu Xinian's face was extremely ugly. He was silent for a long time, then drew his saber and walked towards Zhao Fanyi,
then slashed down, cutting the rope. At the same time, he casually threw the saber aside and cupped his hands in a deep bow.
Is my father not up to par? I'll pay for what my father owes. I'll do whatever you want.
Zhao Fanyi took the rag out of his mouth, both disdainful and suspicious. Unable to figure out why this kid's attitude had changed so much, he sneered and said, It's not me who your Xu Pingji wronged. What are you putting on an act for?
At the same time, he spat a wad of phlegm at Fu Xinian's feet.
Zhao Fanyi then prepared to lead his subordinates away. Chu Yuanzhen, who was standing nearby, said, The brothers are all injured, and their stomachs are growling. Stay and bandage up a bit. Drink a bowl of meat soup before leaving. Your matter with his father is a private matter. It has nothing to do with the brothers. You can't abandon the life and death of the Dafeng soldiers because of your personal grudges, can you?
Chu Yuanzhen successfully persuaded Zhao Fanyi, who reluctantly stayed and sat around the campfire, sharing the fragrant, soft meat soup with his compatriots,
a satisfied smile on his face.
Fu Xinian turned to Chu Yuanzhen, staring at the small jade mirror in his hand.
What a coincidence. You're using this to contact my big brother. Chu Yuanzhen chuckled and smiled casually. Of course, the Earth Book can transmit messages from thousands of miles away. His smile suddenly stiffened, turning his neck inch by inch, staring blankly at Fu Xinian.
Fu Xinian asked blankly, What's wrong? Chu Yuanzhen asked back,
You don't know about the Earth Book fragment? Fu Xinian was still confused. What is the Earth Book fragment?
Clang! The Earth Book fragment slipped from Chu Yuanzhen's hand, falling to the ground, his eyes rolling back,
gaping in stunned shock. You're not number 3? Fu Xinian asked blankly. What is number 3?
It was late at night. Fu Qi'an got up from the table, opened the door and looked around, seeing Zhongli hugging her knees, leaning against the windowsill, fast asleep.
He sighed softly, then bent down to pick her up.
Returning to the room, he placed Zhongli on the small bed, covering her with a thin autumn blanket. If he didn't cover her, with her bad luck aura, she would definitely catch a cold tomorrow morning.
Blowing out the candle, Fu Qi'an also burrowed into the blanket and went straight to sleep. As fatigue washed over him, one last thought crossed his mind. I seem to have overlooked something very important.
The allied forces of the monster race and Dafeng were crushed by the Jing country heavy cavalry, and many items could not be carried in time, such as food, such as living supplies. No more tents, no more beds and blankets. In the northern border in autumn, eating and sleeping is a very arduous event.
The soldiers would even develop wind cold, and dying from illness due to lack of supplies was no different from death. Therefore, Shu Erlang would wake up periodically late at night and cast spells to dispel the cold and warm the bodies of the soldiers. At this moment, he discovered that Chu Yuanzhen was not asleep. This number 1 scholar was leaning against a cannon cart and sitting, his feet sinking into the ground, digging out a deep hole.
His face was also not right.
Ugh, how could a grown man have such a complex expression?
Shu Erlang walked over, sat down next to Chu Yuanzhen and asked, What's wrong?
Ever since you sent the message just now, your face has been very strange. Chu Yuanzhen looked at Xu Xinju with a look of self-denial. After wanting to say something but stopping, he said in a low voice,
I just feel that the trust between people has suddenly disappeared.
Erlang. I used to say a lot of strange things, and did a lot of strange things to you. I hope you don't mind. Now that I think back on those things, I get goosebumps all over, and I feel that my lifelong reputation has been ruined in an instant. Shu Erlang thought for a while and said, You just stood by the road and smiled at me inexplicably. Chu Yuanzhen immediately wailed and stopped him. Don't say it. The truth is very clear. Number 3 is Shu Qi'an. He has always been pretending to be his cousin Shu Xinian.
Chu Yuanzhen asked unwillingly.
You said you didn't know about the Earth Book fragment, but I always felt that you were especially kind to me. Tolerant. No matter what strange things I said or did, you didn't react at all. Shu Xinian said indifferently. Big brother told me, no matter what strange things you say or do, I don't need to be strange, either smile, or nod to you, or ignore you. The words were like an arrow piercing through his chest, causing Chu Yuanzhen to spit blood, his eyes dull, about to faint.
But very quickly, Chu Yuanzhen's clever mind thought of Zhu Ningyan, who was always pretending to be his cousin, and in order to fit the character, often bragged about his big brother in the Earth Book fragment, saying a lot of things that made people just think about it and need some hair tonic.
If Zhu Ningyan knows that I know his identity, he's the one who should be ashamed. Absolutely can't let him off. Chu Yuanzhen immediately showed a smile, his mind very clear at this moment. In the capital city, Zhu Mansion, Shu Qi'an woke up with a start, feeling someone patting his head.
Just sitting up, grabbing the earth book, and getting off the bed to find a candle, he thought irritably. Talking privately in the middle of the night. Who is it? Could it be that Huiqing isn't living a nightlife, right?
On the other side, Chu Yuanzhen angrily sent a message. Fu Qi'an, you are number 3, right? You've been lying to us all along.
Fu Qi'an was stunned. Since when did Chu Yuanzhen know my identity? Since when was I exposed? He finally saw through the loophole Shu Erlang revealed. Seeing through my identity. At this moment, the feeling of shame is like a tide, not a tsunami, swallowing his entire body.
After a long time, Shu Baipiao finally collected his emotions and replied, "That's right. You are the first person in the Heaven and Earth Society, except for the Golden Lotus daoist, to see through my identity. No matter how embarrassing it is in reality, I am still witty and make strong moves online. The key is that only such a calm and indifferent attitude can resolve the embarrassment."
Chu Yuanzhen laughed and sent a message. Not bad at hiding. I had my doubts for a long time, but I only recently fully confirmed it. Fu Qi'an immediately sucked up. Worthy of the #1 scholar.
These two, one wishing he could fly back to the capital on a sword and chop the Shu family to pieces, and the other feeling so ashamed that he wanted to cover his face, feeling that there was no point in living on, but both deliberately pretended to be indifferent.
Fu Qi'an asked, "Found out recently?" Chu Yuanzhen laughed and replied, 2 hours ago I finished asking about your second uncle's comrade. Erlang then told me directly. Fu Qi'an frowned, thinking, how did Erlang do that? Not credible at all. Wait, hold up, what about my second uncle's comrade?
He then sent a letter asking, "My second uncle's comrade? Shu Ningyan, this guy, isn't really indifferent after all. What a poser." Chu Yuanzhen then recounted the story of Zhu Biao and Zhao Fanyi.
Bang! The sound of a falling chair woke up Zhongli.
She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and looked up, seeing Shu Qian rushing to his desk like a madman, grinding ink, lifting his brush, and writing like a god. About a quarter of an hour later, she saw Shu Qian blowing on the ink, folding the paper, solemnly placing it in a book, and muttering with a sigh.
So that's the principle of shielding the heavenly secrets. Zhongli perked up her ears and whispered.
What's the principle?
Shu Qian glared at her.
Don't ask. It's a secret. You, a professional student, are shamelessly asking me, an amateur. Zhongli lowered her head in embarrassment, curling up in the blanket, clinging to the little warmth left in the world.
Shu Qian exhaled, calming his emotions. He sent a letter saying, Brother Chu, can you keep this a secret for me? Chu Yuanzhen replied, Your identity isn't a secret, no need to hide it. Shu Qian seemed to see the distant northern border, Chu Yuanzhen's face full of mockery and sneers.
All right then, if you want to announce it, I hope to say it myself. I really didn't handle this properly. I made Brother Chu always think of the former as number 3. Believing it without a doubt. Saying so many wrong things, doing so many wrong things. I actually don't care whether your identity is revealed or not. Shu Qian, you damn bastard. Wait till I get back to the capital. I'll chop your golden body with one sword.
After a pause, Chu Yuanzhen sent another letter. Shu Erlang knows about the Earth Book, and also knows about how Heng Yuan and I were deceived by you before, causing him great distress. Shu Qian sent a letter probing. So I feel very embarrassed,
unable to hold my head up, and need a balance for the relationship between me and Erlang? Chu Yuanzhen replied, I feel a little guilty.
Shu Qian reassured, Got it. Chat about poetry with Erlang when you have time. His famous work is, Heaven didn't give birth to Shu Xian, Great Feng is like a long night. Chu Yuanzhen could only hum in response. Shu Qian returned to bed, stuffed the Earth Book fragment into his pillow, and then tossed and turned like a maggot, venting his embarrassment. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. So damn humiliating. My image and face are completely gone. Now everyone knows about me except Heng Yuan.
Wait, hold up. Everyone knows. But everyone isn't saying anything. Doesn't that mean I'm not socially dead yet? Even though everyone knows, everyone is keeping it a secret for him, even covering it up, trying to make others believe that Shu Siju is number 3. If that's the case, it's like I'm not socially dead. On the contrary, even if one day everyone spills the beans, because it's already something everyone knows, there's no one to socially die to. It's them, those who are desperately covering up from me, acting like other people. They are the ones who are truly socially dead. Relax. Yeah. Go to bed early. Tomorrow is the day to explore the Dragon Vein with Auntie.
The next day, Luo Yuheng still appeared in Shu Qian's room. As soon as he saw her, he greeted her with an enthusiastic smile.
National teacher Luo Yuheng nodded slightly, indifferently hummed, and said, I'll take you there. Shu Qian carefully asked, Can we be detected?
No, Luo Yuheng said calmly, her exquisitely sculpted face expressionless.
I will conceal my aura. Apart from martial artists, the other major systems are all flashy and weak. Shu Qian revealed a smile.
This shouldn't be delayed. Let's act quickly.
Luo Yuheng nodded, waved her sleeve, and golden light wrapped around Fu Qian, taking him and disappearing from the room. In the blink of an eye, Fu Qian found himself in a stone room. Luo Yuheng stood at the quarry, staring intently, and said, "Extremely high level of earth evasion technique. This is indeed Senior Brother Jin Kalian's handwriting."
Senior Brother Jin Kalian? Fu Qian expressed his doubt. According to the daily life records of the immortal emperor, Jin Kalian daoist and the previous generation of human sect's Dao leader were of the same generation. Back in Jianzhou, Black Lotus's LSP doppelganger was being all cocky, calling Luo Yuheng his good granddaughter and wanting to dual cultivate with her.
The tall and beautiful national teacher casually explained, "The 3 Dao leaders are equal. In terms of status, the 3 Dao leaders are equal. So Jin Lian daoist is her senior brother. But in terms of age, Jin Lian and her father were of the same generation, so he could also be her senior uncle." Fu Qian was startled, his hands not stopping, taking out the earth book fragment and placing it on the quarry. At the same time, in the study of Huiqing Manor, she was holding a pen, lost in thought. After a quarter of an hour, Huiqing finally picked up her pen and wrote,
"In the 26th year of Zhen Debi, the Earth Sect Dao leaders' corruption and going insane, the destruction of Chuzhou City, the soul pellet, etc. Assuming the Earth Sect Dao leader is the mastermind behind everything is a reasonable and solid hypothesis. Father wants to kill Heng Yuan, because Heng Yuan saw the secret passage in Ping Yuan Earl's manor. In other words, Father knows of the Earth Sect Dao leader's existence. Ever since the Chuzhou City massacre case,
why has Father always been making wedding clothes for the Earth Sect Dao leader? This is what Huiqing feels is most unreasonable. From her perspective, without benefits, no ally relationship is solid, unless Father is completely controlled by the Earth Sect Dao leader. Conflicting interests, political struggles in the court. Jin Lian daoist exposed Father's collusion with Huiqing and the Earth Sect Dao leader in the Chuzhou City massacre case. This shows that the Chuzhou City massacre case is very important to them, and the essence of this case is the blood pellet and the soul pellet. The soul pellet is very important. While deep in thought, a maid walked in and whispered, "Your Highness, Miss Taiwei is here." Huiqing said indifferently, "Let her in." After the maid retreated, Xin Taiwei happily walked in. She was carrying a plate of snacks and said coquettishly, "Huiqing, I want to eat osmanthus fish." Huiqing smiled. "All right, I'll have someone inform the kitchen." Osmanthus fish is the signature dish of the chef in Huiqing Manor, unique and unavailable elsewhere. They ate cakes, drank tea, and chatted casually. Huiqing asked in a normal tone, "Taiwei, do you know about soul pellets?" "Oh? Why is everyone asking about soul pellets lately?" Xin Taiwei looked at her bestie in surprise. "A while ago, Fu Qian also came to the Star Observation Tower to inquire about soul pellets and asked me. How would I know? He even went to the library." Huiqing poured tea, while humbly seeking advice.
"What's the use of soul pellets?" Xin Taiwei immediately revealed a look of, "Consider yourself lucky," and HMPHED. "I originally didn't know, but I found out last time when reading books with Fu Qian."
After a pause, she whispered, "Soul pellets are good stuff. They have wide-ranging uses. Strengthening the primordial spirit, serving as alchemical ingredients, refining magical treasures, repairing incomplete souls, and nurturing qi spirits." Repairing incomplete souls. Huiqing's breathing suddenly became rapid, and she accidentally knocked over her teacup.
After Fu Qian poured qi into the quarry, the earth book fragment lit up with a faint, turbid light. The light then silently expanded, devouring the two of them, and taking them out of the stone room. Once again in an environment of pure darkness, Fu Qian's entire body tensed silently, as if facing a great enemy, unable to help but remember the scene of his silent death last time, remembering that terror, that overwhelming pressure. At this moment he felt his arm being tapped lightly, and he heard Luo Yuheng's voice transmission. "Follow behind me. It's too dark. I can't see anything at all."
If I reach out and grope forward, will I touch little auntie's butt and get killed on the spot? Fu Qian thought as he slowly walked. After following Luo Yuheng for more than a quarter of an hour, a faint but pure golden light suddenly appeared ahead.
"This is where I died last time,"
Fu Qian muttered in his heart, standing still, believing that with Luo Yuheng's skills and cultivation, he didn't need to do anything extra to remind her. If there was any real danger, little auntie could completely handle it. While lost in thought, he suddenly saw Luo Yuheng's body erupt with a dazzling light, illuminating the darkness around them. Little auntie turned her head, her exquisite and beautiful features like a golden statue, and said calmly, "There's nothing unusual here. Just a monk. Nothing out of the ordinary." Fu Qian was stunned again. Where was the terrifying pressure? Where was the terrifying breathing?
Filled with doubt, He and Luo Heng approached the golden light, emanating the aura of the Buddhist school. Approaching, they saw a spacious secret room ahead. In the center of the secret room was a stone bed, a green-bronze alchemical furnace, and beside the stone bed was a fractured abyss. On the stone bed was a burly, tall monk sitting cross-legged, a radiant golden bead hovering above his head, the size of a fist. He had closed his eyes and showed no signs of life. "Master Heng Yuan!" Fu Xiang's chest suddenly ached, giving rise to a tearing pain. In an instant, all sorts of past images of Heng Yuan flashed through his mind, showing his embarrassment when asking to borrow silver from him, showing his seriousness when caring for the lonely elderly in the nursing home. Luo Heng stared at the fist-sized bead expressionlessly for a moment and said, "Sharira." Condensed from the second-grade Arhat's fruition. After a pause, she looked at Fu Qian and said, "He's just unconscious. Just unconscious." Fu Qian's grief surged, suddenly getting stuck. As if relieved of a burden, he exhaled and turned to ask, "Sharira is the Arhat's fruition, but there's no way Heng Yuan is a second-grade expert." Luo Heng pondered and said, 500 years ago, the Buddhist school was prosperous in the Central Plains. It must have been left behind by a high monk from that period. And as for why he has a Sharira, either he's a reincarnated Arhat, or he obtained the Sharira through some good fortune. Fu Qian frowned. "I heard that Arhats are immortal." After saying that, he complained inwardly, "The Buddhist school's cultivation system is much more stable than your Taoist school. Your Taoist 3 sects are completely taking shortcuts." Luo Heng glared at Fu Qian with a cold face. Seeing him frightened and hurriedly covering his mouth, she then said calmly, "In the Chan Buddhist school system, 4th grade ascetic monk is the foundational realm. Ascetic monks need to make great vows. The greater the vow, the higher the fruition. Depending on your attainment status, there's a clear divide between Arhats and Bodhisattvas, and once that status is locked in, it's permanent. Simply put, an Arhat stays an Arhat forever, with zero chance of becoming a top-tier Bodhisattva, which is why they have the whole reincarnation and recultivation cheat code. If an Arhat wants to hit that rank 1 status, they have to restart their life. Giving up everything in this life, the Buddhist sect goes all out to find every reincarnated Arhat they can, then they plant the Sarira from their previous life into the new body to act as a guardian for their path. 5 years ago, the Confucianists went on a delete Buddhism spree, forcing the sect back to the western regions, so this Sarira was likely left behind back then. Therefore, this monk probably just stumbled upon the Sarira by luck. It doesn't mean he's definitely an Arhat's reincarnation. Hearing this, Fu Qian had a total eureka moment. This was Heng Yuan's big secret, and the real reason Taoist Golden Lotus gave him the Book of the Ground fragment. Whether Heng Yuan is a reincarnated Arhat or just some lucky guy who found a Sarira, his future potential is absolutely cracked. The Sarira has a mind of its own, protecting Master Heng Yuan and keeping him out of the danger zone. While he was lost in thought, Luo Heng had already walked right up to Heng Yuan and reached out, lightly tapping the Sarira with her fingertip. She used a Taoist secret technique to wake up the soul. 0 damage, all utility. The Sarira rippled with a soft, warm glow. A few seconds later, Fu Qian heard that silent heart in Heng Yuan's chest start thumping again, pumping blood. After another 10 seconds, the big monk's eyelids flickered open. "Young Master Shu, state preceptor." After a confused look around, Heng Yuan saw Fu Qian and Luo Heng glowing with bright golden light. Fu Qian grinned. "Master, you've got more lives than a cat, haven't you?" Just as Heng Yuan was about to speak, he suddenly flinched, looking like a cat whose fur was standing on end. He stared at the bronze alchemy cauldron, but there was nobody there. Heng Yuan's reaction gave Fu Qian the creeps. He took a second to explain how he found the secret passage and called the state preceptor for backup, then asked, "What the hell did you run into here?" Only after hearing the details did Heng Yuan believe these two were the real deal. He swallowed the Sarira back down, pressed his palms together, and started his tale. "That day, after Prince Huai's spies snatched me, they used the teleportation array at Count Pingyuan's manor to bring me here, here, and here." At this point, his face turned pale with pure terror. "There's an evil entity here. An evil entity?" Fu Qian's face shifted as his back muscles tensed up and his hair stood on end. With a look of deep suffering, Heng Yuan said, "He wanted to eat me, but since the Sarira wasn't processed yet, he failed. But the Sarira couldn't do anything to him either. And in fact, it was only a matter of time before he refined it. To fight back, I went into a state of suspended animation, putting everything into boosting the Sarira." Fu Qian quickly asked what he looked like. Heng Yuan said with lingering fear, "He felt just like a daoist from the Earth Sect, eyes full of pure malice. Just one look, and you'd fall into depravity along with him. Cruelty, greed, lust. All kinds of evil thoughts start sprouting. That's why I chose nirvana. Otherwise, I couldn't have kept my sanity while resisting him.
So it really is another clone of the Earth Sect's daoist master? Qi'an instinctively looked at Luo Yuheng and saw her looking back. Both were stunned. So where is he? Qi'an scanned the stone room and noticed something off. The secret chamber was sealed tight, with no path to the surface. He immediately looked at the abyss to the right of the stone bed, suspecting the guy was down there. Heng Yuan frowned. Not long ago I felt the outside pressure suddenly vanish. He also turned his gaze toward the abyss. Luo Yuheng took flight and dived straight into the abyss. About 5 minutes later, Luo Yuheng flew back up, bathed in golden light. For the first time, Qi'an saw absolute peak-level rage in her eyes. He tried calling out, "State preceptor!" Luo Yuheng was expressionless. "It's safe down there." What the hell is down there that made her look so pissed? Full of doubt, Qi'an asked for her opinion. "I want to go down and take a look." Luo Yuheng's perfectly carved lips curled into a cold sneer. Whatever. Qi'an leaped into the abyss, doing a freefall move. A dozen seconds later, with a loud thud, he slammed himself onto the bottom. Qi'an grumbled internally. Martial artists are so uncivilized, 0 style points. Right after, he heard another loud thud behind him. Heng Yuan had slammed down too. Qi'an added in his head. And martial monks are just as crude. Unaware he was being roasted by Lord Shu, Heng Yuan spat out the sarira. The soft, solemn golden light shattered the darkness, allowing them to see the underground scene clearly. Qi'an's face instantly froze. Everywhere he looked, there were skeletons, skulls, ribs, femurs, arm bones. They were literally piled up like mountains. It was impossible to count how many people had died here. Over the years, they'd formed a ghastly peak of white bones. These were the people Count Ping Yuan had kidnapped from the capital and its outskirts over the last 40 years. Men, women, even children. They were brought under the imperial palace, right onto the dragon vein, to be slaughtered, their lives snatched away for some twisted reason. 40 years. Just how many people died here? Qi'an's facial muscles twitched as he spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Absolute animals. Amitabha. Heng Yuan pressed his palms together and lowered his head to chant a Buddhist prayer, his burly frame shaking uncontrollably. After a long time, Qi'an calmed his raging emotions and looked at a spot not covered by bones. A massive stone tray carved with twisted, creepy runes. This teleportation array is the only way out. The Earth Sect's daoist master used it to bail. But why leave? Why now? Did my last investigation spook him? Thinking this, he looked up and shouted, "State preceptor!" Golden light descended from above. Luo Yuheng hovered in mid-air, looking down at them, the abyss, and the mountain of bones. She said coldly, "Your last entry probably tipped him off, making him choose to bounce. Toss the book of the ground over. I'll teleport to the other end to check it out. You guys head back to Count Ping Yuan's manor and wait for me." The other side of the array could be a trap, but she was just a clone. If she's lost, she's lost. She was basically a disposable tank. As long as she cut the link between her main body and the clone in time, she could dodge the Earth Sect Master's corruption. Qi'an took out the Book of the Ground fragment, manipulated his qi, and sent it onto the stone tray. Then, he injected qi from a distance. A dim, murky light flickered, lighting up the runes and activating the array. Luo Yuheng turned into a streak of golden light and charged into the array. The moment she hit the dim light, she vanished, teleported to the other side. Qi'an summoned the Book of the Ground fragment back, and he and Heng Yuan hightailed it out of the secret chamber. They sprinted through the hallway, teleported back to Count Ping Yuan's manor, exited the stone room, and stepped out of the rockery. Taking advantage of the time, Qi'an briefed Heng Yuan on the relationship between Emperor Yuanjing and the Earth Sect's daoist master, the details of that mysterious major case, and told him that daoist Golden Lotus was actually the good side of the Earth Sect master. Heng Yuan was speechless for a while, then sighed. So that's how it is. I did find it weird lately that daoist Golden Lotus could tangle with the demonic thoughts of a rank 2 expert. Wait, Lord Shu, how do you have a Book of the Ground fragment? Qi'an's face didn't twitch. Erlang is off fighting on the northern border, so he let me hold on to fragment number 3 for a bit. Master Heng Yuan, you're my last shred of hope here. Heng Yuan trusted Lord Shu completely. Nodding without a single doubt, they waited in the back garden for ages, until a streak of golden light invisible to normal people flew in and landed on the rockery. Luo Yuheng stood there and shook her head slightly. The other side is just an abandoned house in the inner city. Qi'an fell silent. An empty house? The other end wasn't the palace but just some random vacant building. The Earth Sect Master had already dipped, and he did it fast. Where did he go? Did he run away because I spooked him? Or did he go to the palace? Seeing him silent for so long, she asked. The trail went cold again? Qi'an shook his head, then nodded. The Earth Sect clone probably retreated. I might have spooked him during my first probe, but I didn't expect him to leave so fast that he didn't even clean up his hideout properly. Heng Yuan frowned. Maybe for the Earth Sect master his goal was already met. Whatever happens in the capital doesn't matter to him anymore.
Fu Xiang looked at him. How do you know he met his goal? But if he doesn't give a damn about Emperor Yuanjing's situation, he really could just walk away like a boss. Fu Xiang rubbed his face and let out a breath. Whatever. I'm going straight to the supervisor. Now that the Earth Sect master is gone, this case is a dead end. Even without a confession, my guess is basically the truth. But that doesn't matter. The mountain of bones underground is the smoking gun. With Duke Wei gone, only the supervisor can handle this, though I'm worried the old man will ghost me again like last time.
Thinking about it, the supervisor must have known about this. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence. Last time I wanted to check the dragon vein, he refused to see me. I just don't get why he's just sitting back and watching the show.
Luo Yuheng frowned.
It really doesn't make sense. Just as Fu Qian was about to speak, he felt a slap on the back of his head. He pulled out the book of the ground and saw a message from Huai Qing. I'm at the Zhu household. Get back here, ASAP.
Fu Qian asked, What's up? By the way, I rescued Heng Yuan. Huai Qing didn't respond for a while. Finally, she sent back a confused message. Totally unscathed? Fu Qian replied. Yeah, no danger at all. I'll explain when we meet. Anyway, why were you looking for me?
Huai Qing said. There's a problem with your case. Let's talk at your place. State preceptor, let's head back first. If there's any new progress, I'll let you know. I'd like to invite you.
Before Fu Qian could finish, the state preceptor turned into golden light and vanished. His expression froze. To fly us back never made it out of his mouth.
Both of them were speechless, at a loss for words. In the end, Fu Qian and Heng Yuan had no choice but to leave. Since Heng Yuan hadn't visited the old and young at the orphanage for a while, they split up. Heng Yuan returned to the orphanage alone, while Fu Qian went back to Shu Mansion to meet Princess Huai Qing.
Soon after, inside a room in Shu Mansion,
Fu Qian asked, Your Highness, what have you discovered? Huai Qing paused, searching for the right words. Her clear voice said, How did you confirm that the Earth Sect Daoist priests is 1 Qi, 3 purities? Does that even need confirmation?
Fu Qian was stunned, unsure how to reply. Huai Qing turned to Li Miaozhen and inquired,
Daoist magic can allow one to split their primordial spirit, but not necessarily into 3 people, right? Without hesitation, Li Miaozhen stated.
1 Qi, 3 purities is the pinnacle of primordial spirit techniques. It can split one person into 3, each with independent consciousness, meaning they are individual beings, but can also merge back into one.
If it were just a primordial spirit split, even those who cultivate the yin spirit could do it. But that split is incomplete, not perfect, incomparable to 1 Qi, 3 purities. Huai Qing was pleased with the answer. Turning to Fu Qian, her bright eyes scrutinized him. You once said that Daoist Golden Lotus is a remnant soul, which fits the situation of a primordial spirit split. Perhaps the Earth Sect Daoist priest only split off good and evil thoughts. The so-called 1 Qi, 3 purities, is just your guess, without any proof.
Fu Qian frowned, maintaining a steady tone, and analyzed. Perhaps the 3 Earth Sect Daoist priests have separated completely.
Yeah, that's definitely it, otherwise, Black Lotus would have found Golden Lotus already. 1 Qi. 3 purities could also mean 3 independent individuals with no connection. Separation isn't necessary.
Fu Qian recalled the Qi'an Emperor's daily life records. The Earth Sect Daoist priest's annotation on 1 Qi, 3 purities, 1 person, 3 positions, which referred to a situation where the 3 could be completely independent. Huai Qing continued. Also, you once said that in the Chuzhou massacre case, Huai Qing got the blood pill, and the Emperor got the soul pill, but the soul pill's effects aren't enough for the Emperor to risk going against the entire world.
Fu Qian nodded. That's why I started investigating Yuanjing.
Huai Qing's voice remained steady. I asked Tai Wei about the soul pill's effects, and discovered that replenishing a remnant soul is its strongest effect. The other effects are incomparable. But if the Earth Sect Daoist priest truly achieved 1 Qi, 3 purities, then the primordial spirit shouldn't be incomplete.
Let me make it clearer. Wouldn't a second-ranked Daoist expert be able to control the 1 Qi, 3 purities technique?
Fu Qian was stunned, quickly reassessing his reasoning. Combining Huai Qing's words, I fell into a flawed line of thinking. After suspecting that another of the Earth Sect Daoist priests' split souls might be hiding in the dragon vein, I linked it to the soul pill clue. I naturally assumed that the Earth Sect Daoist priest refined the soul pill to complete an incomplete soul,
but I overlooked the level of a second-ranked Daoist. If the Earth Sect Daoist priest achieved 1 Qi, 3 purities, how could there be an incomplete split soul? Yet Daoist Golden Lotus is a remnant soul. Confused thoughts flashed through his mind.
Fu Qian swallowed and said, That is indeed an inconsistency.
But just like my suspicion of the Earth Sect Daoist priest, your suspicion is just that, suspicion, without solid evidence. Qi'an nodded, her eyes gleaming, and glanced at the silver gong reputed as a legend. There's also another suspicious point. I believe the suspicious point of kidnapping residents began in the 26th year of Zhengde, which you discovered. Li Miaozhen suddenly interjected. Even though the Qi'an emperor was in power then, Yuan Jing, as the crown prince, still had the power within the palace to secretly open a secret chamber. Qi'an slowly shook her head. What I want to say is that Earl Ping Yuan was very young at that time. Extremely young, in his prime. It was secretly building a human trafficking organization, doing shady things for the emperor. This would definitely involve transactional benefits. But after the emperor ascended the throne, Earl Ping Yuan remained Earl Ping Yuan. Whether it was his title or official position, he didn't advance further. It's not that Earl Ping Yuan lacks ambition. He colluded with the Liang faction to harm Princess Pingyang in order to gain greater power, the best evidence of his ambition. Do you think this is logical? If you were Earl Ping Yuan, would you be content? You did shady things for the crown prince. And after the crown prince ascended the throne, you remained stagnant for over 20 years. The room fell silent, the atmosphere becoming heavy. Although Li Miaozhen didn't fully understand, she realized a turning point had emerged in the case. Qi'an's words made sense, and Fu Xiang didn't object. Qi'an broke the silence and asked softly, "What did you discover in the Dragon Vein underground?" Fu Xiang explained his rescue of Heng Yuan. So there is indeed a terrifying existence hidden in the Dragon Vein, but it's not the Earth Sect Daoist priest. Li Miaozhen glanced at Qi'an, then at Fu Xiang, and asked, "Then who could it be?" Qi'an shook her head. "No, we can't be sure that person isn't the Earth Sect Daoist priest. Even if the soul pill wasn't for the Earth Sect Daoist priest, even if there's a suspicious point about Earl Ping Yuan, we still can't confirm the existence in the Dragon Vein isn't the Earth Sect Daoist priest." Fu Qian thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it's simple to confirm. Heng Yuan saw that person, and Miaozhen and I met Black Lotus. We can have a portrait drawn and ask Heng Yuan to identify them." Li Miaozhen and Qi'an's eyes lit up. Fu Qian and Li Miaozhen said simultaneously, "I can't draw." For this, Qi'an was eager to take on the task. Going to a wooden table, Qi'an raised one sleeve and held a brush above the paper, asking, "What does he look like?" Fu Qian described. "Slightly gaunt face, very high nose." As he described, Li Miaozhen supplemented. Qi'an drew 4 or 5 pictures in succession. Finally, a portrait of an old man that bore a 7 or 8 resemblance to the Earth Sect Daoist priest. Fu Qian held the portrait for a moment, then whispered, "Draw another one. You should be familiar with that person." Qi'an was silent for a moment, spread out another sheet of paper, and drew the second picture. Watching Fu Qian hastily leave, Li Miaozhen frowned and asked, "Who is the second person you drew?" Qi'an didn't answer. Her face was grim and serious. "Eastern District Orphanage. Heng Yuan could no longer stay here. Yuan Jing would come again sooner or later. You can dodge the first day, but not the 15th. Leaving and cutting ties with the old and young would be better to protect them. His luggage was light, only 2 robes and a few Buddhist scriptures. You left home lonely, with just 2 or 3 things." The old caretaker stood at the door, trembling, his face full of grief. Heng Yuan folded his robes, his tone gentle. "I won't be leaving the capital for now. I plan to stay at Zhu Mansion for a while. It's a relatively safe place to hide, and it can also strengthen Zhu Mansion's defenses. After the Chuchao massacre, my situation has become exceptionally unstable. I'll visit regularly. Don't worry about money. Lord Shu is a kind-hearted person and will cover the orphanage's expenses." The old caretaker nodded repeatedly, sadly saying, "Master, you must promise not to come back. We don't want anything to happen to you again." Heng Yuan packed his luggage, passed the old caretaker, and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, 8 white-haired old people, either supported by children or leaning on crutches, gathered together. An old man opened his mouth and said, "We've come to see the master off. Leave, and don't come back. You've helped us too much. We can't involve you anymore." The children sobbed silently. Heng Yuan silently clasped his hands, bowed in respect, and as he left the orphanage he saw Fu Qian walking towards him. He happily called out, "Lord Shu!" Fu Qian grabbed his hand, pulled him aside to a quiet place, took out the portrait, and asked, "Master Heng Yuan, you've seen that existence underground, right?" Heng Yuan concentrated and identified it for a moment, then shook his head. "It's not him." Fu Qian thought, "It's not him, that's right. Heng Yuan has also seen Black Lotus, and he participated in the Lotus seed contest in Jianzhou. If it were Black Lotus, he would have pointed it out underground at that time. I overlooked this detail. Well, it's also possible that the avatar's appearance is different from Daoist Black Lotus." After all, Golden Lotus and Black Lotus don't look alike.
Fu Xiang used his hand to burn the Black Lotus portrait. He opened the second portrait that Hu Qing drew, and asked in a strange tone, Is it him? Seeing the portrait, Heng Yuan's face became solemn, and he asked in a deep voice, How did you get his picture? Is it him? Fu Qian's pupils dilated instantly as he thought,
The Qi'an Emperor. Hu Qing drew the Qi'an Emperor. The existence in the dragon vein underground is the Qi'an Emperor.
After Hu Qing pointed out 2 suspicious points, I suspected the Qi'an Emperor, so I asked Hu Qing to draw the second image, and Hu Qing actually drew a portrait of the Qi'an Emperor, meaning Hu Qing also suspected the Qi'an Emperor. So it wasn't Hu Qing and Yuan Jing who was corrupted, but the Qi'an Emperor. Right, the Qi'an Emperor repeatedly mentioned 1 Qi, 3 purities, and mentioned immortality. He was the one obsessed with immortality.
1 Qi. 3 purities, 3 positions, 1 person. 3 positions, 3 people. 1 position, 3 people, 1 person. Could be 3 Qi'an emperors, could be the Qi'an Emperor, could also be Hu Qing, could also be Yuan Jing. So the 3 father and son were 1 person, so Yuan Jing was paranoid, and treated Hu Qing with all his heart, rewarding him with the Zhengguo sword, rewarding him with the Great Feng's #1 beauty, showing trust that didn't match the emperor's mind.
I remember now. Wang Fei once said that Yuan Jing showed extreme infatuation with her beauty when he first met her. No wonder he was willing to give Wang Fei to Hu Qing. What if Hu Qing was also himself? In that case, during the Nanyuan incident, Hu Qing and Yuan Jing, even if they didn't die, had problems, either being controlled or corrupted by Earth Sect daoist priest. Then they were assimilated and taken over by the Qi'an Emperor, becoming 1 person. This is the secret. 1 person, 3 positions. This is the secret that Earth Sect daoist priest told the Qi'an Emperor.
After that Tao discussion, they probably began planning. The one under the dragon vein is the Qi'an Emperor himself. The supervisor knows everything, but he doesn't care, because the one making the ruckus isn't the Earth Sect daoist priest, but the Great Feng Emperor. No, the supervisor may have his own plans, but I can't figure it out. Earl Ping Yuan always committed human trafficking, but didn't dare to take credit. This is because he was working for the Qi'an Emperor, not Yuan Jing.
Why did the Qi'an Emperor need those people?
The Chuzhou massacre case gave me the answer. Blood pills and soul pills. The Qi'an Emperor isn't an authentic daoist, and couldn't perfectly master 1 Qi, 3 purities. Because of this, he left hidden troubles, such as incomplete primordial spirit, therefore needing soul pills to repair it.
Seeing him silent for so long, Heng Yuan called out, Lord Shu! Fu Qiang opened his mouth and said,
I still have many things to arrange. Master Heng Yuan, let's go back to Shu Mansion first.
Heng Yuan clasped his hands. Sorry for the trouble. Heng Yuan can stay at Shu Mansion. For Shu Qi'an, and for the Shu family, this was a huge reassurance. With a saintess of the Tianzong, a dark-skinned Nanzhao girl, and a monk hiding a relic, the defensive power of the Shu residence was frighteningly high, far surpassing that of most aristocratic residences. At Heng Yuan's insistence, he was moved to a separate room in the outer courtyard. Although he was a monk, he was still a man, so it was inconvenient to stay in the inner courtyard, which was full of women. After a quick clean of the room, Heng Yuan put his palms together and said, Thank you, benefactor. As soon as the servant left, and he was about to close the door for meditation, a small head popped out from the doorway, its dark eyes blankly staring at him with curiosity. Heng Yuan smiled gently and said, Little benefactor. Zhu Lingyin asked, Do you want to live in my house too? Heng Yuan looked apologetic and waved his hand. I'm disturbing you. Zhu Lingyin took out a piece of almost smashed pastry from her pocket and offered it up. For you to eat. What a kind and thoughtful child. Heng Yuan smiled, touched, took the pastry, and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling the taste was a little strange. Zhu Lingyin happily ran out. Before long, she came back tugging a wilted orchid, roots covered in mud. Zhu Lingyin raised her eyebrows and said sadly, I was playing outside, and dropped Mom's favorite flower. I'm gonna get beat. Monk bro, can you say you knocked it over? You're a guest. Mom won't hit you, Heng Yuan said helplessly.
A monk doesn't lie. Zhu Lingyin tilted her head, confused. What does that mean? Heng Yuan gently explained. It means you can't lie.
Zhu Lingyin burst into tears. Then give me back my pastry. I hid it in my shoe for 3 days and couldn't bear to eat it. Heng Yuan immediately spat it out, his face darkened.
Over at the study, Hu Qing and Li Miaozhen were indeed still waiting.
Seeing Fu Xiang return, Hu Qing quickly stood up and asked, Is it him?
Fu Xiang shook his head. It's not him. Pausing for a few seconds, he added in a deep voice, It is him. 2 answers, 2 hymns corresponding to the 2 paintings. Hearing this, Hu Qing seemed unable to accept the truth. Her body swayed as she nearly collapsed. Seeing this, Fu Xiang rushed over and tightly embraced her waist, sighing, Your Highness, please restrain your grief." Wei Qing leaned on his shoulder and sobbed, "I'm fine, I'm fine." Li Miaozhen, standing behind, watched this embrace, panicking and muttering, "What? What are you doing? What are you going to do in front of me?" This didn't last long. After a brief cry, Wei Qing quickly suppressed her emotions and pushed Fu Xiang away. Li Miaozhen, seizing the opportunity, peppered him with questions. "What exactly is going on?" Fu Xiang glanced at Wei Qing, seeing that she didn't object, and explained to the saintess of Tianzhou, "The one under the dragon vein isn't the Earth Sect daoist, it's the Immortal Emperor." Immortal Emperor? Li Miaozhen's face immediately went blank. Her mouth slowly dropped open, her beautiful eyes widened, Fu Qian's words repeating in her head. After a long while she heard herself whisper, "How is that possible?" Fu Qian sighed again. "The one truly obsessed with immortality is the Immortal Emperor. I find it hard to believe too, but the truth is probably like that." The Immortal Emperor's physical condition was actually not good. Although he was muddled, the alchemists of the Imperial Observatory's diagnosis wouldn't be wrong. The Immortal Emperor indulged in women and exhausted his body. This point was clearly recorded in history. Zheng De liked women, said it all in a few short words. "You know your own body best." That's why the Immortal Emperor craved cultivation and immortality. But because of the rule that those blessed by fate can't achieve immortality, he could only suppress this desire deep in his heart until the Earth Sect daoist came to the capital. And then some unknown secrets must have occurred, changing the Immortal Emperor's perception and showing him the possibility of immortality. It took Li Miaozhen a long time to process this news, repeatedly objecting, "Impossible! The Immortal Emperor isn't a Taoist disciple. The Immortal Emperor isn't even a martial artist. And that being you saw in the underground dragon vein was so powerful, it made you tremble." Wei Qing, her eyes red-rimmed, took a deep breath and said, "There's no causal relationship between the two. The Immortal Emperor was an ordinary person, but that doesn't mean he lacked talent." Among the imperial family, any prince qualified to compete for the throne would have taken consorts early on to produce offspring for the imperial family, because having descendants was one of the important criteria for competing for the position of crown prince. Even if a prince was obsessed with martial arts, it would disgust the emperor and his ministers. Obsessed with martial arts, where would he find the energy to handle state affairs? He was obsessed with daoist cultivation for 20 years. Wasn't the court full of dissent? That's the best example. The meaning of this sentence is that if you want to be emperor, you have to give up cultivation, because humans have their limits. The Immortal Emperor chose the throne, but that doesn't mean he lacked talent. In the past 20 years, he was like a parasite attached to the Great Feng's national fortune, exploiting it to the extreme, squeezing the people's sweat and tears. Even if a pig ate so many resources, it would become Tian Peng, Marshal of the Canopy. Moreover, according to the current situation, the Immortal Emperor's talent isn't weak either. Li Miaozhen was speechless. Something occurred to her, and she exclaimed in shock, "Where is Zhenbei King's body?" Fu Qian and Wei Qing looked at each other, not knowing why she was so agitated. "What's wrong?" Zhenbei King's body was torn into pieces, dead beyond dead. In the Chuchao case, no one cared about how the body of a prince was handled. The saintess of Tianzhou, with a look of extreme horror, looked at the two and said, "One qi transforms into three purities. One being, three persons, one being. Unless you completely kill all three clones, they won't die. What dies is just the accumulated Qi'an blood. What dies is just 1/3 of the primordial spirit." Fu Qian and Wei Qing's expressions drastically changed. Cut to Sungbo Yongzhen Mountain and River Temple after reconstruction. Yuan Jing was standing in front of the statue of the founding emperor saying, "High Ancestor, you established the Great Feng dynasty, condensed the Central Plains, fortune, advanced to the first rank. At your peak, even the witch god sect could only hold their noses and accept it. Martial Ancestor, you overthrew the corrupt direct line, the Confucian scholars approved, ascended the throne and proclaimed yourself emperor, advanced to the first rank, then the Confucian scholars flourished, and even the Buddhist sect could only retreat to the western regions. Great Feng has been established for 600 years, and other than you two, there are no more first-rank martial artists. But no matter how powerful you were in life, no matter how much you awed the four seas, after 100 years, you're just a pile of yellow earth." Emperor Yuanjing's eyes were calm, his tone affirmative. "And I will become the first immortal emperor of Great Feng. Soon, very soon." The capital's territory, the Fulong mountain range. Observed from above, the Fulong mountain range looked like a giant sleeping dragon. This mountain was towering, condensing the trend of the Earth's veins. and was the best feng shui treasure land in the capital's territory. About 30,000 years ago, that generation's emperor built his mausoleum here. In the 30,000 years since then, 6 emperors have been buried in the Fulong mountain range. Therefore, the imperial mausoleum here is also known as the Feng 6 mausoleums. The immortal emperor was also buried here. A group of 4 secretly sneaked into the imperial mausoleum, using the imperial observatories and Confucianism's magic to avoid the defense line of the crude martial artists, crossed the outer building of the imperial mausoleum, entered the mountain, and stood outside the immortal emperor's mausoleum. They came this time to do a final verification. As the king of a country, faking death wasn't that simple. The entire court, civil and military officials, imperial physicians, and the imperial observatory would all do a thorough confirmation. The immortal emperor had already been put in the coffin, so he must have been dead at that time. What exactly happened? They still had to go down to the tomb to investigate. Outside the mausoleum, Fu Xiang tore off a Confucian talisman and said to the 3 beauties, "Hug me." Zhongli obediently hugged him from behind. Wei Qing and Li Miaozhen glanced at him and put their hands on his shoulders. Shu Qi'an thought to himself, Zhongxiji is still the most obedient. Wei Qing and Miaozhen have 2 strong personalities. He didn't pause his mouth, using his qi to ignite the paper and chant, "We are not outside the mausoleum, but inside the main gate of the mausoleum." The paper burned out, and a faint blue light wrapped around the 4, disappearing from sight. Zhang Li took out a night-luminescent pearl made into a magic weapon, letting it emit a clear light, illuminating the dark interior of the tomb. Li Miaozhen turned her head and glanced, discovering that the 4 of them only passed through the main gate of the mausoleum, not invading the mausoleum, and couldn't help but frown. "Why not just say, inside the main tomb?" Shu Qian said resentfully. "You don't love me at all." Hearing this, Li Miaozhen was startled and turned away, thinking embarrassedly. Confucian magic has to bear the backlash, only passing through one door. The effect of the magic backlash would be very light. If they directly teleported to the main tomb, passing through all kinds of mechanisms and difficulties along the way, it would be returned to the caster through the method of backlash. Zhang Li took the lead and said, "The immortal emperor's mausoleum has a total of 12 major mechanisms, 72 minor mechanisms, and 9 formations." As if she knew it like the back of her hand, she introduced, "Everyone follow behind me. Don't wander around." The designer and supervisor of the imperial mausoleum was the Imperial Observatory. Zhang Li was a disciple of the supervisor, and was qualified to review the drawings and supervise the construction of the immortal emperor's mausoleum. Li Miaozhen doubted in a low voice. "Following her, won't we be more dangerous?" Shu Qian waved his hand. "It's okay, just follow her." In case of accidents, he put the supervisor's jade pendant into the earth book fragment. Shu Qian is now the son of destiny, who's fully powered up, enough to offset the bad luck brought by the supervisor's mouth power. Along the way, they were frightened, but unharmed. Under Zhang Li's guidance, they smoothly avoided the mechanisms and broke the formations. The 4 finally arrived at the main tomb. The main gate of the main tomb was 2 tall stone doors that were tightly closed. Shu Qian stopped, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Li Miaozhen turned her head and looked at him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just seems like I have tomb raiding anxiety disorder." Shu Qian used a rambling way to ease the emotions in his heart. The immortal emperor's main body couldn't possibly return to the ancient tomb, right? I hope I don't have the bad luck aura of, opening the coffin will definitely cause the corpse to rise. He took a deep breath, pressed his hands against the stone door, his muscles bulging, and pushed the stone door open with force. The martial artist's instinct for danger didn't give a warning. Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and led the way into the main tomb. Zhang Li raised the night-luminescent pearl, the clear light illuminating the main tomb, shining on the pillars, terracotta statues, utensils, and burial objects. Shu Qian looked at the center of the main tomb. Black jade formed the base, on which was placed a huge coffin made of sandalwood, trimmed with white jade. Placing his hands on the coffin and waiting for a moment, confirming that his powerful intuition didn't give a warning, Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and slowly pushed open the coffin. Inside the coffin was a sandalwood coffin, normal size. Opening the coffin, and Zhang Li came closer. The scene in the coffin was reflected in Shu Qian's eyes. In the coffin was laid out gold silk, with a skeleton lying on it. Li Miaozhen came to the side of the coffin, assessed the skeleton, and recalled the information on the immortal emperor that she collected before departure. "The height is close." Looking at the remains, she said, "Male. This. There's a corpse in the coffin, indicating that the immortal emperor was really placed in the coffin at first, and it wasn't a fake death." Li Miaozhen frowned. This scene was not quite like what they had predicted. In their speculation, the immortal emperor faked his death and was buried, then quietly opened the coffin and sneaked out.
"Pass me the night pearl." Hu Xiang reached out, taking the glowing artifact from Zhang Li's palm. She didn't give a damn about the toxic stench wafting from the coffin. Leaning over, she carefully scrutinized the remains of the former emperor.
After a moment, her expression shifted into pure shock. "This guy isn't the former emperor."
Fu Xiang frowned. "What's your proof?" According to the archives, the former emperor had no physical disabilities. This skeleton also looked perfectly fine. In a world lacking high-tech forensics, identifying someone just by glancing at their bones seemed like a total reach to Fu Xiang. Holding the night pearl high, Hu Xiang explained with a complex look. "His limbs are unusually way longer than a normal person's. He was a eunuch. If a male is castrated young, their body develops differently after hitting adulthood. They grow taller, but their limb proportions become slightly distorted and longer than average." Fu Xiang squinted and realized the arm bones were indeed a bit off. "Wait, what's the science behind that?" "Well, she isn't called Dao Feng's #1 scholar waifu for nothing. He had some forensic knowledge from his previous life, but his era didn't exactly have eunuchs running around." Fu Xiang whispered. "So, there's no doubt left.
A ruler of a nation is protected by fate. They can't be possessed by outsiders, unless the intruder is also an emperor. In other words, the entity beneath the dragon vein couldn't be the Earth Sect's leader wearing the former emperor's skin. Since this skeleton is a fake, it's now a GGWP conclusion. The former emperor is the mastermind behind the scenes." Hu Xiang didn't respond, her gaze filled with a touch of loneliness.
"Let's move." Fu Xiang slid the coffin lid shut and sighed. Emperor Yuan hadn't been himself for a long time. Maybe it happened during that autumn hunting accident at Nanyuan. Or maybe he was swapped out 20 years ago when he suddenly obsessed over cultivation. He didn't know the how yet, but the who was right in front of them. Cut to the outskirts of Yan capital. The Dao Feng army originally planned to blitz the city, but they got jumped by Kang reinforcement units. They had to pivot their strategy to deal with these annoying pests first. When it came to heavy artillery, Dao Feng basically played on God mode, absolutely shredding the Kang army. This firepower was exactly why Dao Feng dominated the 9 provinces. Even though the sorcerer god sect had spent years smuggling cannons and crossbows, they lacked the high-level alchemists to maintain them. Their gear was outdated and breaking down, while Dao Feng's tech was constantly getting buffed. Nangong Qianru sat on his horse, recalling Wei Yuan's parting words. "If you don't want to retreat within 3 days, then 6 days is your absolute limit. On the 6th day, you get the hell out of there no matter what." And today was day 6. Suddenly, a scout rushed up. "General, an enemy unit is charging our artillery." Nangong Qianru thought, "Fine, I'll finish this fight before we dip." He raised his sword. "Heavy cavalry. On me. Charge!"
Nangong Qianrao commanded 10,000 heavy cavalrymen, the elite of the elite. To cover the main force's siege on Yan capital, he had to break the Kang army's encirclement. On the opposing side, enemy generals roared, "Da Feng's heavy cavalry is coming! Follow me and take their heads!" Nangong Qianru charged at the front, but his eyes narrowed as he recognized the enemy, the Modao unit. The Modao, a massive pole sword, rose to fame during the early Great Zhao dynasty. Weighing over 80 caddies and forged from premium iron, only the absolute units among soldiers could wield them. Back then, Great Zhou didn't have alchemists. They relied on 20,000 Modao soldiers to be invincible. Every single one was a peak refined essence realm warrior. One swing could split a man and his horse in half. They were the hard counter to heavy cavalry. Usually, Dao Feng's riders wouldn't stand a chance. But what people didn't know was why Wei Yuan spent 20 years chilling in the stargazing tower. This was his trap card. The 10,000 sets of heavy armor he spent 2 decades of effort and gold on were about to make history. The Modao was a relic of the past, and Dao Feng's upgraded heavy cavalry simply steamrolled through them. Before long, the Modao unit and the Kang army were practically wiped from the map. Suddenly, an eerie, overlapping chant echoed through the Kang ranks, a sound from another world. The entire battlefield turned spiritual. The dead Modao soldiers, blood still warm, actually started crawling back up. Some were missing heads, some had holes in their chests, but they stood up and rejoined the fray. For a sorcerer, as long as a corpse isn't shredded to bits or burned to ash, it's basically an infinite soldier glitch. Roar! A deafening cry came from the clouds as massive flying beasts swooped down over the Da Feng army, dropping boulders and fire oil like primitive bombers. Below, the heavy cavalry scrambled to raise their shields, struggling to hold the line. At the same time, the gates of Yan capital creaked open. The Yan army poured out, attempting a pincer attack with the Kang remnants. The war raged from dawn until dusk. The Yan army retreated after losing 8,000 men, and the Kang army took such a beating they had to fall back 30 miles. Even though Da Feng won the engagement, the vibes were definitely not it, a general said grimly. The enemy's strategy is brain-dead simple. Trap us here until we run out of supplies, then pick us off. We're almost out of food. By the day after tomorrow, we'll be eating our horses. The Daofeng army was in a massive pinch for 3 reasons. 1. The siege was a fail. Yuan capital was way harder to crack than the previous 7 cities. It was packed with experts and guarded by a 3rd-rank sorcerer. Taking it now was basically mission impossible. 2. Their supply lines were toasted. Without food, they were a house of cards. The sharp blade Daofeng had stabbed into the enemy's gut was getting dull. Inside the tent, a scarred general spat. "I'll lead a raid on the nearby villages for grain. We cannot kill the horses. Absolutely not." Qi'an snorted. "General Zhao, that's on you then. Wei Gong's order was to hold for 10 days. 6 are down, 4 to go. After that, we bounce." He paused, looking at the low morale of his officers. "Honestly, this war is weird. The supply cut is even weirder. I still don't get Wei Gong's endgame, but an order is an order. Again, even if he tells me to jump into a volcano, I won't blink. We have 30,000 brothers left. In 4 days, I don't know how many will still be breathing. Hell, I don't even know if I'll make it. But the sorcerer god sect has been flexing on us for too long, corrupting our officials, supporting bandits, making life hell for our people. And now they want our northern borders? Even if we're wiped out, we're taking the Yuan and Kang armies down with us." "You lot scared of dying?" one general barked back. "Scared of what? If I'm on the battlefield, I've already accepted my fate. 4 days? I'll still be kicking. If Wei Gong says hold, I'll hold for 40 if I have to." Nanggong Qianru suddenly spoke up. "I'm taking 10,000 heavy cavalry and leaving tonight." The generals froze. They only had 30,000 left, and he was taking the elite 1/3 of their strength? Qi'an stared him down. "Wei Gong's orders?" Nanggong gave a curt nod. After a long silence, the young general smiled. "Fine. Go do what you need to do. We'll hold the fort here." Nanggong Qianrao didn't waste time and turned to leave. At the tent's exit, he stopped. He looked back, scanning every single face one last time. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists. "Everyone, take care." The officers replied in unison. "Take care." Meanwhile, inside the Yuan capital palace, the air was full of mockery. "Ha. Turns out Daofeng's, god of war, isn't all that. Maybe 20 years of politics turned his brain to mush. He hasn't led an army in decades. We're gonna crush Wei Yuan's reputation and shock the world. 10,000 men to take our headquarters? What a joke." Nurhajia sat on his throne, looking down at his court. Held them for 6 days. They only tried one real siege before running away like losers. Now, with Kang reinforcements and the supply lines cut, a few more days and Daofeng would have to tuck tail and run. The capital was safe. Once they retreated, the Yan-Kang Alliance would chase them down. The sorcerer god sect was winning this round. He looked at Grandmaster Yi Erbu and smiled. "Grandmaster, once we kick Wei Yuan out, we can help Kang stabilize the northern border. After this, Daofeng won't be able to send reinforcements for years. Those 30,000 miles in the north will belong to us." Yi Erbu, clutching his golden staff, said coldly, "The north can wait. The main HQ's order is to bury the Daofeng army right here. Especially Wei Yuan. He must not return to Daofeng alive." Nurhajia was stunned. He didn't get why the HQ was so obsessed with one man. War is about the big picture and territory, not some personal vendetta. Killing Wei Yuan seemed less important than seizing the north. Yi Erbu continued. "But trapping Wei Yuan here is an unexpected win. You've done well. I'll make sure the HQ hears about your merit." Nurhajia grinned. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Suddenly, Yi Erbu tilted his head, as if listening to voices from another dimension, countless whispers overlapping. His face went from calm to absolute fury in a split second. "The sorcerer god is summoning me?" "Wei Yuan!" Yi Erbu transformed into a streak of black light. He blasted out of the hall and vanished into the night. "Wei Yuan?" Nurhajia was left blinking in confusion. The other generals looked at each other, totally lost. What the hell did Wei Yuan do to trigger the Grandmaster like that? Thousands of miles away in the Kang capital, another streak of black light shot toward the northeast. At dawn, Nanggong Qianru finally reached the spot Wei Yuan had designated. It was a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with a small stream. He ordered his men to rest. He followed Wei Yuan's strict manual. Rest every 10 miles, clean the horses, muzzles, and water them every 3 miles. Campfires were lit, and vegetable soup was soon boiling. The grain was raided from villages, but the veggies they had brought themselves. Thinking about the veggies, Nanggong remembered that annoying brat Fu Xiang. Before the expedition, Fu Xiang gave Wei Yuan a tip. Sun-dry the veggies, squeeze out the moisture, and pack them into sheep intestines. They were light to carry, but once soaked in water, they expanded like crazy.
Add a pinch of salt, and the taste was enough to make a grown soldier cry. Nan Gongshan stood there, wondering what his adoptive father's goal was in telling him to break away from the main army. Wei Yuan pointed him south, against the army's advance. Nan Gongshan vaguely realized that his adoptive father had spent 20 years designing and creating these 10,000 heavy cavalry suits of armor, and that they might have another purpose. So he had to break away from the main army. His adoptive father's idea was to try not to let this heavy cavalry suffer major losses, but what was the point? Just as Nan Gongshan was thinking this, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "You!" He turned his head sharply, and saw a white-robed daoist with ordinary looks, standing behind him since who knows when. This white-robed daoist had gentle features, the typical Zhongyuan type, without sharp angles, shallow eyes, and slightly thick lips, giving people a simple impression. Nan Gongshan jumped up reflexively, like a gazelle, quickly creating distance, and drew his saber, shouting, "Who are you?" The heavy cavalrymen drew their sabers and mounted their horses in unison, their movements swift, displaying extremely high military quality. The white-robed daoist said unhurriedly, "You!" Nan Gongshan shouted again, "Who are you?" This white-robed daoist appeared silently behind him, his cultivation level definitely above Yang Tiangshuan. The white-robed daoist said, "Too late." After a while, he finally finished the sentence, "You are too late." Nan Gongshan finally understood what the other party was saying, and said in surprise, "You've been waiting for me? Did my adoptive father tell you to come?" The white-robed daoist nodded. Nan Gongshan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Who are you? What arrangements did my adoptive father make for us to find you?" The white-robed daoist looked at him calmly and said in a flat tone, "I am the supervisor." Nan Gongshan's face changed wildly. The supervisor? Is he the supervisor? How could he be the supervisor? It's not like I've never seen the supervisor before. Wait, it's not necessarily the supervisor's main body, it could be a clone. Right, that would explain why he appeared behind me without me noticing. My adoptive father told us to meet the supervisor. What exactly is he trying to do? Nan Gongshan took a deep breath, bowed respectfully to the supervisor, and then heard the white-robed daoist say, "Second disciple? Second disciple?" Nan Gongshan was stunned at first, then suddenly reacted. "You are the supervisor's second disciple?" The white-robed daoist smiled and nodded steadily. Nan Gongshan's face twitched non-stop, and he tried to suppress his anger and asked, "What arrangements did my adoptive father make?" The white-robed daoist said in a deep voice, "Ah," and then fell silent. Having experienced this before, Nan Gongshan wasn't in a hurry, and waited patiently, taking the opportunity to recall the identity of this daoist. The supervisor's second disciple was outside all year round. Nan Gongshan had only heard of him but never met him. Unexpectedly, he had the chance to meet this second disciple today. Well, it could only be said that he was indeed a disciple of the supervisor. 10 minutes later, the white-robed daoist finally squeezed out the second half of the sentence, "Don't know, I don't know." This sentence made Nan Gongshan so angry that he spat blood. The white-robed daoist smiled innocently at Nan Gongshan, raised his hand and gently wiping away Nan Gongshan's existence, wiping away the existence of 10,000 heavy cavalrymen. Scene changes to the top of Jingshan Mountain. High up in the sky at dawn, a guard covered his mouth and yawned, then called his companion, Hey, it's time to wake up. It's almost time to change shifts." His companion rubbed his eyes, his dark circles heavy, and yawned lazily. "Fu Xiang, I heard that the situation in the north is very good. I really want to go to the battlefield to earn military merits. I can get promoted and make money, so I can have money to marry a wife." Suddenly, Fu Xiang stared blankly at the sea, rubbing his eyes, as if doubting what he saw. The sea glittered, and a huge warship appeared at the end of the horizon, followed by 2, 3, 5. As many as 20 warships formed a triangle, sailing with the wind and waves, quickly approaching. Woo-woo, the horn sounded immediately from the watchtower, spreading throughout Jingshan Mountain. The 20,000 garrison troops stationed in the camp in the city quickly crowded out. 5,000 cavalry, 14,000 infantry, from generals to soldiers, were all a little confused. Who was so bold as to attack Jingshan City? Looking through history from ancient times, the Witch God sect was born in the northeast, and no war had ever occurred in Jingshan City. 20,000 troops followed the main road that was opened, circling around the top of Jingshan Mountain, and arrived at the coast in a cloud of dust. As the headquarters of the Witch God sect, the population of Jingshan City was close to 500,000. The city was full of cultivators who practiced the witch system, and the garrison only had 25,000 people. For a majestic city of 500,000 people, the military strength was really weak. But it wasn't that the Witch God sect didn't have enough troops, but that it didn't need them. This was the headquarters of the Witch God sect, with the statue of the Witch God,
the first-rank Grand Witch Master, a large number of experts in the witch system, and a huge number of martial artists. It was no exaggeration to say that the defensive power and overall strength of Jingshan City were not inferior to the capital of Dafeng. Streaks of black light flew up from the city, like dense shooting stars, passing over the top of Jingshan Mountain and landing on the coast. The witches, led by the city lord Nalan Yan, squinted into the distance. They saw 20 huge warships breaking through the waves in the far sea. Nalan Yan was 8 feet tall, his thick beard covering half of his face, and he had naturally curly brown hair. A dual cultivator of witch and martial arts, this city lord was a peak 4th-rank witch and a peak 4th-rank martial artist, just half a step away from crossing the threshold of immortals and becoming a 3rd-rank expert with a long lifespan. Nalan Yan also had another identity. The Witch God sect had 3 spirit wisdom witches, 1 Grand Witch Master. The 3 spirit wisdom witches were the national teachers of the 3 countries of Jing, Kang, and Yan, and were usually not at the headquarters, while the Grand Witch Master was addicted to truffle deer and lived a leisurely life. The city lord of Jingshan City was originally a 2nd-rank martial artist, but in the Shanhai Pass campaign, that 2nd-rank martial artist was lured into the enemy by Wei Yuan and killed in conjunction with the Arhat of the Buddhist sect. Nalan Yan was the son of that 2nd-rank martial artist. The sunlight rose, the sea rippled with golden light. Nalan Yan narrowed his eyes, looked deeply at the blue figure at the bow of the ship, and suddenly revealed a cold smile. In addition to the witches and the garrison, there was also a group of people with uneven cultivation levels, but there was definitely no shortage of experts, who soon arrived at the coast but did not get close, observing from a distance. These martial artists were freelancers in Jingshan City. In Dafeng's words, they were Jianghu people. Those are the Dafeng warships. Is that Wei Yuan at the bow? That blue robe is consistent with the legend of Wei Yuan. Dude's a legit military genius. Heard he was leading the Dafeng army in Yan country and facing some serious resistance. I was all like, Wei Yuan ain't all that, but the mad lad broke through straight from the sea. But ain't that suicide? Nah, Wei Yuan's play is smart, but my Wu Shen sect is airtight. Even if he's a military god, he's got to eat these 20 battleships head on. Too bad. Random cultivators are chilling, even smirking. They got a point though. Wu Shen sect's main altar, Jingshan City, borders the vast ocean. Surrounded by Yan, Jing, and Kang countries for a millennia. Ain't nobody from the Central Plains, the North, or the Buddhist powerhouse of the 9 provinces ever stormed the Wu Shen sect's main altar, you know? Not once. Why? Don't people know how to build ships? 2 words. Rainmaster. On Jingshan's cliffs, great wizard Salun Agu, draped in a hemp robe, cradles a lamb, watching the incoming battleships. 2nd-grade wizards are called rainmasters. Back in ancient times, with the erratic climate, northeastern tribes offered sacrifices to the Wu Shen sect during droughts, begging for help. The wizards took the offerings and performed rituals to summon rain. Usually, a 2nd-grade wizard led the ritual, only they were qualified. That's how they got the rainmaster title. But summoning rain is just one of their tricks. A 2nd-grade wizard's real power is connecting with heaven and earth to borrow some of its power. Some random cultivator's like, yo, check it! The great wizard's about to throw down. The hemp robe billows. Crystalline energy surges around Salun Agu, reaching out to the surroundings. Slowly, he becomes one with nature. Salun Agu gently blows out a breath. And it's like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, turning into a freaking storm! Suddenly, the calm sea turns wild. The clear sky gets choked with dark clouds. Lightning flashes, thunder booms, rain pours down, and the waves churn like crazy. The once peaceful coastal waters are now under a massive storm. 20 huge battleships look weak and tiny against nature's force, bobbing like toys. Some even get flipped, then crash back down, sending waves everywhere. Cannons and crossbows on deck are all over the place, some flying off into the deep blue. Crew and sailors are grabbing anything they can to avoid getting yeeted into the ocean or smashed against the masts. Soldiers in the hold have it worse, spinning left and right, getting tossed up and slammed down. With so many people crammed in all this chaos, over 100 soldiers already kicked the bucket, but that's nothing compared to what's coming. They could get swallowed by the storm any second. The wizards and commanders can't help but laugh. Is this a battle? Nah, it's a death wish. Is Wei Yuan really all that? All this talk about how OP he is and this is it? Lol, daring to cross the sea to attack the main altar is kinda impressive though, haha. While they're busy gloating, a light pillar connects the sky and the ships, making them shout in surprise. What the hell is that? Then comes a roar, and savage-looking Jiaolong appear, calming the sea and scaring the commanders. Northern Demon Clan, Jiaolong descendants, divine beast Jiaolong. Wei Yuan, standing among them, says,
They're water bullies, born to manipulate water spirits. They can make storms and calm them too. Jiaolong are northern demons. No wonder Wei Yuan dared to cross the sea, he was relying on them. Nalanyan's face darkened slightly, and he says calmly, as expected, he wouldn't come without a plan. Order the army to retreat and intercept the Feng army as soon as they land.
As soon as the order is given, a heavy thud comes from the sea. Seconds later, a deep pit explodes on the beach not far away, sending shrapnel and shockwaves everywhere. More and more cannonballs start raining down, targeting the commanders and wizards on the shore.
"Retreat! Fall back now!" a general yells, waving his flag. Just as he finishes,
a cannonball lands right next to him. Boom! Fire explodes, and the general gets blown away. He's not dead yet, but his copper skin and iron bones are instantly shredded, leaving him critically injured. That's why Nalanyan ordered the retreat. Daofeng's battleships are equipped with powerful cannons and crossbows, with long ranges, and tons of them. Defending the beach means getting straight up murdered. They thought the Great Wizard's magic could wipe out the entire fleet, but the Jiaolong's intervention ruined that. The best plan now is to retreat, then use the mountain roads and forests to defend Jingshan City. That job requires the commanders to sacrifice themselves. The battlefield is a wizard's home turf. Too bad this ain't a battlefield, but a wizard's HQ. The scariest zombie soldier tactics are now useless. Even if they could use a massive zombie army and a drawn-out war, those zombies would probably be the people of Jingshan City. That's the worst option. As for the best option, Nalanyan thinks it's simple. The Great Wizard just needs to take out the blue-robed guy on the spot. Daofeng's army loses its head, its combat power is cut in half, and Wei Yuan, the mortal trash, loses his cultivation. Boom, boom, boom! Cannonballs pound the beach, crossbow bolts slam into the ground, causing massive casualties in the Wushen Sect's army, throwing them into chaos. What do we do? Our corpse control methods don't work on the Daofeng army from afar, and wizards aren't good at defense, so they can't even handle the artillery fire. Even invincible battlefield wizards like us have lost our advantage in a flash. Just then, a black aura rushes in from the southwest, stopping above the Wushen Sect's people. A sleeve is waved, and dozens of cannonballs are knocked away. The wizards below see him and cheer. Elder Yi Erbu! Elder Yi Erbu is here! Now we can relax. Yi Erbu stands in the air, looking at the blue-robed guy on the flagship. He frowns and takes out 3 coins to cast a divination for himself. The divination shows good fortune, so he's instantly relieved. He shouts, "Retreat! Scatter and defend the mountain roads. 100 people per squad, each squad with a wizard." After giving the order, Yi Erbu puts away the coins and rapidly forms a hand seal, summoning an incomplete illusion in the void above his head. Yi Erbu's blood energy surges, and his muscles bulge, tearing his robe as he turns into a giant several yards tall. The giant controls the black light, shooting it towards the flagship, towards Wei Yuan. The flamboyant dude with the weathered eyes smiles slightly and gently raises his hand, grabbing the giant's neck and clenching his fingers. Boom! The incomplete illusion above Yi Erbu's head explodes. Wei Yuan smiles gently and says, "Praiseworthy courage." Yi Erbu's neck cracks, and in that instant he breaks his own fingers, turning the bloody stumps into twisting crimson runes. The runes engulf Wei Yuan, seeping into him. This ain't physical damage, so the warrior's copper skin and iron bones won't protect him. This is a Wu wizard's curse-kill technique. Curse-kill techniques come in 2 forms. The first is to get the target's blood, hair, or even clothes or belongings, using them as a medium to cast the curse. At the 3rd grade level, you don't need any medium to cast a curse remotely, but the effect is weaker. The other form is to sacrifice your own flesh and blood to initiate a curse against the target. The prerequisite for this is that the enemy has already injured you. The blood-colored runes corrode Wei Yuan's soul and wear down his blood energy, causing him to freeze for a moment. But in the next second, all the negativity is shattered by the warrior's powerful aura. But that 1 second is enough for Yi Erbu. He crushes a compass artifact. His body disappears, reappearing hundreds of yards away, summoning a bird-like illusion. Sharp claws latch onto his shoulders, and he quickly flees towards Jingshan. Yi Erbu is seriously injured, choosing to summon the soul of a bird demon to escape. Each burst of blood energy on Yi Erbu's body heals injuries that would be fatal to a 7th-grade cultivator. On the beach, the Wushen Sect's army stares in disbelief. "He's running! Elder Yi Erbu ran away! What do we do now?" Just as they're clueless, Wei Yuan yells, "Kill into Jingshan City! Massacre the entire city!" Immediately, the Daofeng ships land. At the same time, the Daofeng soldiers roar, "Massacre the city! Massacre the city! Massacre the city!" Immediately, the Daofeng army, armed with sabers, crossbows, or fire guns, rushes off the ships and starts slaughtering. Sa Lun Agu, standing above,
sneers. War weakens fortune, and massacre taints fortune. He glances at Wei Yuan and says with a smile, 2 years ago, I predicted that Da Feng would have an unparalleled warrior in 20 years. I thought you were just a flash in the pan, but you've been hiding your strength. Let me see if you're second grade or first grade. He orders the 2 guys next to him, Yi Erbu, Wu Dabiota, test him. The 2 third-grade Wu Shen sect wizards aren't scared or hesitant, and they summon a spirit. Yi Erbu summons a warrior spirit. He used to take the spirit's power, turning into a giant. Above Wu Dabiota is a bald monk with a fierce face and bulging muscles, a Buddhist Vajra. Wei Yuan shakes his head. Warriors build their strength step by step. You're just borrowing power and defense. You only have the shell. In front of a higher-grade warrior, you won't last a hit. Just as he finishes speaking, there's a bang-bang. The diving Yi Erbu and Wu Dabiota are knocked back. The illusions above their heads scatter. Sa Lun Agu looks at Wei Yuan, admiring him. You've touched the threshold of Dao integration, but your blood energy's a bit weak. Peak third-grade blood energy. Dao integration realm. If I'm not wrong, you must have turned your original blood energy into a blood pill to preserve it. In the past 20 years, your realm has increased, but your body and aura are still stuck at third grade. Give you another 2 or 3 years to combine, and you could smoothly enter the second grade. How did you hide from Yuan Jing? Wei Yuan calmly replies, I was obedient for 10 years. Then I got bored, so I planned to rebuild my path. That's why I asked the supervisor to shield me from heaven's secrets. But Yuan Jing still recognized me later. Sa Lun Agu nods. Destroy then rebuild. Not bad. The supervisor must be furious, huh? If you hadn't crippled your cultivation back then, you wouldn't be dying here today. Wei Yuan looks at the canyon, at the towering altar, and calmly declares, I'm going to seal the Wu God. He takes 1 step, covering 100 yards. With the second step, he'll reach the altar in the canyon. Wei Yuan takes the second step, but he's back in front of Sa Lun Agu. Time seems to have reversed. The great wizard smiles. I've become one with this land. You can walk forever and never reach the altar. The great wizard raises his hand and gently presses down. In an instant, the power of the entire world seems to be unleashed on Wei Yuan, crushing his bones, making the divine light around him falter. The great wizard turns the power of heaven and earth to his own use, controlling the forces of nature, like an invincible ruler of the world. This is first grade. Wei Yuan resists the terrifying pressure, focusing his strength into his fist and smiling gently. Forgot to tell you, when I was 4th grade, I comprehended the concept of breaking formation. After Dao integration, no formation in the world can trap me. As soon as he finishes, dozens of punches are thrown. In a flash, Sagalun Agu's giant hand, condensed from heaven and earth, is shattered. But he doesn't get angry, saying, more than 1,000 years ago, a second-grade warrior prince of Dazhou rampaged for hundreds of miles, attacking Yan country's capital. At that time, Wu Shen was sealed by the Confucian saint, and couldn't make a move. You actually destroyed him? I'm Wei Yuan. Are you really stronger than the previous Dazhou prince? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and summoned a terrifying heroic spirit, unleashing a punch. Wei Yuan stood under that terrifying fist, his face unchanged. With a bang, the heroic spirit's punch slammed Wei Yuan deep into the seabed. Sa Lun Agu, seeing this, turned his back and sneered, Wei Yuan, this is where you end, trash. Suddenly, violet ripples came from behind the sea, along with a calm voice that hadn't finished, and at the same time, Wei Yuan's terrifying punch came from behind. Sa Lun Agu didn't even turn his head, just lightly raised his hand and sneered. Rustling leaves, struggling in your death throes. With a bang, Wei Yuan's punch was caught by Sa Lun Agu. Seizing this opportunity, he turned around and unleashed countless punches. Each punch landed on Wei Yuan, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. As Wei Yuan's blood fell, Sa Lun Agu immediately grabbed it and drew in his palm, launching a curse assassination technique at Wei Yuan. Z, standing not far away, Yi Erbu and Wu Dabao Ta also made similar movements, sucking in a mass of Wei Yuan's blood and launching curse assassination techniques. Z, a great shaman, and 2 spiritual wisdom masters, simultaneously launching curse assassination techniques against Wei Yuan. Boom boom boom. Sounds of shattering came from within Wei Yuan's body, and streams of blood mist spewed from his pores. At this moment, he seemed to endure unimaginable pain, causing the god of war of Dafeng back then, who shouted across the battlefield and faced 1,000,000 soldiers without changing his expression, to let out a cry of suffering that didn't belong to a human. Sa Lun Agu narrowed his eyes, looking at Wei Yuan's miserable appearance, and said with regret, in nearly 2,000 years, you are one of the most talented people I have ever met. Gaozu and Wu Zong later were not as good as you. It's a pity to kill you. Saying this, he clenched his fist and appeared behind Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, with the intuition of a martial artist, sensed danger and turned around. But it was too late. Sa Lun Agu's hand pierced through his chest. But at this moment, the corner of Wei Yuan's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. "You've fallen into my trap." With that, he waved his hand and plunged the Confucian saint's carved knife into Sa Lun Agu's chest. The carved knife pierced his heart. Sa Lun Agu couldn't suppress a scream, as if he were enduring the torment of hellfire, his voice miserable. Wei Yuan, seeing this, smiled gently and said, "Does it hurt?" With the great shaman's watertight caution, "You must have divined a hex for yourself before the battle, right? A super auspicious one? If it weren't for the jailer helping me shield the carved knife and the heavenly secrets, it would be almost impossible to assassinate a great shaman. Sorcerers evolved from shamans, and only sorcerers can deal with shamans, hexes. Without the jailer's help, it's too difficult to fight you." Wei Yuan's carved knife slowly went straight into Sa Lun Agu's heart, causing the spiritual power in his body to pour out crazily, and his physical functions to be rapidly destroyed under the erosion of the carved knife. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Sa Lun Agu, aged 20 years, looking haggard, and could die at any moment. The situation suddenly reversed. The 2 third-rank spiritual wisdom masters' expressions changed crazily. They tacitly made the same response, pointing their hands at Sa Lun Agu and Wei Yuan respectively. The left hand flashed red, stimulating Sa Lun Agu's vitality, resisting the erosion of the Confucian saint's carved knife. The right hand launched a curse assassination technique at Wei Yuan from a distance. HMPH. Wei Yuan reached out his right hand and tightened his grip on the great shaman's neck, then pulled out the carved knife and stabbed towards Sa Lun Agu's head from the side, first using the power of the carved knife to grind down his physical functions, making him unable to resist, and then using the carved knife to destroy his primordial spirit, completely causing this first-rank great shaman to vanish into thin air. At this moment, a sword light flashed. Fuck! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Wei Yuan looked in shock at his severed arm, blood gushing out like a spring. The severed arm, along with the Confucian saint's carved knife, was grabbed by a hand. This was a hand intertwined with golden and black light, the arm protruding from Sa Lun Agu's brow. Wei Yuan frowned, and without hesitation, retreated far away, standing in the air and assessing Sa Lun Agu. Crack crack, flesh and blood intertwined and wriggled, bones regenerated, and a completely new arm condensed. Phew! Wei Yuan exhaled, and the protective divine light once again covered his body, condensing into an iron body. Just now, his arm was cut off, not because his defense wasn't strong. Earlier, he pretended to be weak, and the 3 high-ranking shamans used fresh blood as a medium to cast curse assassination techniques. Wei Yuan was immediately seriously injured, and the physical strength that the martial artist was proud of was broken. Then, he seized the opportunity and made a surprise attack, using the Confucian saint's carved knife to attack the great shaman, Sa Lun Agu. This series of operations required him to appear weak, and to seize the opportunity in an instant, not allowing Wei Yuan to restore his iron body. He just didn't expect the opponent to have a backup plan. A man in a dragon robe slowly crawled out of Sa Lun Agu's body, with regular features, slightly thick eyebrows, and a pair of eyes full of deep malice. Looking closely at this man in the dragon robe, his body was as perfect as jade, with golden and black light intertwined around him, both divine and evil. Yang Shenxian Emperor Zhen Dai. Wei Yuan's other hand holding the knife also fell into Zhen Dai's hand at this moment. At the same time, Sa Lun Agu's withered body gradually recovered to its original state, and he grinned and said, "Knowing that you, Wei Yuan, are good at scheming and dare to attack Jingshan City, you must have support. You've been playing with me for so long, and I've been playing with you for so long too. Aren't we just trying to see what trump cards the other side has?" The Confucian saint's carved knife. Unexpectedly, you can also use the Confucian saint's carved knife. Tisk tisk tisk, Wei Yuan, you actually care about the common people. Zhen Dia, standing behind, suddenly grabbed Wei Yuan's arm and opened his mouth. He then bit and tore Wei Yuan's arm, chewing bones and flesh together, crunching loudly. After eating, with his mouth full of blood, he looked at Wei Yuan and said, "The taste isn't bad. I guess your blood QI is even better." Wei Yuan stared at him, with sadness and disappointment, and sighed a long sigh. "So it's you. It really is you." Emperor Zhen Di snorted. The corners of his mouth curved into a cruel and sinister smile, looking at the Confucian saint's carved knife, which was gradually covered by his thick black liquid, and said, "I need some time to seal it, and you need some time to recover. Considering our past relationship as monarch and subject for over 20 years, what do you want to ask? Just ask." Wei Yuan poured 3 medicinal pills from the gourd bottle and asked sadly, "Ping Yuanbo's manipulating the human trafficking organization is helping you, right?" Emperor Zhen Di nodded and sneered.
You claim to be for the country and the people? But if you hadn't pushed Ping Yuanbo step by step, I wouldn't have thought of eliminating him. The massacre of the entire city of Chuzhou probably wouldn't have happened. Dumping the 3 medicinal pills into his mouth, in just a moment, Wei Yuan's complexion had recovered to rosy. And he continued to ask, "And then easily forgive you for continuing to erode the lives of innocent people. When did you become like this?" Zhen Dai smiled ferociously and said, "In the 26th year of Zhen Dai, the Earth Sect daoist contaminated me. My body has always been unwell. Those miraculous elixirs that can regrow flesh and bones are not very effective for me. How long can the king of a country, with the blessing of luck, live? It's actually predetermined. I didn't think there was anything good about longevity before: birth, old age, sickness, and death, the laws of heaven and earth. But as I grew older, I began to fear death and crave longevity. But even the Confucian saint couldn't resist the rules of heaven and earth, let alone me. Until the 26th year of Zhen Dai, the Earth Sect daoist contaminated me. He told me that the king of the human world cannot live forever. Even a transcendent being can't change this outcome. But he can let me live longer, far longer than an ordinary king. At that time, my body was getting worse and worse, and I couldn't resist his temptation, so I agreed." Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "So in the 26th year of Zhen Dai, you ate Huai Wang?" Emperor Zhen Dai's face showed extreme evil and shook his head. "No, it's assimilation. I refined his soul, absorbed his memories. He is me, and I am him. This is one of the mysteries of one Shi, transforms 3 purities. If it were just seizing the body and primordial spirit would be incompatible, and the consequences would be endless, equivalent to severing the path of cultivation. How could I do such a self-destructive thing? It's a pity that I'm not a person of the orthodox Taoist sect." Even with the help of the Earth Sect daoist, after forcibly refining Huai Wang's primordial spirit, my main soul still appeared incomplete. Without this second-rank Earth Sect daoist helping him, it's impossible to perform the one Qi transforms 3 purities technique. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment. "Then what about Yuan Jing? Yuan Jing was also devoured by you at that time?" Emperor Zhen Dai shook his head and said quietly, "The 2 brothers should have been assimilated with me together at that time, but as I said, after refining Huai Wang's soul, my main soul couldn't repair the separated part of the soul, and it appeared incomplete. Under such circumstances, how could I devour Yuan Jing again? I had to change my plan, and let the Earth Sect daoist erase this memory of Yuan Jing with the bewitching magic of the Taoist sect. Then, in his sea of consciousness, I buried a seed of demonic thoughts. And after I made all the preparations, I feigned death, abdicated, and escaped into the dragon vein under the ground. That was the only place that could avoid the jailer's surveillance. I quietly hibernated, waiting for an opportunity to refine Yuan Jing from the outside. I guessed that Yuan Jing would take me as a mirror and not delegate authority to the chief minister anymore. While taking care of state affairs, he also balanced the parties, and Dali Feng's national strength continued to develop. Under the blessing of luck, I had no chance to devour him at all, until you appeared." Wei Yuan was stunned. Emperor Zhen Dai stared at Wei Yuan, the curve of his mouth gradually enlarged, bit by bit. "You forgot that in the 6th year of Yuan Jing, General Du Fu Xiang of the north died, and you personally led the army to expel the barbarian army and became famous from then on. Why don't you think a little more? Why did you lead the army?" Wei Yuan's pupils immediately dilated as if struck by lightning. Emperor Zhen Dai laughed wildly. "Haha, the Dafeng Empress, the empress who embodies the world, actually had an affair with a eunuch in the palace, and that eunuch was her childhood sweetheart before entering the palace. What man could withstand such a blow, let alone an emperor as conservative as Yuan Jing?" He laughed rampantly, laughed arbitrarily, laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. From that time on, the demonic thoughts in Yuan Jing's sea of consciousness finally revived, slowly eroding him and contaminating him. The reason why Yuan Jing didn't kill you and the empress at that time was because he was influenced by the demonic thoughts, and he became gloomy and deceitful. After learning about the past of you and the empress, he changed his mentality, wanting to use the empress to control you. Then, it was the Shanhaiguan campaign. That war shook Dafeng's national fortune. At the end of the Shanhaiguan campaign, I seized the opportunity to refine Yuan Jing and replace him. After replacing Yuan Jing, I learned from experience, and didn't touch women anymore, and devoted myself to cultivating the Daos. While refining pills for my own use, I also let Ping Yuanbo continue to capture and exploit the people. After more than 40 years, I finally cultivated the Yang Shen, and entered the second-rank tribulation transcendence stage. Wei Yuan, should I thank you or not? The real Yuan Jing had disappeared 20 years ago. Emperor Zhen Dai said this and dropped another bombshell. Alright, I can tell you another secret. The person who secretly reported to Yuan Jing, revealing the relationship between you and the Empress, was the Crown Prince's birth mother. Consort Chen? Consort Chen? Wei Yuan was silent for a long time. The Earth Sect daoist worked so hard to help you. What was his purpose? Emperor Zhen Di sneered and said, at that time, the Earth Sect daoist had signs of entering the demonic path. But his good thoughts were stronger than his evil thoughts, and he desperately suppressed them. The evil thoughts, in order not to be refined, came up with a method. That day, during the Dao discussion, the evil thoughts recognized my desire for longevity. He secretly and quietly contaminated me, amplifying my desire for longevity. Then, taking advantage of a short opportunity to dominate my body one day, he bewitched me and secretly plotted all of this for me. Then, the Earth Sect daoist returned to the sect to seclude himself, and the entanglement between good and evil lasted for 40 years. After 40 years, the Earth Sect daoist entered the demonic path. His primordial spirit split, and his lingering good thoughts escaped. What do you think? Wei Yuan pondered for a moment, and then said, bewitching the monarch to seek longevity and devour his own children. Over the past 40 years, the people have suffered, and the national strength has declined, which will surely lead to disastrous consequences. So, 40 years later, the Earth Sect daoist completely entered the demonic path. But I still have one thing that is unclear. Even if Yuan Qi transforms 3 purities, and have today's cultivation, and a longer lifespan, you are still the emperor of the human world. How do you achieve longevity? Emperor Zhen Degai's eyes, full of malice, stared at the Confucian saint's carved knife and said quietly, later, someone taught me how to achieve longevity as an emperor. His words really opened my eyes. Over the past 20-odd years, all my plans have been inspired by that person, including today's use of Wu Shen as bait to lure you to bite the hook, which is the most important step in my plan. The carved knife is completely contaminated, and its spirituality has completely disappeared. Although it can only contaminate it for half an hour, that is enough. Emperor Zhen Dai casually threw it into the black cliff, turned to look at Wei Yuan. He laughs menacingly and says, facing a great wizard, 2 spirit consultants, and a tribulation transcendence realm powerhouse, how do you plan to surpass us and seal the wizard god? Wei Yuan is alone, and a martial artist is barely considered second grade. As soon as Zhen Dime finishes speaking, he waves his hand, unleashing millions of sword energies towards Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, standing in this situation, instinctively crosses his arms to defend, while lamenting that each sword energy could easily kill a 4th grade. And furthermore, the sword energy is mixed with attacks aimed at the primordial spirit. With a bang, countless sword energies slashing down on Wei Yuan create a massive explosion. Seeing this, Emperor Zhen Dai sneers, but Wei Yuan suddenly appears behind him and throws a punch. Zhen Dai quickly notices Wei Yuan and dodges in horror, creating a grand spectacle with a boom. Emperor Zhen Di flees, and Wei Yuan quickly chases after him. They chase each other from the sea to the mountains, the aura exploding layer upon layer. The mountain collapses, and boulders roll down continuously. In this battle, Yi Erbu and Wu Dabaota, 3rd grade experts, can only become support, occasionally seizing the opportunity to cast curse techniques to harass Wei Yuan, or use the core ability of the spirit consultant to give Zendi's sword energy spirituality, so they don't slip. Use it to slowly wear down Wei Yuan's blood and energy. Except for several major systems, there is almost no way to quickly kill a 3rd grade or above martial artist. Sa Lun Agu, standing not far in the sky watching this scene, cannot help but sigh. Martial artists who can break formations are really a headache. He then lands not far in the forest, and says loudly, Zhen Dai, I lend you the power of this region of heaven and earth. Do you have the confidence to kill Wei Yuan? Emperor Zhen Dai, who is running for his life, laughs madly upon hearing this. Then thank you, great wizard, for helping me kill this rebellious traitor. Sa Lun Agu raises his foot and stomps. The earth lends me the spirit stone weathering. The mud turns into golden sand. Streams of earth spirit power, with Sa Lun Agu as the medium, escape into the void, cast on Emperor Zhen Dai's body. Plants lend me the spirit flower, grass and trees wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fresh, wet wood spirit power is cast on Emperor Zheng Dai's body. The ocean lends me the spirit of undulating waves. The pitch black water spirit power is cast on Emperor Zhen Dai's body. Wind and fire lend me the spirit. Streams of heaven and earth power are drawn. Emperor Zhen Dai's aura soars continuously. At this moment he transforms into the master of this place, coldly observing the rebellious traitor. Emperor Zhen Dai slowly draws his sword. From the void he draws a 5-colored sword, interwoven with metal, wood, water, fire and earth, the power of the 5 elements, the foundation of all things. Yi Erbu,
Wu Dabaoda, and Sagolun Agu simultaneously reach out and use the core ability of the spirit consultant to give this sword spirituality. After doing all this, Sa Lun Agu, this great wizard of the wizard god sect, the aura of a first grade of the time, rapidly declines. The dignified first grade is approaching exhaustion, and in 100 years, the area around Jing Mountain will be turned into wasteland. The sword's power surges again. This sword has vaguely surpassed its grade, causing Emperor Zhendai's sword-wielding hand to tremble slightly, unable to grasp it. This sword condenses the power of 2 third grades, 1 first grade, and 1 second grade powerhouse. In this era where super grades do not appear, it will be invincible. On the battlefield far away, Jun Daifeng, seeing Wei Yuan standing under this terrifying sword light, his eyes instantly turn red, and his face turns pale. And in that moment, Na Lanyan, leading the wizards, raises his head and shouts at the sword energy in the sky, "Kill him! Kill Wei Yuan! The revenge for killing my father can be avenged today!" The other wizards also open their mouths and shout, "Kill Wei Yuan! Kill Wei Yuan! Kill Wei Yuan!" The shouts, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, grow louder and louder. Those who still have the strength either close their eyes, not daring to look, and echo. All the voices converge into one: "Kill Wei Yuan!" Wei Yuan stands on the sea, looking up at the unparalleled sword light, looking at the unparalleled Emperor Zhen Difei. In his mind, images before the expedition involuntarily swirled. That kid, riding a horse, stands on the hillside, singing loudly in farewell. His song seems to echo in his ears again. Alarm smoke rises. The country looks to the north. Dragon coils, horse neighs, sword energy like frost. The heart is as vast as the Yellow River. For 20 years, who can resist? For 20 years, who can resist? Wei Yuan says with a smile, "Then I want to be the undefeated one in the world." From his blue robe, he takes out a Confucian hat and slowly puts it on. The second treasure of Yunlu Academy, the sub-sage Confucian hat, arrives. He gently waves his hand. The revived Confucian sage's carving knife dispels the filth, transforms into a stream of light, and puts itself into Wei Yuan's hand. He looks towards the sky and shouts. In the clear blue sky, a ray of azure light descends, shining on Wei Yuan's body. This ray of azure light comes from the Dean Zhao Shao, from a third-grade Great Confucian, almost dying to offer blessings. The Confucian hat and carving knife bloom with dazzling azure light. And finally, from his sleeve, a page of paper is drawn. On the paper is recorded a very ordinary spell. A spell that the wizards are very familiar with. The core ability of the shamans, summoning heroic spirits. Seeing this, Sa Lun Agu and the 3 wizards' eyebrows twitch violently. A bad premonition arises. As the paper burns, Wei Yuan, brimming with will, raises his voice. "Invite the Confucian sage." In an instant, azure chi fills the world. In the clear blue sky, the layers of clouds suddenly shatter and disappear, leaving only a patch of blue sky. That stream of power descending from the sky, the existence that has not yet appeared, as if its eyes cannot contain a speck of dust. In the heavens and earth, a pair of eyes open, filled with wisdom, seeing everything clearly with unwavering indifference. Between the mountains and the sea, 100 zang tall phantom appears, wearing a Confucian robe, wearing a Confucian hat. Its face is blurred, its long beard flutters. And whether it is an illusion or not, the sun in the sky seems to dim a bit. This phantom has its head in the blue sky, and its feet on the ocean. As soon as this phantom appears, within 100 miles of Jing Mountain, azure qui lingers, and the sound of reading echoes in the void. The azure qui of the Confucian family, accumulated for 1,000 years, is like a firefly compared to it. The Confucian sage, the founder of the Confucian system, a great man who transcends grades. Since the Confucian sage passed away, for more than 1,200 years, it is the first time someone has summoned the heroic spirit of the Confucian sage. At this moment, the wizard god statue trembles violently. The entire altar, the entire ravine is flashing, like an earthquake. At this moment, within 100 miles of Jing Mountain City, all living beings prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear. Yi Erbu and Wu Dabaota's bodies tremble, their spines bend, stubbornly refusing to prostrate. This is the last bit of face of a third-grade wizard. The great wizard Sa Lun Agu looks at the huge phantom standing tall in the sky. His lips tremble slightly as he mutters, "Confucian sage, since the birth of human civilization, the changes in etiquette and the changes in the system can be said to be complex and chaotic. But if we prolong this river of history, looking from a macro perspective, the changes in human civilization can actually be simply classified into 2 stages, before the Confucian family and after the Confucian family. Before the Confucian family was born, the system was turbulent and unstable. In a relatively chaotic stage, after the Confucian family was born, human civilization had a foundation, a root,
that remained consistent through hundreds of turns, summarizing more than 10,000 years after the era of gods and demons. If we talk about the fortune of birth, the ancient human emperors were good, and the thousands of emperors of later generations were also good. They are not as good as 1/10,000th of the Confucian sage. Because you laid the foundation for human civilization, the Confucian sage is more like being born in response to destiny. Wei Yuan's eyes are replaced by a patch of azure light. Showing coldness like a god, his body cracks with small, dense gaps. The Confucian hat and carving knife shined with azure light, healing his body again and again, and then breaking again and again, circulating in a cycle. At this moment he is carrying not only the power that surpasses grades, but also the vast, top-ranking fortune since the birth of the human race. After the Confucian sage's death, no one has ever been able to summon his heroic spirit. There is a reason for this. Wei Yuan raises his head and stares at Emperor Zheng in the sky, and says indifferently, "Feel free to draw your sword." Emperor Zheng looks at him coldly. A sword slashes down. The sword light is magnificent. Time and space seem to freeze. At this moment, there has never been such a fierce sword energy in the world, because in history there has never been a swordsman who has surpassed grades. A scream rings out on the battlefield, and several bold experts who watch this scene experience strange changes in their bodies that make people's hair stand on end. Some have sword energy suddenly shooting out of their bodies, and then they are torn into pieces. Some have their bodies stained with rust color, turning into a statue. Some suddenly burst into flames, quickly turning into ashes, leaving 2 black footprints on the ground with dripping grease. Some turn into scattered golden sand. Some have their flesh and blood turn to wood, and wood patterns appear on their skin. Leaves sprout from their pores. Experts such as Zhang Kaitai close their eyes tightly, bowing their heads, and not daring to look at this sword light. Fear explodes in their hearts. Mentioning the pinnacle battle of the Kyushu world, it can really easily turn a region into wasteland. The magnificent swordlight arrives in an instant. Wei Yuan raises his foot and stomps forward. The momentum is like the evening drum and morning bell before the Confucian sage, who dares to act recklessly. The 100 Zhang phantom simultaneously stomps its foot, taking a light step forward. With this step, a tsunami hundreds of Zhang high suddenly rises in the ocean. Jing Mountain completely collapses. Mountain collapses, tsunami. The power of the Confucian sage's kick levels the mountains and rivers, turning the earth into a vast ocean. The 5-colored swordlight collapses with a bang, turning into pure 5 elements power, dyeing the sky with brilliant beauty. Salun Aguni's chest. Emperor Zheng, Yi Erbu, and Wu Dabaota, the 4 super experts, are hit by a stream of azure ki that almost sweeps across this patch of heaven and earth. Like fallen leaves in the wind, their bodies quickly shatter. The 4 top powerhouses stand upright, healing their injuries. Their aura has fallen to the bottom, and their will cannot be lifted. A sword that 4 people joined forces to reach a strength that surpasses grades. Who would have thought that under the Confucian sage's kick, it would turn into ashes? The scattered 5 elements sword energy directly changes the elemental rules of this patch of heaven and earth. In the sea, towering trees grow. In the rocks, gurgling springs flow. Fire burns on the surface of the sea. It is not that the power of this sword is not enough, but that the Confucian sage is too strong. Emperor Zheng's aura is unstable, and blackness wraps around his body, turning into black flames, biting back at himself. He cultivates the Ren sect's Dao, and will also be burned by karma fire. In the past few decades, relying on his status and position as a monarch, he has tightly suppressed the karma fire, but just now, he was hit by the azure ki. His aura weakened, and the karma fire immediately bit back. He takes a deep breath, exhaling and inhaling the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The Yang God body, known as being indestructible for 10,000 kalpas of the Daoist sect, emits golden light, extinguishing the karma fire. Wei Yuan's face turns pale a bit, ignoring the 4 defeated generals, turning towards the altar in the ravine. The Confucian sage's power is constantly ravaging his body. Although there is the carving knife, the Confucian hat, and Zhao Shu's blessing, for Wei Yuan, it is still a burden that is difficult to bear. Summoning existence that surpasses grades requires a price. There is no mysterious and immeasurable spell biting back. There is only the simple truth of being overloaded. As Wei Yuan turns around, the Confucian sage's phantom simultaneously turns towards the ravine, moving its body. No one dares to block the Confucian sage's path, not even a first grade. Salun Agu looks at the man in blue and is not angered by the loss of the general situation, but calmly and gently says, Wei Yuan, your talent is outstanding. Even if the wizard god opens the seal, you can take care of yourself, why bother? The Confucian sage's seal of the wizard god has a great secret. Looking at Zhong Kyushu,
Those who know the secret can be counted on the fingers.
Losing the country and exterminating the race. Why only worry about yourself?
Wei Yuan turns a deaf ear, firmly and slowly walking towards the ravine. He still has an enemy. Wei Yuan advances in the air. When he approaches the ravine, he is blocked by a barrier. This barrier is invisibly tangible, invisible but touchable. It blocks Wei Yuan outside the ravine. Inside the ravine is a different world. It refuses Wei Yuan to enter. It can block supergrades, only supergrades. The wizard god can already influence reality, permeating power, and can block fortune, only fortune. Wei Yuan gently taps the invisible barrier with a carving knife, and the shockwave sends Ong and the carving knife flying away. Salun Agu looks at this scene from afar and says, "The wizard god can already permeate the seal, influence reality. It is not a statue to be invaded. It is a pity that your reactions are too fast. If you could delay for another 2 or 3 years, the wizard god could mobilize even more fortune." Wei Yuan turns his neck, looking towards Salun Agu in the distance.
Are you implying that I should devote myself to destroying the barrier, consuming this small amount of the Confucian sage's power, so that I will have no strength left to seal the wizard god?
Salun Agu says indifferently,
"Do you have a choice?" The corner of Wei Yuan's mouth rises. "Who says I don't?"
At the same time, in Jing Mountain City, the white-robed arcanist appeared, silently passing through the tightly closed city gates into the headquarters of the witch god's sect. "Come on out," the white-robed arcanist said flatly, then lightly stomped his foot. The formation, centered on him, rapidly spread, covering the streets and houses around the transmission array.
One by one, iron cavalrymen suddenly appeared, holding their swords, clad in armor. The leader was a young man even more beautiful than a woman. Nangong Shanru raised her saber high, her aura chilling as she shouted,
"Since the founding of the Great Feng, for 600 years, the witch god sect has killed and plundered the people of the Great Feng. The debt of blood is too high to count. The people of the 3 northeastern states have suffered long enough under the witch god sect.
Great Feng soldiers, follow me to massacre the city. Massacre the city, massacre the city, massacre the city." The deep roars converged into one, the sound waves shaking the heavens. 10,000 heavy cavalrymen charged into the streets, unleashing a slaughter, turning the city into a living hell. "Today, we massacre the city to repay blood with blood."
Wei Yuan saw the blazing killing intent in Jingshan City.
The spirit master Yi Bu couldn't contain his anger. Only a transcendent being can seal a transcendent being. "You, a mortal, rushing in there. Aren't you afraid of death?" Wei Yuan withdrew his gaze from Jingshan City and turned to the great wizard Salun Agu, smiling. "If I say I'll beat up your witch god sect, I'll beat up your witch god sect. Those old soldiers from back then called me the divine strategist of Great Feng.
I can't let them down."
Wei Yuan then raised the carving knife, lightly slashing at the barrier that was as thin as cicada wings, breaking the witch god's barrier. The altar was dozens of meters high, only slightly shorter than the mountain. Wei Yuan looked up at the towering altar, the stone steps layer upon layer, a total of 99 steps, at the end of which was the witch god sect worshipped, the founder of the witch system. One of the few transcendent beings after the age of gods and demons. Calling him both god and demon is not an exaggeration. Wei Yuan withdrew his gaze and stepped onto the first step. In an instant, heaven unleashed killing intent, earth unleashed killing intent. This space was rejecting him, targeting him, bringing down terrifying pressure. Wei Yuan paused for a moment, then stepped onto the second step. The phantom of the Confucian saint cast down Xingguang, dispelling the pressure of heaven and earth. Wei Yuan bowed his head and clasped his hands towards the phantom of the Confucian saint. No need. He summoned the Confucian saint not to kill the enemy, but to seal the witch god. Salun Agu was pulling the strings. He used the power of the Confucian saint to break the barrier, precisely to weaken the Confucian saint's power layer by layer. When he reached the altar, how much strength would the Confucian saint have left?
Wei Yuan wasn't just a tool, not just a tool to bear the spirit of the Confucian saint.
On the contrary, Wei Yuan was the one who would seal the witch god in this life. The Confucian saint was his tool.
During this time, a dusty old story broke through the sealed memories. 40 years ago, when Emperor Zhengde was still in power, a bloody war broke out in the 3 northeastern states.
The witch god issued a divine decree to destroy Great Feng and seize its fortune. At that time, the 3 northeastern states mobilized 200,000 troops, attacking the 3 states of Xiang, Jing, and Yu, massacring them every 3 days, leaving no one alive, old, young, women, or children. The people of Great Feng were slaughtered like lowly weeds, hundreds of miles without a soul, dry bones buried in the mountains and fields, more brutal and violent than the demons. To this day, that campaign is still a shadow in the hearts of the old men who experienced the chaos, and it was that campaign. In the 10 years that followed, the imperial court concentrated 100,000 troops in the 3 states. The people would rather be displaced than return to their homeland. They were truly terrified by the witch god sect. Later, the imperial court compiled the Yellow Book and discovered that the vast land of Xiangzhou, Jingzhou, and Yuzhou was almost entirely empty. The people who died in that war were counted in the millions. Wei Yuan, originally from Yuzhou, the Wei family, only one teenager survived. The second step, the third step, the fourth step. After 20 steps, every step Wei Yuan took, a crack appeared in his body. The immortal body of a high-grade martial artist healed the terrifying wounds, barely maintaining balance. After 50 steps, Wei Yuan was like a person pieced together, his entire body covered in cracks, including his refined and handsome face. He finally stopped, not knowing whether it was exhaustion or being pressed down and unable to move forward. Without transcending realms, you're still just a mortal. What's the difference between you and an ant? A faint sigh came, as if from the ancient primordial era. Along with this sound, an immense and unstoppable force surged. Heaven and earth worked together, wanting to crush Wei Yuan. Before Wei Yuan were 2 paths. The first path was to use the power of the Confucian saint to reach the summit. As for whether this hard-won spirit would have the strength to seal the witch god after reaching the summit, only heaven knew. The second path was to turn around and leave, leading the great Feng army to retreat. Wei Yuan laughed maniacally and said, "Gods are so mighty." 40 years of reflection, hatred for the country and family to this day. Now I want to know if the gods can trap this ant. A figure in green ascended the steps, the prison of heaven and earth laid out like an arrangement. 99 steps, all the way to the top. Standing before the statue of the witch god, he was already a dilapidated figure. Wei Yuan sneered disdainfully and said, "Looks like that's all there is to God." He then waved his hand, using the carving knife to strike a nearby mountain, shattering it. In the last 4,800 years, only 2 people from the Central Plains had ever ascended to the headquarters of the witch god sect. The Confucian saint 1200 years ago, and Wei Yuan 1200 years later. Only these 2 people. The great wizard Saloon Agu sighed. Wei Yuan, the revival of the witch god is the trend. The Central Plains today has a dearth of talent. The Confucian school is weak. It's hard to make a difference. The fortune is declining. The supervisor is no longer at his peak. Why must you be a mantis trying to stop a chariot? With that, the old man's fingertip lightly brushed across his wrist, letting the fresh blood flow freely. His hands formed a magic seal, the sound like a bell, ringing throughout the heavens and earth, offering a sacrifice to the witch god. Beside him, Yer Bu and Wu Dabaoda had serious expressions. They all cut their wrists and formed similar hand seals. The wrists of the 3 high-grade wizards poured with fresh blood, the blood like a spring. But it didn't drip down. Instead, it turned into a red glow, streak after streak flying towards the altar in the distance, flying towards the witch god statue. The blood sacrifice great art. The blood sacrifice great art of the witch god's sect. Hearing the great wizard's voice, the wizards saw such a scene, knowing that the witch god sect had reached a crucial moment that could be called life or death. Hundreds of wizards left the battlefield in droves, without the slightest hesitation, cutting their wrists and forming hand seals to offer themselves to the witch god. Nalanyan only felt the temperature of his body gradually cooling, his vitality flowing away with the fresh blood, turning into a bright red glow, flying towards the ravine, converging into the statue that the wizards had been kneeling before for thousands of years. Great Feng soldiers, Central Plains, you can be fierce and unafraid of death? Could it be that my witch god sect is afraid of death and wants to live? The witch god sect has ruled the Northeast for over 4,000 years. When has it ever been beaten so miserably? Today, even if we die and our Tao disappears, we must make you, Wei Yuan, make Great Feng, which is about to succeed, fail. In his dying moments, Nalanyan suddenly turned his head to look at that figure in green, remembering his father who fell in the Shanhai Pass campaign. To think that the 2 of them, father and son, would die at the hands of the same person. Nalanyan slowly closed his eyes, silently passing away. One by one, the wizards fell, turning into withered corpses. They died silently, but without resentment, without regret. Their will merged into the witch god statue. This was the final resistance of the witch god sect. This was the curse that the wizards sent to Wei Yuan, to the Confucian saint. Crack! On the altar, cracks appeared on the witch god statue, scattering small stones. Streams of black smoke emerged from the center of the statue's brow, covering the sky, blocking the scorching sun, turning day into night. In just a moment, this black mist covered Jingshan City for 100 miles, swirling incessantly, like waves under a storm. On the battlefield, the great Feng soldiers and the witch god sect were constantly fighting. At this moment,
A towering black shadow hundreds of meters tall appeared in the sky above the altar. Its vague face caused the great Feng soldiers to stop their fighting and shout in horror. "What is that? It's the witch god! The witch god has descended!" Those great Feng soldiers, who dared to look directly into the eye in the middle of the black shadow's head, immediately vomited blood and died on the spot. Wei Yuan at this time with a cracked face coldly looked at him. At the same time the phantom of the Confucian saint waved his hand and squeezed the neck of the black shadow. While the 200-meter-tall phantoms were wrestling with each other, the black shadow suddenly roared in anger and hatred. Confucian saint, you will regret it." While roaring, he stretched out his huge fingertip and pointed down at Wei Yuan. The fingertip, carrying the might of an angry god, descended, immediately causing the bones in Wei Yuan's body to shatter, his straight legs wanting to collapse and kneel. This scene reminded him of how similar the Buddhist sect's Dharma combat was, with the golden body Dharma imposing upon Qi'an to kneel. Above, the phantom of the Confucian saint, sensing Wei Yuan's situation, pushed the black shadow back and rushed towards him. Very few people in the 9 provinces today know why the Confucian saint sealed the witch god. Very few people know why Emperor Gaozu reneged on his promise that year. Very few people know that the witch god in ancient times corroded the central plains, severing the fortune of the human race. Supported by the Confucian saint from behind, Wei Yuan stood up straight, his eyes shooting out a sharp light, and roared at the witch god. "In this life I do not respect gods, do not worship Buddha, do not believe in monarchs, only for the sake of the common people. Gods who are inhuman are my enemies." "Witch god, you want to corrode the fortune of Great Feng? I want to cut off the fate of my Central Plains human race. Have you asked Wei Yuan yet?" While roaring, he waved his hand and summoned the carving knife. Up above, the 100 zang tall Wu god shadow, which had been falling backward, straightened up, and with its terrifying eye, it looked down at Wei Yuan, delivering its verdict. Wei Yuan dies. At the same time, a gigantic fingertip pressed down on the tiny figure of Wei Yuan below. Wei Yuan below also grabbed another blade and thrust it forward. Instantly, the formation barrier where Wei Yuan stood shattered, and the carving knife shot out, heading towards the Wu god. At the same time, the carving knife erupted with dazzling light. More than 1,200 years had passed since the Confucian saint last drew his blade. This strike spanned 1,000 years. Never before had there been such a stunning blade of light, nor such unreserved spirit. The power exceeding the rank of the carving knife collided with the Wu god's fingertip, and signs of cracking appeared. The body of the blade then shattered, but the edge of the blade continued to shoot straight towards the Wu god. Boom! Like the sky collapsing, the Wu god's shadow, which had been condensed, was struck by the carving knife, causing it to collapse inch by inch, scattering into terrifying ripples that swept across the heavens and the earth. In the moment before the Wu god's shadow let out an unwilling roar as it was about to dissipate, the carving knife returned to its original state. At the same time, this force swept across the hills, flattening them, and swept across the ocean, raising tsunamis, causing Nanggong Tianrao, Zhende Emperor, and Salun Agu, who were standing far away, to be stunned by this scene. The people inside the city immediately reacted and fled in panic. The Dafeng soldiers also grabbed Nanggong Tianru and ran away. That force quickly swept through the city. The city was reduced to ruins, with only Nanggong Tianru's plea echoing from afar. "Foster father, you must survive!" At this moment, in Shu's residence, Fu Xiang suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and woke up with a start. "What the hell? Why does it hurt for no reason?" He frowned, wanting to spout some nonsense, like how even a 5th-grade peak could have a myocardial infarction. But for some reason, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion in his heart. A long time later, this aftershock dissipated. Where it passed was leveled, and the Wu god sect's main altar, Jing Mountain City, became history from then on. Only the altar, sealed by the Confucian saint, and protected by the Wu god's power, was preserved in this world-destroying ripple. At the same time, in the void, the Wu god's eye, which was about to completely dissipate, emitted a hazy voice. Why, after 1,000 years, is the person following the Confucian saint's seal immortal? The Confucian saint's phantom also knelt down on one knee, placing his hand on the altar to seal the Wu god again. The Confucian saint's phantom then looked up at Wei Yuan before completely dissipating into the air, leaving Wei Yuan's figure standing proudly on the altar in his blue robe. With his eyes closed, Wei Yuan seemed to return to his youth, sitting asleep at his desk. Suddenly, a girl came and held out her hand, calling out, Wei Yuan, why did you fall asleep? Let's go, didn't you promise to go to the temple fair with me?" Hearing this, Wei Yuan smiled and looked up, reaching out to take her hand. Wei Yuan rose to prominence in the 6th year of Yuanjing, repelling the barbarian cavalry and leaping to become Da Difeng's new favorite. Later, in the Shanhaiguan campaign, he schemed and planned, winning the great battle that changed the layout of the 9 provinces. Then, he crippled his cultivation and entered the court, fighting against the court factions, overwhelming the officials as a eunuch. Glory, achievements, and power were in his hands.
an unparalleled brilliance. Looking at his life, there were many things that his opponents could not understand, even after half a lifetime of research. No children, no family, lonely, gold and silver, which the eunuchs considered the pillar of their spirit, he regarded as dirt.
After decades in the officialdom, he was truly without desire or demand. Wei Yuan's eyes seemed to pierce through mountains and rivers, seeing the holy shrine on Qingyun Mountain, seeing the stone tablet erected in the shrine, seeing those 4 crooked sentences.
Why? Wei Yuan said softly. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to continue the lost learning for the past sages, and to establish peace for all generations. He closed his eyes and never opened them again. In the autumn of the 37th year of Yuanjing, Wei Yuan led an army of 100,000 to capture the Wu God sect's main altar, sealing the Wu God.
Jiang Mountain City was reduced to ruins, and hundreds of thousands of lives turned to dust. This was the first time in history that the Central Plains human race's iron cavalry had broken through the Wu God sect's main altar, making history. From then on, Daofeng had no more military gods. The Confucian official and the carving knife automatically left not long ago, returning to the Central Plains. Sa-Lun Agu watched the Confucian official and the carving knife fly past him, and looking at the scene before him he thought, such a scene was only seen when the Confucian saint sealed the Wu God that year. At that time, thousands of miles were reduced to wasteland. In the 3,000 years since then, life was extinct until the power of the 2 supergrades dissipated. Jing Mountain City was rebuilt to its present scale. Now, it has once again followed in the same footsteps, history repeating itself.
But this time, the one who took action was not the Confucian saint's true body after all, and the Wu God was not in his prime. You survived a lot, but not little either.
Sa-Lun Agu landed in front of Wei Yuan and said in a low voice,
among the figures of romance in the Central Plains for thousands of years, Wei Yuan, you count as one.
Damn it! Damn it! Ye Erbu's face twisted, and he gasped. What does he rely on to summon the Confucian saint? What does a martial artist rely on to summon the Confucian saint?
The Wu God accumulated power for more than 1,000 years, and it was not easy to take the first step to break free from the seal. But it was all destroyed by this traitor in an instant. I want to lead troops to bloodbath Daofeng, massacre for 3,000 miles, massacre all the way to the capital. Zhen the Emperor sneered. Your appearance now is extremely similar to a vulgar martial artist. Every daoist who has been demonized is proficient in the talent of provocation. Zhen the Emperor stood with his arms crossed, immortal golden body radiant, gold and black intertwined, and said calmly, the Wu God is sealed, and Wei Yuan is also dead. Although the situation is terrible, we have not lost this battle yet. Next is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Sa-Lun Agu smiled and said, then first, congratulations to your majesty for eternal life, and looking down on the entire Central Plains.
Zhen the Emperor slowly nodded. Sa-Lun Agu then said, Wu Dai Treasure Pagoda, spread the news of Wei Yuan's death in battle throughout the northeast, tell the 2 Yankang countries to mobilize manpower, rebuild Jing Mountain City, tell Jing State to withdraw its troops, gather the surviving Wu masters to heal the wounded civilians and surviving soldiers. Lao Xia issued a series of instructions to deal with the aftermath.
This campaign will surely spread throughout the 9 provinces. What will happen to Daofeng? I'm too lazy to care, but the 3 countries, territories, will surely stir up public opinion like a tide.
This is the most humiliating day in the history of the Wu God sect.
At the same time, in some wilderness far away from Jing Mountain, Nangong Tianru's voice echoed across the sky, extremely tragic and despairing, mixed with bone-piercing hatred. Wu God, Wu God, Wu God. He knelt on the ground, punching the ground hard with both fists, venting for about a quarter of an hour. The white-robed Taoist then came in front of him and handed him a brocade pouch. Nangong Tianru raised his tear-stained face, staring blankly at him. Second senior brother Sun Xuan said. Wei only said one word. Nangong Tianru then snatched the brocade pouch like crazy and opened it. Inside was a piece of paper. Nangong Tianru unfolded the paper, and tears welled up in his eyes again after reading it. After a while he collected all his emotions, looked at Jing Mountain and murmured, Foster father, I will continue the move that you have not finished, and the rest of my life, from now on. One day I will return to this place, to let iron hooves tread across every inch of the Wu God sect's territory.
To let the wheels of artillery grind across the Wu God sect's back. To turn these 60,000 miles of mountains and rivers into barren land. Yunlu Academy, Yangzhou Haoshan, Zhu Zhaoshou, sat motionless in his room.
Like a statue, he had maintained this posture for more than a month, and a thin layer of dust had accumulated on his body. Suddenly, Zhao Xiao moved, turning his head to look out the window. The window was wide open, blue as if washed. The mountains stretched endlessly. and 2 streams of clear light flew across mountains and rivers, like shooting stars cutting through the sky, gently placing themselves on the table in front of Zhao Shao.
Dean Zhao Shu seemed to have been relieved of a burden, slowly stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, and bowed without getting up, not knowing whether he was bowing to the 2 holy objects or to that blue robe royal palace. Curtains fall.
Emperor Yuan sat cross-legged on a futon, slowly opening his eyes. He was silent for a moment, revealing a smile that seemed like excitement, like pleasure, like wantonness.
Emperor Yuan leisurely stepped onto the pavilion, observing the layers of red walls and undulating yellow tiles.
He spread his arms to welcome the wind, and slowly said, "My era has arrived." At the same time, in the Guoxing Lu, the 8 trigram supervisor looked at the royal palace and smiled.
"Guess this mortal world ain't worth it. Glug, glug downs the drink." Scene changed to the northern border.
Chu Yuanzhen busts into Shu Xinian's tent, grinning like a maniac. "Shu Ju, I got news that'll make your day."
Shu Erlang,
Mr. Stoic, asks. "No victory drums yet." "What is it exactly?"
Thinking.
"These courtesans are turning me into a man, but no actual development here. War is making me grow up so fast, no more feel sats." Chu Yuanzhen, still hyped, blurts, "Jing Nation's retreating."
Zhu Erlang's like, "Wait, hold up, what?"
Late night at Shu Manor. Candlelight flickers.
Shu Qi'an, glued to his fragmented earth book, types, "I went digging with the national mentor today, and the late emperor is MIA. Someone that scary shouldn't just vanish." Li Miaozhen chimes in. "Maybe he's swapped places with Yuan Jing, ruling from the palace." "Oh right, he is Yuan Jing." Shu Qi'an is sus about the missing emperor, a top-tier powerhouse, been secretly cultivating for 40 years. Then poof,
gone without a trace.
Shu Qi'an is sweating bullets, cause the late emperor is Yuan Jing, and he's got beef with Yuan Jing. Basically, I'm public enemy number 1. Now a top-tier baddie's lurking, ready to strike at any moment. Who wouldn't be scared? But hey, maybe Yuan Jing's weirdness is just an act. A top-tier expert should have some class. The Huai King got shanked, ain't my problem. If it was any other expert, Shu Qi'an might have hope. But this is the late emperor, corrupted by the Earth Sect's leader. A top-tier guy filled with malice definitely holds grudges.
Let's flip the script. What cultivation path do you think Yuan Jing, the late emperor, took? Earth Book Chat Forum time. Chu Zhuangyuan, the brainiac, throws out the question. The late emperor lost his virginity early, so he can kiss the martial path goodbye.
He trained with Luo Yuheng for 21 years. No doubt he's on the human path. Shu Qi'an replies. Human path it is. Chu Yuanzhen nods. That's what I thought.
What's the human path's biggest flaw? Karmic fire. The late emperor's high level, like the national mentor, needs luck to suppress the karmic fire, so he ain't leaving the capital.
Huai Qing cuts in. Nah, you're wrong.
The late emperor's not Luo Yuheng. She needs the national mentor title to leech luck. The emperor is luck incarnate. To Jianzhou in the capital, he's not staying long. He's out get here.
As for where and why, your guess is as good as mine. Shu Qi'an massages his temples. The best way is to guess his location based on his goals. Gotta figure out what he wants to know where he is. And we know the late emperor nomed his sons, Yuan Jing and Huai King, for immortality. So his ultimate goal is still eternal life. But even if the late emperor is strong, he ain't no Gaozu Wuzong
or the Confucian saint. Those legends are gone. What chance does the late emperor have? According to the rules, those blessed with luck can't live forever. The late emperor's pushing 80, and the Confucian saint only made it to 82. The end is nigh. But hey, everyone's different. Maybe the late emperor can rage his way to 83. If I were the late emperor, I'd ignore all that immortality BS. But how? He just doesn't have enough info.
Can't even make a decent guess.
What the hell is the late emperor up to?
Speaking of Wei Gong,
he's been gone for half a month. Wonder how the battle's going.
Just then, the gatekeeper shouts, "Master, someone's here for you." Claims to be from the cabinet. Wang Shoufu sent him. Shu Qi'an jumps up, throws on a coat, and says, "Take me to him."
Outside, Shu Qi'an sees a middle-aged dude in official robes. "Shu Yin Luo," the official blurts out. Shu Qi'an, used to the capital's old ways, cuts to the chase. "What does this official want with me?"
The official bows. "Shoufu wants me to pass on a message." Shu Qi'an nods. The official hesitates, then whispers,
"Wei Gong died in the northeast."
Shu Qi'an is stunned.
Then his eyes narrow at the official.
"That's not funny." The official bows, voice low and robotic. "Wei Gong died in battle at Jingshan City, the Witch God Sect's HQ. Only 15,000 out of 100,000 soldiers made it back. 800 lie at full speed, arrived tonight. Silence. The official looks up at a pale face.
His Majesty and the ministers will discuss this in court today. More military intel will trickle in. I've delivered the message. He bows and leaves.
The official leaves.
And second uncle and the others rush out. Ning Yan, we heard noise. What happened?
Fu Xiang says softly. Second uncle, pack up. We're heading to Yunlu Academy. Gotta lay low. Second uncle looks at him and nods. Okay. Susu looks worried. What's going on? Fu Xiang ignores her.
Looking at Li Miaozhen, he says, I'm going to the northeast border. Li Miaozhen is shocked. You want to fight? Zhu Qian shakes his head. Wei Gong died on the battlefield.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe he's dead, so take me to the border. If he's really gone, he has no kids. No one to mourn him. I gotta go! Li Miaozhen's face hardens.
Fu Qian breaks down, sobbing. Li Miaozhen stands behind him, eyes teary, wanting to comfort him. The next day, in the Golden Luqian Hall, Emperor Yuan Jing glares at the ministers. The old eunuch steps forward and shouts, Any business to report?
Wang Shoufu steps out and says, Your Majesty, urgent news from the northeast. Wei Yuan led troops deep into enemy territory, conquered the witch god sect's HQ, and died for the country.
Only 15,000 out of 100,000 soldiers returned. The court erupts.
What? Wei Gong lost almost the entire army. This is a major blow, shaking the foundations of our great Feng. Wei Gong is a pillar of great Feng. Without him, as the hall buzzes, the old eunuch cracks his whip. Silence! Emperor Yuan Jing watches silently. After a long pause, he says, Ministers, what should we do?
Wang Shoufu responds.
I think we should gather troops from all provinces. Use the nation's strength to drive the army to the northeast, join forces with the demons, and wipe out the witch god sect. Emperor Yuanjing sighs. Great Feng has already lost nearly 100,000 soldiers. They're my people, my children. Wang Qing, how can you ask me to start another war? Wang Shoufu raises his voice. Your Majesty, military intelligence shows Wei Yuan conquered Jingshan City. The witch god sect suffered heavy losses. Nearly 7 parts of their HQ experts were damaged. Yan country's army penetrated deep into the interior. The troops were under the city. This difficult city has been taken down by Wei Yuan. Jing country has been fighting in the north for months and suffered heavy losses. With the northern demons restrained, the current military strength is still sufficient. Kang country should fight another battle at this time. Great Feng's descendants will no longer have to worry about the witch god sect for 100 years. His proposal is endorsed by some nobles and generals. Wei Yuan exhausted the witch god sect's national power. Conquering the HQ means the Great Feng army no longer exists. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Wang Qing, Emperor Yuan Jing waves his hand. So eager for war, Wang Shoufu looks at the emperor on the dragon throne, hesitates, and retreats. The Minister of War steps out and says, I think we should mobilize 20,000 troops from the provinces bordering Zhangjingyu and concentrate firepower on the border. The retreating remnants will also remain in the 3 border provinces to prevent the witch god sect from counterattacking. Furthermore, Wei Gong has sacrificed himself. Your Majesty must send another commander over. Emperor Yuanjing looks at him, sees him silent, and nods. Chen Qing is right. Then Qin Yuandao, the Vice Minister of War, steps out. If Your Majesty is the head of fire, then the relevant work should be discussed quickly, confirming the envoy sent to the northeast to negotiate peace. Vice Minister of War Qin Yuandao is a staunch emperor, wearing the same pants as Yuan Xiang, who is relegated to right deputy censor of the Metropolitan Procuratorate. The two are central figures of the imperial faction. The Minister of War, as a fierce Wei party, glared at Qin Yuandao. He deliberately did not mention peace talks, because he still had the intention to fight a battle with the witch god sect, to avenge Wei Yuan. Emperor Yuanjing nods slowly. Good. After Qin Yuandao returns to his position, the Minister of Revenue steps out and says, How should the subsidies for soldiers be determined? As soon as he says this, the hall falls silent. After a long time, no one speaks. Emperor Yuanjing asks slowly, What are your intentions, ministers? He asks 3 times in a row, but no one responds. Emperor Yuanjing looks at Yuan Xiang. The emperor's loyal follower avoids eye contact and says nothing. This subsidy matter is very important. According to the laws of Great Feng, infantry killed in battle will receive the full amount of military pay of 36 stone of rice for 3 years, which is equivalent to 18 taels of silver, and then 3 to 6 dao of rice per lifetime. Cavalry killed in battle will receive 72 stone of rice, which is equivalent to 36 taels of silver, 6 to 10 dao of rice per lifetime thereafter. In ascending order, different arms of service and different official positions have different subsidies, all with strict regulations. There is also a rule, which is also the reason why the court officials are silent. In case of defeat, The subsidy is reduced by half. The Minister of Revenue's proposal of subsidies is only a superficial involvement. The real thing that makes the officials afraid of breaking things is the definition of this campaign. Was this battle a victory or a defeat? In the silence, Wang Shoufu steps out, in great pain, and says, Wei Yuan conquered the Witch God Sect's HQ, opening the floodgates of Great Feng's history. This battle is a complete victory for Great Feng. Immediately, some people respond, some people ponder, and some people are extremely sad.
Emperor Yuan Jing nods slowly but does not respond to Wang Shoufu.
Instead, he says,
I'm a little tired. This matter is of great importance. We'll discuss it again tomorrow. As soon as he finishes speaking, the old eunuch shouts,
Dismiss the court. Scene transitions to the red walls of the palace, layer upon layer of magnificent palace scenery. Lin Wan, with a beautiful appearance and charming eyes, greets the mother consort and stays in the Jianzhou palace to chat with her. Chen Fei drinks health tea and sighs as she looks at her sparkling and beautiful daughter.
Wei Yuan's lead troops. It will be a military merit to make people covet.
Wei Yuan is the biggest threat to the Crown Prince brothers' position, but also the most solid foundation of the Crown Prince. Linian takes a sip of tea, wetting her delicate little mouth, and does not respond. As a princess, she is obviously unqualified, but under the influence of the rain, the degree is a little bit like that. It is not difficult to understand the meaning of her mother's words. Wei Yuan supports the fourth prince. There is no doubt about this, because Wei Yuan is a eunuch from the Phoenix Qi Palace. But Wei Yuan is also the most solid foundation of the Crown Prince. The Emperor is suspicious, and Wei Yuan's power is high. Naturally, it is impossible for the fourth prince to be the Crown Prince. Chen Fei sighs. It would be great if Wei Yuan could die on the battlefield. Hearing this, Lin Qian frowned. Not dissatisfied with her mother consort cursing Wei Yuan, there is no emotion between her and Wei Yuan. She just feels the tone and expression of her mother consort when she says this, with expectation revealing certainty. Yes, it is certainty, as if knowing something, but before a conclusion is reached, there is some apprehension, and dare not be fully sure. The second princess has the innocent rambling of a girl. Of course, she does not have the profound standards for observing the faces and voices. However, the woman in front of her is her birth mother, one of the people she is most familiar with. While chatting, the light outside the door is blocked for a while. The crown prince steps over the threshold, rushes in, and shouts, Mother consort! Mother consort! Wei Yuan died in the northeast! Both mother and son's expressions froze, then shifted to totally different vibes. Leon's face went kinda pale, mixed with shock, confusion, and worry. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was freaking ecstatic, like winning the lottery. She was practically trembling, her voice shaky too.
Really?
The crown prince nodded, confirming. Urgent dispatch, 800 lice. It arrived last night. This morning, father held an emergency court session to discuss it. News of Wei Yuan's death in battle will spread like wildfire through the capital soon. Only about 10,000 out of 100,000 troops made it back. This battle was a devastating blow to our great Feng. Chen Fei was beaming, looking like she'd discovered the fountain of youth. Even though she had grown children, she still had it, not showing her age at all.
As long as we can ascend the throne, what does a necessary sacrifice matter?
Chen Fei was spitting facts, lecturing the crown prince, but also comforting herself.
The crown prince nodded, then sighed. Wei Yuan's death is a bit of a loss. He had a great strategic mind. I even hoped that after I ascended, he'd accept the reality and help me. There are only 3 people here I trust implicitly. The crown prince didn't mince words. Crown prince, your biggest flaw is overthinking and hoping for impossible things, Chen Fei scolded, a charming smile appearing on her face, as she said, stay for lunch at Jianzhou Palace, have a few drinks with mother. With Wei Yuan gone, mother's anxiety is finally gone, and she feels great. The crown prince chuckled. All right, I'll keep mother company and we'll get wasted today. Leon quietly watched them, watching these 2 people related to her by blood, and a wave of intense sadness washed over her. It was a sadness born of loneliness. What they said, what they did, what made them happy, what made them angry. She found it hard to agree with or empathize with anymore. She didn't know when she and they had grown so far apart. Around the same time, at Fengqi Palace, the Empress was mixing incense when Huai Qing slowly entered and greeted, Mother. The Empress smiled coolly and asked, What brings you to pay your respects to me? Huai Qing cut to the chase. Wei Gong died in battle at the main altar of the Witch God Sect. The moment the words Wei Gong is dead left her mouth, the spoon in the elegant Empress's hand trembled. The spoon clattered onto the table. And at the same moment, the Empress glared at Huai Qing like an enemy and screamed, You're lying! Huai Qing looked intently at her mother, a hint of sorrow in her bright,
autumn water eyes. She then took out a letter and said calmly, "Before his expedition, Wei Gong asked me to pass this letter to you."
After speaking, she turned and left, stepping out of the doorway. She didn't leave immediately. She waited in the courtyard for a moment until she heard the Empress's heart-wrenching sobs, each one laced with blood, a pain that pierced the soul. Wei Qing lowered her head and wondered. "Wei Gong, what was the story between you and her?" Cut to the Shu family, back at Yunlu Academy, taking refuge again. Shu Lingyin was dragged by Shen Shen, unwilling to go up the mountain. Her pale eyebrows furrowed, she loudly questioned, "Mom, are you going to make me study here again?" Shen Shen huffed, "No, I've given up on you." Shu Lingyin jumped for joy, her face beaming. "Mom is the best to me. How did I give birth to such a useless daughter?" Shen Shen almost cried from frustration. Fu Qian was also preparing to leave and said, "Shen Shen, settle down here, I'm leaving." Shen Shen held Lingyin in her arms and instructed, "Be careful." After settling his family in, Shu Qihan and Li Miaozhen left the courtyard side by side, seeing Dean Zhaoshu standing not far away, looking at him with a serious expression. "Before his expedition, Wei Yuan reminded me to safeguard 2 items, and told me to give them to you at the appropriate time." Zhaoshu took out a letter from his chest and handed it to Shu Qihan, saying, "This is a letter he left for you. As for the other item, he didn't mention it." Shu Qihan didn't ask, took the letter, and put it away, nodding slightly. The two flew away on their swords.
Cut to the border of Xiang Prefecture, Yuyang Pass. The mournful cries of the reconnaissance falcons echoed in the sky. Circling in the far distance, the soldiers on the wall shrank their necks. A centurion spat out a glob of phlegm and cursed.
"Those Yuan bastards are showing off again. The targets are too high and too far, beyond the range of our crossbows. The reconnaissance birds are experienced, not giving the great Fang's high-ranking martial artists a chance. They immediately fly away if they sense something's up.
Even a 4th-rank expert can't pursue those alien beasts that specialize in speed." The centurion turned to look at the soldiers whose morale was low, and cursed in frustration. "Damn it, look at you guys, like trash whose wives got stolen. Show some spirit." Wei Gong led you bros to conquer Jing Mountain City. Jing Mountain City, the Witch God Sect's headquarters. Don't even mention our great Feng, even great Zhao. This is a first. It'll be written in the history books. Do you know what that means? You bunch of barbarians. The centurion waved his fist, energized, immortalized in history. Suddenly, a soldier next to him whispered, "But Wei Gong died in battle." The centurion's face instantly collapsed, and he was silent for a long time. Did we win the war?
In the eyes of the soldiers who had gone on the expedition, yes they had. They had even invaded the Yan territory, and conquered the Witch God Sect's headquarters. Such a victory meant that even if more than 80,000 lives were lost, even 10 or 20,000, it was worth it. The Witch God Sect lost a total of over 1 million people, including commoners and soldiers, in this campaign. It was a sky-high victory, but Wei Yuan's death was a heavy blow to the Great Feng soldiers, directly crushing their morale. After withdrawing from the Witch God Sect's territory, the 10,000-plus remnants of the army were stationed at Yuyang Pass, awaiting imperial orders. Meanwhile, Great Feng and Yan scouts were constantly monitoring each other, relaying information, and were actively and nervously paying attention to each other's movements. Suddenly, the mournful cries of the reconnaissance falcons shattered the silence. The scout showing off in the sky and his reconnaissance bird were torn to pieces, blood raining down. The soldiers on the wall narrowed their eyes and watched as a black figure, after killing the falcon scout, turned and flew towards the wall. Immediately after, they heard the woman in the daoist robe shout, "I am a disciple of the heavenly sect, Li Miaozhen." The centurion slowly exhaled, as if relieved of a burden. "It's the saintess of the heavenly sect, the Flying Swallow Heroine." Who's the Flying Swallow Heroine? You don't even know the Flying Swallow Heroine? She's the Azure Maiden of the heavenly sect. She can fly on a sword like she's super OP. More than OP, the Flying Swallow Heroine is invincible. Where she is, no one dares to do evil. Really? That's what everyone says. The soldiers of Jing Prefecture were pleasantly surprised, whispering to each other. The lower ranks didn't have a deep understanding of cultivation levels, or even knew anything at all. In their eyes, a third-rank expert wasn't as good as a famous hero. If Shu Qian had come, they would have thought their side was invincible, because Shu Yinluo was enraged for the people and killed the Duke of the State on the street, and the imperial court didn't dare fart. The emperor was even forced by him to issue a decree of self-reproach. Li Miaozhen descended on her flying sword, standing firmly on the wall alongside Xu Qian. This is the Flying Swallow Heroine of legend. But she's such a beautiful young woman. The soldiers looked at the young couple, their eyes filled with appraisal. They then looked, as if by agreement, at the man behind the heavenly sect saintess. He had handsome and delicate features,
but didn't give people a feeling of femininity or prettiness, but rather a handsome, divine grace like jade. His expression was indifferent, his eyes etched with an indelible sorrow. He seemed somewhat familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before, but they couldn't remember who he was, until the centurion's body trembled, his rough face suddenly turning red.
Trembling, he said,
Shu Yinluo. Fu Qian looked at the centurion, didn't answer, just nodded slightly. In the military camp below the city, over 10,000 soldiers suddenly heard a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the wall, a clamor like boiling water. Some of them ran to the barracks. Some reined in their horses. Some stopped the work in their hands, all turning their heads to look at the wall. They heard countless cheers, converging into one voice.
Shu Yinluo,
for the great Feng soldiers who had lost their leader. The three words, Shu Yinluo, were a stimulant, a backbone, a guiding light, so they would no longer be confused. Since ancient times, the leader has always been someone with a reputation, like the sun in the sky. A moment later, in the military tent, Fu Qian met Zhang Kaitai after many days, asking in a calm tone, Wei Gong led 5 golden gongmen on the expedition. Why only you came to see me? Where are the others? Zhang Kaitai said in a low voice, Dead. They all died at the Witch God Sect's headquarters. Some died fighting witchmasters, some were caught in the destructive battle and died on the spot. Among the 4th ranks, only Chen Ying and I made it back. After a long time, Fu Qian had the urge to smoke. He regained his composure and asked in a low voice, Where's Wei Gong? Zhang Kaitai looked at him. The young man's expression was calm. His emotions were stable, and he seemed very composed. But when Zhang Kaitai looked into his bright eyes, he instinctively looked away, looking to the side and saying, We couldn't bring him back.
Fu Qian's body immediately swayed.
After a long silence, he slowly exhaled. Tell me what happened. From when you started the expedition. Zhang Kaitai nodded and said, Actually, there are a lot of things that I've only now had time to reflect on. For example, why did Wei Gong attack so urgently? Because we didn't have any food supplies from the beginning. No food supplies? Fu Qian's pupils slightly contracted. 100,000 people going on an expedition without food supplies? Is this a war or a death sentence? Is Yuan Jing crazy? Are the lords crazy? Did they just want Wei Gong to die? Zhang Kaitai shook his head and continued. After the brothers retreated, Chen Ying, in a fit of anger, led a team to slaughter all the officials of the Ministry of Revenue of Bam Prefecture, killing hundreds of people, and then took 100 men back to the capital. He wanted to confront His Majesty, confront the lords.
Zhang Kaitai slowly recounted that, after the expedition, Wei Yuan secretly divided the army, with one part going by land, conquering cities and fortresses, trying to take down Yan as quickly as possible, but they were stopped by the easy-to-defend but hard-to-attack walls of Yandu.
Although they didn't take Yandu, Wei Gong's goal was achieved, pinning down the Yan and Kang troops, recounting until Wei Yuan summoned the illusion of the Confucian saint, fighting to the death with the witch god until his death in battle. It was him. It was him. It was Zhen Dai. Fu Qian's expression twisted. After listening to Zhang Kaitai's description, he was sure that the mysterious expert who joined forces with the Witch God sect to kill Wei Yuan was the late emperor Zhen Dai. As the emotions of hatred gradually subsided, Fu Qian looked back at this campaign. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and a gloomy coldness rose in his heart. With his logical reasoning ability, after listening to Zhang Kaitai's description, he re-evaluated this campaign in his head. The center of this campaign was the Witch God. Taking the Witch God as the center to play chess and wage war, aiding the monster race, was just a superficial reason. What Wei Yuan really had to do was deal with the Witch God, while the Lakeite Emperor and the Witch God sect wanted to protect the Witch God. The Witch God sect relied on this to set up the plan, with the Late Emperor pulling the rug out from under them, waiting for the army to enter the enemy's territory, then cutting off the food supply, cutting off the army's reinforcements, eroding Wei Yuan's forces, and pushing the great Feng soldiers into the abyss of eternal damnation. Then, the 2 third-rank spirit mind masters, 1 first-rank great witchmaster, and 1 second-rank tribulation-passing expert, would finish the job. As long as Wei Yuan's forces were weakened to a certain extent, they would definitely make a move. And Wei Yuan's way of dealing with it was to slaughter entire cities, using war to fuel war. Under the circumstances of not having food supplies and reinforcements, he pushed all the way to the interior of Yan, bringing the army to the capital. Next, he used a feint to attack one way, while secretly advancing another, going by waterway to get behind the enemy. Looking from this perspective, Wei Yuan anticipated that the imperial court would pull the rug out from under him, so he prepared to strike quickly from the beginning, leaving no retreat, not needing reinforcements, just seizing on the spot, using war to fuel war,
directly pushing to the Witch God Sect's headquarters. In the final decisive battle, Wei Yuan faced 4 super experts. If he was just a second-rank martial artist, he would have no chance of defeating the 4, let alone fighting the witch god to the death. Wei Yuan had already considered this point. He had a backer, and his backer was the Confucian saint, Fu Xiang thought to himself. Everyone thought this campaign was to support the monster race and maintain the balance. Who would have thought there was a deeper purpose behind it? The witch god sect used a counterplot, turning the tables, and Wei Gong also used a counterplot, summoning the Confucian saint, leveling the witch god sect's headquarters. The chess game and scheming in it is really hair-raising. He still had a few doubts that hadn't been resolved. For example, if Wei Gong was a martial artist who had merged with the Dao, a terrifyingly powerful inhuman being, why did he hide his strength for so many years, declaring to the outside world that he had no cultivation and was an ordinary person? And why did the Lakeite Emperor join forces with the witch god sect to kill Wei Yuan? Although a second-rank godson was indeed someone to be wary of, like crazy wary, skinning a tiger could have a good ending. Given Wei Yuan's relationship with the Empress, the Laite Emperor only needed to seize on this weakness to have a bargaining advantage. Moreover, there was a supervisor watching over him. Wanting to maintain the stability of the overall situation wouldn't be difficult. On the contrary, actively leading his own country's soldiers and generals to the enemy's mouth was clearly a greater danger.
Li Yongxiao was thinking of a line he'd heard too many times. "Your Majesty, why the hell are you rebelling?" That's exactly what he was wondering. RN. One last thing, Wei Yuan didn't hesitate to embrace enlightenment and die in battle, attacking the main altar of the witch god sect. What for, though? Turns out, I can't even pick up his corpse.
Li Yongxiao felt a pang of grief.
Lost in thought, he took a deep breath and said, "Lord Wei was always hiding his skills." Zhang Kaitai grunted in agreement, his eyes staring blankly towards the entrance of the military tent, slowly saying,
"After the Shanhaiguan campaign, Lord Wei and His Majesty had a secret talk, and then he crippled his cultivation. We couldn't understand it then, and we still can't understand it now. Who knew Lord Wei had secretly rebuilt his martial dapio? Even though he died in battle, I'm still happy.
My broken hut sits atop the well. The general cannot avoid death on the battlefield. Being able to die in battle on the battlefield as an unparalleled powerhouse, I have no regrets for Lord Wei anymore." Li Yongxiao asked, "Besides Yang Yan and Jiang Livzong, you're the only surviving Jin Yi. What are your plans for the future?"
"Once a watchman, always a watchman."
Zhang Kaitai tilted his head to look at him and asked, "What about you?" His only response was silence. Just then, a vice-general rushed in, his face panicked, shouting, "Commander! Scouts report that the Yan and Kang kingdoms have gathered 80,000 troops and are heading towards Yuyang Pass.
They'll be at the city in, like, half an hour."
Zhang Kaitai's expression changed, asking, "Who's leading the army?"
The vice-general said in a low voice, "The Yan army is led by Nuo Erhachi." Zhang Kaitai was stunned, falling into silence. He then instructed, "Summon all generals and centurions to discuss the matter. Again, get all the soldiers up on the city walls, and tell the civilian soldiers to immediately go to the warehouse to move the weapons and equipment for defending the city." He issued each order skillfully, without any panic. But the grim look on his face showed how heavy-hearted this Jin Yi was. In a moment, a dozen generals in armor and wearing sabers entered the military tent, cupping their fists towards Li Yongxiao and Zhang Kaitai. Knowing that the armies of the Yan and Kang kingdoms were about to arrive at the city, the generals all had serious expressions and didn't bother chatting with Li Yongxiao too much. Zhang Kaitai scanned everyone and said in a low voice, "The Yan and Kang kingdoms are turning back on us. It seems the witch god sect wants to fight to the death with our Dafeng. Everyone here is an experienced general, with a keen sense for war." After retreating to Yuyang Pass, we analyzed the situation. The witch god sect suffered heavy losses in this battle, and broke through 7 cities in a row. There's too much to deal with afterwards. Under such circumstances, the correct approach would be to deploy troops, repair the breached cities, and closely monitor the border with scouts. There's no way they could easily start a war in the short term. The opposite means the witch god sect wants to fight to the death with Dafeng. We don't have enough troops, and we don't have enough rations either. Shen Ying killed those begging officials of the Ministry of Revenue, only to find out that the rations were never transported here. Those dog officials of the Ministry of Revenue were deliberately hiding it from us, colluding with the enemy to betray the country. They deserve to have their entire family seized and executed. The brothers are risking their lives in the front, and these dog officials are stabbing us in the back. Sons of bitches. Zhang Kaitai tapped the table, bringing the topic back on track, saying, "What we need to do now is defend Yuyang Pass, and then send military intelligence to the Imperial Court, so that the Imperial Court can quickly send troops to help. But food is the problem.
The food in the warehouse won't last until reinforcements arrive. A general pondered. Yuzhou has always been a place that produces food. The local people won't lack food. We can ask them for it. We can't trust those begging officials now. We'll send people to collect the rations ourselves. Zhang Kaitai frowned. This is against the rules, and the people may not be willing. Don't end up with a bad reputation for using your power to bully people, giving the civil officials an excuse to accuse us. They will be willing, this local general said, one word at a time. That debt from 40 years ago, the imperial court has forgotten, but the people of our 3 prefectures will not forget. The matter of rations was settled. The generals turned to discuss the issue of troops, everyone with furrowed brows. Given the speed at which the imperial court deploys troops, can we defend with these 10,000 plus men? The witch god sect can't be compared to the barbarians. The barbarians rely on piling up corpses to attack cities, but the witch god sect has siege weapons. Some they make themselves, and some they secretly transport from Dafeng. In the Shenhaiguan campaign, the witch god sect learned a bloody lesson and summarized the reasons for their defeat, believing that Dafeng could dominate the 9 provinces because large-scale destructive weapons were the most important support. Therefore, they secretly colluded with Dafeng officials, embezzling military equipment, and then disassembling, studying, and imitating it. After so many years, they've also learned to make many siege weapons, including gunpowder. But the witch god sect doesn't have sorcerers. The siege weapons, fire cannons, and crossbow carts they make are all mundane objects, while Dafeng's are magical artifacts. The destructive power can't be compared. We have to defend even if we can't. The witch god sect is just a paper tiger. If we repel them this time, we win. If we can't repel them, we have to hurt them badly, damage their vitality, like the Shanhaiguan campaign, making them unable to recover for 20 years. At worst, we'll just die, Zhang Kaitai's vice general said, then looked directly at his superior and said in a low voice, Chen Ying, that dog left the camp without permission. Now we can count the number of 4th-rank experts on our fingers. It's very difficult to stop them. I remember Nuo Erhachi is a 4th rank, and a dual 4th rank in both the martial Dao and witchcraft. This sentence made the generals present frown, the atmosphere becoming tense. Li Yongxiao stroked his chin and asked, a dual cultivation of the martial Dao and witchcraft. What kind of character is this Nuo Erhatichi? To be honest, he's seen a lot today, but he's rarely encountered this kind of dual system person, and was a little surprised. Cultivation is so difficult, it's already not easy to mess around in one system. Where would you have the extra energy to cultivate another system? Zhang Kaitai answered his question. The inheritance of the throne of the witch god sect's affiliated countries is different from our central plains. In the system of the 3 countries of Yuan, Jing, and Heng, the administration is handled by the ministers, and the king holds the military power. Therefore, the kings of all generations are extremely brave warriors, and are also veteran generals who have fought on the battlefield. Above those 2, there are 3rd-rank experts from the witch god sect, serving as national preceptors. The national preceptors don't interfere much in military and political affairs, but they are the most powerful people in the country, except that they can't depose or establish a king. The national preceptor has the power to decide and veto everything. The king is actually more like a commander who controls the military power of a country. No wonder Jia Huyu Shu, the king of Jing, is considered a talent comparable to Wei Gong. I was wondering, these guys are just being emperors as a side hustle? That's literally what it is? Liu Yongxiao nodded in surprise, roughly understanding the class system of the supreme theocracy. Zhang Kaitai continued, Nuo Erhachi is the current Yan king. His overall command ability may not be as good as Xiaoyu Shu, but in terms of personal combat power, 2 Xiaoyu Shus are no match for him. Nuo Erhachi is not only a peak 4th rank, but also a peak dual system 4th rank. Before the expedition, we even prepared to use 2 or 3 4th ranks to trade for him. Who knew? Who knew we couldn't even take down Yan Duna? Saying this, he couldn't help but slam the table in anger. Li Yongxiao calmly glanced at the generals present, seeing that their expressions were serious, as if they had developed some negativity and listlessness because of Zhang Kaitai's story, and immediately nodded, not asking any more questions. Hearing a comrade in arms talk about a powerful enemy is a very demoralizing thing. Li Yongxiao had no experience in warfare, so he didn't participate any further, but closed his eyes and pondered. His silence, on the other hand, disappointed several generals who knew that Great Master Li Yinluo was extraordinarily skilled in military strategy. A peak dual system 4th rank is a bit difficult to deal with. Li Yongxiao weighed it in his heart for a long time, and found that he didn't have the ability to defeat the opponent. First of all, different systems multiply, which can produce a qualitative change, just like Li Yongxiao previously relied on the Confucian magic book to temporarily become an all-rounder, overwhelming Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanzhen with his own strength, and at that time he was 2 ranks lower than the 2 of them. Next, 4th ranks also have strengths and weaknesses. Li Miaozhen, a newly emerged talent who was promoted to the 4th rank for only half a year, would basically get his ass beat when encountering those peak 4th rank powerhouses. Dual system peak 4th rank? What kind of concept is that? Below the 3rd rank, there aren't many who can beat him. My heavenly ground slicing slash plus the Taiping saber can pose a threat to 4th rank experts, but only to the slightly weaker 4th ranks like Li Miaozhen, and even then, I might not be able to hit the opponent. The suppression effect of the Buddhist lion's roar on a sorcerer proficient in the primordial spirit domain is ineffective. If I can't land that one slash, I'm done for. Master Shenshu hasn't woken up either. You can never wake up a sleeper. Even if you did, you'd still be dead though. The Confucian magic book is a very strong support, but I don't have the Heoran righteous chi to protect my body. If I use it too fiercely, I'll die first. If I don't use it fiercely enough, I simply can't kill a dual system peak 4th rank. Carefully evaluating his own means, Li Yongxiao was a little discouraged. Under the circumstances of not being able to go Super Saiyan, killing a peak dual system 4th rank with a 5th rank body is too forced, almost impossible to do. Even if he teamed up with Li Miaozhen and Xiang Kaitai, the three of them definitely wouldn't have a problem beating Nuo Erhachi alone, but there were no shortage of experts in the Yuan and Kang armies. Plus, there were 80,000 troops. Just thinking about this, a vice general ran in from outside to report that the Yuan and Kang armies had arrived. At the same time, outside the city, Nuo Erhachi looked at a knight next to him and asked, "Old brother Fu Xiang, Yuyang Pass only has less than 20,000 defending soldiers. What do you think? Or how long will it take to take it down?" That was a sturdy man, wearing black armor, with a vertical scar on the left side of his face, going straight from his eyebrow to his chin. This scar not only ruined his face, but also destroyed one of his eyes, so he was one-eyed. This one-eyed man had a similarly noble status, being the younger brother of the Kang king, Su Jiyu Du Hongxiang. Hongxiang, you live up to your name. This person has extraordinary talent and amazing physical strength. When he was in the essence refining realm, he once broke the tendons and bones of a Qi refining realm martial artist with one punch. From the imperial court to the pugilistic world of Kang, this person's cultivation can be ranked in the top 2. Su Jiyu Du Hongxiang narrowed his eyes, observed the magnificent city walls of Yuyang Pass, and smirked. At most half a month. Nuo Erhachi shook his head. I said 5 days. Of course, if the situation is as I predicted, maybe 3 days will be enough. Su Jiyu Du Hongxiang frowned and looked at him. Nuo Erhachi smiled and said, Wei Yuan is dead, the morale of the Dafeng soldiers has dropped. Seeing our 80,000 troops arriving at the city is another blow. Besides, most of Dafeng's high-ranking martial artists were killed in Jing Mountain City. How many experts can a small Yuyang Pass have? Even if they do, will there be enough for us to kill? Su Jiyu Du Hongxiang slowly nodded. The burly 50-year-old man continued. Furthermore, our soldiers are riding high. Wei Yuan really died at the main altar. The divine military strategist of Dafeng died at our witch god sect's main altar. From another angle, isn't that very inspiring? This time they were attacking Yuyang Pass on the orders of the witch god sect's main altar. National preceptor Yi Er Bu conveyed the order in a few words. Kill! Kill as many as you can. Kill as many as you can. Reenact the slaughter of thousands of miles 40 years ago. Nuo Erhachi looked at the Daosfeng flags fluttering on the city walls, and laughed darkly. Wei Yuan slaughtered the people of my Yan kingdom, shaking the luck of my witch god sect, and now it's our turn to shake the luck of Daosfeng. Shaking the luck is very simple. It's war, it's killing people. A country is made up of individuals. The larger the population, the stronger the luck. A small country with 10,000 people, and a large country with tens of millions of people. Which has stronger luck? It goes without saying. The allied forces of the Yan and Kang kingdoms stopped. The sound of footsteps, the sound of wheels, and the sound of armor clashing all disappeared, silent. Li Yongxiao followed Zhang Kaitai and the generals up to the city walls, observing the orderly ranks of the 80,000 troops in the distance. Like neatly cut pieces of tofu, these 80,000 troops gave people the feeling of being small like ants, but also so dense and thick that people felt suffocated. A tidal wave of pressure. The soldiers defending the city walls had solemn faces, as if facing a great enemy. Zhang Kaitai pressed the hilt of his saber, his face serious as he observed the army below the city, and said in a low voice, The witch god sect is not the same as the demon barbarians. The demon barbarians have nothing, only cavalry and demon barbarians charging and killing each other on the battlefield. We lost more than we won, but the demon barbarians are also very sensible, rarely attacking cities, but the witch god sect has fire cannons, crossbow carts, siege weapons, and also infantry good at attacking cities. Li Yongxiao suggested, Didn't you say Wei Gong penetrated the interior of the Yan kingdom? The Yan kingdom has already suffered heavy losses, and now they're gathering troops. How many troops can he deploy? Maybe they're very empty inside now. Can we go around and raid the Yan kingdom's capital?
Zhang Kaitai shook his head. It's not that simple. Numo Erhachi isn't stupid. He definitely left the minimum amount of troops to defend the city, then left the place empty. We have a limited number of fire cannons, and can't afford a siege war. Don't end up with no fire cannons left, and the city hasn't been taken down yet? Wouldn't that be a loss? Yan kingdom's capital? Even Wei Gong couldn't take it down in a short time, let alone us. If we attack other cities, the battle lines will be too long.
The enemy can easily cut off our supplies, and the brothers we send out will have sacrificed in vain. Liang Xiao slowly nodded. At this time the Yan king turned his horse and roared towards his army. Brothers of the Yan kingdom, half a month ago, the Dafeng army invaded our territory and slaughtered 7 cities in a row. Parents, brothers were slaughtered, and our hometowns were burned into arid land. Deep hatred, great vengeance. Have you forgotten? The Yan army let out a roar like an avalanche. We haven't forgotten. Nuo Erhachi continued to roar. This is our hatred but also our shame. Half a month ago Wei Yuan died in battle at Jing Mountain City and was killed by our witch god sect.
He paid for his actions with his life. The dignified divine military strategist of Dafeng is nothing more than that. The divine military strategist of Dafeng, who was proud, was easily killed by our witch god sect, becoming a stepping stone for us to become famous in the 9 provinces. Now is the time for the weakened Dafeng to taste our anger. We want Dafeng to know that the territory of the witch god sect is not to be invaded. Those who kill our people must pay blood for blood. With each sentence he spoke, the morale of the Yan soldiers increased, and their confidence also increased. In the end, their momentum was like a rainbow, and the Kang army was also affected by him, their fighting spirit boiling. This speech was very successful, because it had a solid foundation. The solid foundation. Wei Yuan was killed by our witch god sect. Nuo Erhachi pointed to Yuyang Pass in the distance and shouted, "Attack the city!" With one order, the war ignited. Two groups of 10,000 infantry from the Yan and Kang kingdoms took the lead in charging. They pushed 3 siege carts, raised ladders that were tens of meters long, and carried siege hammers weighing hundreds of kilograms. Behind them, archers, fire cannons, and crossbow carts fired, covering the infantry attacking the city. On the city walls, drums roared like thunder, and trumpets blew long. Boom, boom, boom. The fire cannons placed on the wall shields fired one after another, each fire cannon landing in the enemy ranks, exploding in a bloody mess. Bodies flying everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of ballista arrows being fired was deafening, as each arrow, condensed with white light, shot towards the distance. The killing power of the ballista arrows was inferior to that of the cannons, but their range and penetration were superior. Therefore, the target of the ballista arrows was the artillery, ballista carts, and enemy experts in the distance. Below the 6th rank copper skin ironbone, no martial artist could block a single blow from the ballista arrow magic weapon. Even a tough 6th rank would be seriously injured by a single arrow. Apart from the cannons and ballistae, thousands of soldiers drew their bows and aimed downwards, shooting with all their might. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the number of infantrymen who died in the charge had exceeded 1,000. The sound of killing, screams, the roar of cannons, and the firing of ballista arrows were interwoven into a bloody image. Only siege vehicles could slowly advance. Siege vehicles were massive in size, made of a mixture of steel and wood. Even if they took a few cannon shots, they would not suffer too much damage. High-ranked martial artists guarded them to prevent the cannons and ballista arrows from destroying them. Inside the steel compartments of each siege vehicle were nearly 100 elite soldiers. Once these people reached the top of the wall, they could tear a hole in the firepower network in a short period of time, reducing the pressure on the soldiers below. Climbing up, Fu Qi'an stared at the soldiers attacking the city below, turned his eyes, and noticed that a siege vehicle had approached the city wall. The artillerymen hurriedly raised their cannons, aiming at that siege vehicle. Several cannonballs landed, only causing it to shake violently and show cracks. There was no way to destroy it. At this time, Fu Qi'an also came out from behind the fearful generals and jumped up, jumping high towards the siege vehicle below. Fu Qi'an drew the Taiping knife from behind and slashed across the siege vehicles, immediately cutting them into pieces. The heavy steel compartment crashed down, killing dozens of infantrymen. The peerless divine weapon was unstoppable. On the city wall, the great Feng soldiers around him erupted in loud cheers, shouting, "Shu Yin Luo!" Their morale soared. At the same time, in the distant cavalry camp, Nurhagia frowned, looked around, and asked, "Who is that person?" Immediately, a subordinate behind him clasped his fist and replied, "The great Feng people are all shouting Zhu Yin Luo, it must be Zhu Qi'an." Nurhagia listened and said, "It is said that this Zhu Qi'an is Wei Yuan's top confidant. His achievements today are all due to Wei Yuan's promotion. It's a pity that in the massacre of Chujiao, this person was stripped of his official position. Unexpectedly, after Wei Yuan's death, he came to Yuyang Pass himself. Chisk, he really has deep feelings for Wei Yuan. Su Gudu Hongxiong narrowed his eyes, assessing the young man on the city wall. This guy's cultivation is not bad. It is said that the Vajra divine art makes 4th-rank martial artists unable to keep up. While talking to each other, the two clearly noticed that the Great Feng garrison's morale had soared, and their fighting spirit was high. This guy actually has such a reputation. Nurhagia frowned, raised his saber, and shouted, "Attack the city!" The third wave of tens of thousands of infantrymen charged towards Yuyang Pass like ants. Nurhagia raised his voice and said, "Hongxiong, follow me to the top of the wall to meet this great Feng Shu Yin Luo." Su Gudu Hongxiong knew that he wanted to try to kill that Yin Luo, shatter the morale and fighting spirit of the great Feng soldiers that had been rekindled. Hongxiong chuckled and said, "I was just thinking that." 2 cavalrymen rushed out of the ranks, kicking up dust. Behind the 2 leaders, more than 30 martial artists followed. Their cultivation levels varied, but the lowest was also 6th-rank copper skin ironbone. Experts can rely on their bodies to roll around in the midst of thousands of troops. Those below the copper skin ironbone realm are not qualified to charge into battle. On the city wall, the defending generals were solemn. That is, it was easy to deal with ordinary soldiers climbing the city, but high-ranked martial artists attacking the city were the biggest headache. Moreover, under the situation where the number of high-ranked enemies far exceeded their own, if a high-ranked martial artist rushed to the top of the wall and started a massacre, even if their own experts stopped them and drove them away after a great battle, more than half of the surrounding defending soldiers would be killed or injured. A general shouted, "Prepare the divine crossbow!" The soldiers, who had been prepared for a long time, pushed out the strange-looking crossbow carts. These crossbow carts were different from ordinary ballistae. They had an exaggeratedly large firing groove, and the surface of the firing groove was lined with rows of firing holes. This was specifically aimed at high-ranked martial artists. Its attack power was no less than that of a ballista, but the range it covered was something that a ballista could not match. This was a covering attack, aimed at alarming, high-ranked martial artists of danger. The manufacturing cost of this type of divine crossbow was 10 times that of a ballista and cannon. In an instant, not only the divine crossbow, but also the cannons and ballistae were firing. The target was the extremely fast-approaching enemy experts, led by Nurhagia. Nurhagia jumped off his horse, unleashing streams of fist energy, dispelling the incoming crossbow bolts. The experts behind him were no longer worried about the rear, and charged bravely. Nurhagia dispelled the first wave of cannon fire and crossbow arrows, and smiled mockingly at the top of the wall. "Great Feng only has this little firepower. Don't be shy to make it more fierce." The Yan nation soldiers' morale was boosted, and the sound of killing suddenly became intense. The city attack was reckless, and the defending generals' faces darkened. They saw that the soldiers around them had revealed fear. At this moment, the top of the wall exploded with a loud bang, and a golden light struck towards Nurhagia, hitting him, and causing him to tumble awkwardly in the air before stabilizing his body in the distance. Fu Qian, holding the Taiping knife, replied, "Yan nation's #1 expert, is that all you've got?" This time, it was the great Feng soldiers, turned to erupt in cheers, shouting, "Shu Yin Luo!" The generals breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shu Yin Luo is still here, the great Feng soldiers will not lack morale. Nurhagia patted his chest and said, "5th rank!" The phantom of a giant bird flapped its wings, carrying him down from the sky, rushing towards Shu Qian. "Miaozhen! Shu Qian can't fly. If he fights in the air, he will definitely lose," he shouted loudly. Li Miaozhen understood, manipulated the flying sword to bring him back to the top of the wall. On the other side, Jiyu Dudu Hongxiong flew into the sky, rushed to the city wall in one breath, and the remaining experts climbed the wall with their bare hands. This was the blind spot of the cannon and ballista firing range. The color of Li Miaozhen's pupils faded, turning into a color of lapis lazuli. She raised her hand, her palm facing Su Gudu Hongxiong. Immediately afterwards, Su Gudu Hongxiong's saber rebelled, aiming its blade at its owner's throat. His armor rebelled, making a cracking sound. Wanting to kill Su Gudu Hongxiong, Su Gudu Hongxiong shook his qi energy, shattering the armor into pieces, continuously ringing out, "Puff! Puff!" Shards of iron inlaid into the city walls, inlaid into the bodies of the surrounding defending soldiers. He ran madly towards the saintess of the heavenly sect, knocking away all the soldiers along the way. Li Miaozhen quickly jumped up, stepping on the flying sword, roaring like the wind. She erected her finger as a sword, using the power of her primordial spirit to use the means of a magic weapon, using the weapons scattered on the top of the wall, summoning 2 massive torrents of steel. Su Gudu Hongxiong sneered, His knees sank, and suddenly he jumped up. His fourth-rank martial artist body resisted the two torrents of steel converging and the sparks flying everywhere.
Resolutely rushing towards Li Miaozhen. A black shadow rushed up from the side, slamming diagonally towards Su Gudu Hongxiang. It was Zhang Kaitai. The two of them intertwined and flew out, breaking one hole after another in the wall.
Su Gudu Hongxiang pinched Zhang Kaitai's neck, condensing his right fist with fourth-rank fist intent, and slammed it on his face.
Bang! Zhang Kaitai bled from all 7 orifices. Motherfucker! Zhang Kaitai's serious face suddenly turned ferocious, his fingers forming a sword and pointing at Su Gudu Hongxiang's chest,
erupting with brilliant sword intent. Su Gudu Hongxiang was knocked off the city wall by this unparalleled sword intent, crushing a circle of infantrymen beside him.
His chest was covered in blood and gore, in so much pain that his face was distorted, and he jumped up again. On the other side, Nurhejia and Fu Xiang were now fiercely fighting in the sky.
Nurhejia sneered and punched Fu Qi'an. Fu Qi'an quickly raised the Taiping knife to block in front of him.
At this time, it seemed like he caught his opening.
Fu Qi'an raised his foot and kicked Nurhejia hard in the stomach. The Yuan soldier could not avoid being pushed back. His left hand grabbed Fu Qi'an's ankle, and his right elbow aimed straight at his knee, striking down hard.
Clang! A bell rang in the world. The golden light was brilliant and motionless. Fu Qi'an took the opportunity to kick his leg high, kicking the opponent staggering back, and smirked, saying, "Almost, huh?" Blood-colored light lingered around Nurhejia's body. Originally a peak 4th-rank expert, his aura rose another level. Immediately afterwards, Fu Qi'an flew out like a cannonball, smashing through the crowd of defending soldiers along the way. His feet slid on the ground for dozens of meters, barely stabilizing his body.
Nurhejia let out a soft cry, and the surrounding corpses were summoned and crawled up, frantically attacking the defending soldiers.
Our boy straight up vanishes and reappears behind Fu Qi'an, throwing a punch right down the middle. Fu Qi'an, like he saw it coming, casually dodges that SHT. The Taiping knife flares up, leaving a bloody gash on the arm of this peak rank 4 master. The power of Heart Sword explodes, shaking his primordial spirit. Nice blade! Nurhejia ain't even phased, eyes glued to the Taiping knife like a total simp. Then BAM! Headbutt! Fu Qi'an's head feels like it's gonna split open, flying backwards again. That headbutt was infused with the dude's powerful rank 4 shaman primordial spirit.
Thwack! 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 Nurhejia's fists rained down, sending Fu Qi'an reeling. Golden light erupts, but damn, this guy's tougher than a toilet seat. Nurhejia frowns. Fu Qi'an charges with the knife, but Nurhejia just spreads his hands, grabs a corner of Fu Qi'an's clothes, and tries to pull off some voodoo SHT. Die! Pages burn, but a golden core floats up from Fu Qi'an's head, a core that breaks all spells. Daoist golden core, baby? Fu Qi'an knew this guy was a high-rank shaman and prepped for his curses. They exchange blows. Fu Qi'an spins around, flicking blood off his blade. Nurhejia looks down, a gaping wound on his stomach, guts spilling out. He casually smudges it, and bam, the wound's 70 to 80% healed. He's pissed now, growls, and the dead soldiers around Fu Qi'an suddenly revive, mindlessly attacking and tearing at him. Nurhejia uses this chance to charge, catching Fu Qi'an off guard. 2 martial artists with the power of energy transformation go at it. Their bodies twist into crazy positions to dodge, ignoring inertia to throw non-stop punches. No one can see their moves, just hear the loud impacts. But Fu Qi'an is still just a rank 5 with energy transformation. His strength falters, and he eats a punch from Yanjun. Then, a relentless beatdown. High-rank martial artists seize the initiative and can chain attacks until the opponent is dead. They have the power of energy transformation, ignoring inertia. Perfect combos. 2 blade lights flash. 2 generals attack Nurhejia from the left and right, interrupting his relentless iron fists. Huff! Fu Qi'an gasps for air, feeling pain everywhere, a metallic taste in his throat. In terms of strength and chi, he's way behind a peak rank 4, especially a dual system one. What now? A dual system peak rank 4 is the strongest below rank 3, with no weaknesses in body or primordial spirit. They can fly, manipulate, have strong defense, scary close combat, and shaman blood spirit art to heal injuries. How do I fight this? How can I kill him? The thought pops up and a black figure is thrown over. The general, who just helped Fu Qi'an. Fu Qi'an catches him, using skill to reduce the impact, but the guy's bones are all broken. No more fighting. The middle-aged general grins, mouthful of bloody froth, gasping. Shu Yinluo, I did my best. These dogs are too strong. Fu Qi'an nods. Don't talk, rest. Leave the rest to me.
Meanwhile, the battle on the wall is intense, with Nurhagia leading experts to break through the city. The enemy's siege pressure eases, and enemy soldiers climb the wall to fight the Great Feng army. Especially Su Gudu Hongxiong, relying on his peak rank 4 physique, he stubbornly fights Li Miaozhen and Zhang Kaitai, attacking on the wall, wreaking havoc, destroying everything. Even though he's constantly injured, he figures he'll wreck SHT first, and if he can't kill, he'll just dip.
Destroying the Great Feng army's siege weapons is the key.
No, can't let them keep killing like this. Too many losses, a huge blow to morale. The worst thing in war is negativity. We gotta drive him back. I have Luo Yuheng's sword talisman, I can kill him. But it's in the Earth Book fragment, too obvious to take out. Nurhagia is a peak rank 4 martial artist. He'll definitely be ready.
Thinking this, Fu Xiang still boldly reaches into his clothes, taps the back of the small jade mirror, and pulls out a piece of paper. Wei Gong attacked Yan country's capital. You've killed so many people. How many soldiers does Yan country have left? You've brought almost all the remaining fighters for this siege, right? Fu Qi'an tries to distract him with talk. Nurhagia, are you gambling Yan country's fate?
Nurhagia scoffs, not denying it, because it's true. In fact, most of the 80,000 troops are from Kang country. Yan country soldiers make up less than 30%, because there aren't that many left. Wei Yuan almost crippled Yan country. Kang country, because of its coastal armor, wasn't trampled by Wei Yuan's iron cavalry, so its forces are relatively intact. If this battle is won, Yan country will need at least 50 years to recover. And if this siege is lost, it probably can't recover at all. Nurhagia didn't deploy his flying beast army this time. A king isn't a gambler. He has to leave Yan country a trump card. Leave some seeds. Even if that army is small. Nurhagia's heart aches, then stares at Fu Qian's hand and asks, "What's that in your hand?" Fu Qian shrugs, shaking the paper. "Didn't you see?" Nurhagia shakes his head. "No, I'm talking about the other hand. What did you hide there?" SHT. Fu Qian curses inwardly, quickly burning the second piece of paper, and says grimly, "No killing, under the law of Buddhism." Just then, a blurry black figure descends on Nurhagia's head. Vaguely, a monk. The monk shadow then strikes down with a palm, sending Nurhagia flying, but he dissipates the move and laughs loudly. "Ineffective! During the Shanhaiguan battle, I killed more than one monk. I summoned monk heroic spirits. I'm faster and more convenient than you." But he's wrong. Fu Qian never intended to use a killer move on him. He turns and runs like hell, then jumps off the city wall yelling, "Miaozhen, take me!" A flying sword screeches through the air. Fu Qian steps on it, flying over the wall, aiming for Su Gudu Hongxiong. Nurhagia's face changes when he sees this. Hongxiong! He doesn't know what tricks Fu Qian has, but the moment that kid took out that thing, he felt uneasy. A martial artist's intuition for danger is exceptionally sharp, even more so for Su Gudu Hongxiong. Su Gudu Hongxiong is caught up in the killing, relentlessly slaughtering Great Feng soldiers, destroying cannons and trebuchets, when a warning bell rings in his head. Hearing Nurhagia's reminder, he instinctively wants to jump off the wall, but the heavenly sect saintess is one step faster. Simultaneously manipulating the flying sword to meet Fu Qian, she has secretly released her primordial spirit, letting out a silent roar. Hong! A deafening lion's roar explodes, seamlessly connected. Fu Qian rides the flying sword closer and swings the sword talisman at Su Gudu Hongxiong. Glorious sword chi appears between heaven and earth. In Su Gudu Hongxiong's eyes reflects the sword light. His expression shows clear despair. Then, all thoughts vanish. Luo Yuheng's sword chi directly takes away half of his body. His chest and above are still intact. Fu Qian jumps down, stands on the city wall, and raises Su Gudu Hongxiong's head high, taking a deep breath and erupting in a thunderous roar. "The enemy general is dead! Soldiers, kill them!" The city wall immediately explodes in cheers like mountains collapsing and waves crashing. The Great Feng defenders, from generals to soldiers, are now full of passion. The enemy below is in chaos, especially the Kang country soldiers. After seeing their leader beheaded, some cry in grief, some start to retreat, fleeing in panic. Their previous momentum is gone. Fu Qian sees Nurhagia's face as dark as water, spitting out 3 words through gritted teeth. Fu Qian's. In the first round of the siege, the highest commander of the Kang country army died on the city wall. This is definitely a huge loss, but the real problem is the morale collapse. The morale of the 2-nation allied forces is shattered by Fu Qian's sword. On the battlefield, soldiers rely on a surge of morale, and when that's gone, the defeat is like a landslide. He grinds his teeth and says, "I'll see how many trump cards you have left." Fu Qian provokes him. "Come at me, I got plenty more.
Nurhagia doesn't say another word, jumps off the city wall, summons a giant bird shadow, and flies back to his camp. The Kang country soldiers, morale is in chaos. Continuing the siege is just suicide. He needs to stabilize the troops and reorganize. Fortunately, his reputation and strength as the king of Yuan are far greater than Su Gudu Hongxiang, so he can stabilize the army. Thump thump thump, thunderous drums sound. The enemy retreats on a large scale, leaving behind nearly 5,000 soldiers. The sunset is like blood. The great Feng defenders quietly clean up the bodies of the enemy and their comrades, clean up the remaining bodies. The civilians carry the military supplies to the city wall, replenish crossbow arrows and cannons, repair the destroyed city wall. The first round of the siege was so fierce, blood staining the city wall, but in the eyes of the soldiers there is light, because they have faith, they have a spine. Luo Yuheng's sword talisman is used up, and I'm running out of trump cards. Zhu Qihan's mood is a bit heavy, silently watching this scene. He then asks, "How many brothers did we lose?" Zhang Kaitai next to him grins, revealing an ugly smile. 1,300 people, those sons of Bt Ches. Only the first round of the siege, and so many of my brothers are dead. But the biggest loss is the cannons and trebuchets. That stuff needs alchemists to maintain and repair, and it can't be fixed overnight. Tomorrow, even more people will die. Luckily we have you, otherwise even more people would have died in this battle. Zhang Kaitai finishes, glances at Shu Qihan's twitching hand, and his smile slowly disappears. "How's your injury?" Shu Qihan is silent for a moment, then slowly shakes his head. "My injury is fine, I just need a night's rest." He pauses but doesn't continue. Zhang Kaitai frowns. Hiding information is the biggest taboo on the battlefield. Shu Qihan hesitates for a moment, then says, "I'm out of trump cards." The atmosphere falls silent. After a while, Zhang Kaitai sighs heavily. "You should go." This usually serious swordsman says with a bitter smile, "I almost forgot you're only rank 5. The brothers all thought you were a top expert, stronger than us." "I won't tell anyone this secret. I'll say you're going to ask for reinforcements. You're out of trump cards, so it's not suitable for you to stay. Tomorrow, Nurhagia will definitely be watching you, trying to kill you." Whether it's for revenge or to boost morale, he goes to the wall, leans on the parapet, points to the enemy in the distance, setting up campfires, and grins. "Look, the troops are stable now. With Nurhagia, the Kang country army won't be in chaos. Maybe tomorrow they'll attack with more hatred, even forgetting about life and death." Shu Qihan shakes his head. "If I leave, the morale that was so hard to build up will collapse again." "Of course, you gotta call for backup. Inform the court. Daoist Li can fly on his sword, he's fast. Before the reinforcements arrive, I'll do my best to defend. I ain't going. Wei Gong stayed. My brothers stayed, so I'm staying too." "If we leave, what about the people behind us?" 40 years ago, the Witch God clan massacred 3 provinces. Can't let that happen again. This dude was chill AF while talking. A good commander never leaves his post. A general is bound to die in battle. The best are those who run away. No reinforcements. There aren't any reinforcements. Zhu Qian hesitated. He couldn't bring himself to tell him the truth. Then he saw a general slowly moving forward along the wall, one hand pressed to his head, shouting, "Outside Yuanyang Pass are the people of Jianzhou. We can't retreat. This is the Witch God clan's last stand. Just hold on, and victory is ours. We still got reinforcements from the court. We gotta hold on till they get here." That general then saw Shu Qian and excitedly said, "With Shu Yinluo here, the Witch God clan ain't gonna take the city. That Nurhachi guy better come tomorrow, we'll make sure he doesn't leave." The surrounding soldiers' eyes lit up. Shu Qian soloed Nurhachi today, killed Sugudu, and drove back the enemy. Everyone saw it. He's the real deal. That sword was something else. With Shu Yinluo here, the Witch God clan ain't a problem no more. He always puts people at ease, always handles things smoothly. He's never let the people of Daofeng down. Surrounded by expectant gazes, Shu Qian silently went to a deserted corner, sat down, and stared blankly at the enemy building their temporary base in the distance. The soldiers' adoring eyes made him feel kinda ashamed. Li Miaojin came from behind and asked, "You Levin, or what? If you don't, you might die." Shu Qian was silent for a long time, then replied with a laugh, "Do I look like I'm gonna leave?" Li Miaojin shook her head. "You hesitated. You didn't reject Zhang Kaitai, did you?" Shu Qian took out a thin book, almost just a cover, and looked into the distance, saying, "It's over. Just 1 page left. I don't want to go, but I'm out of trump cards. Gotta admit my weaknesses. My biggest weakness is not being strong enough. The magic scrolls that Zhao Shu gave me are almost used up. Only 1 page left of the Confucian law manifests from words. Anything useful will run out eventually. Since Levin, choose who. I've been savin, like crazy.
but after so long, it's almost all gone. When you were slaying those dukes at the market, you didn't seem to think you weren't strong enough." Li Miaozhen clearly saw the man's shoulders in front of her twitch. She looked at him, her eyes full of pity and sorrow. "After Wei Yuan died, your spine seems to be broken. You act like nothing's wrong, but I can feel you panicking. Without that anchor, you ain't confident in anything anymore." The night wind howled, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Fu Xiang softly said, "You're right, Health. I could be all gung-ho before, 'cause I had too many anchors." Wei Gong always smoothed things over with the court, blocked conspiracies in the government, gave me the best resources. Whenever I had questions, difficulties, or confusion, I'd think of him first. Even when that purple Lotus demon targeted me, Wei Gong took care of it all. With him, I could do anything without worry. After killing those dukes, the emperor tolerated me again and again. Now I think it wasn't just cause of the supervisor. Wei Gong was protecting me. He wasn't just some scholar who couldn't even hold a chicken. The whole capital knew I was his trusted confidant. The emperor had to be wary of him. But he just up and left. It hurts. I'm lost. That figure was still upright, but in Li Miaozhen's eyes he looked lonely. Think about it. I got so many buffs, so many anchors, but the only one I could really rely on was Wei Yuan. The supervisor's motives are unclear. Can't trust the divine tree Yuan. My body to nurture its severed limb. Says he's sleeping, and just sleeps. Only Wei Yuan wouldn't expect anything. In return, would grant any request, would shield me from the storm. My glory, my reputation, my enthusiasm were all built on the premise that someone was taking the pressure off me. Li Miaozhen couldn't help but bite her lip. Fu Qian paused, then said hoarsely, "There ain't no reinforcements. The late emperor will definitely interfere, keep stalling. Even if reinforcements eventually come, these people won't see. But I can't say it. If I do, the dragon army will completely collapse. But I really can't beat Nurhachi. Those ordinary soldiers don't understand anything. They naively think I'm invincible. Just go. I want to be alone for a bit." Li Miaozhen thought with disappointment. So that man was really that important to him. So important that losing him caused him to collapse. He's the faith and anchor of the defending soldiers. But where's his anchor? His anchor collapsed. He's become agitated, scared, and unconfident. No longer as enthusiastic as before. She then left gloomily, leaving Fu Qian alone to gaze at the distant darkness. In the firelight, Fu Qian sat for a long time. In the desolate cold night, he suddenly took out Wei Yuan's letter. Wei Yuan was dead. His last glimmer of hope was extinguished. He can finally read his last words. Fu Qian, if nothing unexpected happens, this is my last writing. Remember what I told you? This world is far more cruel than you imagine. This time, let in, the army, is to seal the witch god. The Confucian saint sealed the witch god back then, touching upon a secret of the supreme. I can't tell you too much in this letter. After the Confucian saint passed away, the witch god has accumulated power for over 10,000 years, and has initially broken the seal. This is a disaster for the Central Plains, for the human race, even for the 9 provinces. Confucianism has weakened to this day, and no longer has the strength to seal the witch god. Since the Battle of Shanhai Pass, the supervisor has stopped asking about worldly affairs. I never understood what he wanted to do. Dako Feng's national strength has weakened to this day. Who else but me can seal the witch god? We who read books should establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a destiny for the people, continue lost knowledge for past sages, and establish peace for all generations. This is what you said. Zhao Shu once took me to the Asian Saints Hall. Well said. You are worthy of being the successor I chose. After this battle, the Witch God clan will probably do everything they can. I seem to foresee the 3 provinces of Xiangjingyu running with blood. They are trying to shake Daofeng's luck, colluding with the late emperor to scatter Daofeng's last bit of luck. With your abilities, you probably already know this secret, right? You are the one I value. I always have the highest expectations for you. The turmoil in the Central Plains is unavoidable. You are Daofeng's last hope. Half of Daofeng's luck is on you. If you have any decisions in your heart, go find Zhao Shao. I have something with him. Fu Qian's mind seemed to be in a daze. He flipped over the letter in tears and looked at the second page. Don't you always want to know my past? Life is unsatisfactory 8 or 9 times out of 10, but you can only tell people 2 or 3 times. I'll tell you those 2 or 3 times. I am Yuan Guan from Yuzhou. My father was the governor of Yuzhou 40 years ago. The Witch God clan attacked and captured the 3 provinces of Xiangjingyu, massacring the entire city day and night. My whole family died in that massacre. My mother pushed me down a dry well to escape the disaster. I hid in the well, eating moss and ants, hiding for 7 days before I dared to come out. The witch god clan withdrew, leaving behind ruined land and corpses. I buried my family with my own hands. At that time, I was lost, not knowing how to continue my life. I even had the idea of wasting myself. But the fire of hatred supported me to grit my teeth and continue. I walked thousands of miles to the capital to join Shangguan's family. Shangguan Bei was my close friend, and also my father's classmate. The two of them became friends when they were studying abroad in their youth. Once, when they met mountain bandits, my father forgot about his life and saved him. The first day I came to Shangguan's house, I met the greatest love of my life. It was a beautiful spring, with flowers blooming in the garden, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Under the tree, there was a girl holding flowers and smiling. At that moment, I was like struck by lightning. This is the girl I want to protect and cherish for the rest of my life. Her name was Shangguan Shizhue, who later became the queen. At that time, I didn't know that she was the woman I could never have in my life. Maybe my fate was decided from the moment I saw her. My happiest years were spent with Shangguan. Shangguan Pei treated me like his own son. Even better, I studied day and night with him, dreaming of passing the exams, getting a title, and marrying her. In the 3rd year of Zhengde, Emperor Zhengde died, and Yuan Jing ascended the throne, selecting concubines. Shangguan Pei had waited for this day for a long time. Back then, he was just a small censor, hungry to climb up. Tixu's beauty was his trump card. He planned to send her to the palace. Cornered, she and I tried to elope, leave the capital, go where no one could find us. I was willing to give up my career, she was willing to give up wealth and status, but I was just a scholar. And we were caught quickly. I'll never forget that day. Shangguan Pei, a man my father saved, my father's bestie. This man who always said I was the only heir of the Wei family. He had me castrated. Don't you love her? Then I'll let you accompany her forever. The harem is a dangerous place. If you really love her, protect her. These were Shangguan Pei's last words to me. Utterly humiliating. I refused to accept my fate, learned from my mistakes, and began to practice martial arts, hoping to become a complete man, strong enough to take her away from the palace. In the 6th year of Yuan Jing, our past was revealed, accusing us of being lovers. Yuan Jing was furious, wanting to kill her. Just then, General Dugu in the north died, the barbarians invaded, and the northern border was in chaos. So I swore an oath, I wouldn't return without victory. That was the start of my rise. From then on, my cultivation grew higher and higher, while Yuan Jing kept her locked away. After the Shunhaiguan campaign, I became unrivaled. Yuan Jing hid her away, summoned me, threatened her life, and forced me to cripple my own cultivation. I agreed. They dared mock my simping ways, my short-sightedness. But I didn't argue. In my darkest days, she was my light. In the next 20 years, I personally killed Shangguan Pei, used the case of concubine Fu to kill the imperial uncle, cut off the Shangguan family's bloodline, erasing the past. With increasing power, I gradually wanted to do something for Daoist, something for the people. I endured as a eunuch in the court for 20 years, trying to save this declining nation, gradually avoiding her. A husband who can repay the country is fortunate. Ultimately, I failed her. I thought I would be alone forever, until you appeared in Jingcha, bringing me joy. I'm not alone after all, am I? The only regret is that I never got to hear you sing that song. It was a fun song, but my life is full of regrets, so I won't dwell on it. May Da Feng have a Fu Qi'an after Wei Yuan. With a tear-streaked face, Fu Qi'an burned the letter, then waved his hand to let the wind carry away the ashes, leaving Fu Xiang alone under the tree, watching the city walls all night. Dawn. The first rays of sunlight shone on the desolate plains, on the blood-stained walls. Thump, 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 the heavy drums echoed, the mournful horns blew. The soldiers of Yankang were sieging again. Swarming like ants, Nunair Hachi sat on his horse. The Daifang soldiers on the walls woke up with a start, grabbing their weapons. Soldiers leaning against the walls, who were resting with their swords in hand, awoke, their faces tired, their eyes burning with killing intent. In the barbican, Zhang Kai-tai strode forward heroically with his saber, only to see a man in green standing on the wall. He almost screamed, thinking the man in green from his memory had come back to life. Zhu Qian, you. Zhang Kai-tai looked complex. Fu Qian didn't turn around. We can't let Nuerhachi's men get on the walls again, or we'll suffer too many losses, and won't be able to hold out for long. Zhang Kai-tai knew this, of course, but wouldn't comply. Are we gonna have a deathmatch below the walls? 7,000 elite soldiers. We'd be hacking until our hands fall off. Not to mention Nuerhachi's experts. Leaving the walls is suicide. Then he heard Fu Qian say, I'll go. I'll charge into battle, relieving the pressure on the troops.
Zhang Kaitai raged. Are you insane? Fu Xiang shook his head. I'm not insane. Not only will it relieve the pressure, it'll boost morale.
If I can, I'll kill Nukerhachi. Kill Nuerhachi? Zhang Kaitai thought he really lost it. Fu Qian added suddenly. Behind us is Wei Gong's hometown, leaving Zhang Kaitai speechless. Just then, Li Miaozhen rode her flying sword onto the wall, her face expressionless, her features grim. She looked at the enemy soldiers charging forward with war cries. Then, as if sensing something, she turned her head towards the green-robed man standing on the ramparts. Miaozhen, lend me your golden core for a bit. His eyes were clear, his demeanor calm, and that domineering spirit returned. Li Miaozhen stared, sensing the heavenly sect's secret art on him. She clearly felt this man had transformed. Li Miaozhen stammered. You? Fu Qian smiled brightly. I'm in the 4th rank now. How far must a boy go to become a man? Maybe a lifetime. Or maybe just one night. One night into the 4th rank, who knows how powerful Zhu Qian is now? Li Miaozhen's vision blurred. Okay. Losing the golden core is like losing your foundation for a daoist cultivator. No amount of golden cores can compare to his smile. The legend of Daofeng, Silver Gongshu Qian, single-handedly stopped tens of thousands of rebels in Jianzhou, suppressed the rebellion with his own strength. How could he let the people down? A sky-splitting roar of heroism burst from the city walls. The city guards on the wall were stunned by the roar that echoed to the heavens. Soldiers and militiamen were lugging logs. Archers on the city wall walkways dropped everything and rushed to the ramparts. Xu Yinluo wanted to break the siege, but with over 70,000 enemies surging forward, even 3 days and nights of non-stop killing wouldn't be enough. Although the soldiers revered Xu Yinluo like a god, they, unlike the common folk, had battlefield experience and knew the limits of human strength. How could a mortal possibly withstand over 70,000 people alone? Even if they just stood there and let you kill them, your hands would go limp, and you'd collapse from exhaustion, let alone fighting elite enemy troops. A general, enraged by their words, roared, "Don't you dare peek! You want to die? Hold the city! That's your damn job! Fire the cannons, you sons of bitches! Stop spacing out! Xu Yinluo is breaking the siege to relieve our pressure. Even if you die, you must hold the line for me. Roger!" The response was like a landslide. Every soldier had bloodshot eyes and gnashed their teeth. To follow Xu Yinluo, even death was a worthy sacrifice. Ancient times. There were emperors who guarded the borders. Now, there's Zhu Qian charging into the enemy lines alone. Both are epic deeds worthy of the history books. The dragon Qi coalesced like never before. Boom! That body radiating golden light, in a display of brute force, crashed down outside the city, causing a massive tremor. The shockwave pulverized the enemy within a dozen meters into minced meat. Armor shattered. The broken blades were sent flying. Zhu Qian pressed down with his left hand, covering the armor and broken blades with his qi. He glanced at the enemy on both sides, then swung his heavy saber forward, using his sleeves to fling armor pieces. The heavy sabers, spears, and other projectiles shot out in all directions. The charging soldiers' heads suddenly exploded, their arms snapped, and fist-sized holes appeared in their chests. Each death was unique, but this couldn't deter the enemy, who continued their fearless charge. Initially, Zhu Qian swung his saber, mowing down the incoming enemies like chopping vegetables. No one could get close. Soon, he changed his tactics, holding back his qi and relying on his Vajra body, the explosive power of a martial artist combined with the sharpness of the Taiping blade to wrestle with the enemy. Surrounded by enemies, he conserved his qi as much as possible. After all, a 4th rank is still human, and humans have limits. To break through the enemy lines alone and kill tens of thousands of enemies, the first thing I need to worry about isn't the enemy's strength, but my own stamina. Wei Yuan had nagged me endlessly about this. During the Shanhai Pass campaign, most high-rank martial artists actually died from exhaustion. Clang! An enemy soldier leaped up, swinging his heavy saber at Zhu Qian's head. The refined steel blade cracked instantly. Zhu Qian retaliated with the Taiping blade, cleaving the soldier in half at the waist. Without turning back, he pressed forward, relying on his martial artist's body to withstand the blows. After 200 or 300 deaths, the enemy, fearless and savage, continued to charge. A martial artist's instinct for danger allowed Zhu Qian to anticipate every enemy soldier's move, but he couldn't avoid them all. This was the real battlefield, where a chaotic storm of blades could kill even experts. PFFT, Zhu Qian either stabbed, flicked, slashed, or hacked, reaping the lives of enemy soldiers. After 500 to 600 deaths, the enemy's eyes turned bloodshot. Their savage instincts ignited. After 700 to 800 deaths, some began to use guerrilla tactics, entangling his legs and firing crossbows from their waists instead of charging head-on. Get out of the way.
The artillery company commander, furious, shoved aside a gunner, then kicked the gun carriage, rotating the heavy cannon weighing hundreds of pounds. The commander personally loaded the cannon, adjusted it, and lit the fuse. Twisted runes lit up on the cannon's body, spreading from the body to the muzzle. With a surge of power, the heavy cannon recoiled backward with a deafening boom. The cannonball tore through the bodies of the soldiers along its path. Qi'an sensed the danger early on, but didn't dodge, swinging the Taiping blade at the cannonball. In the deafening explosion, the soldiers surrounding Qi'an were torn to shreds by the terrifying blast. In the swirling dust, the great Feng's silver-garbed envoy, his green robes stained with blood, stood majestically. Aside from scorch marks on his robe, not a hair was harmed. He slowly advanced with his blade. The enemy in front of him showed fear, hesitating and shrinking back, but not daring to block his path. Qi'an flicked the blood off his blade, and laughed maniacally. "You cowards from Kang and Yuan, not a single man among you dares to face me." The Dafeng soldiers, blood boiled, roaring in response, their faces flushed, veins bulging. For a moment, their morale soared as they desperately hurled logs, shot arrows from crossbows, and fired cannons. Compared to yesterday, with Qi'an single-handedly breaking through the enemy lines, the pressure on the defending soldiers was greatly reduced, resulting in minimal casualties so far. In the distance, Nuo Erhacha, watching the battle from horseback, frowned. A peerless brute was breaking through the lines below the city, and the city walls were supported by cannons and crossbows. In less than a quarter of an hour, his side's casualties had exceeded his expectations. Siege warfare was originally a grueling task of trading 10 lives for one, but if this kid kept killing, the losses would be devastating. The morale of the soldiers being slaughtered was an even greater loss. He didn't know how many more trump cards this guy had. Nuo Erhacha looked around and shouted, "Warriors of Yuan and Kang, who will go and take this man's head?" From the infantry ranks, a general immediately roared, "The 2nd Battalion of the Vanguard Company is willing to go and kill the enemy." This general wore heavy black armor and wielded a heavy pulse blade weighing 80 pounds. Kang Kingdom generals favored this type of weapon. Nuo Erhacha asked, "What is your name?" The general roared, "Ali Bai." Nuo Erhacha raised his voice, "Good. I grant you permission to take 2 battalions out of formation and bring me this man's head." Battalion commander Ali Bai spurred his horse forward, turning back to his soldiers and roaring, "Are you all cowards?" The Kang Kingdom soldiers had witnessed Qi'an's ferocity firsthand, and fear inevitably arose in their hearts. Hearing the question, anger immediately flared in their eyes. Soldiers seasoned in battle had no shortage of courage. Ali Bai, wielding his pulse blade, continued to roar, "The general died defending the city. If we don't take this city, we'll face death upon our return. Break the city, and bringing back the head of this arrogant Dafeng bastard will earn you promotions." The soldiers' enthusiasm instantly ignited. Ali Bai was still not satisfied, angrily shouting, "The general died at this man's hands. A great disgrace. This deep-seated hatred must be avenged." The 2,000 infantrymen roared like a mountain collapsing, and the sea overturning. "A great disgrace. It must be avenged." Seeing this, Ali Bai said no more, spurred his horse forward, and the 2,000 infantrymen followed closely behind, their momentum vast, their hatred and desire for merit combining into a fearless spirit. Zhang Kaitai, standing on the city wall, watched this scene and said worriedly, "I have to go help him. I can't let him charge alone." Li Miaozhen frowned and scolded, "You can't go. If you leave, what about Nuferhachi leading his experts to attack the city? I don't have the Jindan stage power, so I can't contain him. You still have to return to defend eventually. Besides, the enemy still has 3 10,000-strong infantry formations that haven't moved, and the cavalry is still waiting. If you go this time, Nuferhachi will consider it a worthwhile trade even with heavy losses, just to kill you." Zhang Kaitai gritted his teeth and said, "Fu Xiang, charging alone through the battlefield is already a suicidal act." Li Miaozhen continued, "Why did Fu Xiang charge alone through the battlefield? Was it to get you to come down from the city? He's trying to contain the enemy below, reduce the pressure, and reduce casualties for you. Nuferhachi is wary of his trump card, and will try to exhaust him with the army, forcing him to use it. His charge through the battlefield is precisely what makes the opponent wary. Understand? He's using his own safety to reduce your casualties. Don't act on emotion." After a pause, Li Miaozhen quietly said, "Right now, the defending soldiers believe he's invincible. Their morale is high. If you go, it'll look like you're rescuing him. In the eyes of the defending soldiers, Fu Xiang's invincible image will collapse." Zhang Kaitai fell silent, slowly looking over the soldiers around him. Their faces were excited, their fighting spirit was high, their blood was boiling, fighting alongside that man under the city. Once this invincible aura is broken, it'll be as hard as ascending to heaven to rebuild it. Zhang Kaitai was persuaded by Li Miaozhen he had to go back. Several generals suddenly turned to look at the figure bathed in golden light, charging towards the army of thousands alone. The generals in the distance who were running over stopped upon hearing this, suppressing the urge to follow Zhang Kaitai down the city to help. Li Miaozhen's words hit the nail on the head.
While running like mad, Fu Xiang swung the Taiping blade, the dense golden blade light turning into a line, slicing through 18 armors in one breath, finally being deflected by a Qi refining realm centurion. The Taiping blade spun around and finally returned to Fu Xiang's hand. He rushed forward dozens of steps, then suddenly jumped up, turning into a spinning spiral of blade light, like an electric drill welcoming these 2,000 soldiers. Fok fok fok, keng keng keng, the soldiers holding heavy shields, their bodies and the iron shields together were crushed. Fu Xiang cleared a path of blood into the enemy's interior with an indiscriminate and violent posture, then turned around and swung the blade in a circle, the wave-shaped blade light spreading out, killing flesh and blood bodies. Clearing a no-man's land again, the Kang country soldiers quickly scattered. Ali Libai turned his horse around, charged on his warhorse, the edge of his saber facing down, using the momentum of the horse's charge, fiercely swung his saber. Keng! In a crisp sound, the saber split into two, half of the saber flying into the sky. Two centurions ambushed him, one holding a spear stabbing straight at Fu Xiang's back, one charging head-on swinging his blade at his eyes, a tricky angle. Even if he had steel bones, there were still some weak spots in the whole body. Fu Xiang stepped on the spearhead, using it as an axis, turned around and kicked the centurion's head off his neck, then, using the momentum of the turn, forcefully chopped down with the Taiping blade. The blade energy flashed and passed. The centurion's body suddenly split into two halves, intestines and organs flowing all over the ground. Behind him, the bodies of several soldiers simultaneously tore apart. The soldiers surged up like a tide, hacking and slashing with their swords. Seeing the glittering golden light, continuous crisp sounds rang out. 3 squad leaders hid among the ordinary soldiers. Taking advantage of Fu Xiang taking a breath, they fiercely and fearlessly rushed up. One hugged his legs, one hugged his body, one hugged his right arm holding the blade. At this moment, the warning of danger for a martial artist seemed to lose its effectiveness, because there were too many dangers. Hundreds of swords, dozens of spears, and hidden arrows. Enemies were everywhere. The endless danger made it impossible for Fu Qiantan to foresee the 3 squad leaders' attack. He was hugged in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of soldiers swung ropes and threw them as Fu Qiantan tied his neck, bound his hands. More soldiers swung ropes to tightly bind Fu Qiantan. These ropes were all made of highly flexible materials, mainly used for pulling siege vehicles, pulling fire cannons up the city walls, and other heavy operations. Martial artists below the 5th rank transformation realm, wanting to break them with brute force was almost impossible. Even a 5th rank transformation realm wouldn't be able to break a dozen such ropes. Moreover, Fu Qianhan's neck and hands were now tightly bound. Taiping! Fu Qianhan, let go! The Taiping blade roared away, trying to cut the ropes, but then it was knocked down by a squad leader. Immediately afterwards, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, several soldiers in a row used their flesh and blood bodies to press down on this peerless divine weapon. A centurion shouted, "Twist his head off!" The soldiers threw away their swords and worked together to pull the ropes, each rope having dozens of strong soldiers pulling. How to besiege and kill a high-rank martial artist? This group of infantry, experienced in hundreds of battles, were very experienced. Fu Qiantan's neck inevitably tilted back, veins bulging, his white neck becoming thicker. He channeled his qi, his arms exerted all their strength to grip. The other end of the rope was dozens of strong elite soldiers, grinding their teeth, struggling with him. At this moment, Fu Qianhan was on 3 ropes, struggling with more than 100 strong elite soldiers, the soldiers grinding their teeth, their faces bulging with veins, exerting all their strength. But even so, his feet still slid forward bit by bit. Scary. This man's physical strength is too scary. Alibai drew a saber, poured in boundless qi, stared at Dafeng's silver gong struggling with the soldiers and sneered, "You dog, killed so many of my brothers. Shu, you're Wei Yuan's confidant, wearing green robes like him. I'll use this blade to slap you now, break your golden body, and make you a castrated dog like him." Fu Qian's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He roared heavily, his neck became thicker again, the muscles of his body swelled and tightened his green robe, the surging qi poured out. Crack crack crack, the 3 ropes were snapped. The soldiers fell to the left and right, falling to the ground in patches. A man in green grabbed Alibai and rushed out of the infantry's encirclement, his figure fluttering. Alibai's face revealed panic, swinging his fist at Fu Qiantan's face, and kicked out, desperately resisting. But what made him desperate was that the opponent's golden body was unbreakable. Fu Qianhan plucked off his head and held it in his hand and said, "You're not worthy to insult him." Company commander, Zhongfang Company. Let's go. Li Bai's death in battle caused the Zhongfeng Company's soldiers to suffer more than half of their casualties. They were terrified and couldn't take it anymore, fleeing in panic, with no fighting spirit left. What a bunch of trash. At the same time, on the city wall, the cheers of the Dafeng soldiers continued to ring out. Xu Yinluo is invincible. Xu Yinluo is invincible. Xu Yinluo is invincible. Zhang Kaitai thought to himself, just now seeing Xu Qi'an entangled by ropes. The soldiers' hearts immediately tightened. How nervous they were just now. How happy they are now. In a daze, Xu Qi'an and the captains seem to have formed a tacit understanding. If the person who breaks through the front doesn't fall, the rear will be as stable as Mount Tai. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and shouted, Xu Yinluo is facing the army alone. What reason do we have to fear death? We must defend the city even if we die. The generals showed respectful smiles from the bottom of their hearts while commanding the city defense. Also at 4th rank, having fought through the enemy lines for so long, if it were me, my chi would have been consumed by more than half. Zhang Kaitai sighed in his heart, then froze. He, this season 4th rank, is like this, so he should return. He should return. Zhang Kaitai lowered his voice. His tone hurried. Even if Xu Qi'an is exceptionally talented, he cannot be treated as an ordinary 4th rank. But no matter how talented he is, the level of his chi will not be much stronger than that of a seasoned 4th rank. In other words, Xu Qi'an's chi is now more than half consumed. He should return. Otherwise, if he is entangled by Norhachi's elite troops, he will be exhausted to death. Before the battle, Norhachi's face suddenly turned gloomy. 4th rank, if I'm not mistaken. That kid is 4th rank. 5th rank, cannot break free from the ropes, and their chi cannot be so abundant. He had fought with Xu Qi'an before, and he had some understanding of the strength of this legendary figure of Da Pifeng. Entering 4th rank in one night, what kind of talent is this? Norhachi, whether as the king of a country or as a peak 4th rank cultivator of his system, has a sense of self-confidence. Who else is above me below the 3rd rank? At this moment, he felt particularly envious of that newly emerged talent of Da Feng. His reputation is like the sun in the sky, impossible to break. Coupled with his extraordinary talent, people are in awe. If this person is not killed, in 10 or 20 years, he will definitely become a major problem in the heart of the Witch God sect. Perhaps he will really make Da Feng another Wei Yuan. Norhachi narrowed his eyes, assessing Xu Qi'an's heaving chest, and couldn't help but smile coldly. One person breaks through the enemy lines. Xu Qi'an, how much chi can you have? Below the 3rd rank are all mortals, and mortals have limits. When the soldiers grind away this surge of spirit, it will be the time of his death. Norhachi has rich battlefield experience. In his eyes, attacking the city is not the key now. The key is to besiege and kill Xu Qi'an. The Dafeng soldiers' morale is like a rainbow, forgetting life and death. The biggest factor is that the Zhu guy is always standing tall and not falling. Killing Xu Qi'an is tantamount to destroying the faith and fighting spirit of the Dafeng soldiers. Just like Ali Bai's death caused the remaining soldiers of the Zhongfeng Company to flee in panic, with no fighting spirit left. Just like yesterday, Su Gudu Hongxiang died in battle, and the Kang Kingdom's army almost fell into chaos. Norhachi took a deep breath, his voice like thunder. Who can behead Xu Qi'an? Reward of 1,000 taels of gold. A fief of 1,000 households, chop off his limbs. Reward of 100 taels. A fief of 100 households. Boom! The roar was like a tide. The allied forces of the two countries boiled over. 1,000 taels of gold. 8 generations can't spend it all. A fief of 1,000 households. That is a Fengtian marquis. In Yuan Kingdom, 1,000 household marquis is the largest position, only below a 10,000 household marquis. Generations of children will enjoy wealth and glory. Under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. The Break Formation Company requested to fight. The Cavalry Company requested to fight. The Broadsword Army requested to fight. The soldiers of the two countries were full of fighting spirit, eager to try that martial artist standing with a knife. At this moment, he seems to be meat on a chopping board. Taking a bite can bring wealth and glory to generations of children. Even if you can't grab his head, grabbing his arm is enough. Norhachi's face was fierce, and he waved his hand. Approved! The shouts of the army turned stiff, and for a moment they could not accurately assess which unit of the Yuan army would fight. Suddenly, the commander of the cavalry company shouted loudly, "Follow me to charge!" One horse kicked up dust and left. As soon as he moved, the cavalry behind him immediately followed. The crowd rose and fell on horseback. Their momentum was fierce. The commander of the Broadsword Army was anxious. "What are you all spacing out for? Charge with me!" The soldiers of the Broadsword Army understood and rushed out of the ranks following their commander. Immediately afterward, the units that requested to fight went all out, vying for each other, fearing that their military merits would be taken away. Those units that had not requested to fight were both angry and anxious, as if someone had snatched their wife.
A total of 20,000 men. See if you die. A commander spat with contempt, feeling extremely frustrated. That Zhu guy of Dafeng will definitely die without a whole body. Why wasn't I smart enough just now to request a fight, giving benefits to those sons of bitches for nothing? On the city wall, the expressions of the generals, including Zhang Kaitai, changed wildly as they observed from above. They only saw a dense crowd like a swarm of rats, like a tide, with dust billowing, and in front of this army was a blue robe stained with blood. This scene made the soldiers on the city wall's hair stand on end. A soldier guarding a vulnerable spot said anxiously, Can Shu Yinluo stop them? Should we go down to rescue him? Shu Yinluo will retreat soon. If we open the city gates now, the enemy under the city will crowd in. We can't rescue him at all, a soldier said loudly. But we can't ignore Zhu Yinluo's danger. He needs reinforcements. It seemed that Zhu Yinluo's invincible and majestic posture had completely angered the enemy, leading them to disregard all costs in order to kill Zhu Yinluo. The defending soldiers clearly saw in the attacking troops that there were invincible cavalry charging. There were broadsword soldiers whose one strike could kill both man and horse, and there were shield-wielding break formation troops wearing heavy armor. All of them were top-notch elites, but these elites were clearly not good at attacking cities, so they were heading towards Zhu Yinluo. Even Zhu Yinluo probably can't defeat so many elite troops. The defending soldiers were uneasy. No matter how much they admired Shu Qi'an, they couldn't help but worry at this moment, feeling uneasy for him. A group of people behind him were worried about him, but Shu Qi'an himself was still standing still, as if waiting for the enemy to come. Shu Qi'an's blood is boiling, including Zhang Kaitai. All the martial artists had this thought in their hearts at the same time. This is not uncommon. The martial arts system is not like other systems. As cultivation increases, one's thoughts will become increasingly arrogant, and those who plan ahead cannot become high-ranking martial artists. Based on this reason, it is easy to become hot-blooded and reckless when killing enemies on the battlefield. Many martial artists will kill and kill, becoming trapped in the enemy's camp without being able to turn back. Zhang Kaitai's heart suddenly sank, and feelings of fear and worry surged in his heart. Ignoring the need to maintain Shu Qi'an's invincible image to boost morale, he looked at the generals. You stay here and defend, I'll go rescue Shu Qi'an. Commander, we'll go with you. Several senior generals disagreed with him going to battle alone. Zhang Kaitai shook his head. You stay here. If we all go down, Norhachi, like a tiger watching its prey, will definitely take action. I'm going to rescue Shu Qi'an. I'm going. It is a junior night watchman of my yamen. I must protect him, in place of Wei Gong. This time, Li Miaozhen did not stop him, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shu Qi'an's back. Her golden core told her that that person still had the strength to spare, enough to hold on, until Zhang Kaitai went to rescue him. The enemy rushed fiercely, like a swarm of rats. The distance between the two sides continued to shorten. 100 zhang, 80 zhang, 50 zhang, 30 zhang. The commanders of the charging troops in front showed ferocious expressions. The cavalry swung their ropes, the broadsword soldiers raised their heavy sabers, and the break formation troops raised their shields, charging faster. No one saw that between Shu Qi'an's fingers, purple powder was flying away with the wind. The luck-shielding magic item given to him by the supervisor was crushed by his own hand. Nothing could stop his vast luck anymore. And nothing could affect his collection of the power of the masses anymore. Shu Qi'an slowly sheathed his saber, deflating all his qi, restraining all his emotions, using the sword-nurturing technique to return to his original simplicity. Mobilizing the power of the masses is a profound meaning. He comprehended in the Buddhist fighting method that the core is to borrow the will of the masses to nourish my sword intent. More than 10,000 Dafeng soldiers behind him condensed an invincible spirit, and at this moment, it all returned to Shu Qi'an's body. You really think, Shu Qi'an, that I'm meat for you to invade at will? At a certain moment, Shu Qi'an opened his eyes. Kang! Heaven and earth slash! The intense golden blade light swept across the battlefield, instantly slicing charging cavalry in half at the waist, sending both them and their warhorses, heads flying. Shield-bearing infantry lost control and face-planted, then comically collided with their still-running lower halves before collapsing. The legendary Heavy Blade Army, known for instantly killing both man and horse with a single strike, got utterly wrecked instead. 2,000 elites instantly got reduced by a third. This single strike reaped over 7,000 souls. The battlefield of tens of thousands fell into an eerie, temporary silence. A few seconds later, the frantic sounds of horses being reined in echoed. The surviving heavy blade cavalry and those lucky infantry immediately abandoned their charge and ran for their lives. Thousands of gold, titles, all became meaningless illusions. The sheer power of that strike scared them less, causing their courage to implode. Further back, the enemy army, led by Nusurhera, erupted in chaos, his shouts going from energetic to weak
to non-existent. At this point, the morale of the allied Li Xiang and Yuan armies had completely collapsed, utterly shattered by a single Dafeng warrior.
Third grade. He was hiding something. Nuerhera's pupils constricted, his heart racing with fear, regret, and burning rage. That one strike decimated elites that the Yan and Kang kingdoms would need years, even decades, to rebuild. Nuerhera's face darkened as he started calculating. Even the Dafeng soldiers who had defected stared wide-eyed, speechless, and utterly shaken.
Everyone was too stunned to speak, utterly dumbfounded. Li Miaozhen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, completely flabbergasted. Zhang Kaitai, who was standing in the gap between the crenellations, frozen mid-leap, became a statue.
Suddenly, Zhang Kaitai snapped out of his trance. His expression changed drastically, and he roared. Save him, he remembered. He remembered that Fu Xiang's ultimate move was the Heaven and Earth Slash, a move that cripples the user as much as it kills the enemy. Li Miaozhen shuddered and screamed in terror, Save him! Before the battle, Nuerhera stopped calculating, the hexagram showing supreme good fortune. He immediately summoned a giant bird phantom, grabbed his shoulders, and took flight. The Yan army leader, with his elaborate hairstyle, yelled from above, Fu Qian, today I will grind your bones to dust as an offering to our fallen soldiers. He looked down and saw that the blue-robed figure's aura was rapidly weakening, his eyes dimming. At this moment, the Yan army leader was absolutely convinced that his opponent had exhausted his trump card. The martial artist's danger sense was strangely silent. The hexagram showing supreme good fortune and his almost invincible third-grade cultivation meant he was 99% confident in defeating this young Dafeng silver gong. An overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. Even before the Yan army leader arrived, the terrifying aura made Fu Qian struggle to stand. Fu Qian looked up at the high-level, fourth-grade peak system user, radiating murderous intent and rage. He smirked. Did you really think I was just stalling for time by breaking through your lines? Shh! The last page burned away, and a surge of pure qi enveloped him. Rich. Fu Qian casually said, My condition has been restored to its peak.
In an instant, the withered tree bloomed in spring, and a powerful aura erupted from his exhausted body. Fu Qian sheathed his blade, suppressing his aura and emotions, creating a vortex within his body. Danger! Danger! Danger!
The Yan army leader's expression changed drastically. The martial artist's danger sense was screaming. Every cell in his body was screaming danger. Every nerve was urging him to flee. At this moment, the Yan army leader felt like a force of will had locked onto him, firmly marking him as its target.
My hexagram clearly showed supreme good fortune, so why is my soul-forging realm's danger sense giving me such feedback? The Yan army leader couldn't understand the reason. Two were contradicting each other. An unprecedented situation, at least for a martial artist. The giant bird phantom dissipated, replaced seamlessly by a Buddhist monk phantom. The Yan army leader extended his arms, palms facing Fu Qian. Release the Buddhist code's curse kill technique.
Fu Qian emitted a faint golden light, rendering the two spells useless, like mud sinking into the sea.
The Yan army leader's face drained of color. He understood why the hexagram showed supreme good fortune. Fu Qian possessed a daoist golden core. One golden core that nullified all magic. The hexagram couldn't calculate targets with a golden core. The Buddhist code's kill technique was ineffective against the golden core. The monk phantom dissipated, replaced seamlessly by the giant bird phantom, which grabbed Nuerhera and retreated.
Run! Run faster! Higher! Fly higher!
The crude martial artist can't last long in the sky. Flying high is the only safe option.
Fu Qian looked up at the clear blue sky, where an eagle soared far away. Wei Gong, the path you should have taken is over, and my road has just begun. I will spread my wings and fly high, slaying all enemies.
I have no further to retreat. At this moment, the Taiping blade, the Heaven and Earth Slash, Heart Sword, Lion's Roar, and Cultivated Intent merged into one.
Heng! A deafening lion's roar exploded, and a flash of brilliant, ultimate blade light soared into the sky, appearing and disappearing in an instant. On the sky, the fleeting wave of blade light suddenly appeared, slashing Nuerhera across his waist. His severed body fell powerlessly, witnessed by the allied Liang and Yan armies. His body and soul were severed together. This strike ended a monarch's 60 years of glory and shame, and the life of a powerful, near-invincible, third-grade cultivator. 60 years of extreme cultivation. The bloody mist surrounding Fu Qian exploded, and his golden body shattered, revealing a gaping wound that almost cut him in half. The meaning of jade shattering is that one in desperate straits has no retreat. It originates from the heart, from the blade. It would rather shatter jade than preserve tile, harming both the enemy and oneself. Wei Gong, I've reached the 4th grade. I named this strike Jade Shattering, but sadly, you won't see it.
Fu Xiang looked silently towards the northeast. He then stood firm, leaning on his blade, and laughed maniacally at the enemy. You cowardly Yuan and Kang cowards. Not a single one of you is a real man, am I wrong? Nurahaxi just died. The armies of the two countries, Yan Kang, immediately scattered and fled in panic, their defeat like a landslide. At the same time, on the city wall, the cheers and joy of the Dafeng soldiers resounded continuously. We won! We won! Ha! Shu Yinluo is invincible! Shu Yinluo! Shu Yinluo! Just then, the blood mist around Fu Qian's body suddenly exploded, his golden body shattered, revealing a gruesome wound that almost cut him in half. The meaning of jade breaking, a person in despair with no way to retreat. This intention comes from the heart, and from the blade, only breaking jade, not whole tiles, harming others, and harming oneself. Wei Gong, I have reached the 4th rank. I named this strike, Jade Shatter. Too bad you won't see it. Thinking of this, Zhu Shichan couldn't stand anymore and fell. Zhang Kaitai happened to rush over from afar, catching the young man in his arms, collapsing backward. Fu Qian grimaced, his mouth full of blood, and said unhappily, Why is it you? Where's Li Miaozhen? Why isn't that damn woman Li Miaozhen here to help me? Zhang Kaitai opened his mouth, hesitated, then frowned. It's fine. Zhang Kaitai desperately tried to cover his wound and forced a smile. It's the cheers of the city soldiers. They're cheering for you, crying and shouting. Heh, I never noticed they looked like this. Fu Qian was silent for a moment. Didn't embarrass Wei Gong, did I? Zhang Kaitai, who had been holding back his grief since Wei Yuan's death, couldn't hold back anymore. His vision blurred instantly, and he wept silently. Wei Gong, this is your legacy. Late at night, in the Earth City, charcoal quietly burned, dispelling the autumn night's chill, and the kettle bubbled. Li Miaozhen soaked a blood-stained towel in warm water, gently washing it, the copper basin immediately turning a dark red. As a disciple of the Daoist school, Li Miaozhen had some medical knowledge. After all, to refine pills, one must be proficient in pharmacology, and she carried some medicinal pills for treating external injuries. But these medicinal pills had no effect on Fu Qian's injuries. Swallowing them didn't work. Grinding them into powder and applying them to the wound had no effect. Zhang Kaitai anxiously said in the room, What the hell is going on? If he keeps bleeding like this, he won't make it through the night. Li Miaozhen sighed and said, This can't go on. We have to take him back to the capital. Only the Xia Tianjian can save him. That nearly fatal wound, the hip, she didn't know what was going on, but the phenomenon of his whole body cracking like porcelain. Li Miaozhen assessed that it was related to the Confucian's words, become law, originating from magical backlash, like the time he stubbornly defeated her and Xu Yuanzhen, resulting in his soul scattering. Li Miaozhen recalled that Fu Xiang had previously used Confucian magic to enhance his primordial spirit, so the primordial spirit suffered backlash. This time his body cracked and bled non-stop. It must be enhancing his qi. Sorry for the trouble, Daoist Li. Zhang Kaitai's spirit lifted, his eyes anxiously staring at her. Li Miaozhen slowly shook her head, her expression dim, and said, My golden core is in his body. The golden core stabilizes his injuries to a certain extent. Otherwise he might have already. If I take back the golden core, how can I fly with my sword? Taking the golden core might not even get him to the capital before this man kicks the bucket. When the generals and Zhang Kaitai's group heard this, a deep despair appeared on their faces. Her warm, soft fingers gently brushed across Fu Qian's cheek, and a clear sadness welled up in her heart. You saved Yuyang Pass, saved these 14,000 soldiers. But what should I use to save you? She felt distressed for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. Reaching into her chest, taking out a fragment of the Book of the Earth, and walking towards the outside of the Earth City, saying, Help me take care of him. I'll be back soon. Li Miaozhen opened the gate of the Earth City, and suddenly froze. All she saw was a sea of black figures. On the street, with the gate of the Earth City as the center, the crowd spread to both sides, all the way to the depths of the darkness beyond sight. The entire scene was silent. Several thousand, more than 10,000 people, not a single sound, as if afraid of disturbing the sleeping person inside. In the crowd, a soldier, with a pleading expression, said, You can save Xu Yinluo. You can save Xu Yinluo, right? They heard everything in the conversation. When Li Miaozhen looked at them again, she realized that these tough guys who licked blood off their blades all had red eyes. At this moment, Li Miaozhen clearly felt what it meant to feel a heavy blow to the chest. I will, she nodded gently, and retreated back into the Earth City. Closing the gate, she didn't turn around, but with her back to Zhang Kaitai's group, she took out the fragment of the Book of the Earth and transmitted a message, saying, Everyone, Fu Qian and I, are at Yuyang Pass on the Jianzhou border. He is seriously injured and dying. His life hangs by a thread. Li Miaozhen divided it into 3 sections, briefly and concisely stating Fu Qian's situation. Finally, she transmitted a message asking, What should I do now? Heng Yuan immediately transmitted a message in anger. After reading it, is Zhu Daren's situation really that bad? Amitabha. This poor monk now wants to go to the northeast, to save those barbarians. Through the fragment of the Book of the Earth, everyone could feel Master Heng Yuan's anxiety and worry, as well as his impotent rage. Huaiqing worriedly asked, "Your golden core is in his body, temporarily keeping him alive. It's like every time Fu Xiang is mentioned, Huaiqing becomes very proactive, revising her silent and taciturn style." Li Miaozhen frowned secretly, and transmitted a message in response. "Yes, without the golden core, I can't fly with my sword. If I take away the golden core, Shu Qi'an won't last until he gets back to the capital. I can't risk his life." The hell you mean can't risk his life? Based on Fei Yan the heroine's personality, shouldn't it be 30% destiny, 70% hard work? Now I'm dragging you back to the capital. Whether you live or die depends on your bro's luck?
Chu Yuanzhen couldn't help but rant internally.
Huaiqing, full of worry, messaged, "How long can he last?" Li Miaozhen replied, "He's safe until noon tomorrow, but taking out the golden pill only buys him an hour, maybe less."
Before Huaiqing could reply, Chu Yuanzhen took the lead, messaging, "That's easy. If you can't return, get someone from the Qi'an to come. Yang Qianhuan's teleportation array is faster than flying with a sword. He has enough time to run from the capital and should be back before noon tomorrow."
Li Miaozhen's eyes lit up. Simple idea, yet she didn't think of it. Guess carrying too much messes with your head.
Chu Yuanzhen continued.
Night curfew is in effect. Li Na and Heng Yuan can't move within the city. Number 1, this is only for you. You have high authority, so the curfew shouldn't stop you. Huaiqing immediately replied. Li Na sighed in relief and messaged,
"Just tell us if there are any difficulties. We'll solve the problems together, make things right. Like you've done anything, lol?"
What's with this tone? Like I'm some crucial participant. The Heaven and Earth Society members all had similar thoughts. Huaiqing asked again. Number 4, what's the situation on the northern border? Chu Yuanzhen replied, the Jing country cavalry has withdrawn. Thought they'd fight for a few more months. But Wei Gong actually stormed the Wushen Sect headquarters in just 10 days. After sending that, he suddenly went silent. After a few seconds, Number 1 Huaiqing changed the subject. Li Miaozhen, can you tell us the specifics now? Chu Yuanzhen internally sighed, actively participating in the new topic. Messaging. Can you tell us the specifics now? Was he injured by Nuer Hachi? I remember the Yan country's ruler is a peak 4th rank fire type, and Chachi is among the strongest below 3rd rank. Li Miaozhen simply said. The Yan-Kung Alliance army of 80,000 is attacking the city. No time or mood to describe the situation in detail. Chu Yuanzhen felt that with Shu Qianshan's golden body and combat power, a normal 4th rank shouldn't be able to beat him near death. Li Miaozhen let go of the big rock in her heart, no longer urgent, and messaged. Shu Qianhan single-handedly broke through the enemy lines and was injured. As soon as the message was sent, she was about to continue writing. Chu Yuanzhen sent a message. Few words, great meaning. Reckless. Huaiqing also frowned and said, how could he be so reckless? She felt anger in her heart. This was indeed something Shu Qianhan would do. But that didn't contradict Huaiqing being angry out of concern. Heng Yuan also messaged in dissatisfaction. Lord Shu is too impulsive. Isn't that the same as courting death? It is courting death. Given Shu Qianshan's current state, if not for Li Miaozhen's golden pill, he would be dead already. Lina hugged the earth book fragment, her slender eyebrows furrowed. If I had known, I would have gone to Yuyang Pass with him that day. Screw your thousands of troops, I'd smash them all. Geez, let me finish. Li Miaozhen pouted and calmly messaged.
He single-handedly broke through the enemy lines, blocking almost all the elite enemy forces, twice causing the enemy army to scatter and panic. The defending soldiers cleaned up the bodies after the battle, roughly estimating that he killed at least 9,000 people in today's battle alone. Yesterday, he killed Sugudu and Fu Xiang in the city defense. Today, after breaking through the enemy lines, he single-handedly beheaded the Yan army's Nuer Hachi, scaring away the remaining 50,000 enemy troops. The Earth Book chat forum was filled with silence. The Heaven and Earth Society members only had a string of question marks in their heads. Single-handedly killed 9,000 enemies, consecutively killed 2 peak 4th ranks, one of whom was said to be among the strongest below 3rd rank. Is this fake? This has got to be fake. Readers have a calm mind. Chu Yuanzhen had traveled the 9 provinces for years. He knew enough. But now he just wanted to grab Li Miaozhen by the collar and tell her not to joke around. Li Na didn't believe it either. Although she wasn't too smart, when it came to fighting in cultivation, she was confident Heng Yuan wouldn't believe Li Miaozhen. Such a feat, only a 3rd rank could accomplish. Huaiqing remembered Shu Qianhan was a 5th rank Huajin. With 5th rank cultivation, don't even mention killing 9,000 enemies.
Killing 2,000 would exhaust him. Li Miaozhen wouldn't lie, and lying would be pointless. She suddenly realized and messaged, "Does he have any trump cards?" Li Miaozhen simply replied, "He reached 4th rank overnight. Too bad they were separated by the Earthbook fragment." Otherwise, Li Miaozhen could have heard Heng Yuan and Chu Yuanzhen sigh in relief. Chu Yuanzhen felt both admiration and sympathy. He remembered that Fu Xiang had always been stuck at this bottleneck before setting out. Unable to break through, he wasn't particularly eager to cultivate step by step, thinking it's good if he could comprehend Dagyo, and if not, he'd take his time. To put it nicely, he had a good attitude. To put it bluntly, he was lazy. Unexpectedly, after Wei Yuan died, he advanced to 4th rank overnight. The death of that man must have been a huge blow to him. At this moment, tears seemed to flicker in Huiqing's eyes. He single-handedly broke through the enemy lines, disregarding life and death. How could that not be a kind of pain deep in his heart? The Earthbook forum suddenly went silent. Li Miaozhen waited for a long time, seeing that no one was talking, knowing they were immersed in their own emotions, and didn't want to continue messaging. She put away the Earthbook fragment, turned around, and went back to the simple bed and said, "Before dawn, Yang Tianhuan of the Xitianjian will arrive." Zhang Kaitai let out a long breath, feeling a little tired after great joy and great sorrow. The soldiers showed sincere smiles. Xu Yinluo's death here would be an indelible shadow in their lives, and they would live the rest of their lives in self-blame and guilt. Zhang Kaitai's cold face squeezed out a smile. "Okay, go out and tell the brothers to disband quickly. Rest if you need to, bandage if you need to, don't stay there. Everyone's tired after fighting all day." The good soldiers refused to leave, all being stubborn and upright men. They wouldn't leave until Xu Yinluo improved her. The stubborn ones even argued with Zhang Kaitai, so he had no choice but to let them be. The scene shifted to the wilderness outside Yuyang Pass, 100 miles away. A white figure flashed continuously, and faint light array patterns lit up under his feet. He teleported so fast that the dense array patterns connected, like raindrops hitting the water. Before long, the outline of this majestic border city faintly appeared in the darkness. The blood-colored aura soared into the sky, indicating that a fierce war had just taken place. The white figure spoke in a low tone, like a worldly expert lamenting the people's suffering. After another teleportation flash, he arrived at the top of the wall, turned around and looked around, surprised to find that there were very few patrolling soldiers on the walkway. When he looked towards the barbican, he finally understood the reason. The soldiers were all gathered near the barbican. The white figure couldn't help but feel a little confused. "It's past midnight. Why aren't they resting or guarding the city? What are these blockhead soldiers doing? There are quite a few people. Luckily I prepared early." The white figure smiled slightly, revealing confidence and calmness. "Everything is under control." Li Miaozhen was dozing off beside the table, inexplicably jolted awake. She looked up and saw a person in white standing in the... He wore a concealing hat. Under the hat was a mask, and under the mask seemed to be a cloth covering. Li Miaozhen tentatively asked, "Yang Tiangshuan?" Yang Tiangshuan cheerfully said, "I didn't expect that I've disguised myself so modestly, yet I still can't hide my innate brilliance." Daoist Li, "It seems that I've left an indelible impression in your heart." Li Miaozhen said helplessly, "I was the one who asked people to invite you here." Although Yang Tiangshuan's personality was eccentric, he was extremely reliable in his work, and never missed an appointment. She asked confusedly, "Why are you dressed like this?" Yang Tiangshuan said in a low voice, "There are too many people here. No matter which direction I stand, people will see my face. This doesn't fit my image as a transcendent expert who aloofly turns his back on the common people." Li Miaozhen called him out on his BS. This third disciple of the supervisor has an unimaginable obsession with showing his nape to people. She didn't waste words and quickly said, "Quickly check on Xu Qi'an." Yang Tiangshuan sat by the bed, sizing up Xu Qi'an, and took his wrist to check his pulse. After a long while, he sighed regretfully and shook his head. Li Miaozhen's heart suddenly sank. The joy that had just risen was like a flame extinguished by cold water. He can't be saved anymore? Oh wait, no. He can still be saved a little. Li Miaozhen stared blankly at him. "Then why did you shake your head just now? What was that sigh about?" Yang Tiangshuan replied solemnly, "No special meaning. Just that it can better highlight my importance, don't you think? At the crucial moment I still need to take action." Li Miaozhen wanted to chop him, but she forced herself to calm down. Saving Xu Qi'an was the top priority right now. Yang Tiangshuan asked, "How did he get injured like this?" Li Miaozhen narrowed her eyes and quietly asked back, "You don't know?" Yang Tiangshuan snorted, "Why should I know? Could it be that you're also like junior sister Tai Wei, thinking that I'm imitating him?" Li Miaozhen covered her mouth and laughed. She knew that this third senior brother was obsessed with imitating Xu Qi'an. According to his saying, Xu Qi'an was a master of showing off in front of others, and every time he was one step ahead of him, snatching his opportunities. It wasn't that Yang Tiangshuan was wronging him. He had evidence, such as during the Buddhist Dharma battle. The supervisor deliberately locked him at the bottom of the star observation tower, and then pushed Zhu Shihan out to represent the Department of Astrology in the battle. Another example was the conflict between Li Miaozhen and Chu Yuanzhen. Yang Tiangshuan happened to be locked at the bottom of the tower at that time. If he knew what Xu Ningyan did, he would probably be pounding his chest and stamping his feet in envy, right? Li Miaozhen didn't plan to tell him at this time, at least not until Xu Qihan's injuries were stabilized. Therefore, she restrained her smile and cupped her fist earnestly. Sorry for the trouble, Senior Brother Yang. Yang Tiangshuan nodded. He was very satisfied with the Heavenly Sect Saintess's request, and immediately took out bottles and jars, as well as needles and threads, from his Qiankun pouch. Yang Tiangshuan pried open Xu Qian's mouth, and with a ba-ta sound, flicked off the wooden stopper of the porcelain bottle, stuffing the mouths of 4 or 5 porcelain bottles into Xu Qian's mouth. The method of pouring medicine could be described as crude. In just a moment, Xu Qihan, who was in a coma, had a flushed and purplish face, looking like he was about to choke to death. What are you doing? Li Miaozhen's eyebrows shot up. He's already seriously injured. You're treating a critical illness with strong medicine. Yang Tianshuan explained righteously, tapping Xu Qian's chin to make him swallow the medicine. Treating a critical illness with strong medicine, is that what it means? Are you sure you're not taking revenge? The flying swallow heroine glanced at him after giving the medicine. Yang Tiangshuan sewed up the wound for him, barely stopping the bleeding, and then said, I can only stabilize his injuries. To save him, the teacher needs to take action himself. Li Miaozhen asked in shock. Even you can't do it? In her eyes, Yang Tiangshuan was the matchmaker of the Department of Astrology. Apart from the supervisor, Li Miaozhen had never seen an astrologer of higher rank than Yang Tiangshuan in the Department of Astrology. Yang Tiangshuan was silent for a long time, then slowly said, This kid is seeking death. It has nothing to do with my abilities. Li Miaozhen's words. In Senior Brother Yang's eyes, heaven did not give birth to me. Yang Tiangshuan, the great Feng is like a long night for all eternity, was a blatant provocation. He paused for a moment, and continued. He must have used the words become law of the Confucian stage. Without the protection of righteous qi, he dared to use Confucian magic. Looking at the tragic injuries on his body, what did he exchange for using Confucian magic? Li Miaozhen pondered for a long time, and then said, Perhaps it's related to the state of battle, forcibly increasing combat power? He's really not afraid of death. Yang Tiangshuan clicked his tongue. Even the 4th rank of Confucianism wouldn't dare to play like this. Li Miaozhen asked, Really? Yang Tiangshuan curled his lips. Of course, those 4th rankers in Yunlu Academy usually only dare to mention a few words about dropping their pants and retreating 100 miles in a fight. Those effective methods won't cause too much damage. This is because the backlash of righteous qi can only be neutralized to a limited extent. Otherwise, wouldn't Confucianism be invincible? Li Miaozhen said. Wasn't Confucianism invincible during its peak period? Yang Tiangshuan didn't want to talk to this woman anymore. He coughed and said, Once he initially absorbs the medicinal power and reduces the pain, we'll take him back. Don't underestimate the pain, it might kill him on the spot. He walked out quickly. I'm going out for a stroll. How could Yang Tiangshuan, the great master of the Department of Astrology, hide his achievements? He definitely had to go out and show off in front of people. He opened a city gate and appeared in front of the crowd of guarding soldiers outside. The guarding soldiers suddenly saw a person in white appear, and were a little confused. Yang Tiangshuan's eyes, hidden under the hat, slowly swept across each confused face, and in a calm tone, revealing the composure of a transcendent expert, he announced, I am Yang Tiangshuan of the Department of Astrology, the 3rd disciple of the supervisor. Astrologer of the Department of Astrology, the 3rd disciple of the supervisor. After a brief silence, a burst of fierce cheers suddenly erupted from the soldiers defending outside the city gate. Oh, they're actually cheering so enthusiastically? This isn't very reasonable, is it? No, this is very reasonable. Yang Tiangshuan couldn't help but straighten his back, and then turned around, stubbornly aiming his nape at everyone, although the nape was hidden in the hat. At this time, he heard soldiers in the distance asking in the noisy cheers, What's the situation? What's wrong with everyone? A soldier replied, That person is an astrologer from the Department of Astrology, the 3rd disciple of the supervisor. What? That's great, yes. Shu Yinluo is saved. Shu Yinluo is finally saved. Some people cried with joy. As citizens of the great Feng, who doesn't know that the astrologers of the Department of Astrology can revive the dead? The reason they're cheering is because Xu Qian can be saved, not because of me. Damn it, since heaven gave birth to Fu Xiang, why did it also give birth to me, Yang Tiangshuan? He was so angry that he almost spat blood on the spot. Li Tiangshuan then calmed down and thought, I know that Fu Qian has a very high reputation in Daofeng, but these blockhead soldiers only know about military achievements. Even if they admire Xu Yinluo, the scene before them is still too exaggerated. I have a bad feeling. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to press down. Seeing his hand movements, the soldiers gradually calmed down.
Yang Tiangshuan asked in a deep voice,
What the hell did Fu Qian do again? A soldier standing in the crowd heard the question and replied, Xu Yinluo is righteous and heroic. In order to reduce our pressure, he went down to the city alone to break through the enemy's formation. Same MO as when he beheaded the Duke in the food market. He still knows how to win people's hearts. Yang Tiangshuan assessed, not envious in his heart, already seeing through Fu Qian's pretense.
Xu Yinluo single-handedly routed the enemy twice, killing nearly 10,000 people. Killing 10,000 enemies, routing the enemy twice. Yang Tiangshuan gradually became dazed after hearing this, and his eyes slowly lost focus. Xu Yinluo relied on his own strength to personally behead Yan Nation's Nuerhe from the midst of the army. Xu Yinluo is invincible. In this life I only wish to follow Xu Yinluo. After speaking for a while, the soldiers shouted again, their eyes red.
Yang Tiangshuan silently closed the gate of Yongcheng. Li Miaozhen heard the sound of the door closing, came out to look, and saw Yang Tiangshuan leaning against the door, slowly sliding to the ground. His hat was also crooked. Li Miaozhen saw his appearance, and asked with concern, Are you okay?
Yang Tiangshuan muttered,
I was wrong. I still underestimated Fu Qian. I thought that beheading the Duke in the food market was the peak of his life. But unexpectedly, this time he did even more. Coot. He couldn't express his suffering.
He clearly was afraid that I would steal his limelight, so he deliberately ran to the border, just to avoid me. What a shameless bastard. Twice he routed the enemy army, killed nearly 10,000 enemies, and took the head of the enemy general from the midst of the army. Fu Qian, why doesn't he ride the wind and soar straight up 90,000 miles? Envious to the point that his voice trembled.
Li Miaozhen almost covered her face and made a pig-like scream. She is a saintess who has received professional training, so she would never laugh even if she wanted to. After scolding for a while, Yang Tiangshuan's eyes blazed with fiery fighting spirit, and he stood up and asked,
Tell me, where is the capital of Yan Nation?
Li Miaozhen pursed her lips, suppressing her laughter, and asked,
You want to go to Yan Nation?
But Fu Qian drove away the enemy in front of more than 10,000 garrison troops.
What's the use of you going to Yan Nation alone?
What about the main altar of the witch god's sect? That place has already been captured by Yuan. Do I still have a chance? It's over. Li Miaozhen mercilessly shattered his idea, and then said, Fu Qian's condition seems to be getting better and better. Let's go back to the capital to find the supervisor to save him. From under the hat came Yang Tiangshuan's reply, no longer wanting to live, full of exhaustion. Can't be saved anymore, just wait for death. Zhang Kaitai, in the military camp, was awakened by the cheers, jumped up the city wall, and was overjoyed and supported when he learned that Yang Tiangshuan had arrived. Yang Tiangshuan, oh!
He looked around, there was no one there.
Li Miaozhen pointed to a corner.
Zhang Kaitai looked over, and saw Yang Tiangshuan squatting in the corner, his back to them, silent like an ornament.
Zhang Kaitai asked in a low voice, What's wrong with him? Li Miaozhen replied, He just found out about Fu Qian's deeds.
Zhang Kaitai then looked at Yang Tiangshuan's back, filled with pity. He then said, I will arrange for my deputy to go back to the capital with you, to report the situation here to the imperial court. Even if it's a fire-speed march of 100 miles, it will still take a few days to reach the capital. Although the allied forces of the two countries of Yan and Kang have retreated with heavy losses, we cannot take it lightly. Who knows when they will raise their heads again? I hope the imperial court will make arrangements as soon as possible. And the soldiers who died in battle must also be reported to the imperial court. Next is Fu Qian's credit for single-handedly resisting 80,000 enemy troops, which must also be reported to the imperial court. Li Miaozhen nodded.
Okay. At sea hour, in the cabinet's conference room, Chief Wang Zhenwen held a steaming cup of health tea. Listening to Grand Secretary Ge Dian's fierce discussion, Grand Secretary Zhao Tingfang of Dongge frowned and said, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Why hasn't he expressed his attitude after discussing for 2 days?
For 2 consecutive days, the court has been discussing the work of resolving the aftermath.
But Yuan Jingdi showed an extremely negative attitude towards the qualitative nature of this campaign and the subsequent precautions that the witch god sect might take in retaliation. They talked a lot about insignificant matters, but never mentioned state affairs.
No matter how much the officials advised, he ignored them.
The censorate has been jumping up and down for the past 2 days. Yesterday, they wrote memorials.
and today they directly scolded Yuan Jingdi in the court. Then they were dragged out together to be flogged. His Majesty seems unwilling to give Wei Gong a reputation after his death. As for the matter of transferring troops from the 3 northeastern border states, speaking of this, Grand Secretary Qi'an Qingshu of Wuying Hall paused for a moment, without continuing to speak. Anyone who did this would be branded as colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. But His Majesty is the king of a country, so naturally it is impossible. It can only be said that he has been dazed and hoarding wealth recently.
Knock knock. Chief Wang tapped the table, waiting for the Grand Secretaries to look over. He exhaled a breath, his voice low and gentle. After lunch, I will go to the Star Observation Tower to meet the supervisor once. His sense of smell is more acute than others. After Wei Yuan's death in battle, Wang Zhenwen followed the information that came back. Looking back on this matter, he found that it not only involved 2 countries, but also involved the secrets of the top level, and the latter was a field that these civil servants, could not touch. But the supervisor definitely knew. The Grand Secretaries slowly nodded. Grand Secretary Chen Qi of Jianzhou Hall said in a low voice, "It wouldn't hurt to ask the supervisor to pressure His Majesty a little." If these words were spread, they would become a reason for opponents to attack, and the position of Grand Secretary might not necessarily be retained. But he still said it, just wanting Yuan Jingdi to be able to make a decision quickly, which shows how tense the situation is today. At this time, a cabinet official came to the door of the conference room to report. Several adults, a person claiming to be Zhang Kaitai's deputy, is requesting an audience. He wants to meet Chief Wang. Zhang Kaitai's deputy? Why didn't he go to the Ministry of War? What is he doing in the cabinet? Qian Qingshu frowned. Grand Secretary Zhao Tingfang of Dongge said, "Perhaps he went to the Ministry of War, but has other important matters to request an audience with Chief Wang." Wang Zhenwen pondered for a moment and then said, "Let him in." The cabinet official retreated, and after a while led in a middle-aged general covered in dust and fatigue, his armor covered with knife marks and bloodstains. The Grand Secretaries were shocked. How did he enter the imperial city in such a state? Li Yi clasped his fists and said, "This humble General Li Yi, deputy to Commander Zhang, greets you, my lords." Chief Wang nodded and asked, "You are not staying in the border army. What are you doing back here? When did you return?" Li Yi replied, "This humble general was still at Yuyang Pass in Xiangzhou yesterday, and just returned to the capital this morning, brought back by Si Tianjian's Yang Tiangshuan." The Grand Secretaries looked at each other, their expressions doubtful. Chief Wang then asked, "Is the 800-mile fire speed intelligence true?" Li Yi was silent, and nodded. In an instant, the last hope in Chief Wang's eyes dissipated. He was silent for a long time and then asked, "What do you want to see this official for?" Li Yi said, "The day before yesterday, 80,000 allied troops from the 2 countries of Yuan and Heng attacked Yuyang Pass." The Grand Secretaries were shocked. "What?